5 marriages, 0 luck in love. But what if her final husband, the one who should be her biggest enemy, ends up being her greatest love story? Some fates are meant to be broken, and this just might be one of them. The story begins with a marriage proposal. Or should I say, a one-way ticket to doom. Here's why. The moment Pope Borgia beamed and announced, "Ruby, I've found the perfect husband for you," she knew. This wasn't just a marriage proposal. This was her death sentence, gift-wrapped in holy approval. Her stomach twisted. She had a very bad feeling about this. Before she could react, her brother Enzo jumped in, visibly angry. "Father, it's only been 3 months since her last engagement ended. Does her opinion not matter at all? Shouldn't you at least pretend to care about her feelings?" The Pope, clearly unimpressed, raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Since when did you start worrying about your sister, Enzo?" He then continues, as if challenging him. "If you're so concerned about her well-being, why don't you take up your own army and fight the barbarians in place of Britannia's knights?" Enzo, without hesitation, confidently declares, "Of course I can defeat them easily." But the Pope was already done with the conversation. "That's enough." His voice was final, and Enzo had no choice but to back down. Ruby, however, wasn't surprised by the proposal. She had expected it. Still, with a bright smile, because showing discomfort was not an option, she asked her father about the groom's identity. With great enthusiasm, the Pope described the man. "He's a hero of Britannia, the nephew of the king, a famous northern knight, and incredibly handsome. I'm sure you'll like him." Enzo, upon hearing this, immediately scowled. "Are you serious? That man has a terrible reputation among knights." But the Pope shot him a sharp look. "Did I ask you?" Enzo wisely shut his mouth. Meanwhile, Ruby, still smiling, thought to herself, "None of them realize that this handsome knight from the north is going to wipe out our entire family." Just as that grim thought settled in, someone called her name from behind. A gentle touch stroked her hair, but Ruby felt even worse. She already knew who it was, her eldest brother, Caesar, and she already knew what she had to do. Despite the nausea building up, Ruby put on her most cheerful smile and turned back to her father. "I'm so happy to assist you, father." Everyone laughed at her enthusiasm, except Enzo. At the same time, Caesar, ever the affectionate brother, but not all the time, kissed her forehead and praised Ruby. "You're such a good girl." Ruby maintained her smile, but inwardly she made a mental note. "First, I'm going to vomit as much as I can. Then, I'll figure out how not to die." A second life, with the same problems. Before all this, Ruby's life had ended in a rather unfortunate way, an untimely helicopter crash. She had thought, well, at least my exhausting life is over. But fate had other plans. Instead of peace, she found herself reincarnated during the brutal era as a character from a novel she once read. Even worse, the world she was thrown into was just as harsh as her previous one. Back in her room, Ruby was hunched over, vomiting. Again. If I had to be reincarnated in a novel, she thought bitterly, couldn't I at least have been born into a decent family? She had become an expert at silent vomiting, something she had mastered long ago, so at least she didn't have to worry about the maids noticing. But it still hurt. Unfortunately, this life shared another similarity with her past one, anorexia. Before becoming Rudbeckia de Borgia, she had been just an ordinary girl from South Korea, adopted into an upper-class Spanish family. It sounded glamorous, prestigious schools, ballet, tennis, horseback riding, but she never truly fit in. She first realized she was different when a classmate made fun of her Asian appearance. Thinking they were just joking around, she laughed along, without realizing she was the target of the joke. As she grew older, the bullying only got worse, and her home life wasn't any better. Her parents kept up the perfect family act, but behind closed doors they both had affairs. Her second eldest brother was a drug addict and a playboy, and her only real support, her older sister, died at the young age of 21. She had believed her eldest brother was the only normal one, until she realized he was just as monstrous as their father. So she did what she had to do. She played the role of the perfect daughter, bright, cheerful, obedient. It became second nature. But the moment she displeased them, even slightly, there was hell to pay. And unfortunately, things weren't much different in this new life. At 16, she came across an online fantasy novel called Sodom and the Holy Grail. And now, she had become the story's villainess, Rudbeckia de Borgia. The novel followed a corrupt pope and his equally corrupt disciples, who twisted religious teachings to gain power. Naturally, the noble families of the north and righteous priests eventually banded together to overthrow them. In other words, the entire Borgia family was doomed. As the Pope's daughter, Ruby's fate was to be a political pawn, shuffled from one engagement to another, until her father finally settled on Isque van Omerta as her husband. Isque was no ordinary knight. At 15, he became a holy knight. At 17, he won a gladiator tournament against demonic creatures, making him the youngest champion in history. Women admired him, but he rejected all marriage proposals, devoted to remain single. The women he only cares about are his sister and childhood friend Freya. Why? Because his mother, a princess who had fallen in love with Duke Omerta, died tragically, leaving scars on her children. Her death was a forbidden topic, so Ruby couldn't recall all the details either. But she did know one thing. Isca didn't marry her because he loved her. He married her because if he didn't, his beloved sister would be forced to marry Enzo instead. In other words, it was a sacrifice. The political arrangement came with an agreement. Britannia would send troops to help the church fight against the invading barbarians. But in the novel, Isca ultimately slaughtered Ruby's entire family. Why? Because she poisoned his sister. Now, Ruby knew the truth. She wasn't the real culprit. Caesar had ordered her to do it, but to the world, she was a ruthless villainess and a spy for the Pope. Having spent 3 years in this world, Ruby understood why Rudbeckia had turned out the way she did. She had been nothing more than a puppet, much like Ruby had been in her past life. Just then, Caesar walked into her room without warning. "Are you all right? You looked upset earlier," he said smoothly. Ruby forced a smile. "You know me so well." What a joke. Caesar's gaze sharpened. "Are you happy about this marriage?" Ruby hesitated. If she told the truth, he would get angry. So instead, she sighed. "I'm just worried about being so far away from my family." Caesar tilted his head. "Why would you feel lonely? You'll have your husband." He spoke as if he really cares. Ruby stared at him. Then with a soft voice, she said, "I want to stay with you forever." Caesar patted her head, smiling. "The esteemed beauty of Romana wants to stay with me? I'm honored." She forced another smile, but inwardly, Ruby knew better than anyone. Affection could turn into cruelty in an instant. No matter how much she had managed to stay in her family's good graces, she wasn't foolish enough to believe it would last. If it suited them, the people around her wouldn't hesitate to turn on her. She had seen it happen before. Among them, Caesar was the most puzzling. He was obsessed with her, always clinging to her. Yet at the same time, he treated her like a mere tool in his political games. Did he even see her as a person? Or was she just another one of his possessions? As time passed, Ruby got used to her surroundings. By the time she turned 15, a marriage proposal arrived from the Duke of Rembrandt. In the original novel, this engagement never lasted. Apparently, the Duke was deemed physically impotent, leading to its annulment. But Ruby knew something far more important. In the future, this very man would play a role in her family's downfall. So, without hesitation, she rejected the proposal. That was a mistake. The moment she voiced her refusal, her father's usual warm smile vanished. Instead, his face hardened into a cold, terrifying scowl that sent a shiver down Ruby's spine. She knew that look all too well. That night, she was locked in her room and beaten by Caesar until she was begging for her life. And it wasn't a one-time event. Time and time again, similar incidents followed. Eventually, she realized something chilling. This life wasn't any different from her previous one. The truth was simple. Rudbeckia wasn't the Pope's real daughter. Her biological mother, Carmen, had died giving birth to her, and she had already been pregnant before ever meeting the Pope. It seemed fate had an ironic way of repeating itself. So Ruby did the only thing she could. She learned to play the role of the perfect daughter. Even if they weren't her real family, she had to pretend. Caesar told Ruby that sending her away under such circumstances was difficult for him as well. Which, honestly, she found a little hard to believe. She asked if it was true that monsters roamed the place she was being sent to. Caesar reassured her with a smile, saying she'd be guarded by elite knights around the clock, so there was nothing to worry about. Oh, and he'd also try to visit her often. Ruby really hoped he wouldn't. He told her to think of it as a 6-month vacation. Just half a year, and then she could return. Besides, her husband wouldn't lay a hand on her while she was in the north. Everything would be fine. Ruby nodded, keeping her thoughts to herself. She doubted things would be as easy as Caesar made them sound. She wasn't just going to the north to live peacefully. There was a life at stake. Iska's little sister was destined to be poisoned, and Ruby knew that even if she refused to do it, someone else would. If she wasn't careful, she'd be the one blamed for the crime. For the next 6 months, she had to do the impossible. Convince Iska and the people around him that she wasn't a threat, and she needed to survive. But first, she had a wedding to attend, a dangerous game that she planned. She had done it before, hadn't she? In her past life, she had been forced to smile, to pretend, to act harmless even when she wasn't wanted. She could do it again. The next day, Ruby was dressed as a bride. When her father saw her, he was stunned. He even joked that with her beauty, the entire Northern Empire might fall for her. What a thing to say before sending her off to an unfamiliar place. Tears welled in Ruby's eyes. Her father patted her head gently, telling her not to cry. It wasn't like they'd be apart forever. But deep down, Ruby wished this really was the last time they'd see each other. With a forced smile, she told her father that she'd miss him dearly. He responded in kind, though he also mentioned that it would have been nice if Caesar could escort her. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible due to the situation. Ruby secretly thought that was for the best. Caesar's presence would only make things more complicated, especially with all the rumors surrounding them. As she prepared to leave, she felt the sharp gazes of the Northerners on her. Were they unaware of how obvious their hostility was? Or were they purposely trying to make her uncomfortable? Even her brother Enzo seemed irritated. He didn't like how calm everyone was acting about Ruby's departure. Just as she was about to board the carriage, Enzo suddenly strode up to her, arms open. Without warning, he pulled her into a tight hug. Enzo was arrogant, impulsive, and an overall troublemaker. But unlike the rest of her family, he had never hurt her. In fact, compared to the others, he was practically normal. "I'll miss you," Ruby whispered. Enzo yelled at her. "I won't miss you at all, you stupid idiot." Well, that was his way of showing affection. Caesar, however, wasn't amused. "Let her go, Enzo, you're suffocating her." After prying her free, Caesar wiped the tears from her face. Ruby asked if he'd really visit her, to which he gave his usual reassuring response. Yes, he would. As she stepped onto the carriage, Ruby took a deep breath. No turning back now. It was ridiculous, really. In her past life, she had wished for death. But now, when given a second chance, she was desperately struggling to survive. Life had a strange sense of humor. On the flip side, in the Northern Empire, the paladins were exhausted from work. Well, all except one, Ivan. Looking at his tired comrades, Ivan said, "You all look like you're about to collapse." Then he approached Iska, who was drenched in sweat after battle. "I need a word with you." Iske, barely sparing him a glance, removed his helmet. "No." Ivan frowned. "Why not?" "You're here because Ellen told you to talk to me," Iske stated bluntly. Caught off guard, Ivan sighed. "Then what are you waiting for? Just do what your sister wants." Iske scoffed. "Not my fault you're weak when it comes to her." He clenched his jaw, knowing full well arguing was useless. Instead, he changed the topic. "While you've been busy ignoring everyone, your wife has already arrived." Iske didn't react. Ivan pressed on. "I know you didn't want to pick her up, but at least have a meal with her tonight." Still, Iske remained indifferent. "Judging by the rumors, plenty of people have already gone to meet her in my place." Ivan rolled his eyes. "As a paladin, it was my duty to go and monitor Borgia's so-called spy." Before he could continue, Iske cut him off. "Don't talk nonsense." "Fine, I admit it. I went because I was curious about what the Pope's famous daughter looked like in person." Then he added, "If you're jealous, why don't you go and meet her yourself?" While Ivan and Iske were caught up in their tense exchange, the other paladins remained completely unfazed, absorbed in their own activities, as if nothing was happening. It was almost as if they had mastered the fine art of selective hearing. After some time, the tension between Ivan and Iska gradually faded. Ivan, realizing he might have been too harsh earlier, offered an apology. He then curiously asked if Iska had any questions. Like perhaps about his bride, her looks, her personality, anything? But Iske simply replied with a flat no. As Ivan was about to leave, he couldn't help but throw in some unsolicited advice. He told Iski that he should at least meet his bride in person and fulfill his duties as a husband. And of course, he didn't forget to add a warning. If Iski wasn't careful, he might end up like Duke Lembrandt, an international laughingstock. Hearing this, Iske asked Ivan how long they were supposed to keep up this non-play. Ivan, ever the realist, revealed that no one actually believed the marriage would last. With Iske's relentless workaholic tendencies and Rebecca's well-known stubbornness, the whole thing seemed doomed from the start. In fact, there were already people placing bets on how many weeks it would take for the marriage to fall apart. Despite all this, Ivan held back from suggesting that Iske should have just married Freya instead. He knew it would be pointless. Iske was too oblivious to even understand such things. Earlier, Ivan had been the one to greet Ruby upon her arrival and escort her to Omerta's castle. He had also picked up some details from Captain Evansta, who had overseen the wedding arrangements. Apparently, Ruby had suffered from seasickness during the voyage, but despite that, she had still looked absolutely stunning. Her bright smile and elegant demeanor were exactly as the rumors had described. However, Ivan added a cautious note. Something about Ruby felt off. There was unstable atmosphere around her, a subtle but undeniable air of unpredictability. Then, as if dropping the most shocking revelation of all, Ivan revealed that she was small. Iske, unimpressed, asked him what he meant. Ivan clarified, really, really small. This led Iske to ask the obvious question. Is she a dwarf? Ivan quickly denied it, but he couldn't shake the feeling that one intense glare from Iske could probably make her crumble into dust. Trying to be fair, Ivan reminded Iske that while he clearly despised this arranged marriage, Ruby had it just as bad. She had been dragged here against her will, essentially as a hostage. She must be terrified and completely alone. Iske, slightly annoyed, asked why Ivan was suddenly defending her. Ivan's response was simple. She wasn't just anyone. She was the Pope's daughter, the so-called Angel of Sistina. And now she was Iske's wife. Just then, a voice chimed in with a completely different take on the situation. Someone had apparently heard about the Borgia's infamous charm and, looking at Ivan suspiciously, asked if he had already fallen for Ruby after just one glance. Was he planning to betray the country now? Ivan immediately turned around, only to find a man named Lorenzo pointing his sword at him. Furious at the blatant disrespect, Ivan scolded Lorenzo for daring to draw his sword at his senior. Lorenzo, realizing he may have gotten a bit too carried away, awkwardly backed down. Then, Lorenzo explained his peculiar request. Once Iske eventually divorced that Borgia girl, he hoped Iske would consider marrying his sister instead. But until then, Lorenzo asked him to pretend like he didn't even know she existed. Iske was left completely speechless. Meanwhile, Ivan, unable to hold back his irritation, smacked Lorenzo on the head and demanded a proper explanation. Rubbing his sore head, Lorenzo apologized and clarified that he simply wanted Iske to stay far away from his sister for now. He even went as far as calling Ruby a witch, worried that she might somehow harm his sister. He warned Lorenzo to watch his words, but Lorenzo doubled down. He revealed that when Freya returned from Omerta, she locked herself in her room and cried. To make matters worse, when Rudbeckia arrived at the castle, Freya had tea with Ellen, making the whole situation even more unbearable for Freya. Ivan took a moment to reflect. He understood why Lorenzo's sister would be emotional after coming face to face with the wife of the man she liked. On the other hand, Iske, seemingly done with the conversation, started to leave. Ivan quickly asked where he was going. Iske's response? It's my day off. This instantly infuriated Ivan. If Iske could casually declare an entire day off whenever he felt like it, then why couldn't he? The unfairness of it all made Ivan fume. The other paladins? They remained just as they had been before, completely unbothered, acting as if they hadn't heard a single word. At Omerta, Ellen welcomed Ruby and mentioned hearing about her seasickness. Ruby admitted that it was her first time traveling such a long distance. The conversation then took a relatable turn. Ruby revealed that she hadn't left the Southern Empire much, and Ellen admitted the same about Arendelle. As they talked, Ruby found herself mesmerized by Ellen's beauty. Internally, she thought it was practically a crime for such a stunning woman to die. Ellen checked in on Ruby, saying she had asked the chef to make the food lighter to avoid any discomfort. Ruby, outwardly grateful, thanked her for the consideration. But inwardly, she knew it didn't matter. No matter what she ate, she would end up throwing it all up anyway. During their conversation, Ellen casually mentioned a rather unsettling fact. Every summer, a monstrous spider-like creature called an arachnid appeared. She also informed Ruby that her brother might return late, and that their father wouldn't be back until the end of the month due to land-related affairs. Apologizing for the situation, Ellen assured Ruby that this wasn't how she intended to welcome her. Ruby, however, reassured her that she didn't mind, and urged Ellen not to feel guilty. Then, Ellen made an unexpected promise. Since their mother's passing, she had been in charge of managing the household, but now she would change things according to Ruby's preference. She even told her that if she ever felt uncomfortable, she could order anything through the maids. Ruby, feeling overwhelmed by Ellen's kindness, awkwardly smiled and expressed her gratitude. She admitted that she wasn't used to this place yet, and was afraid of causing trouble due to her inexperience. Ellen, watching her closely, reassured her that as the mistress of the house, no one would dare to think badly of her. Shyly, Ruby made a small request. She asked Ellen to call her by her name instead. Before she could even finish speaking, Ellen immediately agreed, catching Ruby off guard. In a moment of excitement, Ruby impulsively grabbed Ellen's hand but quickly let go, apologizing. Ellen remained expressionless, reassured her that it was fine. Taking the opportunity, Ruby asked if she could call Ellen by her name as well. Ellen, unfazed, agreed once again, suggesting that addressing each other by name would help them grow closer. Then, with a sigh, Ellen made a passing remark. Being too modest could lead to misunderstandings. Ruby, startled, wondered if this was a warning. Was Ellen telling her to drop the act? But Ruby's goal was never to win people over. Her only priority was to seem as harmless as possible. She replied that she was used to being misunderstood and promised to do her best not to cause trouble. Ellen simply remained silent. Shortly after, she guided Ruby to her room, leaving her surprised by its beauty. Ellen revealed that she had personally decorated it, and Ruby, delighted, mentioned that she had always wanted a room with an ocean view. Noticing Ruby's exhaustion, Ellen gently suggests she get some rest. Ruby agrees, ready to collapse into bed. As Ellen turns to leave, the headmaid shoots her a cold glare, which doesn't go unnoticed. Ruby, however, is too tired to think much of it, at least for now. Snuggling under the covers, Ruby suddenly starts sneezing. The chilly northern air is no joke. But as she shivers, she realizes something even worse. The fireplace is dark. The holy fire, which protects against demonic creatures, has been extinguished. And there's no way it just went out on its own. Someone put it out. Ruby leans closer, checking for any lingering embers. With a sigh, she wonders who could be behind such a childish prank. Then, the memory of the headmaid's glare flashes through her mind. Could it be her? Before she can think further, a strange sound makes her freeze. Slowly turning her head toward the balcony, her breath catches. There's a demonic creature standing there. Terror grips her. She wants to scream, to run, to do anything, but fear locks her in place. A maid, who accidentally walks into Ruby's room, becomes shocked in an instant. Her eyes widening in horror at the monstrous figure. She lets out a piercing scream, calling for help. Suddenly, Ellen bursts in, shouting Ruby's name. Overwhelmed, Ruby squeezes her eyes shut. And then, swish, a blade slices through the air. When she opens her eyes again, the monster is dead, split clean in two. Standing before her, sword still dripping, is none other than Iske. But instead of asking if she's okay, he glares at her. Did you extinguish the fire? Ruby blinks. Huh? His gaze sharpens. Were you looking for attention? Or trying to create an excuse to break off the engagement? Ruby is stunned. Sure, she knew he didn't like her. But to think he believed she'd do something this reckless? Did he really see her as that desperate? Ellen quickly steps in, urging Iske not to jump to conclusions. They still don't know how the fire went out after all. She also explains that since Ruby is from Romana, she might not fully understand the significance of the holy fire. Ellen's words make Ruby's chest tighten. Someone was actually defending her. Right then, she silently vows she'll protect Ellen no matter what, even if it means risking herself. Turning to Ellen, Ruby grips her hand. When I woke up, the fire was already out, she insists. Iske narrows his eyes. Are you saying Ellen or I put it out? Ruby's eyes widen. No, I didn't mean it like that. Her emotions spill over. and before she knows it, tears start falling. "I'm sorry. I swear it won't happen again. Please just believe me." Isuke looks like he wants to say something but ultimately stays silent. Instead, he simply turns and leaves. Ruby watches him go, a single thought lingering in her mind. What was he about to ask? The next morning, Ruby and Ellen sit down for breakfast. After the chaos of last night, Ruby feels drained, both mentally and physically. The mere thought of eating makes her stomach churn. Ellen notices her mood and offers some comforting words. Something like that won't happen again. Ruby smiles gratefully, but deep down she wonders. Does Ellen suspect her was behind the fire too? Switching topics, Ellen mentions that in 4 days, they'll be attending a royal palace banquet. The royal family played a huge role in arranging Ruby's marriage, and on top of that, the banquet is also the Emperor and Empress's wedding anniversary. Ruby nods, processing the information, before hesitantly asking, "Can you introduce me to a seamstress? The dresses I brought are more suited for the south, and the northern summer is pretty short." Ellen agrees immediately. "I'll invite my own seamstress for you." Ruby lights up. That's one less problem to worry about. But as she mentally prepares herself to impress the key figures at the banquet, her mood quickly sours. After all, the most important person, her own husband, already has a terrible impression of her. There's still a long way to go. Later, Ruby arrives at the training grounds with a basket of fruit. Her real goal? To win her husband's trust. If she wants to survive, she needs to convince him she's completely harmless. And if she fails to prevent Ellen's death in the future, at the very least she can make sure she doesn't become a suspect. According to the novel, Ellen is fated to be poisoned because of her engagement to the Prince of Doria. Her so-called father, the Pope, isn't on good terms with the prince, and given the Borgia family's history with assassinations, all fingers will point at Ruby. As she sneaks a peek at the training grounds, searching for Iska, someone suddenly speaks behind her. "Who are you looking for?" Startled, Ruby whirls around to find Ivan standing there. Realizing it's her, Ivan immediately straightens up and salutes. "Lady Rudbeckia, I was one of your escorts at Elmo's port yesterday. What brings you here?" Ruby fidgets shyly. "I heard my husband was here, so I came to see him." Ivan freezes. His jaw practically hits the floor. "I'll be right back," he blurts out before dashing off, presumably to find Iska. Before Ruby can recover from the awkwardness, another voice comes from behind. "What are you doing here?" Her head snaps around, to see Iska standing right there. She gapes. "How do you keep sneaking up on me like that?" Ignoring her question, Iska raises a brow. "You disturbed me last time. Are you here to apologize?" Ruby nods earnestly. "I wanted to check if you were okay." He gestures to himself. "As you can see, I'm fine. You can leave now." Seeing him about to go, Ruby panics and grabs his sleeve. But in her haste, she drops all her fruit. Her heart sinks. So much for gaining points. Ellen told her these fruits were valuable. Trying to salvage the situation, she quickly kneels to pick them up. Iski watches, unimpressed. "What are you doing?" Ruby glares at him internally. "Isn't it obvious?" But out loud, she forces a smile. "I brought these for you. Sorry you have to see me like this." Iski frowns. "Then why are you picking them up from the ground?" At that, Ruby just starts crying. "I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable. I only wanted to clear up the misunderstanding from last time." Of course, in her mind, she applauds her own acting skills. An Oscar-worthy performance. Iski sighs. "What misunderstanding?" Ruby sniffles. "That I want to break off the engagement. I really don't. Although I know that you hated me." He cuts her off. "I never said I hated you." Ruby blinks. "Wait, you didn't?" Iski crouches, picks up the last fruit, and tosses it back into the basket. "I don't need fruit. Stop wasting time on useless things." He turns to leave, but pauses. "If you want to go home so badly, write a letter to your family. Tell them to take you back." Then, without another word, he walks away. Ruby watches him go, fists clenched. Acting like a delicate, pitiful lady won't work on him. He doesn't like women who cry easily. But she's certain he let his guard down for just a moment. Before he disappears, she calls out, "I don't want to go back." He halts mid-step, and then, for the final punch, Ruby clenches her fists, takes a deep breath, and yells, "I love you." A stunned silence falls over the training grounds. The soldiers stare. Ruby puffs up with pride. That was flawless. Everyone should admire her courage. Isuke, however, remains ice cold. His sharp gaze cuts through her like a blade, and she inwardly shivers. If looks could kill, she'd be 6 feet under. She quickly follows up. I know I'm not special to you. I don't expect you to care about me. But yesterday, you saved me. No one's ever done that before. She makes a silent vow. She won't burden him with her feelings. But as long as he doesn't hate her, she'll become his biggest fan. The soldiers cheer for her bravery. Isuke? He ignores her and walks off without a word. Ruby pouts. Heartless man. Still, she decides, it's enough progress for today. After a few days, Ruby is finally ready for the grand royal banquet. Dressed elegantly, she looks absolutely stunning. But there's one small issue. She hasn't seen Isuke since their last encounter. Not even a glimpse. She sighs, reminding herself that Ellen did mention paladins tend to be busier in the summer. Apparently, they have a lot of preparations to handle. Well, at least that explains why he's been missing in action. As she makes her way downstairs, Ellen catches sight of her and immediately notices that Ruby is all set for the big event. Ruby, on the other hand, can't help but think about how Ellen, a literal goddess, almost ended up marrying someone like her brother, Enzo. A true tragedy that was thankfully avoided. But at least Ellen is keeping her promise to call her by name, which Ruby appreciates. When Ellen asks if she's ready, Ruby confidently replies that she is. Then she notices someone standing next to Ellen. Curious, she asks who it is, and Ellen introduces her old friend, Freya Van Furiana. The moment Freya greets Ruby with a wink, Ruby's mind goes blank. Wait. Freya? Their childhood friend? She never expected to see her here. But what's even more shocking is how the entire mansion seems to adore Freya. Meanwhile, all Ruby has ever received from them were cold, judgmental glares. The contrast is painfully obvious. Ruby politely returns the greeting, saying it's a pleasure to meet her. Freya then turns to Ellen with a teasing remark, questioning why she never told her that Ruby was so lovely. Ellen, slightly amused, argues that Freya is making it sound like she described Ruby negatively. However, Ruby catches a discreetly cold stare from Freya. Huh? Did she do something wrong? Is there something off with her gown? She has no idea what that was about. Ellen then informs Ruby that her brother will be arriving late to the banquet. Ruby, unfazed, tells her that it's fine. After all, she has already learned that he isn't the most considerate person. At this point, she doesn't expect much from him anyway. Upon arriving at the Angorban Royal Palace, memories of past banquets in Romana flood Ruby's mind. Back home, those events were a spectacle. People would eagerly fawn over her and her father's mistress, Julia, just to curry favor with her father and brothers. No matter what, she was always the center of envy. But she wonders, what would those same people think if they knew the tragic reality of her life? Probably nothing good. Pushing those thoughts aside, she notices something else. Why does she keep finding herself surrounded by goddess-like women? Standing next to them makes her feel like a tiny child, not the best confidence boost. As she moves through the banquet, some guests greet her politely, asking about her father's health. Others, however, take a more gossipy approach, whispering about her relationship with Isuke. After all, she is his wife. They even inquire about Cardinal Valentino's visit to Arendelle, questions she has absolutely no answers for. She's starting to feel like a walking rumor magnet. Suddenly, Ellen grumbles under her breath, almost swearing. Ruby is caught off guard. Did she just hear that right? Before she can process it, Freya spots Isuke, standing with his paladin. Ruby's eyes widen. Wait, wasn't he supposed to arrive late? Then why is he here now? Did he lie to avoid confronting her? The thought makes her uneasy. Trying to act natural, she nervously waves at him. But instead of acknowledging her, Isuke straight up ignores her. Ouch. Even in front of all these people? Freya immediately calls him out, criticizing him for his blatant disregard. Meanwhile, Ellen, ever the realist, comments that there's not much Ruby can do about it, even if he treats her this way. Ruby clenches her fists. Fine. If everyone already knows how terribly he treats her, then she has nothing to lose. Instead of backing down, she strides right up to Isuke and stands firmly beside him. She's not letting him go this time. Her bold move stuns Ellen, Freya, and the paladin nearby. Blushing slightly, Ruby smiles and tells Iska that she's happy to see him. She even compliments him, saying he looks great. Internally, she's fuming, but on the outside, she maintains her signature fangirl act. Iska, however, remains cold. He barely turns his head and responds that she doesn't seem too concerned about maintaining a dignified image. Oof. Public humiliation continues. Keeping her composure, Ruby apologizes for interrupting him, explaining that she simply couldn't help but react upon seeing him. His response? A reminder that she had promised not to bother him. Ruby feels a bit triumphant. He actually remembered. So, he does listen to her. Feeling cheeky, she thanks him and reassures him that she will never bother him again. In fact, from now on, she'll only admire him from afar. Then, she turns to leave. But before she can take a step, Iska suddenly grabs her shoulder. He's not letting her go just yet. Narrowing his eyes, he asks what she just said. Ruby, nervous, repeats that she'll admire him from a distance and make sure he never notices her presence. His reaction? Do you want to die? Ruby freezes. Did she just step into a minefield? She stammers, wondering if Iski misunderstood her words. Does he think she's trying to assassinate him? With teary eyes, she mentally sighs. If she really had assassination plans, it would be her funeral first. Before things escalate further, Ivan approaches and interrupts. He points out that Ruby's action is reckless. Confused, she asks what he means. Ivan explains that while Iski wouldn't mistake her for an assassin, the Northern Empire is incredibly dangerous. Demonic monsters lurk everywhere, and paladins, unlike regular knights, operate differently. When hunting monsters, they unleash their divine power to its maximum. If Ruby were nearby during those moments, they wouldn't be able to tell her apart from a monster. In short, she might actually die. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ruby nods, admitting that she truly had no idea. She apologizes, explaining that she lacks knowledge about the northern country since she's from the south. Seeing her anxious state, Ivan starts panicking and urges her not to speak harshly about herself. Meanwhile, Ellen shifts the conversation back to Iske, informing him that he should have notified them if he had any changes to his schedule earlier. Freya, on the other hand, playfully commented that he should appreciate having beautiful ladies waiting for him. Her remark earns an awkward silence from everyone. Ruby, however, notes that Iski's presence has completely disrupted the banquet. He really is narrow-minded. But strangely enough, she finds his reaction this time interesting. Unlike before, he didn't just ignore her and leave. That's progress? Just then, the King of Britannia and the Queen make their entrance. Spotting Ruby, they approach her. Ruby immediately bows in greeting. His Majesty warmly acknowledges her long journey and thanks her for attending. Ruby responds graciously, appreciating his kind words. Then he turns to Iske and casually remarks how rare it is for his nephew to attend a banquet like this. With a knowing smile, he suggests that marriage has made him more mature. Iske, clearly unimpressed, fires back that he must take after his father. After all, like father, like son. The king agrees, but can't help but comment on Iske's refusal to embrace happiness, choosing instead to live like a depressed bachelor. He openly admits that the days he once longed for are long gone. Instead, he has resigned himself to his fate as a depressed husband. As he makes this gloomy declaration, his sharp gaze lands on Ruby, who finds herself more frustrated than anything. His temper is almost as bad as Caesar's. To make matters worse, the snickering of the nobles around them only adds salt to the wound. But Ruby? She does what she does best, puts on a clueless, starry-eyed smile, playing the part of the devoted fool whose husband publicly ignores her. The king, however, is far from amused. Iske's behavior has pushed his patience to the limit, and just as he's about to say something, the queen steps in, gently urging him to calm down. She even expresses concern that his anger might frighten Ruby. At that moment, Ruby's attention is caught by a shy little girl peeking out from behind the queen. Oh? Who is this little cutie? The queen, noticing her daughter's timid behavior, lightly scolds her and encourages her to introduce herself properly. The little girl hesitates, but eventually musters up the courage to welcome Ruby to the palace. Instantly, Ruby is charmed. Adorable. She warmly thanks Princess Ariane for her kind words, feeling an odd sense of peace just from looking at her. But just as Ruby starts to admire Ariane's bashful nature, the little princess quickly hides behind her mother again. Seeing this in person, Ruby finally understands why Ariane had such a minor role in the novel. The queen, once a slave from the eastern region, was deeply loved by King Fëanor. Yet, even his love couldn't protect her and Ariane from the prejudices of Britannian nobility. Ariane's unique features, symbols of her eastern heritage, left her isolated, much like how Ruby had been treated all her life. Though Ruby rarely pitied anyone, seeing Ariane felt like looking into a mirror. Later at dinner, Ruby sits with the other guests. Before long, Freya returns, and Ellen immediately asks where she had been. With a sigh, Freya replies that she went to fetch Iski, but predictably, he completely ignored her. Shocking. Changing the subject, Freya suddenly asks Ruby if she enjoys horseback riding. Ruby tilts her head. Why the sudden interest? She casually replies that while she can't ride very well, she does enjoy it. A harmless little lie, because in her first life, she had actually mastered all sorts of sports, including horseback riding. Just then, a noblewoman chimes in, gushing about how no one can match Ellen and Freya when it comes to riding. She credits their skill to none other than Iske, who personally trained them. Then, with an all-too-sly smile, the woman suggests that Ruby should ask Iske to teach her as well. Freya, however, steps in before Ruby can respond, clarifying that Iske only trained them when they were kids. Ruby takes a moment to process what's happening. Oh. She realizes the noblewoman is clearly enjoying this whole situation, watching her closely, probably eager to see her reaction. But Ruby, ever the seasoned actress, refuses to take the bait. Instead, she simply smiles and says she wouldn't dare waste Iske's precious time on something as trivial as horseback riding. Cue absolute silence. The other noblewomen stare at her in shock, their fans pausing midair. A different noblewoman clears her throat and smoothly shifts the conversation, mentioning that summer is ending soon. Then, as if by accident, she brings up the upcoming gladiator games, wondering if Iske will participate this year. Another woman immediately chimes in, confidently stating that Iske will join, because he always does. But then comes the real question. Who will be this year's flower of glory? At that, Ruby's mood instantly darkens. The gladiator games. Oh no, she had almost forgotten. The gladiator games in Arendelle only happen once every 3 years, making them the grandest and most ancient competition on the continent. Countless warriors and spectators gather, eager to witness brutal battles against ferocious beasts. It's a terrifying yet prestigious event, open only to the aristocracy. To prevent unnecessary bloodshed, a special committee oversees the matches. And unfortunately for Ruby, Caesar is one of those committee members, which means, after the event, Caesar will come looking for her. Fantastic. Just what she definitely not needed. Sometime later, Ruby wanders through the halls, nursing a headache. Drinking on an empty stomach? Terrible idea. And now, with so many people around, she can't even throw up in peace. As if the night couldn't get any worse, she suddenly bumps into a man, Lorenzo. Flustered, Ruby quickly apologizes, but Lorenzo simply tilts his head, studying her before introducing himself as Freya's younger brother. Ruby blinks. Oh, that explains the resemblance. Lorenzo, ever the gentleman, offers to escort her back to the banquet hall. But Ruby waves him off, saying she just needed some fresh air. Then, curiously, she asks if he's a paladin. At her question, Lorenzo's expression darkens. With an almost menacing stare, he tells her that he's merely Iske's junior, a squire, nothing more. Ruby freezes and thinks, why is he looking at me like that? Even Iske, who clearly wants nothing to do with her, doesn't glare at her like this. But before she can figure it out, Lorenzo suddenly apologizes. He says he's just shocked. He can't believe he's meeting her in person. Ruby tries to hide her disbelief. That sounds suspicious. She teases that she must be quite famous around here. Lorenzo nods. Oh, she definitely is. After all, she's the only daughter of the Pope. At that, Ruby hums in thought. She's a little surprised. She figured her brother would be more well-known than her. Silence settles between them, until Lorenzo suddenly breaks it. By the way, he says, almost too casually, there's a popular song lately here. Want to hear it? Ruby, completely unaware of the disaster about to unfold, nods. And so Lorenzo sings. The lyrics, a ridiculous tune about how she's the Lark of Sistina. a lovesick fool searching high and low for a husband. But apparently, her brothers are enough to satisfy her. Ruby, utterly horrified, can only gape. But despite that, she hides her emotions very well. But just as Lorenzo is about to continue, someone grabs him by the ear. It's Ivan. With an exasperated sigh, Ivan scolds him. "How many times do I have to tell you to think before you speak?" Lorenzo tries to defend himself, but Ivan cuts him off, warning that if he doesn't apologize to Ruby right now, he'll personally make sure his earlobe gets ripped off. Ruby, still in shock, watches as Lorenzo hurriedly mumbles an apology. Ivan narrows his eyes. Louder, before things escalate, Ruby quickly steps in. "It's fine. Really. Just let him go." With that, Ivan finally releases him, and Lorenzo sprints away, looking more like a rat than a noble. Ivan sighs. Turning to Ruby, he reassures her that no one had ever heard that ridiculous song before. Ruby forces a smile, but her eyes sting with unshed tears. "It's fine," she murmurs. "It's not my first time hearing rumors about myself." Ivan, seeing her distress, gently tells her not to take the gossip to heart, but Ruby's thoughts are elsewhere. What if Iski believes those rumors? Sensing her worry, Ivan firmly reassures her. "That won't happen. Iska would never hate you." Ruby hesitates. "Are you sure?" Ivan nodded confidently. "Absolutely. Iska isn't the type to be swayed by mere rumors. If something bothers him, he'll just get rid of it himself." Ruby looked at Ivan with hopeful eyes and asked if she could like Iske as much as she pleased. Ivan, without hesitation, reassured her. Of course she could. But the moment the words left his mouth, something clicked in his brain. He suddenly froze as if he had just processed the full weight of what he had said. After an awkward beat, he quickly composed himself and offered to escort her back to the banquet hall. However, Ruby declined, explaining that she had only stepped outside to get some fresh air. Before parting, Ivan urged her to call for him if Lorenzo caused her any trouble again. Touched by his thoughtfulness, Ruby expressed her gratitude. Now alone, Ruby replayed Ivan's words about Iska in her mind. A small flicker of hope sparked within her. If Ivan was right about Iska, then maybe, just maybe, she had a chance. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep her moving forward. If she kept trying, could she actually win her husband over? The thought made her heart beat just a little faster. As she wandered further outside, her thoughts shifted to Freya's brother. Honestly, what was up with him? His excessive hostile attitude toward her was a bit much. And all of this, just because of some silly rumor? Suspicious. The more she thought about it, the more she wondered, could Freya be pulling the strings behind all of this? As Ruby wandered into the garden, she noticed Arian peeking out from behind a statue. Curious, she called out to her, causing the little girl to jump in surprise. Arian quickly pleaded with Ruby not to tell her mother where she was. Ruby reassured her that she wouldn't snitch, and then asked if she had been working on something just now. Instead of answering, Arian shrank back behind the statue. Ruby couldn't help but think that this child was overly cautious. Wanting to give her space, she told Arian she'd leave so she wouldn't bother her. But just as she was about to walk away, Arian suddenly warned her not to go alone. That, of course, piqued Ruby's curiosity. She asked why, but instead of a direct answer, Arian mysteriously mentioned something about a bridge, where two people must stand together for their love to come true. Ruby's mind immediately went to the bridge she had been about to cross. Wait, was that what Arian was talking about? She hadn't expected to find a pond like this in the garden. Amused, Ruby asked if couples really fell in love just by crossing the bridge together. Arian, however, simply shrugged and admitted she wasn't sure. But according to her nanny, a fairy lived in the pond, granting love to those who stepped onto the bridge as a pair. Ruby found Arian's innocent belief adorable. With a smile, she shifted the topic and asked what the little girl was making. Arian, holding up a bouquet, eagerly asked if it looked pretty. Of course it's pretty, Ruby assured her before asking who the lucky recipient was. Arian, looking thoughtful for a moment, suddenly said she'd give it to Ruby, but only if Ruby let her touch her hair. Ruby agreed without a second thought. She figured Arian saw her hair as some kind of fascinating toy. Letting the child play with it was no big deal, but Arian said she'd save that for later. Just then, Iski arrived, calling out to Arian. His sudden presence startled Ruby. Why did this man always have to approach her from behind? It was starting to feel like a habit. Meanwhile, Arian immediately hid behind Ruby, Iski informed her that her father was looking for her and told her to come with him. Without a word, Arian dashed off, leaving Ruby and her husband alone. Iski sighed and remarked that it seemed like both she and Arian had a habit of ignoring what they were told. Ruby, however, found his words ironic. Of all people, did he really have the right to say that? Instead of arguing, she simply asked if he had been looking for Arian. "No," he replied. "I was looking for you." That caught Ruby off guard. She was stunned. Hadn't he been the one to abandon her in the first place? As he stepped closer, Ruby instinctively squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself for... what exactly? A scolding? A slap? Isk noticed and raised an eyebrow. "Why are you acting like I'm about to hit you? The Princess of Romana didn't grow up being beaten, did she?" Ruby, still on edge, thought to herself, if he keeps acting so intimidating, how am I supposed to stay calm? Out loud, she tried to downplay it, saying she was fine just watching him. But Iska wasn't done teasing her. "Then why did you close your eyes? You weren't expecting a kiss, were you?" Ruby froze. She had to choose her next words carefully. If she even hinted that she had expected a kiss, he might just kill her on the spot. After a moment, she admitted that she had been avoiding him because she felt guilty for making him angry earlier. Iski narrowed his eyes. "Did you think I'd hit you in a fit of rage?" Ruby fell silent, unsure of how to answer. Then, to her complete embarrassment, he asked, "How can you like someone if you're scared of them?" Flustered, Ruby's face turned red. She quickly countered, "Well, then why do I like you? You were the first person to ever save me." Before Iski could reply, a paladin approached, calling for him. He turned to leave, but suddenly paused. Looking back at Ruby, he told her to wait. As he walked away, Ruby absent-mindedly waved goodbye, wondering why he had told her to stay. Did he have more to say to her? Looking down, she noticed the flowers Arian had given her. They were Rudbeckia, flowers that shared her name and symbolized eternal happiness. She found it ironic. Could happiness truly last forever? Sitting on the bridge railing, she sighed. But before she could dwell on her thoughts, a sudden gust of wind caught her off guard. The next thing she knew, she was losing her balance. And then she fell. The cold water engulfed her instantly. As she struggled, she felt someone, wrapping around her. She was trapped. Her breath was running out fast. Yet strangely, she wasn't afraid. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light cut through the water, killing whatever had been holding her. A hand reached out. And before she knew it, she was gasping for air. As her vision cleared, she realized who had pulled her out, Iske. Around them, guests were already whispering. The fact that something like this had happened in the royal palace was shocking. Still in disbelief, Ruby stared at Iske. Had she really just been dragged underwater by a monster? How was that even possible in the middle of the palace? Then another thought hit her. What should she even say to him? He hadn't believed her about the fire before. Would he assume she had jumped in on purpose this time? Deciding on the safest course of action, Ruby suddenly wrapped her arms around him. "I was so scared," she murmured. She clung to him tightly. "You saved me again. I knew I could count on you. You're the only one for me." She had learned her lesson from before. This time, she wasn't letting go. Iske, however, remained silent. The next morning, a maid knocked on Ruby's door, asking if she could come in. Ruby, still half asleep, gave her permission, and the maid entered, announcing that she had brought breakfast. As Ruby sluggishly sat up, she waved a hand and declined the offer, saying she wasn't feeling too great today. The maid acknowledged her response and was about to leave when Ruby suddenly asked about Ellen's whereabouts. The maid replied that Ellen had left early that morning, then quickly excused herself. Left alone, Ruby sighed. Would the maids ever warm up to her? They were still distant, as if they were dealing with a complete stranger rather than their lady. Shaking off the thought, she slipped into the bathtub, but her mind wandered back to yesterday's incident. The whole palace must have been in turmoil over it. A demonic monster attacking a human in a place that required strict security? How embarrassing for them. The center of Arendelle was supposed to be a place where magic had no place, yet strange things kept happening, just like on the first night she arrived in the north. After her bath, she dressed up, but suddenly sneezed so hard she almost fell over. So the after effects of falling into the pond had finally arrived. That burning, prickling sensation spread all over her body, almost like she was being poked with tiny needles. Unfortunately, She was all too familiar with this mysterious ailment. She'd been experiencing it twice a year ever since she became Ruby. The first time it happened, the pain was unbearable, so she had complained. Her father had called doctors, but none could diagnose anything. Since she had no fever or visible symptoms, they all dismissed it. Her father, however, had another theory. He thought she was faking it to get out of her engagement. Without hesitation, he accused her of lying. From that moment on, Ruby knew she couldn't afford to be sick. So she forced herself to endure the episodes in silence. The symptoms usually faded after a few days anyway. This time would be no different. Besides, she didn't want her husband, who barely paid her any attention, to think she was scheming something again. After resting in bed all morning, Ruby started feeling slightly better. That's when she remembered. Iska had told her to wait. Wait for what, exactly? It wasn't like him to show concern for her. He usually didn't care. Peeking outside, she noticed some soldiers stationed in the hallway. Her staring must have been intense because they eventually turned to her and hesitantly asked if she needed anything. She inquired about Iska's whereabouts, and they hesitated, likely debating whether they should tell her. But when they saw the sadness on her face, they panicked and blurted out that he was at Elmo's port. She thanked them, but as she walked away, the soldiers suddenly looked like they had made the worst mistake of their lives. They were already imagining what would happen if Iska found out they'd spilled the beans. Upon reaching Elmo's port, Ruby cautiously peeked through a window, expecting to find Iska in an important meeting. But what did she see instead? A drinking party. Wait, weren't these people supposed to be paladins? She was starting to wonder if she had the wrong group. Also, was she look like stalking him? She tried to locate her husband, but as soon as she spotted him, she instinctively crouched down to avoid being seen. That's when someone suddenly spoke out to her from behind. Her heart nearly exploded. Had she been caught? She turned around in horror, only to find a paladin knight crouching beside her. Wait a minute. She recognized him. He was the one who had been searching for Iska near the pond. Sensing her fear, the man quickly apologized if he had scared her, explaining that he simply followed because she seemed to be hiding. Ruby observed him closely. Unlike Lorenzo, he didn't seem hostile. The man then asked if she was all right, and Ruby nodded, thanking him for his concern. He smiled, relieved, and Ruby immediately thought, wow, this guy has the personality of a gentle puppy. Then he introduced himself as Iska's squire, Endymion. When Ruby asked how long he had been serving under Iska, he admitted it hadn't been that long. Apparently he had gotten lucky. His position had opened up because another junior had caused an incident. Curious, Ruby asked what kind of incident. With a sigh, Endymion revealed that the previous junior had dared to sing an obscene song in front of Iske. At that moment, everything clicked. Lorenzo. It had to be Lorenzo. That was exactly the kind of nonsense he would pull. Endymion then asked why she was hiding. Without missing a beat, Ruby replied, "Because I missed my husband." The knight chuckled. "Ah, I see. Well, he's notably the nicest only when admired from afar." Ruby burst out laughing. He then remarked that her husband was relatively nice to her and would probably be disappointed if Iska heard that she came without greeting him. Ruby highly doubted that. That cold-hearted man? Disappointed? Not a chance. She voiced her skepticism, but Endymion disagreed. Maybe Endymion took a beating from my husband, which resulted him for having a few loose screws, Ruby thought to herself. But in reality, she merely responds, Does it seem that way? Yes, he's not the type to beg a woman to wait for him, like he did last time to you. Endymion reply then continues, but please don't tell him that I told you this. Ruby's gut feeling might be right about Endymion. Poor guy. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut in. Next time, I suggest you both lie down flat on your stomach if you're going to hide. Both Ruby and Endymion froze. It was her husband, and he did not look pleased. Ivan soon joined them, greeting Ruby cheerfully. He then casually mentioned that they suspected Endymion had been cursing them from behind. Ruby wondered if Endymion had a habit of doing that. Endymion then exits from the scene. She greeted Ivan, and he immediately asked if she was all right. He was worried she might still be shaken from the pond incident. Then he asked if she had come to see Iska, the ferocious fellow beside him. Iski shot him a glare. Ruby quickly clarified that she didn't mean to disturb anyone. She just wanted to thank Iska for yesterday. Ivan grinned. Oh, Iska should be the one thanking you. He had the honor of saving his wife after all. Iske, however, coldly dismissed the idea. I simply did what I was supposed to, saving people from danger. Ruby nodded, but with a sad voice said, Of course, you had to save me. If I died, everyone involved might be put in a difficult situation. Both Ivan and Iske looked at her in shock. Sensing the tension, Ivan quickly suggested that Ruby join them for lunch. She hesitated, not wanting to intrude, but he reassured her. You're Iske's wife, after all. Just then, they both noticed something. Blood dripping onto the ground. Wait, was that her blood? Oh. Ruby had a nosebleed. Ivan immediately asked if she was all right, and even Iske seemed slightly concerned. Ruby reassured them that she was fine, but as soon as she tried to move, she stumbled. Iske caught her before she could collapse. With a frown, he said, You're burning up. That surprised her. How was it that all the doctors she had seen before never figured this out? Yet Iske noticed immediately. She quickly apologized, assuring him she didn't do this on purpose. Then he asked, Who did you come here with? She admitted she had come alone. Ivan handed her a handkerchief and offered to call a doctor, but Ruby refused, saying it wasn't serious enough to warrant that. She then apologized again for making them worry, but Iske frowned. What are you saying? You're burning like fire. That's when it hit her. This was the same strange illness she always suffered from, the one no doctor could diagnose. She had always assumed it was a side effect of being in someone else's body. But now, Iske was the one telling her she felt like a boiling pot. She feels extremely dizzy. Then her vision blurred. Iske called out to her, telling her to stay awake. But she had reached her limit. The last thing she saw before losing consciousness was her husband's face. Ruby lay in bed, resting, when she heard a voice. At first, she thought it was Ellen. But as she slowly opened her eyes, she noticed something strange. Was someone crying? She groaned in discomfort, realizing she had been asleep for quite some time. The sound of soft weeping continued, making her even more curious. Who could it be? Pushing herself out of bed, she followed the voice, assuming it must be Ellen and fearing something bad had happened. But when she opened the door, she was met with an unexpected sight. 2 men were standing there, and to her surprise, they were talking about her. Her first thought was that one of them might be a doctor. But then why was he staring at her so intently? Before she could dwell on it, the man asked if she was feeling better. She nodded, but quickly mentioned that she had heard someone crying. Iske, standing nearby, furrowed his brows and asked for clarification. Ruby explained that she distinctly heard someone weeping, which was why she got up to check. She had assumed it was Ellen, but now she wasn't so sure. However, the room fell into silence as the men exchanged glances. Then, Iske calmly informed her that no one had been crying. Ruby was stunned. What? That didn't make any sense. She was certain she had heard it. Why had the crying stopped so suddenly? Annoyed, she insisted she wasn't lying. She truly did hear someone. Instead of doubting her, Iske reassured her that no one was accusing her of making things up. His unexpected response left Ruby momentarily speechless. Was he actually believing her this time? That was new. Before she could process it further, Iske dismissed the doctor, then, without warning, scooped Ruby up into his arms and carried her back inside the room. Ruby blinked in disbelief. What was this man up to now? Did he think she was some kind of lightweight cargo or sack of potatoes? She huffed, but still commented that he was carrying her just like a prince carrying his princess. Still, Iske, as dry as ever, merely replied that she must still have a fever. Ignoring his remark, Ruby hesitated before asking, Did I have a nosebleed earlier? Her memory of the past few days was hazy, and she wasn't sure if it was real or a dream. Iske confirmed that she did, but then casually dropped a bombshell. That was 3 days ago. Ruby nearly choked on air. 3 days? Had she really been unconscious that long? As Iske carried her inside, she sighed and softly apologized for being a bother, asking him not to hate her. She truly had believed Ellen was crying. Iske, still carrying her effortlessly, reassured her. Ellen isn't someone who cries easily. That was true. Ruby nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Ellen was much stronger than she was in that regard. But she wasn't completely hopeless. With newfound confidence, she declared, But besides crying, there's something else I'm really good at. Iske raised an eyebrow. And what's that? But after he voiced the question, He changed his mind and let it go. Ruby smirked to herself. The thing she was best at? Acting. A brief silence hung between them before Iska hesitated again, as if he had something to say. Ruby, sensing his reluctance, pressed him on it, but he suddenly dismissed the thought and turned to leave. "We'll talk later," he said before exiting the room. Ruby sat up instantly, fuming. Ugh, he was being wishy-washy again. Why couldn't he just say what was on his mind for once? On the other hand, outside her room, Iska walked a few steps away, only to pause and bang his head against the wall in frustration. Ruby remained bedridden for another 2 days. By the time she finally woke up again, her strange symptoms had subsided, leaving behind only an ordinary fever. The doctor advised her to eat properly and not skip meals, warning that she could easily faint again if she wasn't careful. Reflecting on everything, Ruby concluded that her annual mysterious symptoms must have overlapped with the fever this time. Falling into the pond had probably worsened her condition, which explained the unexpected nosebleed, and why Iska had been able to sense her fever so clearly. Now all she had to do was recover. And maybe, just maybe, figure out what Iska had been trying to say before. Even though Ruby was feeling better, something still felt off. And to make things worse, she couldn't even skip meals to be alone with her thoughts, because she was practically under house arrest in her own room. Ellen had been keeping her company during every single meal, making it impossible for Ruby to sneak away or secretly throw up. The fever might be gone, but everyone around her was still acting as if she were made of glass. Then, Ellen casually brought up how shocked everyone was when they heard Ruby had fainted. That made Ruby flinch, guilt creeping in. She felt bad for worrying them again and quickly apologized, admitting that she should have been more careful with her health. But Ellen waved it off and took the blame instead, saying she should have been more attentive. She even mentioned that she had never seen Iska so flustered before. Ruby had to agree. She never imagined that man could look anything but composed. Honestly, she thought he'd stay stone-faced even if she collapsed right in front of him. Seeing Ruby back to normal, Ellen sighed in relief and invited her to join them for horseback riding this weekend. Ruby's face lit up as she accepted the offer and thanked Ellen. But in her head, she immediately wondered, did she sound too excited just now? Still, this event wasn't just about fun. Hosted every summer by Freya and Ellen, the horseback riding gathering was a golden opportunity to make an impression on Britannia's high society. And Ruby had every intention of making sure they wouldn't forget her. Later, as a maid helped her dress, she asked if her outfit was suitable. Ruby, feeling uncertain, turned to the maid for advice. However, the maid hesitated, insisting that it wasn't her place to decide what was better. Ruby, amused, suggested that the maid pick something for herself too. The maid was startled and asked why. Ruby simply smiled and said it was a token of appreciation for taking care of her while she was sick. Of course, deep down, Ruby knew that was far from the truth. The maid had actually neglected her. But who said she couldn't play the generous lady when it suited her? She also mentioned that she didn't need all these accessories anyway. After all, they were from that annoying Caesar. With a playful wink, she told the maid that since they didn't want people thinking she was playing favorites, this little gift could be their secret. The maid hesitated for a moment before finally selecting a few accessories she liked. As the maid expressed her gratitude, Ruby casually asked how long she had been working here. 3 years, the maid answered. That was long enough to be familiar with the head maid, right? Curious, Ruby pressed further, asking about the head maid's history. The maid revealed that she had been serving the family since Iske and Ellen were children, and that she used to be Ellen's nanny. That caught Ruby's attention. Judging by the maid's tone, she didn't seem to be particularly fond of the head maid either. Interesting. After dismissing the maid, Ruby mulled over what she had just learned. If the head maid had raised Ellen, then her loyalty wasn't just professional, it was deeply personal. Maybe that was why she disapproved of Ruby. And then, a thought struck her. Could the head maid have been the one who put out the holy fire the night she first arrived at Omerta Castle? It seemed absurd. Rudbeckia never faced such things in the original novel. But the more she thought about it, the more Ruby started to wonder, was the head maid the type to target those she saw as weak? When Ruby arrived at the so-called horseback riding event, she quickly realized it was anything but. Instead of an actual riding event, it was more of a high-society garden party, where young nobles gathered under the pretense of riding, only to spend most of their time socializing, exchanging information, and maybe even securing potential romantic connections. The horses? Barely relevant. Still, Ruby had her own goals today. She felt that her performance at the royal banquet had been forgettable at best, and she wasn't about to let another opportunity slip by. Suddenly, Freya spotted her and called out. Without wasting a second, she approached Ruby with a bright expression, expressing relief at seeing her recovered. She admitted that she had been genuinely worried when she heard Ruby had fallen ill. Freya even confessed that she had wanted to visit, but held back in case it would make Ruby uncomfortable. Touched by the sentiment, Ruby reassured her. Uncomfortable? With Freya? That was impossible. She sincerely thanked Freya for her concern. As Freya absent-mindedly stroked the horse beside her, she sighed in relief, happy that Ruby was feeling better. Then she turned to her horse, Madeline, and asked, "Isn't that right?" And to Ruby's utter shock, the horse actually nodded in agreement. Ruby could hardly believe it. The way Madeline gazed at Freya was practically adoring. This only confirmed what she already knew. It took a special kind of person to be the best friend of the story's main character. Ruby clenched her hand slightly, now fully understanding why people believed she had stolen Freya's rightful place. Out of nowhere, Ellen suddenly appeared behind Ruby and reassured her that she had nothing to worry about. All the horses here were well trained. She even encouraged Ruby to pick one for herself. However, there was one small condition. Ellen casually warned her not to touch the horses on the right. They were off limits. Those particular horses belonged to Iska and Iska alone. No one else was allowed to ride them. Ruby hesitated before answering, nodding in understanding. Noted. No touching the scary husband's scary horses. Freya, however, seemed concerned, and asked Ellen if the remaining horses might be too much for Ruby, considering she had just recovered. Ellen assured her it wouldn't be a problem, since Ruby wouldn't be riding for too long anyway. Just to be safe, she promised to pick the gentlest horse for her. With that, she called Cedric, the stableman, to assist. As Ellen spoke with Cedric, Ruby turned to observe the horses, trying to determine which one looked the most docile. Unfortunately, the horses all seemed to be looking down on her. Closing her eyes for a moment, Ruby shuddered. She could feel their judgmental stares. But if she was being honest, the feeling was mutual. She hated stables just as much as they apparently hated her. Just then, a familiar presence approached from behind. Iske. Freya immediately greeted him, and he asked what they were doing. With a playful tone, Freya informed him that they were preparing his beloved wife for her grand horseback riding debut. Iske's gaze landed on Ruby as if waiting for an explanation. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Ruby quickly changed the subject. Flashing a sweet smile, she complimented him, saying he looked as handsome as ever today. Then, tilting her head, she asked if he was heading somewhere. His response? No. Ruby blinked. Then why was he here? He had just said it was his rest day. Was this his way of annoying her? Still, she played along. She explained that she was about to choose a horse for the riding event and casually asked if he wanted to join her. Iske declined, claiming he was busy. Busy? Busy with what? Just a second ago, he clearly stated he wasn't going anywhere. Ruby narrowed her eyes, silently fuming. Was he trying to provoke her? Still, she took a deep breath and moved on. Instead, she innocently asked whether she could pick any horse. Iske, however, didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and coolly questioned if she even knew what to look for when selecting a horse. Ruby admits that she doesn't have the best judgment when it comes to these things. And let out an internal sigh, then reasons that's exactly why she was pretending to be in love with him in the first place. She thought dryly. Noticing something, Iske and Ellen briefly exchanged glances. Then, Ellen spoke up, reminding her brother that the doctor had already given Ruby permission to ride. Iske didn't respond. Taking matters into her own hands, Ellen decided for him. Since he was already here, she suggested that he personally pick a horse for Ruby and escort her to the meeting place. She and Freya would go on ahead. Before Ruby could even react, the two women left. Ruby stood frozen in place. What just happened? Did they seriously just abandon her here, alone, with her husband? Trying to regain her composure, she turned to him and apologized for disturbing his rest day. She then offered to simply return to the castle quietly. But before she could take a step, "You're not going anywhere." Iske's voice made her freeze. Then, without missing a beat, he turned to Cedric and ordered him to leave. Without question, the stableman obeyed, disappearing from sight. Ruby's heart pounded as she suddenly realized she and Iska were now completely alone in the stable. Ruby despised the stables. The scent of hay, the creak of the wooden beams, the cold air that clung to her skin. It all dragged her back to a place she never wanted to return to. A place where fear consumed her, where she was powerless. Even now, standing in the present, she felt the weight of the past pressing down on her. But she couldn't let it break her. Not again. She forced herself to stay still, to breathe. Then, Iska's voice cut through the suffocating silence. "You have an interesting expression." His words made her flinch, but before she could react, he continued, dismissing the very thing he had pointed out. "Not that it matters. Come here." Ruby hesitated. Her body knew fear before her mind could process it. But she stepped forward, unwilling to let herself crumble. Iski then asked for one of those. His words were vague, but her gaze landed on the only thing nearby, a whip. Her fingers trembled as she reached for it. The moment she held it, her pulse pounded against her skin, her breath coming uneven. He took note of her reaction but said nothing. Instead, he explained, "This horse is simple-minded. This is the best way to tame it." His words barely reached her. The past was too loud. She could see it, feel it, the terror, the helplessness. Her body remembered before she even had the chance to fight it off. She told herself to endure, to breathe, to remind herself that she had already survived this once. She had no choice but to survive it again. But the fear didn't listen. Her vision blurred, her knees buckled, the world tilted. She hit the ground. Iski's voice came sharp, questioning. "What are you doing?" Ruby gasped, her voice breaking. I've committed an unforgivable sin." The words left her lips in a whisper, trembling with something raw and unspoken. "It's all my fault. I was ungrateful, presumptuous." She couldn't stop. The fear controlled her, and she was helpless against it. Iski said nothing at first, his gaze unreadable. Then, in a tone far too even, he murmured, "People of Romana feed whips to their horses as snacks." The absurdity of the statement didn't reach her. Her mind was still trapped elsewhere. Then he moved. She saw his hand reaching for the whip and recoiled instinctively, her breath hitching into a sharp hiccup. But instead of using it, Iska clenched it tightly before throwing it aside. The sound of it hitting the ground echoed in the silence. "Why did you bring that?" he asked. Ruby struggled to form words. "It was the only thing there." She swallowed, trying to ground herself. Where are the others? I'll bring them to you." Iski studied her for a moment before speaking again. "And what would I do with whips?" His voice was calm, too controlled. She felt the weight of her mistake settle deep in her chest. "I'm sorry," he asked. "For what?" She tried to explain, "From the beginning." He then cut her off. "Stop." The command sent another tremor through her. She pressed her hands to her face, trying to steady herself, trying to push the past back where it belonged. Iski reached for her, pulling her toward him. His grip wasn't rough, but it was firm, undeniable. "Are you going to stop breathing too?" His words held something beneath the surface, something she didn't quite understand. Ruby quickly clarifies, "No." She was just trying to get rid of her hiccups. Not that it matters anymore, because they miraculously vanished the moment Iska got closer to her. Figures. She clenches her hands into fists, reminding herself that this isn't new. She survived this situation 1,000 times before. She needs to pull herself together and keep up her act. Iski watched her carefully, his expression giving nothing away. Then, after a moment, he said, "You're not in a state to attend a gathering." Ruby lifted her head. She had to keep moving forward. If she stopped, she would sink. "I thought it'd be nice to meet new people." He exhaled sharply. "Why would you want to acquaint yourself with them?" He didn't understand, or maybe he didn't want to. Instead of pushing further, he held out an apple. She blinked, uncertain. "What?" Iska answers her unspoken question. His horses are picky eaters, so she needs to bribe them with treats. It takes a second, but Ruby finally connects the dots. Oh. So when he originally asked for one of those, he had meant an apple, not a whip. Couldn't he have just said that from the start? Internally, she wants to scream, but outwardly she keeps her thoughts to herself. So much stress over nothing. Deciding to just go with it, she nervously asks if she's allowed to ride his horses. Iski, surprisingly, says yes. Something in her chest loosened. She turned to the horse, reaching out carefully, offering the apple. Will you be kind to me? She wasn't sure who she was asking. Iski watched her, his gaze unreadable. Then, after a beat, he asked, Do you like that horse? She nodded. He's perfect. Iski called for Cedric. The stableman arrived, waiting for orders. Which horse should I prepare for Lady Ruby? Cedric asked. But before anyone can act, Iska drops a bombshell. There's no need to prepare a separate horse. Ruby will ride with him. Both Cedric and Ruby freeze in shock. Wait, what? Ruby hesitantly asks if he's sure about that. Riding together to the meeting place? With him? Iski, as usual, has the final word. He confirms it's fine and tells her to stop questioning his decisions. She hesitated, then said, You said you were busy. His reply was quiet. My mind was busy. Ruby stares at him. What kind of excuse is that? Ruby and Iska rode together on horseback, and she couldn't help but reflect on how much things had changed. Not too long ago, Iska wouldn't even spare her a glance. Yet here they were, riding side by side. Progress. But was it enough? Ruby felt the need to push even harder. If she wanted to keep even the tiniest bit of his interest, she couldn't afford to slow down now. Meanwhile, the noble onlookers gawked at the sight, their whispers spreading like wildfire. Ah yes, fuel the gossip mill, you nosy bunch. Over on the knight's side, Ivan stared in pure disbelief. He nudged a fellow knight, asking if he was the only one seeing this bizarre scene unfold. The other knight, equally stunned, suggested that maybe they were both hallucinating. Nope, it's very real, bro. You're not Delulu, Ivan. Ruby suddenly shivered. A chilling sensation ran down her spine as she sensed something. Menacing. She didn't even need to look. Everyone's expressions made it painfully obvious. Iska acting like this? Completely out of character. Finally, they arrived at the meeting place. The reaction? Shock. Complete and utter shock. Ellen, clearly taken aback, remarked that this was very unlike her brother. Meanwhile, Freya stayed silent, observing. Iske, unfazed, responded to Ellen, saying it was his responsibility to clean up after her. Ellen, unimpressed, shot back. Could he stop blaming everything on her already? Iske calmly clarified that he wasn't blaming her, but Ellen wasn't convinced. She glared at him and demanded to know exactly what he expected her to do. Then she flipped the argument on him, pointing out that he was the one who had gone against his own stance. Her brother, cool as ever, simply asked if he really had, and what exactly she could have done about it. Ellen, exasperated, told him to cut the condescending attitude. At the very least, she knew how to be grateful. Surprisingly, he agreed. Like their father, he acknowledged that Ellen was the only one in the family with a conscience. Ruby, caught in the crossfire, grew increasingly anxious. Did Iska's foul mood rub off on Ellen? Why were they suddenly bickering like this? She felt like an unwilling participant in a family feud. From her seat, Freya had apparently had enough. She got up, stepped between the siblings, and declared that they both needed to stop. She turned to Iske, reminding him that this was neither the time nor the place to get worked up. Instead, she suggested he go enjoy the event with Ruby. Before anyone could respond, Ruby, who was still very much on the horse, finally spoke up. Wait, she's been dangling up there this whole time? Did they expect her to gracefully jump down all on her own? She wasn't that skilled. He silently stared at her before reaching out, grabbing her hand, and effortlessly pulling her down. Ruby, startled by his sudden action, quickly tried to smooth things over. She gently asked him not to argue with his sister. Iski listened in silence. She then added that he shouldn't get mad on her behalf. After all, she'd hate for his handsome face to be ruined. Freya, watching this interaction with an unreadable expression, said nothing. Iske, on the other hand, let out a small sigh and simply stated that he wasn't angry. Ruby turned to Ellen next, asking if she was upset. Ellen flatly denied it, which only made Ruby think, so deadpan runs in the family. Then, with a bright smile, Ruby thanked Iska for the on-drop-off and asked for his permission to write about today in her journal. Would it be a daily love note or a death note reminder? Who knows? Iske, ever nonchalant, told her to do whatever she wanted. Seeing his easygoing response, Ruby felt strangely happy. But internally, she admitted, It was exhausting having to act all the time. The ladies at the table then invited Ruby to sit with them. As she took her seat, her eyes landed on the handle of her teacup and froze. A turtle. Of all the possible designs, why did it have to be a turtle? Steeling herself, Ruby picked up the cup, determined to take a sip despite the unease creeping up her spine. Before she could, Ellen spoke up, apologizing for her earlier lack of manners with Iski. She explained that this was just how they were as siblings, so Ruby shouldn't take it to heart. Freya then turned to Ellen and asked if Iski would be fine. Ellen, not in the mood for the topic, simply responded that it wasn't Freya's concern. Just then, Lady Consolacion, yes, the same woman who had oh so thoughtfully commented on Ruby's horseback riding skills before, decided to chime in. She inquired about Ruby's well-being, to which Ruby politely replied that she was fine. With an all-too-sweet smile, the lady expressed how utterly shocked she had been upon hearing about Ruby's collapse at the Poor Elmos. Oh, and she heard Ruby even had a nosebleed. Smirking, she seemed intent on making Ruby squirm. Ruby, however, wasn't about to give her the satisfaction. She confirmed the story, then sweetly thanked Lady Consolacion for her concern. Undeterred, the noblewoman pressed on. She remarked that Ruby hadn't eaten anything. Was she preoccupied with maintaining her figure? Or was the food simply not to her liking? Ruby, still smiling, responded that she simply had a small appetite. The lady sighed dramatically, remarking how unfortunate it was. Unlike where Ruby came from, she explained, Northerners valued their health and took care of themselves. It was important after all. They didn't want to become a burden to others. Ruby, sensing the insult wrapped in those words, didn't miss a beat. With a graceful nod, she thanked the lady for her heartfelt advice. Since she was so wise and kind, Ruby expressed her hope that she could continue seeking her guidance in the future. The lady, clearly not expecting that, blinked in surprise before stiffly agreeing. Meanwhile, Ellen pushed a plate of sponge cake toward Ruby, encouraging her to try it. Ruby wondered, was Ellen still upset? Freya, seeing the exchange, sighed and told Ellen to cheer up, noting that she and Iski actually had a good sibling relationship. Ellen, however, wasn't convinced. She retorted that Freya was probably talking about herself. After all, Freya and her brother Lorenzo got along well. Freya admitted that while Lorenzo was nice, he was also a bit of a troublemaker, which could be exhausting. That's why she personally preferred a reliable older brother. Turning to Ruby, Freya asked if she got along well with her own brothers. Ruby thought for a moment before answering. Like any siblings, they had their moments, but overall, they were pretty indulgent toward her, especially when she acted childish or immature. Ruby is really a good actress there. Freya sighed, clearly envious. Her situation was the complete opposite. She was the older sibling after all. She then asked Ruby if she missed her brothers. Ruby's instincts screamed trap, so, with a bright smile, she smoothly replied that she had grown so fond of this place, she hadn't even thought about them, until Freya mentioned them just now. Then, another lady at the table suddenly asked if Ruby's brother, Cardinal Valentino, would be visiting Arendelle this year. Ruby stiffened. Nervously, she admitted that she had no idea. She hadn't heard anything yet. She had completely forgotten how popular Caesar was, and frankly, she found it gross. The gladiatorial tournament wasn't until late fall, meaning she had a few more months before his arrival. But the thought of having to deal with both Caesar and her husband? Yeah. They were both intensely overbearing. Just imagining the effort it would take to manage them made Ruby feel exhausted already. The future looked bleak. Afterwards, Freya and Ruby rode their horses together. Freya reassured Ruby not to take Lady Consolacion words too seriously. Curious, Ruby asked for more details, and Freya casually revealed that Lady Consolacion likely held some resentment toward her. After all, she had her eyes on Iski before Ruby entered the picture. Still, Freya insisted that Lady Consolacion wasn't a bad person once you got to know her. Ruby, ever the graceful one, assured Freya that she never thought poorly of the lady. She even admitted that it was no surprise Iska had admirers. How could he not, when he was such an incredible man? At that, Freya remarked that Ruby was growing sweeter by the day. Then, out of nowhere, Freya confessed that she originally assumed Ruby would be difficult and high maintenance. Stunned, Ruby demanded to know why. Freya shrugged and explained that it was only natural to think so. After all, Ruby was the princess of Romana. Hearing that, Ruby silently agreed. If the original Rudbeckia were here instead of her, she probably would have been just as fussy, but only because of her tragic circumstances. Ruby couldn't help but feel sympathy for the real Rudbeckia. If life had been kinder, maybe she wouldn't have made such desperate choices. Just as Ruby was lost in thought, a strange feeling washed over her. Instinctively, she asked Freya if they were still on a safe path. Freya reassured her, saying there was no real danger as long as they didn't stray too far into the woods. She even added, with a teasing smile, that Ruby had been far too modest earlier. Her riding skills were actually quite impressive. Ruby humbly credited the horse, claiming it was just well trained. Freya wasn't convinced. Instead, she playfully suggested a riding match. Surprised, Ruby asked for details. Freya pointed ahead, explaining that if Ruby rode straight, she'd reach a crossroads. If she took the right path, she would loop back to the opposite side of their starting point. The first one there would win. Realizing this was a perfect chance to bond with Freya, Ruby eagerly agreed. With a grin, Freya offered her a head start, since she was more familiar with the path. Grateful, Ruby thanked her and spurred her horse forward, dashing off toward the crossroads. Looks like things are about to get interesting. Friendly race or the beginning of some unexpected chaos. As Ruby rides her horse, she takes in the breathtaking scenery around her. The open space, the wind rushing past. It's been so long since she's felt this free. No prying eyes watching her, no need to constantly be on guard. For once, she can simply enjoy the ride. Feeling refreshed, Ruby decides to make the most of this rare moment. Why not show off a little? Just as she's about to demonstrate her riding skills, she glances back to check on Freya, only to realize Freya is nowhere to be seen. Wait, did Freya get lost? Before she can even process that thought, something happens. A dark aura surges from the ground, wrapping around her leg like a snake and yanking her down. Ruby struggles to break free, but the shadowy force is relentless. One powerful strike knocks her out cold. By the time she regains consciousness, night has fallen. Blinking groggily, Ruby tries to figure out where she is. The forest around her is eerily silent until she hears rustling behind her. Heart pounding, she slowly turns her head. A strange creature emerges from the bushes. At first glance, it looks like a raccoon, but Ruby hesitates. Could it be a rabbit? No, it's way too big for that. Just as she's trying to make sense of it, the creature opens its mouth, revealing a horrifying sight. Bones, lots of them. And judging by their shape, they might even be human. Ruby clamps her hand over her mouth to stop herself from screaming. But the longer she stares at those bones, the harder it is to keep calm. Her breath catches, panic rising, until finally she can't hold it in any longer. She screams. The creature immediately starts flailing and making bizarre noises. And then, before she can react, it lunges forward, grabs her, and hoists her up like she weighs nothing. Now fully panicked, Ruby kicks and struggles, demanding to know what this weird, pudgy, demonic monster wants with her. But all it does is keep running while repeating the same odd word. Popo. Is this really how it ends? After doing everything to survive, is she now about to be eaten by some nightmare raccoon with too many bones in its mouth? Before she can dwell on her impending doom, Popo suddenly halts. A low, menacing growl rumbles through the trees. Instinctively, the creature shoves Ruby into the bushes, hiding alongside her. Ruby tries to peek at whatever made the noise, but Popo pressed her down, hiding her into place. Okay, message received. Stay hidden. A chill runs down her spine. Something is approaching. Then she sees it. A headless knight riding a horse. Her breath catches. What is that thing? She doesn't dare move. Neither does Popo. Minutes pass like hours. Then, finally, the creature moves away. Ruby cautiously peeks again. Gone. She exhales in relief. As she recovers from the terror, Popo starts rummaging through the bushes like nothing happened. Ruby notices a faint purple glow near her foot, the same eerie aura that dragged her into the forest earlier. Before she can react, whack! Popo smacks her head with a leaf. What was that for? She demands, utterly confused. Popo waves its hands dramatically, as if trying to tell her something. Wait, was it helping her? It lets out another Popo, which for some reason sounds like confirmation. Ruby's eyes widen. You understand me? Popo flaps its hands enthusiastically in response. But when she asks if it can understand human language in general, it shakes its head. Ruby blinks. So it only understands her? That's oddly specific. But right now, she has bigger concerns. Can you help me get out of here? For the first time, Popo seems sad? Or is she imagining it? How does something so creepy manage to look adorably dejected? Seriously, why so cute, Popo? Popo suddenly waves a stubby arm, signaling something. Ruby tilts her head. You want me to hop on your back? The moment she climbs on, she can't help but squish its ears. They're way too soft to resist. But before she can fully enjoy the fluffiness, Popo suddenly leaps into the air. Ruby lets out a blood-curdling scream. So much for a peaceful ride home. The knights were scouring the forest for Ruby, calling out her name in hopes of finding her. Endymion, or Andy for short, kept shouting, his voice laced with urgency. When suddenly the bushes rustled behind him. He flinched. Who or what was hiding in there? Turning around cautiously, he spotted a figure leaping from the underbrush. Stepping closer, he blinked in shock. Lady Rudbeckia? She was right there. Relief washed over him as he told her it was a miracle she was safe. But at that moment, Iski stiffened. Andy quickly signaled to the others that Ruby had been found, and the knights rushed over, bombarding her with concerned questions. However, Ruby, trembling like a leaf, could only think that this situation somehow felt even worse than facing that demonic beast earlier. Andy, ever the gentleman, reached out and plucked a leaf from Ruby's disheveled hair, only to pause in alarm. There was blood on it. He immediately asked if she was really all right, but before she could answer, Ivan strode forward, cutting him off. "Step aside," Ivan ordered, leaving no room for argument. He then told Ruby to come with him. As she followed, she reassured herself. "It's fine. I got back on my own after all. Nothing bad will happen." Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Iske, watching her every move, coldly remarked, "It seems like you're always itching to stir up trouble one way or another." Ruby's breath hitched. Her legs gave out beneath her. Was he going to kill her? Desperately avoiding his gaze, she bit her lip. He, however, wasn't in the mood for silence. "Get up," he ordered. Andy, sensing the tension, stepped in. "Sir, she's clearly hurt." But Iski shut him down immediately. Turning back to Ruby, he continued in a voice sharp as a blade. "I already told you, you don't need to pull these kinds of stunts to get attention." Ruby flinched. That wasn't what she was trying to do at all. She quickly apologized, explaining that she truly had no choice in the matter. Iski glared at her for a long moment, before, to everyone's surprise, suddenly lifting her into his arms. "Forget it. We'll talk later, after your wounds are treated." Without waiting for a response, he barked out orders for the knights to leave the forest too. While they rode back together, Ruby stole a glance at Iski. He said he'd tend to my wounds. She wasn't sure what he was thinking right now, but oddly enough, sitting close to him like this made her feel warm. After they returned, Ruby woke up in her chamber, only to find Iski sitting beside her. Blinking drowsily, she mumbled an apology, saying she must have dozed off on the way back. "That's not important," Iska replied, his tone unreadable. "Tell me what happened." Ruby hesitated. "He's actually asking for my side of the story." She explained how Freya had suggested a horse riding match, giving her a head start. But as she followed the path Freya had directed her to, something lunged from the bushes and grabbed her ankle. She tried to fight it off, but everything went black after she hit her head from the fall. She briefly considered mentioning the Popo monster but decided against it. Iski listened silently before dropping a bombshell. "Freya claims you ran off into the forest on your own, despite her warning you not to." Ruby froze. "What? Are you saying she lied?" Isk asked, his gaze unwavering. Ruby couldn't answer. Why would Freya lie? Was she trying to avoid responsibility? Or was this intentional? She and Freya had been getting along fine until now, so why? Before she could make sense of it, Iska spoke again. "Go back." Ruby blinked. "Huh?" "I'm telling you to return to Romana," he clarified. "I'll let you go. No conditions." Her heart stopped. She knew their marriage would end eventually. But this soon, even though the Borgias were arrogant and entitled, they couldn't demand a divorce without reason, and the Britannian royal family likely saw her as a valuable hostage. So why was Iska, Of all people, so willing to let her go, without consequences. What was he thinking? Then the reality of returning hit her. If she went back to Romana, his sister Ellen would likely be forced to marry the Prince of Doria, making her vulnerable to her father's spies, who might try to eliminate her. And if Ellen died, the downfall of their family was inevitable. On top of that, if Ruby returned empty-handed, having failed to accomplish anything, Caesar would surely take it out on her. No, she couldn't go back. Iski's voice cut through her spiraling thoughts. This marriage was only for convenience. Staying together won't do either of us any good. You belong elsewhere. Ruby clenched her fists. Then, with no hesitation, she jumped out of bed and knelt before him. Pride? Who needs it? She just can't go back to that hell. Iski frowned. What are you doing? Tears welled in her eyes. It's all my fault, she confessed. I promise. I won't make the same mistake again. She was even willing to accept punishment. If he wanted, he could hit her. She wouldn't resist. Iski's jaw tightened. His hands curled into fists. Then suddenly he grabbed her, his frustration spilling over. You really know how to get on my nerves, he gritted out. You should have just acted like the princess you are, high and mighty, nose in the air. But no. Instead, you pull this. His voice grew harsher. I spent the whole night stirring up a mess over you, when I shouldn't have even cared if you were dead or alive. His breath hitched slightly, as if the words barely made sense to him. And yet, for some reason, I couldn't stop thinking about you. His eyes locked onto hers. Why? Why does someone like you keep making me feel this way? Ruby stared at him. Oh, she finally understood. Right now, Iski was choosing her over his childhood friend's words. That was what mattered. It didn't matter what he was feeling exactly. The important thing was, she meant something to him. Even just a little. And honestly, what could be more important than that? So she looked him straight in the eyes and said, I'll do anything you want. Iska stiffened. I mean it, she continued. Just trust me. Believe in me. I'll do anything, everything you ask. Just please don't abandon me. Silence stretched between them. Then without a word, Iska stood up and quietly left the room, leaving Ruby alone. Come here, baby Ruby, so I can hug you. This is heartbreaking. Freya van Voriana, the picture-perfect noble lady. Confident, graceful, and adored by all, she was the kind of aristocratic lady people admired. Since the novel mostly revolved around the Borgia and Omerta families, Freya's character wasn't given much depth. Still, she was always portrayed as someone who handled Rudbeckia's schemes with ease, calmly deflecting every trick thrown her way. She acted as a mediator in conflicts, which made Ruby believe that as long as she avoided the original Rudbeckia's path, they could get along just fine. And yet, Freya had knowingly sent her into danger. Now, Ruby couldn't help but wonder, why? When they first met, Freya didn't seem to harbor any ill will toward her. But now, someone she once considered as insignificant as dust was slowly starting to get under her skin. Then, realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. She gulped. Oh no, I'm in deep trouble, aren't I? The next day, Freya came to visit Ruby. With a flawless expression of regret, she apologized, explaining that although she had been the one to suggest the race, she had frozen when she saw Iski's reaction and couldn't bring herself to tell the truth. Sure. A classic White Lotus move. Freya insisted she was genuinely sorry for the mistake, but Ruby knew better. If she were truly remorseful, she would have admitted everything in front of everyone, not just in private. See? Even Ruby sees through this act. Ruby eyed her carefully. Why was Freya bringing this up now, when they were alone? But keeping her usual composed demeanor, Ruby simply patted Freya's hand and reassured her, saying it was fine. It wasn't like Freya could have predicted how things would turn out. Yet Freya kept pressing on, claiming that it was all her fault that Iski was angry with Ruby. Ruby, maintaining her polite facade, reassured her again and then casually mentioned how much she had enjoyed seeing Arendelle up close. For a split second, Freya hesitated, but she quickly recovered, flashing a sweet smile before thanking Ruby and offering her help if she ever needed anything. Ruby accepted the offer gracefully, but in her mind, she was wary. Up until now, Freya hadn't considered her worth engaging with. So why was she suddenly paying so much attention to her? Ruby knew that no matter what, people would always take Freya's side. She was precious to them, while Ruby was just an outsider. Ironic, really. the only person who even listened to her was her husband, the same man who would eventually kill her. Having her meal, Ruby realized she hadn't seen Iska since that day. And why was she really being confined to her room again? This is giving déjà vu vibes. Ellen, who was with her, mentioned that Iska's birthday banquet was coming up. Ruby immediately offered to help in any way she could, but Ellen simply told her that the banquet would proceed as usual and advised her to focus on resting. Honestly, that was probably for the best. Given her current situation, drawing attention to herself wouldn't do her any favors. Ellen then added that she'd be busy until the day before the banquet, and had arranged for the headmaid to assist Ruby in her absence. If Ruby needed anything, she should call for the headmaid. The moment Ellen left, Ruby let out a frustrated sigh. Just her luck. The headmaid was going to be serving her now. And lately, the maids had become so bold in ignoring her that even if she rang the bell, no one would show up until she'd nearly forgotten why she called them in the first place. And when someone did finally come, they always had an irritated look on their face. Well, except for Lucille. Bribing her had proven to be a brilliant move. Smirking, Ruby thought, "Nobody with a conscience can turn their back on me after accepting such an expensive gift." But there was something even more pressing on her mind. Her ever-so-suspicious husband. She suddenly remembered something and started rummaging through the drawer beside her. While Ruby was working on her embroidery, the headmaid entered and casually remarked that she hadn't realized Ruby enjoyed embroidery. Ruby nearly jumped. When had she even come in? She hadn't even rung the bell. Forcing a smile, Ruby replied that she wasn't particularly skilled at it. The headmaid then asked if the embroidery was a gift for Iska. Ruby confirmed, but admitted she wasn't sure how well it would turn out, given how long it had been since she last did any needlework. Not to mention, she had no idea what to embroider. The headmaid suggested a willow tree. She explained that Iska had often climbed a willow tree when he was young, and since it was gone now, it had become a nostalgic memory for him. Still keeping her polite smile, Ruby thanked the headmaid for the helpful suggestion. But the moment she started embroidering, a chill ran down her spine. The late Duchess Omerta's tragic death flashed through her mind. She had hanged herself from a willow tree. And now, the headmaid was telling her to embroider one? This wasn't a coincidence. It was a deliberate attempt to make Iska distrust her even more, and just like that, Ruby was certain. The headmaid was the one responsible for extinguishing the holy fire. The day of the banquet finally arrived, and Ruby had just finished Iska's gift. Chuckling to herself, she decided to write a card for her husband as well. But then, pain. A sharp, twisting pain shot through her stomach, making her wince. She stiffened. Why now of all times? Her hands trembled as she reached for the bell. Even Mother Nature seemed to be against her today. Just her luck. The headmaid arrives and she asks Ruby if something is wrong. Ruby, groaning in pain, is too busy wondering why the headmaid is here instead of Lucille. Shouldn't she be the one handling this? But before Ruby can dwell on it, the headmaid continues, noting that Ruby looks unwell and offering to fetch some medicine. She also brings a message from Iska. Apparently, Ruby is to stay in her room today because she isn't needed at the banquet. Wait, what? Ruby blinks in confusion and asks for clarification. The headmaid simply reiterates that since Ruby isn't in the best condition, staying in would be best. She even offers to deliver anything Ruby wants to send to Iski. How thoughtful. Insert sarcasm. Sometime later, Lucille arrives with medicine. As she hands it to Ruby, the latter requests that she call Ellen. However, Lucille informs her that Ellen is currently out and won't be back until after the banquet. Once Lucille leaves, Ruby replays the headmaid's words in her head, her irritation growing. How dare that woman say that to her? Did she really think Ruby would be foolish enough to entrust Iska's present to her? Clutching the gift tightly, Ruby reassures herself that no matter how upset Iska is, there's no way he truly wants her absent from his birthday banquet. Right? But doubt starts creeping in. What if Iska really doesn't want her there? What if the headmaid was telling the truth? She lets out a dry laugh. Considering it's Iska, it's not entirely impossible. Ruby wants to believe this is a lie, but another part of her suspects he's deliberately trying to distance himself from her. As the clock ticks, the thought of the banquet starting without her weighs heavily on her mind. She figures the headmaid has probably already told Ellen she's too sick to attend. Staring at the bell, she knows she can't just sit here and do nothing. Lucille returns and asks if she needs anything. Without hesitation, Ruby asks for her help. She wants to go to the banquet. Lucille hesitates, concerned about Ruby's condition, but Ruby insists that she only needs help getting dressed. Then, in a last-ditch effort, she takes off a ring and offers it as a bribe. She thinks to herself that she's been cooped up in this room for days. She just needs a little breather, and then she'll come right back. Lucille eyes the ring for a moment before finally giving in. With her assistance, Ruby gets ready. A few moments later, Ruby is fully dressed and ready to leave. Before she goes, the maid warns her to return as soon as possible. Ruby nods. Finally, she's free. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, she decides to sneak in, quickly hand over Iska's gift, and slip out. She can't believe she's going through all this trouble for something so simple. But just as she's about to enter, a sudden thunderstorm breaks out. Ruby stops in her tracks, staring at the pouring rain. Of course, because her luck wasn't bad enough already. Muttering to herself, she trudges through the corridor, feeling as if even the heavens have turned against her. And just to make things worse, her carefully prepared gift is now completely soaked. Then, from inside the banquet hall, she hears laughter. Curious, she peeks inside and sees people chatting happily. She stares at the wet, ruined gift in her hands and lets out a bitter sigh. Must be nice to be in there, having fun. Meanwhile, here she is, soaking wet and miserable, all because of that husband of hers. But before she can stew in her misfortune for too long, she suddenly hears a familiar voice. Looking up, she sees Freya talking with him. Her heart sinks. The sight of them, comfortably surrounded by others, makes her feel out of place, unwanted, like she doesn't belong here at all. Silently, she shuts the door. Maybe she should just go back. Showing up like this, dripping wet and pathetic, would only lead to more humiliation. What's the point? As she turns to leave, she glances at her ruined gift. Compared to whatever Freya must have given to him, this thing probably looks like a joke. She lets out a dry chuckle at her own foolishness. Then she sneezes. When she looks up, the rain has stopped. Where is she? Before she can make sense of her surroundings, she suddenly collides with someone. Pain shoots through her shoulder, and she winces, internally grumbling about how it nearly broke from the impact. She doesn't even have the energy to care about who she just bumped into. She's really not in the mood for this. But then the person recognizes her and calls out her name. Ruby freezes. Oh no, it's Lorenzo again. She immediately feels annoyed. Great, just what she needed. Lorenzo, seemingly concerned, asks if she's all right. Ruby, however, is having none of it. She coldly tells him he can go ahead and curse at her. Lorenzo blinks, clearly taken aback. What? She sighs and elaborates. She knows everyone hates her, so he doesn't need to bother pretending. He might as well just insult her outright, like he did last time. Lorenzo looks even more baffled. He frowns and tells her he has no idea what she's talking about, but Ruby isn't done. Clenching her fists, she firmly states that she knows her place. She sniffles and reassures him that she won't be greedy. She'll live quietly, like a mouse, so he can stop acting like she's some nuisance. With that, she turns around, deciding to leave before she embarrasses herself even more. But the moment she does, she stops. Right in front of her, standing in the corridor, are Andy, Ivan, and her husband. What are they doing here? The moment Ruby locks eyes with him, who's staring straight at her, her face heats up in embarrassment. How long have they been standing like this? If he's angry at her for coming here against his wishes, she's sure to get scolded. Not wanting to face his reprimand, especially in front of Lorenzo, she quickly turns and makes a run for it. But, as if the universe is determined to make things worse, she suddenly trips and falls flat on the ground. Just great. As if this wasn't already humiliating enough. Before she can even think about getting up, Iski approaches her and effortlessly lifts her. He leans in slightly, as if about to say something. But before he can, Ruby panics. Tears welling up, she quickly apologizes for disobeying him. She insists that she was only here to give him his birthday present and had no intention of staying. She was going to leave right after. Iske, completely confused, asks her what she's talking about. Ruby blinks, just as puzzled, before carefully explaining. She knows he didn't want her at his banquet, but she just wanted to give him a gift. That's the only reason she came. At that, Iske's expression darkens slightly. Who told you that? He asks. Ruby freezes. That's not the reaction she expected. Suddenly, her mind pieces things together, and her eyes widen in realization. The headmaid, that wicked woman, tricked her. A wave of hope washes over her, and she hesitantly smiles. So, does that mean you don't want to cut ties with me? she asks cautiously. Then bracing herself, she adds, "And does this mean you'll accept my gift?" Internally, she's relieved. There's still a chance. But her optimism is short-lived. Just as she thinks things might be okay, she notices something. Isk's sad expression. He looks like he wants to say something, but then, at the last moment, he presses his lips together and stops himself. Ruby doesn't know why, but the sight unsettles her. Meanwhile, behind them, Ivan suddenly explodes at Lorenzo. "Didn't I warn you not to run your mouth?" he yells. Ruby, curious, turns to look. She sees Lorenzo flinching as Ivan scolds him like an angry older brother. "I didn't do anything this time," Lorenzo protests, looking completely innocent. Ruby stifles a laugh. She didn't expect this, but honestly, watching Lorenzo get scolded like this is extremely satisfying. Iske, noticing her amusement, remains silent for a moment before turning to Ivan. "What song?" he suddenly asks. The entire area seems to freeze. Iske narrows his eyes. "I asked, what song?" Ruby's mind immediately flashes back to something Andy once told her. How he was chosen as Iske's squire because the one before him got into huge trouble for singing an obscene song in front of him. Ruby clenches her hands. Oh, so that's why everyone just went silent. As much as she'd love to watch Lorenzo suffer the consequences of his loose lips, she absolutely does not want to hear that song again. And more importantly, she really doesn't want Iske to know about it either. Right then, she suddenly sneezes. Iske immediately turns to her. "Are you okay?" he asks. Ruby blinks. Then, without missing a beat, she gives him a sweet smile. "Oh, you're so thoughtful and caring." Iske immediately averts his gaze. Ruby, sensing an opportunity, pushes her luck. "So, does this mean you're not angry anymore?" she asks. Then, testing the waters further, she adds, "And you don't hate me, right?" Iske doesn't respond. Instead, he helps her up and simply says, "Let's go inside." Ruby stares at him in shock. Like this? She's still a complete mess, she thought. But before she can argue further, they step into the banquet hall. Almost immediately, Ellen spots them and rushes over. "Why is Ruby here?" Ellen asks. Then turning to Iske, she demands, "What happened?" Iske, not in the mood for explanation, simply says, "We'll talk later. For now, take Ruby to get changed and come back together." Without further questions, Ellen takes Ruby away to freshen up. As Ruby changes, Ellen casually mentions something she expected. Apparently, the headmaid told her that Ruby was too sick to attend the banquet. "I didn't question it," Ellen adds, "since you did seem unwell the last time I saw you." Ruby hesitates before explaining, "Actually, I was told that my presence wasn't required at the banquet." Ellen, in the middle of checking Ruby's temperature, suddenly stops. Slowly, she lifts her hand away, her expression unreadable. "Who told you that?" she asks. Ruby looks away, unwilling to answer. Ellen's gaze narrows. Oh, she definitely knows something. Finally, she lets out a sigh and says, "I'll get you some medicine for your discomfort." After arriving late to the banquet, Ellen urges Ruby to eat, reminding her that she must be starving after skipping meals all day. Ruby sighs internally. Why does Ellen always insist on feeding her? She's really fine. Well, mostly. Before Ruby can say anything, Freya approaches and asks if something is wrong, since Iske seems to be in a bad mood. Ellen, looking just as puzzled, admits she's not sure but decides to check on him herself. Before leaving, she asks Freya to keep Ruby company in the meantime. That request makes Ruby scoff in her head. Does everyone think she's a child who needs a babysitter the moment she's left alone? While Ellen heads off, Freya turns to Ruby and asks how she's doing, mentioning she heard she was sick. Ruby gives a vague response, saying it's complicated but she's fine now. Freya, seemingly relieved, says she's glad to hear it. Then, with a curious expression, Freya brings up the little surprise Ruby gave everyone earlier. She directly asks if something happened between her and Iske. Ruby, maintaining her composure, calmly denies it. Nope, nothing happened. Not at all. But as the conversation continues, Ruby notices Freya's attention wandering elsewhere. Ah, she must have other social obligations. Not wanting to keep her, Ruby tells Freya she's free to go if she has something to attend to. As expected, Freya does have prior commitments and takes the offer. Before leaving, she reminds Ruby to call for help if she needs anything. Ruby simply smiles in response, though deep down, she knows there's no one she can really call for help anyway. Left alone, Ruby begins to question why Iske even had her come here. Was it just to humiliate her? Or worse? Was he planning to announce their divorce at his own birthday banquet? The thought makes her spiral into anxiety. She quickly snaps out of it, literally, by slapping herself lightly. Stop overthinking. Before she can fully calm down, someone calls out to her. Turning around, she finds herself face to face with Princess Arian. Bending down slightly, Ruby apologizes for arriving late, explaining that something unexpected came up. Curious, she asks the princess who she came with, and the little royal answers that she came with her nanny. The princess then casually mentions that the queen rarely attends these events. Internally, Ruby understands why. The Omerta siblings are of royal blood, while the queen, once a slave, probably feels out of place among them and the nobles. The difference in status must be suffocating. Just then, another voice chimes in. Someone had overheard that Ruby married a paladin. When she looks, she finds a little girl who excitedly claims that her brother is also a paladin. Ruby greets the child and asks if she happens to know her brother. The girl puffs up proudly and insists that her brother is very handsome and famous, so of course Ruby must know him. However, in the same breath, the girl casually complains that while her brother's face is tolerable, his personality is an entirely different matter. Now Ruby gets it. This girl must be talking about Ivan. The little girl continues, suddenly bringing up Iska. She boasts that he once gave her a shoulder ride. Ruby nearly chokes on air. Were they even talking about the same person? Then, the girl shifts the topic, recalling something Princess Arian had said earlier about touching Ruby's hair. Seeking confirmation, she asks if they really can. The princess quickly steps in, explaining that while they can, now isn't the best time due to the crowd. The girl, whose name is Leah, looks disappointed. She really wanted to do it now. Seeing Leah's sad expression, Ruby reassures her. It's fine. She can go ahead. That's all Leah needed to hear. In the next moment, both Leah and the princess happily start playing with Ruby's hair, braiding it with great enthusiasm. Their fun is short-lived, though. A deep voice cuts through the moment, questioning what they're doing. All three girls freeze. Turning around, they come face to face with Iske. Immediately, Leah and the princess instinctively hide behind Ruby. Not missing a beat, Ruby asked Iske if he just went somewhere. His response? A deadpan. Why would I leave? It's my banquet. Oh. So he's reminding her that he's the center of attention here? How typical. As if on cue, Ivan suddenly appears. He commented that he figured he'd find his sister causing mischief around Ruby. Ivan then turns to Leah, asking if she introduced herself properly. Leah sheepishly admits that she might have skipped the formalities, but did take the opportunity to gossip about him. Ruby chuckles and tells Ivan that the princess and Leah were the ones keeping her entertained. The two girls nod enthusiastically in agreement. Meanwhile, Iska extends a hand toward Ruby to help her up. She hesitates, questioning his motives. Was this just because it was his birthday? A momentary kindness? Pushing aside her doubts, she takes his hand. The moment she does, he unexpectedly pulls her close. Shocked, Ruby blurts out, "Can you do that again?" Iska stays silent, his face unreadable. Realizing what she just said, Ruby quickly apologizes, assuring him that she'll try not to be a bother. However, Iska continues staring at her, making Ruby wonder what's going on inside that head of his. Then, she suddenly remembers. She has a gift for him. Taking it out, she notices his eyes immediately fixating on it. So this was what he was waiting for. She explains that the gift got slightly damaged in the rain earlier. It's not much, but she stayed up all night making it for him. With a warm smile, she sincerely wishes him a happy birthday and thanks him for being born. Yet Iski doesn't react. He doesn't even take the gift. Ruby waits, arms growing heavy from holding it out. Finally, after what feels like forever, he slowly reaches out and takes it from her. He notices a small note attached. Ruby quickly explains that she wrote him a letter of apology, but as he grips the gift tighter, Iski mutters, "You're so foolish." His expression hasn't changed. What's with that face? Did he not like the gift? Nervously, she asks if that's the case. Iski finally looks at her and answers, "I do." Surprised, Ruby asks again, "You mean it?" With the same unreadable expression, Iska replies, "I do." And just like that, Ruby feels a wave of relief wash over her. The weather took a sharp turn for the worse. Cold winds howled through the north, making Ruby shiver. She sighed, realizing this was just how things were up here. Catching even a glimpse of the sun before summer? Practically a miracle. Enter Duke Omerta, the father of Isuke and Ellen. When he finally met Ruby, he politely excused his delay, hoping she wasn't upset. Ruby, ever composed, reassured him with a smile. She completely understood how busy he was, so it only made sense to meet when it was convenient for him. But as she watched him sip his tea, she couldn't help but notice something amusing. The Omerta siblings looked nothing like their father. Aside from their eyes, there was zero resemblance. Clearly, the late Duchess had passed down all the superior genes in the family. The Duke soon brought up the topic of Isuke, asking if he had been treating Ruby well. He seemed concerned, probably because his son wasn't exactly experienced when it came to women. Ruby, however, immediately set his worries at ease. "Oh, Isuke. He's been nothing but kind and considerate." That answer genuinely caught the Duke off guard. Ellen, never one to miss a chance to poke fun, casually pointed out that the Duke had even forgotten Isuke's birthday. Unbothered, the Duke merely shrugged. This wasn't the first time, and honestly, no one should be surprised. Even Isuke himself probably preferred it that way. Then came the real curveball. The Duke asked if she had visited the temple yet. Ruby froze. In most places, such a question might be a way to gauge if she was using her status as the Pope's daughter for political influence. But in the North, a temple visit after marriage wasn't just a custom. It was proof that a couple had, well, officially sealed the deal. In other words, the Duke was asking if she and Isuke had been intimate. Ruby was completely thrown off. In the original novel, the real Ruby never once slept with Isuke. No one had ever pushed for them to fulfill their marital duties, so it never happened. The Duke, noticing her lack of response, quickly put two and two together. Yep, nothing had happened yet. That's when Ellen dropped another bomb, revealing that Isuke didn't even show up on their wedding night. That was all it took for the Duke to shoot up from his chair, frustration clear on his face. "So much time has passed, and you're telling me you still haven't finalized your marriage?" he exclaimed. He sighed deeply, shaking his head as if he didn't know what to make of the situation. Ruby clenched her fists in irritation. Why was he acting like this was her fault? What was she supposed to do, drag Isuke to bed? The Duke, however, wasn't angry at her personally. Instead, he reassured her that their marriage was important, not just for them, but for the North itself. But then he hit her with another question. How did things end up like this? Ruby understood why he was so invested. Given her unfortunate history with engagements and marriages, a proper union was crucial. Without consummation, could they even call themselves husband and wife? And if this marriage ended like her previous ones, it would be an embarrassment to the proud Omerta household. The Duke likely supported this union not just for political reasons, but also to fix Isuke. The man had been voluntarily abstinent for so long. After dealing with her, it would be easier for him to marry someone else later. Ruby was certain even the Duke didn't expect this marriage to last. She quickly gave him an answer, explaining that they had originally planned to visit the temple, but her poor health had forced them to cancel. However, she was feeling much better now and promised to go soon. That seemed to calm the Duke down. He nodded in approval, but still advised her to consummate the marriage as soon as possible. Ruby smiled politely, thanking him for his concern. So this is where Isuke got his caring nature from, huh? But in her mind, Ruby knew the truth. Once they spent the night together, divorce would become nearly impossible. Unlike her previous marriages, which were easily annulled, this one would be permanent. The Pope forbade divorce in Romana, and other countries that followed the same faith had similar rules. If her family ever wanted her back after consummation, they'd have to pay for it. Literally. So that's what the Duke is after. In the original novel, Ruby had returned to Romana after her marriage was voided, and Ellen was poisoned. But if getting an annulment became harder, Ellen's life might be spared. That meant she could stay there, safe from that hellish place. This situation was ideal. The Duke wanted her to be with his son, and Ruby had every reason to go along with it. There was just one problem. How was she supposed to convince that cold, brooding jerk of a husband to actually sleep with her? Later that day, Ruby made her way to the training hall, where Andy greeted her warmly. Seeing his cheerful face, she raised an eyebrow. "Something wrong?" she asked. Andy shook his head. Nah, I'm just happy to see you. Ruby blinked. Ah, he must be bored out of his mind. He asked Ruby if she was there to see Iski. Ruby nodded and handed him a piece of fruit from her basket. Andy accepted it happily, just as someone approached them from behind. Ruby, always polite, offered the newcomer some fruit too, despite being nervous. To their shock, the stranger casually took an apple, took a bite, and walked away without a word. Ruby and Andy exchanged wide-eyed glances. Who was that? She whispered. Oh, that? Andy said, still looking amused. That's my older brother. Ruby stared at the retreating figure. Wow. Intimidating. She commented on his imposing aura, but Andy reassured her that he was harmless. Then, he directed her attention to Iske, who was training hard in the distance. Ruby's breath hitched. Good heavens. The man was gorgeous. Facing off against 10 knights at once, his movements were sharp, powerful, and utterly mesmerizing. When he defeated them all without breaking a sweat, Ruby couldn't help but admire him out loud. The moment the words left her mouth, Iske froze. Ruby and Endymion immediately started clapping and cheering for him, only to be met with a sharp glare. The excitement drained from their faces instantly. Abort mission. He's scary again. Just then, Ivan stormed over, scolding Andy for slacking off while everyone else was busy training. Noticing Ruby, Ivan greeted her and made a comment about her early visit. Ruby explained that Andy had been keeping her company. Ivan, however, frowned and warned her not to call Andy sir. He was just a squire, after all. Andy quickly jumped in, suggesting that Ruby just call him by name instead. That did not sit well with Ivan. He accused Andy of flirting with Lady Rudbeckia, causing the squire to panic. Before things could escalate, Iski approached, his presence immediately silencing everyone. He turned to Ruby and asked what all the commotion was about. Ruby, seizing the chance to butter him up, gushed, "That was incredible! I think I just fell in love with you all over again." Ivan, meanwhile, was busy dragging Andy away. Ruby smiled at Iska and assured him she hadn't meant to interrupt his training. He simply replied, "I suppose you noticed." Then, without another word, he grabbed an apple from the basket and took a bite. Wait a minute. Hadn't he just refused an apple before? As she watched him covered in sweat, she instinctively reached out to wipe his brow. But before she could, Iska turned to her with a frown. "What are you doing?" "I was just going to wipe off your sweat," she replied. He stared at her. "That's not sanitary." Ruby huffed. "I washed my hands just a while ago." Iski muttered, "That's not what I meant." Ruby sighed. "Why is he always mad at me?" "I don't know. Maybe that's just his normal face, Ruby." Iske suddenly commented that Ruby seemed a bit uneasy. Ruby, caught off guard, asked if he was talking to her. He glanced around and replied that he didn't see anyone else here. Ruby, ever quick-witted, joked about a cupid possibly being with them. Iske paused mid-motion while rummaging through a fruit basket, then shot her a look, probably questioning her entire thought process. With mild curiosity, he remarked that he'd love to see what went on inside her head. Ruby instantly flinched. Okay, maybe that joke was a little too corny. Trying to steer the conversation elsewhere, she told him that his father seemed upset and asked what they should do. Iski, now intrigued, asked what exactly his father had said. Ruby hesitated slightly before spilling the truth. The Duke was angry because they did not do the deed yet. Iski blinked. Ruby, realizing he genuinely didn't get it, sighed and asked what newlyweds typically do on their first night together. The fact that Iski seemed completely clueless stunned her. Wait, was he innocent? A secret celibate? Ruby blushed hard. Determined to spell it out, she finally explained that newlyweds usually sleep together. And, well, do what married couples do. After briefly agreeing, he abruptly turned away, his face turning slightly red. Did she need to draw him a diagram? Just how innocent was this man? Iske then reassured her that she didn't need to worry about his father's demands. Easy for him to say. He wasn't the one whose life was at stake. Just as Ruby was about to protest, Iske interrupted, questioning why she was so hung up on this. He never imagined she would want to do something like that with him. Ruby, now exasperated, reminded him that she was his wife, and it was only natural. Then, gathering her courage, she stood up. She was dead serious. She didn't want to go back home. As long as she could stay by his side, that was enough. But if he found someone else he wanted to marry, she wouldn't be able to stop him. Still, she hoped it would be his own choice, not something forced upon him. Iski remained silent for a moment, before finally asking if there was another reason she was so desperate to avoid going back to Romana. Ruby flinched, frowning slightly. Was he doubting her sincerity? Before she could answer, Iski stood and stated that she was right. If they consummated their marriage, no one would interfere. He asked her, plain and simple, if she was going to change her mind. Ruby firmly denied it. That was all Iski needed to hear. He turned, saying he would see her tonight. Ruby gawked at him, almost tripping over her own words. Was he really serious? Were they actually doing this tonight? She quickly asked if she should go to his room or wait for him. Iski, clearly exasperated, told her to stop talking nonsense and just go back to the mansion and take a nap. That night, Ruby sat on her bed, nerves eating her alive. She recalled how her older brother had always been certain that her husband wouldn't lay a finger on her, probably why he allowed the marriage in the first place. But if she and Iski actually consummated their relationship, there would be no turning back. She imagined the look on Caesar's face once he found out. Priceless. As she anxiously waited, her thoughts wandered. What if Iski changed his mind at the last second? What if he didn't come? For a brief moment, she even thought about Popo, hoping she'd see him again someday. But there was no time for that. She needed divine intervention. Hands clasped, she prayed. Please let this night go well. And while she was at it, could she get a version of her husband who wasn't so emotionally distant? Right on cue, Iski arrived. He glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. Are you already sleeping? And what's with that seductive pose, sir? Ruby bolted upright. Iski casually mentioned that he wasn't very experienced with, well, this. Ruby's eyes widened in shock. He really showed up. He really meant it. Then, he asked one last time if she was absolutely sure about this. There would be no going back after tonight. Ruby fell silent, mulling over how her husband was the main character in this world, the one with power and control, while she was just struggling to survive. But at this moment, she wanted this. Smiling, she told him she was fine with everything as long as she could be with him. At that, he began to untie his robe. Ruby's face turned bright red. Okay. This was happening. As he approached her, he noticed she was trembling. With a worried look, he asked if she was scared. Ruby flinched. She quickly denied it, saying she was just nervous. Unfazed, he told her to relax. It was his first time too. Then he moved to undress her, touches her lips, and said, You can stop biting your lips. That's what I should be doing. Ruby blushed hard. He's definitely not innocent. At all. Iski continues, but then he suddenly noticed something. A large scar on her back. His expression darkened. Ruby immediately knew what he had seen, and wished he hadn't. She explained a bit awkwardly that she got hurt as a child while playing. Iska, clearly not convinced, questioned how a simple game could leave such a scar. Ruby elaborated. Her cousin, quite the troublemaker, had been messing around with a whip while they were pretending to be in a circus. He remained silent for a moment before quietly sliding her clothes back on. Ruby hesitated. Was something wrong? Why wasn't he saying anything? Was he disgusted? Panic flared in her mind. If that was the case, what was she supposed to do now? This was her one chance. Before she could stop herself, she suddenly tackled him, pushing him down onto the bed. Iske, taken aback, demanded to know what she was doing. Ruby, struggling for words, simply said she was trying to make him lie down. A tense silence filled the room before he asked if she had more scars. Was she hurt elsewhere? Ruby's heart pounded. He stopped because of the scars. He cared. She had a few more on the back of her thighs. But should she tell him? What if he got mad, thinking she was lying? Before she could answer, Iski sighed and pushed her away. Never mind. It's not important. He got up and lay on the other side of the bed. He didn't leave. That was new, but he was probably mad. She suddenly felt the urge to explain herself, to apologize. She told him she didn't mean to hide it from him. Iska asked what she meant by that. Ruby, flustered, admitted she was too embarrassed to tell him she was a troublemaker as a child. She promised she wouldn't lie again. Iske let out a sigh, then grabbed her hand. Stop talking about that. I told you it's not like that. His voice was calm yet firm. He pulled her closer to him. Lying beside him, Ruby found herself looking into his eyes. He stared back. Her breath hitched. Aisuke, noticing, asked why she always stopped breathing around him. Ruby, embarrassed, muttered that she didn't want him to think she was a liar. If I really thought you were a liar, he replied, then continues, you wouldn't be here beside me. Then, in a more casual tone, he added, I just think another night would be better. Another night? She wonders why did he trust her so much. Hesitantly, she asked if he hated her. Aisuke looked at her, confused. Is that something that caused you anxiety too? His vague answer frustrated her. She sat up and asked if she should leave since he was staying here. But before she could move, Aisuke pulled her into an embrace. I don't want you to leave. Ruby hesitated. Then, can I sleep with you? Aisuke simply answered, yeah. Time passed, but Ruby still couldn't sleep. She turned to face him, her gaze lingering on his sleeping face. So unfairly handsome, even in slumber. Gently, she lifted his hand, tracing its shape with her eyes. This was the very hand destined to take her life one day. She let out a quiet sigh. He held all the power in the world, and he knew it. He could do anything to her without consequence. Yet he hesitated. If he were like Caesar, like her ruthless family, like everyone else who had ever controlled her like a puppet, then perhaps she wouldn't be feeling this confusing, unfamiliar pull toward him. Maybe then it wouldn't be so hard to resist. A dream. No, a nightmare. Ruby stood at a distance, watching as everything burned. Flames roared around her, swallowing the world whole. And then, a familiar voice came from behind. Why did you do it? Isuke's tone was cold, his presence even colder. Ruby turned slightly, her expression unreadable. Do I have to explain everything to you? But he wasn't in the mood for games. His gaze darkened as he told her not to make ridiculous excuses. She had other choices. A slow, bitter smile crept onto Ruby's lips. That's true. I could have told you everything. I could have betrayed my family. But I didn't. Her voice was eerily calm as she confessed. It was my brother, Caesar, who orchestrated all of this. All because of a lousy marriage offer. He killed Ellen. A short, dry laugh escaped her. Strange, isn't it? He only asked me to stop the marriage. But I went further. She took a step closer, and then another. Her next words cut like a blade. I killed Ellen. Isuke's entire body tensed, his hands curling into fists. His voice came out strained, barely keeping his anger in check. Why? Ruby turned away slightly, as if searching for an answer herself. I don't know, she admitted. I never had anything against her. Isuke inhaled sharply, his patience thinning. Then, did you steal the Holy Grail? A smirk tugged at Ruby's lips. Looks like you caught me, she said lightly. Who else could have taken it and ensured it ended up in your hands? Then, she pulled out a document, their marriage annulment papers, but they remained unsigned. See, we're still husband and wife. Without hesitation, she grabbed Isuke's sword and guided the sharp edge to her throat. For my wedding gift. I want to spend my last moments as your wife. That was it, he snapped. His fury exploded as he accused her of tormenting him over and over. You even killed my family. And now you dare call us husband and wife? Ruby simply chuckled, her eyes gleaming. Isn't this proof that we're a real couple? She teased. Just look at our lovers' quarrel. She stepped forward, her voice lowering as she whispered, I've always dreamed of this day, of this place drenched in blood. And look, you've made my dream come true. Isuke's breathing grew uneven. His eyes, filled with conflicting emotions, shimmered with unshed tears. I was ready to do anything for you. A flicker of something unreadable crossed Ruby's face. I should have tested you, she murmured. I should have seen if you were really on my side, before I died. She let out a quiet breath and closed her eyes. This is my last wish. From someone who's already beyond saving. So stop hesitating. I love you. And then, Ruby's eyes snapped open. Her heart pounded as she sat up in bed. A dream. Just a dream. Beside her, Isuke was awake, watching her closely. His voice was calm, steady. Did you have a bad dream? Ruby's thoughts were still tangled in the nightmare. But more importantly, why was he still here? Trying to shake off the unease, she glanced at him. "You're up early." Isuke raised an eyebrow. "Thanks to a certain someone, I didn't sleep well." Then, as if the conversation was nothing unusual, he sat up and stated, "Let's eat together." Ruby blinked. "Excuse me?" "You heard me," he replied. "From now on, we'll have lunch together." Then, after a short pause, he added, "Come to the temple after that. If you have no other work, I have some free time today." As a maid helped her with her makeup, Ruby mulled over Isuke's words. Since when was he the type to invite her to meals? Not that it mattered. Between the rich food and the lingering tension, she ended up throwing up everything. But more importantly, what was Isuke planning? Was he taking her to the temple to comfort her? That didn't sound like him. If anything, it made more sense that he was using this as an opportunity to send a message to the hidden spies of Borgia among the priests of Arendelle. Perhaps he was warning them that the Princess of Romana was now in his hands, ensuring they wouldn't dare betray Arendelle. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. Before she could dwell on it further, someone called her name. It was Ellen. "I heard you're going to the temple with Isuke," Ellen said, hesitating slightly. Ruby confirmed it, curious about the sudden visit. "I'm sorry for interrupting while you were getting ready," Ellen continued, "but I came to give you something." Ruby tilted her head. "What is it?" Ellen held out an envelope. "A letter from Romana." Ruby froze. Ellen explained that Cardinal Valentino himself had sent it, and she thought it was best to deliver it in person. Taking the letter, Ruby's fingers tightened around the edges. Her expression darkened slightly. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Ellen hesitated. "Are you okay?" Ruby forced a smile. "I'm fine." Later in the garden, Ellen brought up another matter. "You've been meeting with Princess Arian quite often." Ruby nodded slightly. "Then why not visit her at the palace?" Ellen suggested. "The queen would be delighted as well." Ruby hesitated. "Would that really be all right?" Ellen shrugged. "That's up to you. You don't need permission." Then, almost as an afterthought, she added, "If you want, I can go with you." Ruby looked at her for a moment before asking, "You mean that?" Ellen confirmed it without hesitation. But after a brief moment of consideration, Ruby realized something. While she would love to have Ellen with her, the queen might feel uncomfortable. For now, she decided to focus on the temple visit. Technically, she wasn't going to the temple for a ceremonial visit to announce she had consummated her marriage with Isuke. But after last night's events, it would be awkward not to show up at all. Steeling herself, she clenched her fists in determination. Next time, she would make sure there was progress. Now, regarding the temple itself, the clergymen of Arendelle were more devout than those in Romana, but they weren't exactly known for kindness. Instead, they were more interested in interrogating heretics than preaching about mercy. Meanwhile, the Knights of the Holy Order, the same order Isuke belonged to, served as both temple guardians and an elite combat unit secretly working for the king. If the royal family ever clashed with the temple, it was unclear whose side they would ultimately take. Inside the temple, Ruby unexpectedly ran into Freya. "I heard you were visiting today," Freya remarked casually. Ruby frowned slightly. Had Isuke told her? Instead of answering, she simply asked, "What brings you here?" Freya smiled. "My uncle is the archbishop. I stopped by to see him." Ruby suddenly noticed Lorenzo and a few knights glaring at her with obvious disdain. Before she could react, Freya turned toward them and casually reminded Lorenzo to mind his manners. But just then, someone approached Ruby from behind, and in an instant, all the knights shot up in fear. Ruby blinked in confusion. What was with this reaction? Then, to her surprise, Isuke's voice broke through the tension. "You're late." Ruby turned to him, wide-eyed. Was he actually waiting for her? She hesitated before asking, and Isuke casually replied that he had just arrived. If he only just got here, then why did he say she was late? Is this man having mood swings or what? Deciding to brush it off, she beamed and held up a beautifully woven laurel crown. "I made this for you. Do you like it?" "Oh, and I made one for Ellen too." Isuke eyed the laurel before muttering, "You're so childish." But instead of outright rejecting it, he took her hand, only to notice the small injuries on her fingers. His brows furrowed. "You hurt yourself." "Huh?" Ruby looked down, only now realizing the cuts. "Oh, I didn't even notice. I was too focused." Freya, who had been watching the scene unfold, frowned. However, she quickly masked her irritation and playfully patted Isuke's arm. How could you speak to your beautiful wife like that? Isuke gave her an unimpressed look. Why are you here? I came to meet my uncle, of course. But I also brought Lorenzo. He has something to say to Lady Ruby. And what would that be? Freya continued smoothly. The other day, my brother may have offended Ruby. He wishes to apologize formally. Ruby internally sighed. So I'm expected to accept an apology that no one actually means. Instead of immediately responding, she turned to Freya and asked, Offended? What exactly do you mean by that? Freya's smile twitched slightly before she regained her composure. Oh, Ruby, you're so generous. There's no need to hide your feelings. I can only imagine how upset you must have been to hear those harsh words from Lorenzo. Ruby blinked. I wasn't upset at all. Freya visibly stiffened. But before she could recover, Lorenzo finally stepped forward, awkwardly lowering his head. My behavior was inexcusable. I apologize. Isuke's cold voice cut through the air. Lorenzo! The man flinched before quickly ducking behind Freya like a frightened child. Ruby barely held back a laugh. Isuke ignored him and turned to Ruby, leaning in slightly. Are you all right? The sudden proximity caught her off guard. Yeah? His eyes narrowed. Then why are you sweating? You don't have a fever. Freya quickly interjected. Oh, she was in the garden earlier, wasn't she? Perhaps the chilly wind got to her. She is rather frail. Why is this woman trying to make this sound normal? Then, without warning, Isuke lifted her up. What? Put me down, Ruby yelped, her face heating up. Sometimes I can't tell if you're my wife or my child, Isuke muttered, carrying her with ease. Then, he turned toward Lorenzo. You can apologize properly next time. Freya, now watching with gritted teeth, clenched her nails against her palm. Who does this woman think she is? And why is everyone treating her like she's someone important? Meanwhile, Ruby squirmed in Isuke's arms, whispering, Seriously, put me down. I'm heavy. Isuke didn't even flinch. You might collapse again and start bleeding all over the place. Ruby froze, utterly embarrassed. Ugh, what kind of excuse is that? But then, she suddenly had an idea. Since she was already in his arms, why not take advantage of it? She shifted slightly, moving closer to him. To her surprise, Isuke stiffened. Oh? Why did he flinch? Ruby's mind immediately went back to the other night. We already saw each other half naked, so why is he acting shy now? But before she could push her luck, Isuke suddenly asked, What exactly did Lorenzo do? Huh? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Isuke's expression remained unreadable. I heard he sang a song about your curly hair. Is that true? Ruby realized that Lorenzo must have been the one to claim it, but she didn't want Isuke to hear that song. If he did, others might assume she was trying to create tension between them. So she quickly told him that's what happened. However, Isuke immediately narrowed his eyes and said, You answered that pretty fast for someone who just claimed they didn't remember what happened. Uh-oh. Annoyed, Ruby knew she had to change the subject before he started interrogating her further. Thinking quickly, she asked, Did you really mean what you said about having lunch with me from now on? Isuke nodded without hesitation. Yes, unless you don't like it. Ruby thought to herself that there probably wasn't a better way to torture someone. How was she supposed to eat properly when just sitting near him made her so nervous? Still, rather than admit that, she suddenly leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. I don't mind it at all, she said with a small smile. Just then, someone cleared their throat. Ruby stiffened, suddenly embarrassed for some reason. Slowly, she turned to see the priest of the temple standing there. Oh no. What would people say if they saw the daughter of the Pope kissing her husband in public? And inside a sacred temple, no less. Ruby internally groaned. Why did I even come here? The head priest, oblivious to her inner turmoil, smiled warmly. We've been awaiting your visit. As they moved inside, the priest informed her that this temple's holiness was personally recognized by the Pope, so she should feel free to visit whenever she liked. He then mentioned that he had been a bit concerned since she and Isuke hadn't come to officialize their union. But now, he realized his worries were unfounded. At that, Ruby flushed in embarrassment. Isuke, however, seemed unbothered. I'm not someone who binds himself to traditions, he said casually. The priest, undeterred, turned to Ruby. Even if it's inconvenient, you should still adhere to traditions. After all, you are the daughter of His Holiness. Before Ruby could respond, Isuke chuckled. I was only joking, he said. I've just been refraining from leaving the castle due to my wife's frail health. The priest didn't look convinced, but said nothing. Isuke then added, We should return another time to discuss that matter you mentioned before. Again, the priest remained silent. Ruby glanced between them, sensing some underlying tension. Are they on bad terms? She then noticed the junior priests nearby, who were also staring at Iska with disapproval. Oh, they don't like him either. No surprise there. He was the king's nephew and prioritized the country over the temple. That probably didn't sit well with them. The priest then turned to Ruby and reassured her that she would face no obstacles in her religious faith while she was there. He also mentioned that they planned to hold a charity event to mark the upcoming festival of St. Agnes, and asked if she would grace them with her presence. Before Ruby could answer, Iski suddenly spoke up. Can I come as well? The priest hesitated before replying, Of course. At the festival, Ruby was immediately greeted by Ivan, who wasted no time in asking, Why did you bring Iske? I was hoping you'd come alone. Iske, standing right there, raised a brow. I can hear you, you know. Ruby sighed and glanced at Iski. It suddenly hit her. He had way more friends than she thought. More importantly, her entire plan for today had just flopped. She had wanted to bring Iski here to show him that she had no deep connection with the temple. But now, that plan was in shambles. Noticing her troubled expression, Iska asked, What's wrong? Ruby quickly forced a smile. Nothing. I was just thinking about how lively this place is. She gestured at the devoted followers around them. Iski, unimpressed, simply muttered, They're probably just here to see if the temple is stealing from them. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Sir. Ruby turned to see Andy approaching, saluting Iski. Your faith is truly strong, he said with admiration. Iske, however, frowned at him. Why are you here? I don't recall giving you time off. Poor Andy looked like he regretted his entire existence. Then Andy offered, Shall I bring you a drink, sir? Iske shook his head. I'm fine. Ruby, however, perked up. I'll get some drinks. I'm a bit thirsty myself. Iske looked at her like she had just suggested something outrageous. You don't have to do that. We have a squire for such work. But Ruby insisted. It's fine. I also wanted to see that sculpture up close. As she turned to leave, Iska suddenly stopped her. She blinked. What? Instead of answering, he crouched down and picked something off her shoe. You really are like a child sometimes, he muttered, showing her a small piece of metal that had been stuck there. Ruby turned bright red. Did I just walk around all this time with that stuck to my shoe? Feeling embarrassed, she quickly mumbled, I'm just a messy person, okay? Then, without waiting for a response, she walked off. Iske called after her, Don't run or you might fall. I'll be careful, she called back. While examining the statue, Ruby made an amusing observation. It kind of looks like it's having a nosebleed. Just like me. Andy, who was nearby, stared at her in shock. But Ruby grinned. You can laugh. It was a joke. Andy then chuckled and commented, Actually, I kind of relate to that statue too. Ruby turned to him confused. What do you mean? Andy explained. Any squire training to become a paladin in Arendelle has experienced spontaneous nosebleeds at least once. Why? It happens when we push ourselves to the limit. It's proof of our growth, Andy replied. Then with a smirk, he added, Of course, there are also some fools who brag about it, only to get another nosebleed after a much-deserved beating. A true paladin is never arrogant about their accomplishments, Ruby internally scoffed. I know one person who's pretty arrogant, though. At that moment, the Archbishop arrived and greeted Ruby warmly. Thank you for attending the event. He then asked if she would join him for a walk. Ruby glanced around and noticed that Iski had wandered off somewhere. Figuring she might as well, she agreed. As she strolled alongside the Archbishop, she reflected on how she had originally thought it would be best to distance herself from the temple. But now on second thought, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to observe from afar while maintaining a friendly relationship. Ruby wonders if she might find a clue about Caesar's informant inside the temple. Just as she's lost in thought, the Archbishop speaks up, saying he expected her to visit the temple as soon as she arrived in Arendelle. However, he understands that her situation wasn't exactly ideal. She's been unwell and has faced many difficulties. He then adds that she shouldn't have been treated so poorly in the first place. Ruby raises an eyebrow, unsure where he's going with this. The Archbishop continues, saying that while he holds Iski in high regard, there are moments when the man's actions leave him displeased. Before he can go any further, Ruby quickly interjects. She firmly states that she has never been mistreated or neglected. On the contrary, Everyone, including her husband, has been nothing but kind to her. The Archbishop smiles, seemingly amused, and tells her that her generosity is truly humbling. He then expresses how pleased he is to see the special bond she shares with Isuke. But just in case she ever faces hardships, he reassures her that the temple will always be a place of solace for her. Then, in a grand and solemn tone, he declares that the Grand Temple of Arendelle will never betray the grace of his holiness. Ruby politely thanks him for his kind words, then shifts the conversation, asking if he has always served in the north. The Archbishop explains that in his younger days, during a pilgrimage, he stayed in Romana and was fortunate enough to be in Francesco Monastery. Ruby, however, has an unsettling thought. If the Archbishop happens to be working with her family, it's going to be a massive headache. Before she can dwell on it, she suddenly halts. Her in-laws are gathered ahead. The Archbishop greets the Duke, expressing his relief at his safe return. Isuke glances at Ruby, and she smiles back at him. But to her surprise, he immediately looks away. She blinks in confusion. What's up with him? Did he think she sided with the Archbishop to speak badly of him? Before she can figure it out, Ellen steps in, linking arms with her and casually saying that she shouldn't mind the men. They're always like this when they see each other. Then Freya joins the conversation, joking that the Duke should be enjoying the paintings instead of bullying Isuke. She playfully suggests placing bids on the paintings and gifting them to the Duke. Ellen, however, advises her to leave it be, saying they already have more than enough dust-covered art pieces lying around. As they talk, Freya suddenly turns to Ruby and asks if she likes paintings. Ruby nods, though she admits she doesn't have the best eye for art. Freya then encourages her to participate in the bidding and get a painting for the Duke, since he appreciates art. Ruby considers the suggestion. It's a great idea. But knowing the Duke, he probably wouldn't like anything she picked, unless it came from Freya. Besides, she's technically penniless. Sure, she brought a dowry with her, but spending it as she pleases might invite unwanted judgment. Out of the blue, Ellen suggests that Ruby get a new personal maid. She explains that the current staff has been with the household for a long time, so they might not be able to provide Ruby with the comfort she truly needs. To Ruby's surprise, Ellen reveals that it was actually Isuke who first proposed the idea. She agrees with him and turns to Freya for help, mentioning that Freya's mother has an extensive network of trustworthy people. Freya nods, agreeing to assist. Ruby realizes this could be a golden opportunity. A newcomer wouldn't have any prejudices against her, and since they'd both be outsiders, it'd be easier to build a good relationship. Freya takes a sip of wine and tells Ellen that she'll spread the word that they're accepting letters of introduction. Once they've received some, Ruby can meet the candidates and choose the one she prefers. Freya personally thinks an experienced veteran would be the best match for Ruby. Ellen, however, suggests looking into younger candidates. Before Freya can respond, she suddenly stops. Ellen notices the change in her expression and asks what's wrong. Then, in the next moment, Freya coughs violently. Blood spills from her mouth. Before anyone can process what's happening, Freya collapses to the ground. Gasps fill the air as panic erupts. Without thinking, Ruby rushes toward her. "Stay awake. You have to stay awake," she pleads. Then, Isuke arrives, his expression tense. But instead of helping, he pushes Ruby away, causing her to fall to the ground with a harsh thud. "Move," he orders, his voice sharp. Ruby is stunned. Did he just shove her? When she reaches out toward him, he tells her to leave. Then, without another word, he calls for Ivan, scoops Freya into his arms, and dashes away. Ellen throws Ruby a bothered look before quickly following after them. Ruby stares at her hands, trembling. There's blood on her sleeves. Suddenly a voice yells, "Sister!" Something inside her snaps. A buried memory from her past life floods back to her. Before she can react, Lorenzo charges at her, slamming her to the ground. "This is your fault," he roars, accusing her of harming Freya. Meanwhile, Ivan, who has been searching for Ruby, arrives at the scene. His eyes widen when he sees Lorenzo on top of her. For a moment, Ivan freezes. Then, smack, Lorenzo's head snaps to the side as he's struck, instantly losing consciousness. The one who landed the hit? None other than the Marquis, Lorenzo and Freya's father. With a practiced grace, the Marquis bows slightly. "My apologies for my son's rudeness," he says. But his words lack sincerity, and Ruby can tell. Then without warning, boom! A powerful lightning strike crashes down on the temple, sending a tremor through the ground. And as if that weren't enough, monsters suddenly appear, launching an attack on the knights. Ruby shivers as fear grips her. Then Ivan rushes toward her. "We need to get out of here, now," he urges. But Ruby doesn't respond. She's still in shock. Ivan notices the blood on her sleeve, and, without hesitation, apologizes for his rudeness before tearing off the fabric to check for a wound. "Everyone in Section B, evacuate at once," he orders his knights. With Ivan's help, Ruby manages to make her way out of the temple safely. Unfortunately, Freya survived. Yes, she pulled through, though her life was hanging by a thread. If she had been even a minute late in getting treatment, things could have ended very differently. To make matters worse, the person who served the wine mysteriously vanished, leaving no immediate clues about who was behind the poisoning. Talk about frustrating. The Duke approaches Ruby, his gaze sharp as he asks whether she has any idea where the poison might have come from. Ruby immediately catches onto his real intention. He's testing her response. She calmly states that she believes Freya was the true target all along. After all, both she and Ellen drank from the same wine, yet only Freya collapsed. That's when the Duke drops a bombshell. The so-called poison wasn't poison at all. It was a melted mystical crystal. Ruby's mind races. Mystical crystals are made from a blend of magic stones and Holy Spirit stones, requiring strict procedures and Vatican approval to even be used. In other words, her father's approval. The Duke then explains that according to the Archbishop, all the mystical crystals stored in the temple have been accounted for. His pointed gaze makes it clear. He wants to know if Ruby understands what this implies. Oh, she understands all right. It means everyone thinks she's at the center of this entire mess. Given the Borgia family's infamous history with assassination plots, and the fact that she herself is a Borgia, suspicion naturally falls on her. And to top it all off, the Archbishop is Freya's uncle. There's no way she's escaping the suspicion. But then, the Duke does something unexpected. He firmly declares that as head of the family, he won't allow Ruby to be blamed or cornered like a criminal. She's a part of House Omerta. Ruby is caught off guard. She had expected accusations, not reassurance. The Duke continues, stating that while he doesn't believe she's capable of such an act, he does want her to be honest if she knows anything about it. Overwhelmed, Ruby lowers her head. She knows what everyone is thinking, that she was jealous of Freya and acted out of spite. Unable to find the right words, she remains silent. The Duke, startled, quickly tells her not to cry. He even hands her his handkerchief, insisting that he never meant to imply anything. But Ruby knows better. No matter how much he denies it, the reality remains. Everyone at the banquet saw what happened, and their suspicion is unwavering. As the Pope's daughter, she could have easily gotten her hands on a mystical crystal. Before leaving, the Duke makes one final declaration. Any slanderous accusations against Ruby will be considered a direct insult to House Omerta. He tells her not to worry, but Ruby isn't comforted. It doesn't matter what he says. No one else will take his words seriously. To them, she's just a foreigner who doesn't belong. Later, as Ruby lies in bed, she starts forming different theories about what happened. Theory number 1. A deranged individual with a grudge against the temple or Freya's family might be responsible. Theory number 2. It could be the work of someone from Romana, but that seems unlikely, since using a mystical crystal would only implicate them. Theory 3. A third party could have planned this, knowing that the blame would fall on her the moment Freya collapsed. Theory number 4. This could be part of Caesar's plot to isolate her, ensuring she never gets too comfortable here. That last one, that's the most plausible, isn't it? Caesar has the means to acquire mystical crystals, and there's no doubt that his informant already reported what happened. In hindsight, she should have known. The moment she and Iska first visited the temple, she had unknowingly stepped right into a trap. Ruby sighs, thinking about her brother's madness. She had been so distracted by her cold and distant husband that she had almost forgotten how obsessed Caesar was with her. And speaking of her husband, what's going on in his head right now? She recalls the way he looked at her earlier. So distant, so unreadable. Does he regret ever giving her even the slightest bit of attention? Tears begin to well up in her eyes. It's annoying. Why now? She reaches for her glass of water, but the moment she takes a sip, she freezes. Something's wrong. She abruptly throws the glass, watching as sand spills out. Her whole body trembles. Is someone trying to make her suffer the same way Freya did? As she numbly wipes the spilled water off the floor, a bitter thought crosses her mind. Freya is so lucky. No matter what happens, she has people who will always stand by her. Then suddenly, a chilling presence behind her. Ruby turns her head slightly and sees Ellen. Her breath catches. There's something terrifying about the way Ellen is looking at her. Before she can react, Ellen slams her against the wall. "Why are you doing this?" Ellen's voice is sharp, laced with frustration. "I knew it from the moment I saw your hands." She grabs Ruby's wrist, her grip tight. "Do you want attention? Or do you think the food is poisoned?" Her voice rises in anger. "If you want to die that badly, do it quietly, instead of torturing yourself." Ruby meets her gaze with empty eyes. Her voice is eerily calm as she replies, "This is the only thing I have control over." Ellen's breath hitches. She instinctively takes a step back, as if she's just realized something terrible. For a long moment, neither of them speaks. Then, gritting her teeth, Ellen mutters an apology before storming out of the room, leaving Ruby alone. While Ruby sits in solitude, another realization dawns on her. The scar on her hand, one that isn't easily noticeable unless someone looks closely, comes from her own habit of forcing herself to throw up. Yet Ellen had noticed it immediately. Which means, has Ellen seen something like this before? Or perhaps, has she experienced it herself? Ruby's thoughts spiral, but one question lingers in her mind. Who exactly did Ellen remember when she saw that scar? The next morning, Ruby and Ellen sit together, quietly eating their meal. The silence is unbearable, thick with unspoken words. Ruby struggles to decide what to do. Eventually, she can't take it anymore. She pushes back her chair, stands up, and politely asks Ellen to excuse her, intending to leave. But before she can take a step, Ellen suddenly speaks up, stopping her in her tracks. With an unreadable expression, Ellen informs Ruby that the Archbishop has requested to see her sometime today. Ruby blinks, surprised, but quickly pieces things together. This must be about Freya's attempted poisoning. Keeping her composure, she smiles and thanks Ellen for letting her know. But the moment Ruby steps out, Ellen's face shifts into something strange, familiar, yet impossible to decipher. Later, as Ruby rides in a carriage toward the temple, her mind spins with possibilities. Could Caesar be behind the poisoning? If so, that would mean the Archbishop is working for him. But would he really go that far? Even if it meant endangering his precious niece? The carriage stops, and Ruby arrives at the temple. But her thoughts drift elsewhere. Iski hasn't visited her since the incident. If he truly suspects her, why hasn't he confronted her himself? Frustrated, she decides to sneak a peek at the training grounds. But instead of her husband, she finds Lorenzo and Andy. Instinctively, she hides. Andy, looking concerned, asks Lorenzo if his sister is doing any better. Lorenzo mutters that this whole situation is more complicated than it seems. Andy presses further. If Lorenzo is so worried about his sister, why isn't he at home taking care of her? And why is he sneaking around when he's supposed to be on probation? Annoyed, Lorenzo snaps back, asking if Andy would just sit still and do nothing if his own sister was vomiting blood and dying. Andy's expression hardens. He firmly states that no, he wouldn't stay silent. But unlike some people, he also wouldn't lose his mind and start accusing the wrong person. Lorenzo scoffs, laughing bitterly at the thought of Ruby being innocent. He sneers, saying he doesn't care if she's the Pope's daughter. Her whole family is rotten. Andy warns him to watch his mouth, reminding him that Ruby is the future Duchess of Omerta. That sets Lorenzo off. His face twists in disgust as he grinds his teeth. He practically spits out the words, "How dare she pretend to be Omerta's future Duchess when she's already stained with filthy Borgia blood?" He goes even further, insinuating that she's been involved in unspeakable things with her own brother. Andy has heard enough. In a flash, he grabs Lorenzo by the collar, furious. How could he say something so vile? But Lorenzo just smirks darkly. He can't wait to meet Ruby again, he says. Because when he does, he'll peel that thick skin of hers right off her face. Hidden nearby, Ruby trembles, horrified. Her breath catches in her throat. She can't listen anymore. Without thinking, she turns and dashes away, leaving the temple behind. She runs and runs, her vision blurring, until exhaustion finally catches up with her. She staggers, gasping for breath, and sinks to the ground. What now? Where can she go? Is there even a place for her in this world? Her body aches, her heart aches, everything hurts. As if summoned by her thoughts, Iska's face flashes in her mind. He was kind to her. But why? What held him back? Why did he believe her? Why did he protect her? Why did he fill her with the foolish hope that maybe, just maybe, he was different from everyone else? A rustling sound pulls her from her thoughts. She stiffens. Then, to her shock, Popo emerges from the bushes. "Popo?" she whispers, startled. He flaps his little hands in response. Ruby's heart clenches. "It's dangerous for you here," she tells him. "The temple is nearby. Did you come looking for me?" Popo flaps his hands again, as if confirming it. Ruby feels a lump in her throat. Tears prick her eyes. Even now, after everything, someone came for her. But as blood trickles from her nose, she realizes something. Everyone would be happier if she just disappeared. Popo suddenly lifts her up, taking her by surprise. Her eyes widen. "Popo, are you trying to take me with you?" she asks hesitantly. He nods. Ruby glances back at the temple one last time. Then, with a shaky breath, she wraps her arms around Popo. "Let's run away together," she whispers. Back at the temple, Iska sits on the training grounds. Ivan stands in front of him, holding up a mirror. "Take a look," he says. "Have you seen the atrocious-looking guy staring back at you?" Iska's eyes flicker with irritation. Ivan sighs. "This is what we've been dealing with for the past few days. It's been absolute torture." Iski glares at the mirror, then, without warning, grabs it and throws it to the ground. It shatters into pieces. Ivan groans. "What was that for? I'm just looking out for you, you know." "I never asked you to," Iska mutters darkly. Ivan crosses his arms. "Yeah, well, someone has to. Do you even realize? You've been sulking for 3 days straight. You haven't slept at all." Iski is taken aback. "Has it really been that long?" he asks Ivan in surprise. But Ivan, ever the realist, tells him that standing around like this won't magically make the missing man reappear. That's the city guard's job, not his. But Iski isn't convinced. "What if he was murdered?" he asks. Ivan, clearly startled, sighs and tells him that he knows this case is important to Iski because it involves Freya. However, Iski insists that's not the reason. This only makes Ivan more curious. If not Freya, then why is he so worked up about it? Could it be because of your wife? At that, Iska's thoughts take a darker turn. He recalls how the faint fragments of that day refused to fade, especially Ruby's lifeless, hopeless eyes. If he had failed to stop the manticores, or worse, if even a single drop of Freya's blood, tainted by the mystical crystal, had touched Ruby. No, he doesn't even want to imagine what could have happened. Everything he said and did that day was for her. He had planned to explain everything once the chaos settled, but that moment never came. Ivan, meanwhile, is convinced. "It has to be the Borgias behind this," he declares. But Iska shakes his head. No, they wouldn't be that reckless. Using mystical crystal to poison a noble family's daughter? That would be too foolish, even for them. Ivan looks even more confused, but Iska explains. The sale of mystical crystals has been going on in the black market for a long time. We can't only suspect the temple. We need to look at the families that hold a grudge against the Furianas. Ivan studies him for a moment, then asks the crucial question. "And what will you do if, when we find the perpetrators, they start pointing fingers at your wife?" Iska stops dead in his tracks, saying nothing. And that's when Ivan realizes it. Iska isn't just after the culprit. His true goal has never been about justice. If the person responsible had even the slightest connection to Romana, or worse, to Ruby, Iska was planning to erase them without a trace. As if snapping out of his thoughts, Iski suddenly turns to Ivan and says something that completely stuns him. "I don't care." Ivan is dumbfounded. How could he say that? Freya, his closest friend, had nearly died, and yet Iska is still defending his wife. Before he can say anything, a knight rushes toward them with an urgent message. Iski frowns. "What is it?" The knight bows and delivers the news that sends a chill down his spine. Lady Ruby is missing. Ruby slowly opens her eyes, only to be met with a horrifying sight. A monstrous creature is devouring an animal right in front of her. Her body goes rigid as the beast's gaze lands on her. Instinct kicks in. She plays dead, hoping it will lose interest. Moments pass, and Ruby carefully peeks. Just then, the monster tosses the half-eaten carcass right in front of her. A scream rips from her throat. Suddenly, Popo appears, witnessing the whole scene. Without hesitation, He grabs the animal's body and hurls it back at the monster. Ruby watches, utterly baffled. What on earth is happening? Before she can make sense of it, Popo hands her some fruit. Grateful and starving, she takes a bite and lights up. "This is delicious," she exclaims. The reaction is instant. Both creatures beam with joy. Unbeknownst to her, two men hidden behind the bushes have been watching everything unfold. They exchange glances, whispering among themselves. "Did you see that?" one murmurs. "Yeah, she must be a witch." Back to Iski. The paladins are scouring the forest for Ruby. It has been 3 days since her missing shoe was discovered, and the entire city has been in an uproar trying to find her. Ivan sighs. If she was taken into the forest, it might already be too late. He hesitates before advising Iska to consider calling off the search. But Iska isn't having it. This is the 4th day. His voice is cold. A noble woman of her status, someone constantly watched, went missing for almost half a day before anyone even noticed. Does that make sense to you? His mind races. Who should he blame? The Archbishop, who had summoned Ruby. The Omerta household staff, who never raised an alarm. Ellen, who had been too preoccupied with Freya to realize Ruby was missing. Or maybe even Freya, for demanding Ellen stay by her side. Or should he blame himself? The thought cuts deep. For days, he wasn't aware to the way Ruby was treated. The devotion of their household staff, especially the head maid, who had always been like a mother to Ellen, had made him overlook how cruel they could be to someone they saw as an intruder. He had forgiven the head maid once, thinking her actions were just misplaced loyalty. But now he realizes how foolish that was. He avoided marriage for so long because he feared turning into his father. Yet here he was, walking the very same path. No excuse could justify what he had done. By the time he finally realized that everything he did to protect Ruby only hurt her more, it was too late. He knows what Ivan and the others are thinking, but won't dare say out loud. But he refuses to give up. As long as there's even the slightest chance that she's still alive, he will keep searching. His heart tightens with an unspoken prayer. If even the fragile emotions she only revealed in the dead of night were to disappear, what would he do then? A sudden shout breaks his thoughts. A knight rushes up to him. "Sir, we've found 2 unconscious men. They appear to be poachers. When they woke up, they started babbling nonsense. I can't tell if they're just acting to avoid being captured." One of the men, shaking, suddenly speaks. "We're telling the truth. We saw it with our own eyes. A popori, and a griffin, with a blonde witch." Iski's blood runs cold. So where is Ruby now? Calmly picking berries. Popo soon arrives, this time bringing some of his kind. Ruby tilts her head. "Are these your friends?" she asks. Popo nods eagerly. She offers the other popori some berries, and they snatch them up before darting away in delight, realizing that the longer she stays in this place, the more fearless she becomes. Ever since she arrived, Popo and Griffin have never left her side. And it isn't just them. Other creatures often draw near, watching her with curiosity, as if she's some kind of rare spectacle. Was this something the original Ruby could do? Or did her reincarnation into this body trigger it? Either way, one thing is certain. The monsters seem to like her. After some time, she turns to Griffin and Popo. "We should head back. Looks like it's going to rain." A single thought crosses Ruby's mind. What is he doing right now? She highly doubts he would personally search for her. Most likely a quick search was ordered for appearance's sake, before he called it off. A sudden thought popped into Ruby's mind. Did he even know she was missing? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Was she really expecting him to care? Ugh, wishful thinking at its finest. Before she could dwell on it further, Popo unexpectedly stretched her face. Startled, Ruby asked what he was doing, only for him to grin and tell her to do the same. She hesitated, but mimicked his expression, and to her surprise, Popo looked absolutely delighted. Feeling a bit playful, she asked, "Should I just live here forever with you? It's not like anyone's waiting for me to return anyway." Without hesitation, Popo wrapped his arms around her, giving her a warm, comforting hug. But the moment of peace didn't last long. Raindrops started to fall, and Ruby quickly told Popo they should head back before the weather got worse. As she made her way toward the cave, her thoughts wandered. She had always believed that running away was never an option. Even if she managed to escape with a fortune, she'd only become an easy target. Hiding her identity and seeking refuge in a monastery wouldn't work either. Caesar would track her down without breaking a sweat. Then again, she wasn't exactly safe here either. There was no guarantee that every demonic monster she encountered would be as friendly as Popo and Griffin. But as long as she could stay with them and avoid attracting unwanted attention, she felt a little safer. Lost in thought, Ruby wasn't watching where she was going and suddenly stumbled, falling straight into a cave. As she sat up, confused, Griffin and Popo rushed in after her. Popo immediately asked if she was okay, and she nodded. The cave was massive, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. Just as she was about to stand up, she noticed Popo and Griffin practically vibrating with excitement. Wait, why were they so happy? Curious, Ruby looked down and noticed something under her arms. When she lifted her hands, her breath caught in her throat. It was a ruby, a real, gleaming, precious gemstone. Her eyes widened. Flapping her hands excitedly like Popo, she gasped. We just fell into a mountain of treasure. Was she dreaming? Her eyes sparkled with the realization. If she took all these gems with her, she could become the richest person in the world. But just as she was about to grab another one, her fingers brushed against something else. It felt off. A deep rumble shook the ground. Then, without warning, a massive dragon emerged before her. At the same time, on Iska's side, Andy shot Iski a skeptical look. Do you really believe what those poachers said? Iski didn't even glance at him as he replied. There's no harm in checking, and if you're going to stand here complaining instead of searching, feel free to turn back. Ivan groaned in frustration. Another knight chimed in, questioning why Iska had brought only a small group instead of mobilizing more men. Wouldn't a larger search party be more efficient? Iski's response was blunt. I don't trust the rest. Hearing such reasonable words from him of all people, the paladin knights gawked. Had a demon possessed him overnight? Or had the lack of sleep finally driven him insane, clenching his fist? Iska knew he wasn't thinking rationally. If Ruby had wandered this deep into the forest, near the perimeter, there was no way she could still be alive. Every time they had encountered demonic monsters recently, they had faced creatures unlike any seen before. And somehow Ruby was always at the center of it. Even the doctor had mentioned something strange. Her sacred core was unusually weak, far below the average person's. Ivan, growing uneasy, spoke up. I don't like this. We should turn back. Besides, Rom's cave is somewhere around here. If Ruby wandered in that direction... His voice trailed off, the implication clear. As if the universe was waiting for that exact moment, a blood-curdling roar echoed through the forest, followed by Ruby's terrified scream. Back in the cave, Ruby, heart-pounding, hastily apologized to the dragon. Sorry, we didn't mean to disturb you. We'll leave now. So, please don't eat us. For a second, it seemed like her words had no effect. Then, with a swift motion, the dragon wrapped its tail around her, lifting her off the ground. Terror flooded Ruby's mind. Was this how she was going to die? Popo immediately sprang into action, biting the dragon with all his might, while Griffin pecked furiously at its head. But the dragon remained utterly unfazed, completely focused on Ruby. Panicked, she pleaded, Let me go! To her absolute shock, the dragon actually did. Wait, did it understand her? Seeing a chance to escape, she cautiously inched backward, but just as she was about to bolt, the dragon suddenly swished its tail, blocking her path. What was this, a game? Summoning her courage, she stepped closer. Do you want me to leave or not? The dragon opened its mouth. Ruby flinched. Was this it? But instead of fire, jewels poured out. Ruby was speechless. Before she could make sense of anything, Popo grabbed her, and with Griffin's help, they made a daring escape from the cave. After putting some distance between themselves and the dragon's lair, Ruby let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. What was that dragon's deal? Before she could ponder it further, snowflakes began drifting from the sky. She hadn't seen snowfall like this in ages. For a moment, she simply stood there, marveling at the sight. Then, a familiar voice. Her heart stopped. No, it couldn't be him. Slowly turning her head, she found herself face to face with Iska. Why are you here? Iski opened his mouth to respond, but his eyes immediately locked onto Popo and Griffin, who were now glaring at him like territorial guardians. His instincts kicked in. Unsheathing his sword, he ordered, Step away from those monsters, Ruby. Don't come any closer. Iski was stunned. She glared at him, voice trembling with anger. Just leave me alone. But he ignored her protests and started walking toward her. That was the last straw. Go away, she shouted, turning and bolting in the opposite direction. As she ran, a single thought consumed her. If only she could disappear forever. No matter where she went, suffering always followed. Even in this world, where reality blurred with fantasy, she had clung to the foolish hope of finally having a family. But nothing had changed. Nothing ever would. She wanted everyone to just leave her alone. Yet in her haste, she tripped and collapsed onto the snowy ground. Tears welled up in her eyes. It was all too much. She didn't want this anymore. Then, a loud thud right in front of her. Lifting her head, she found herself staring into the glowing eyes of the same dragon. It growled. And for the first time, Ruby thought, maybe this was for the best. Meanwhile, Iski remained rooted in place, processing what had just happened. He had never seen Ruby like this before. In every one of their encounters, even when she uttered her cheeky lies, she always smiled back at him. He wondered if things would have turned out differently if he had asked her sooner about her past, about what had made it impossible for her to be at ease. Even for a moment, he should have asked her why she clung to him, like her life depended on it, despite her fear of him. Then another roar shook the air. Iski snapped his head to the side, just in time to see the dragon taking off, with Ruby in its grasp. Grinding his teeth, he sprang into action. There was still so much he didn't understand, but one thing was clear. He couldn't let Ruby go. When Ruby finally opened her eyes, she was met with an unexpected sight. She was lying right next to the dragon. Before she could even react, the massive creature leaned in, startling her. But instead of attacking, it gently rubbed its face against hers. Ruby blinked in confusion. What in the world was going on? Trying to make sense of the situation, she turned to the dragon. "Why did you save me?" she demanded, her voice laced with confusion. "You should have just finished me off instead." But instead of answering, the dragon nudged her as if trying to comfort her. Now thoroughly bewildered, Ruby could only stare. Since when did terrifying dragons start acting all soft and affectionate? Her thoughts quickly shifted to Popo and Griffin. Were they safe? They had only tried to help her. They didn't deserve to be punished. Before she could spiral any further, a sharp pain shot up from her ankle. Wincing, she finally noticed the injury. She must have twisted it during her fall earlier. Just then, the dragon tossed something toward her. A mushroom? Ruby stared at it, then at the dragon. "Are you giving this to me for my injury?" she asked hesitantly. The dragon nodded. Now that was unexpected. Touched by the gesture, Ruby couldn't help but smile. She reached out and hugged the massive beast. "You're really strange, you know that," she murmured. But then, a thought struck her. Or maybe I'm the strange one. Is this really the best place you could think of to hide? Ruby stiffened. That voice, that terrifyingly familiar voice. She turned her head slowly, and there he was, Iska. His piercing gaze sent chills down her spine as he stepped closer. Before she could react, the dragon let out a deafening roar. Iske, unfazed, drew his sword. "How dare you bare your teeth at me?" he growled. "After kidnapping my wife?" Uh-oh. This was bad. This was really bad. If she didn't act fast, Iski was going to kill the dragon. Panicking, Ruby grabbed the nearest thing she could. Wait, the mushroom? And threw it with all her might. Thunk. The mushroom hit him square in the face. "Bullseye?" Ruby gasped. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hit you that hard." Iski staggered slightly, planting his sword into the ground to steady himself. The dragon saw an opening and lunged, but Ruby threw her arms out. "Stop!" she cried. The dragon hesitated before reluctantly backing down. Once the tension settled, Ruby nervously turned her attention back to Iski. Was he hurt? Why wasn't he reacting? She wanted to explain, but the words got stuck in her throat. How was she supposed to convince him she hadn't planned to run away? That she hadn't meant for any of this to happen? No, it was pointless. He wouldn't believe her. She was certain of that. Still, she looked at him, eyes filled with desperation. "I had nothing to do with what happened to Freya," she whispered. "I also know that you might think I'm a witch who can summon demonic monsters, but I didn't do anything." Tears welling up. "I swear I never meant to run away. I collapsed from an illness, and the demonic creatures took care of me. Popo and Griffin are innocent. If anyone should be punished, it's me." She took a shaky breath. "If you want to hurt someone, hurt me. Just, please don't send me back to Romana." At her words, Iski sighed, slumping down. His sharp gaze softened. "I won't send you back," he murmured. So stop crying. I promise, I won't let anyone dare call you a witch, he added while he reached out to her injury. At a sight of her sullen foot, Iski freeze. He can't help but say, I'm sorry. His emotion is clearly showing on his face, making Ruby more confused. Ruby stared at him, completely caught off guard. Why was he saying this? He had always seemed so irritated by her, like he couldn't stand to be around her. Before she could make sense of it, he extended a hand toward her. Let's go back together. Ruby hesitated. She glanced at the dragon, half expecting it to react, but the creature remained calm. Swallowing her doubts, she slowly reached out and took Iska's hand, only for him to suddenly pull her into an embrace. The awkward warmth of his hold melted something inside her, breaking through the emotional wall she had built around herself. As the snow continued to fall around them, Ruby found herself leaning into him. Love each other from now on. Please take care of your dearest wife too, Iske. A gentle touch brushed against Ruby's hand, and a soft voice called her name. The warmth in that voice. It felt so familiar. Hadn't someone always been there for her when she was unwell? A blurry vision of a lady appeared before her, her voice filled with concern. Why are you curled up like this? Why are you suffering here as well? Ruby's chest tightened. Sister? She murmured, reaching for the woman's hand. She didn't understand anything anymore. If she had been honest from the start, would things have been different? What did she have to do to be happy? Her eyes fluttered open. A familiar dream? Or a memory? She was still alive. Her mind replayed Iska's words. Had he really meant them? Could she truly stay by his side? As she pondered this, a voice called out to her. Ruby? It was Ellen, standing by her bedside with a worried look. Are you all right? Ruby nodded, though the silence that followed felt heavy. Then, Ellen sighed. I'm sorry, she said, for lashing out at you that night. It's fine, that's all in the past. Ellen studied her, as if expecting her to ask questions. When Ruby didn't, Ellen finally spoke again. Ellen then shared something deeply personal. Her mother had the same strange marks on her hands as Ruby. She went on to reveal that, a year before her mother passed away, the Duchess slowly wasted away, both physically and mentally. As her mind deteriorated, she became fixated on her appearance. Ellen vividly recalled a chilling memory from her childhood. One day, when she visited her mother's room, the Duchess suddenly grabbed her, and with desperate eyes, asked if she looked ugly. A startled young Ellen quickly denied it, but the Duchess saw right through the lie. With a bitter smile, she lamented that she should have taught her children not to lie. Then, as if drowning in self-loathing, the Duchess muttered, wondering how she ended up with such a hideous mother like herself. Her voice then turned ice-cold as she warned Ellen never to speak of what she had seen. If she did, the Duchess threatened to end her own life right in front of everyone. Back in the present, Ellen told Ruby that very few people knew about her mother's condition, only herself and a small group of trusted servants. Hearing this, Ruby was suddenly reminded of her sister, the only person who had ever been kind to her. The Duchess's descent into despair mirrored her sister's fate in her past life. Then, Ellen hesitated before asking, Did you have an older sister? Ruby stiffened. Why? But Ellen quickly dismissed it. Never mind. Had she been talking in her sleep? Shaking off the thought, Ellen brought up something else. The frost dragon awakened from its slumber and caused havoc in Arendelle. But don't worry, we were prepared for it. The frost dragon. Wasn't she the one who had awakened it? Ellen continued, explaining that Ruby had been found unconscious near the frost forest. The civil militia had discovered her, and now, Iska was discussing the rewards for those who had brought her back. Ruby's head spun from all the revelations. What was truly going on? One thing was for sure. She was far from understanding the full picture. Iski stood before the king, listening as the ruler observed how oddly sentimental he'd been acting lately. Normally, Iski wouldn't meddle in diplomatic matters, much less go out of his way to shield someone like Ruby. By now, she should have been sent back to Romana. So what was holding him back? The king found it amusing. He was the one who arranged this marriage, yet here he was questioning Iski's intentions. The irony wasn't lost on Iski either, but even he couldn't put into words what exactly was bothering him. Then, as if twisting the knife further, the king mentioned the commotion he had stirred up over the past 4 days. "She's the Pope's daughter," Iske said flatly, hoping that would be reason enough. But the king just gave him a pointed look. "She's also your wife." That single sentence hit harder than Iske cared to admit. The king wasn't unappreciative of his efforts, but he warned him. If this was just misplaced responsibility, he needed to let Ruby go. Acting on fleeting emotions would only bring regret. Then came the unexpected part. The king remarked that at times, Iske took after his mother more than Ellen did. Iske then met with the captain of the Holy Order of Longinus Barons, who expressed his relief that Ruby was safe. Iske gave a respectful bow in response, but the captain didn't miss the exhaustion weighing on his shoulders. "You should be celebrating," he remarked with an amused grin. "After all that trouble, one would think you'd be dancing with joy." Iske remained quiet for a moment before suddenly asking, "Has your wife ever run away from home?" The unexpected question caught the captain off guard. Then he let out a chuckle, recalling the one time his wife had stormed off to her parents' house after a fight. Slowly, realization dawned on him. "Wait, is that what's bothering you?" He leaned in, now fully invested. "Did she say she never wanted to see you again?" "No," Iske admitted, his expression unreadable. "But I think I would have preferred if she had." At that, the captain outright laughed. "Now, this is a surprise. Iske, of all people, reflecting on his actions? I suppose we have your wife to thank for that." Iske scowled slightly, but the captain wasn't done. "Tell me, do you glare at her the same way you glare at everyone else?" "I don't know how to treat her," Iske muttered. The captain sighed dramatically and stood. "Well, no wonder she ran away. You're still a newlywed, you know. Try being nice to her, buy her gifts, accompany her to social events, actually show her you're trying." Iske took in the advice, but, well, he wasn't sure he fully understood what being nice even entailed. Afterwards, as he walked from his captain's office, Camus spoke up from behind. "So, did you tell the captain about what happened?" The entire group of paladins fell into dead silence. Camus let out a frustrated sigh. "Great. Once the captain finds out we even made a deal with the civil militia, we're done for." Iske glared with a warning. "Go ahead and tell him if you want." Camus becomes frustrated. "Are you threatening me over your wife?" He pointed accusingly at Iske. "Just so you know, when everything comes to light, you take the blame for hiding it from the start." Another night, Ivan decided to add fuel to the fire. "Camus has a point." Then, in his usual sarcastic tone, he added, "I mean, imagine how scary this whole thing must be for someone as cowardly as him." Camus turned to him, fuming. "Who are you calling coward, huh?" Ivan just sighed dramatically. "Geez, I was siding with you, you know. This is why you don't have any friends." Then he turned to Iske. "Anyway, I say we don't need to kill everyone. Just Camus. Problem solved." Camus nearly exploded, but then Ivan's tone became more serious. "What if this is part of Romana's plan?" Iske's expression hardened. "Ruby assured me she knew nothing about it. If the Pope had been using her powers to sabotage the North, things would be far worse. And honestly, whoever did this was too careless. If this were a well-planned Romana scheme, it wouldn't be this sloppy." Camus, deep in thought, then reluctantly said, "Fine, I'll keep quiet for now." But then, his gaze sharpened. "But what's your plan? What are you going to do now?" Iske had no answer, because deep down, he wasn't sure if he even had the right to decide anything. The weight of his bloodline, children inevitably took after their parents. And Iske had long feared that his blood was tainted by the same destructive love that had consumed his mother and father. His mother, the Princess of Britannia, the Duchess of Omerta, had lived a life of admiration and power. But in the end, she let herself drown in despair. One day, unable to bear it any longer, she took her own life. And the first person to find her hanging from that oak tree was Iske. His parents' love had been like wildfire, burning so brightly that when the flames finally died down, all that remained was regret. He had never understood them, never wanted to. But even now their legacy clung to him like a curse. That fear had made him reject every marriage offer that came his way. He had always assumed Ruby would return to Romana, and he would continue his solitary life as before. But now, He was lying to his fellow knights, threatening people, protecting her at all costs. Why? Why couldn't he just let her go? Was this just compassion? Responsibility? A fleeting sense of duty? Or was it something else? Something deeper that he had been refusing to acknowledge? And more importantly, did he even deserve to hold on to her? At first he had thought Ruby was provoking him, trying to push him toward annulling the marriage. But even if he wasn't an expert in love, he knew one thing for certain. What he saw in her eyes wasn't love. It was fear. A fear so deep, so raw, that it made his blood boil. What had she been through? And who had done this to her? How had her own brother allowed this to happen? Why had no one stopped it? He had avoided these questions for too long, believing it would be better not to dig into the past. But ignoring it wasn't an option anymore. Because whether he liked it or not, Ruby was now a part of his life, and Iske was sure that he couldn't ever let her go now. The scene took a sharp turn to chaos. Seething with fury, he had one unfortunate man by the throat, while the other servants groveled for mercy. But mercy? That wasn't on Iske's agenda. With ice-cold detachment, he pointed out that since they had all agreed to their despicable actions, it wouldn't be fair to punish just one. His voice, dripping with menace, warned them to start praying, because if his wife didn't wake up, not a single one of them would leave this place alive. Iske sat beside the unconscious Ruby, his mind a whirlwind of anger and frustration. If only she had been more selfish. Like everyone else. Maybe she wouldn't be suffering like this. The weight of her selflessness crushed him, making him furious at everything. The situation, the culprits, and most of all, himself. Meanwhile, far away in a secluded monastery, a crow swooped in with a message for Caesar. It was about Ruby. A cloaked man approached, noticing Caesar's intense expression. He reported that the search for Ruby had taken 4 days, but reassured him that she was back, safe and sound. Caesar's lips curled into a wicked smile. Every performance needs a little drama, he mused. The cloaked man, intrigued, found it amusing that someone as obedient as Ruby had managed to stir up so much trouble. He even joked that eavesdroppers must have had quite the shock. But at the mere mention of him, Caesar's usual indifference shattered. His fist clenched. To him, his brother-in-law was nothing more than a tool, useful when needed, disposable when not. But this time, things were different. Despite objections, their father had sent Ruby away, and Iske had married her to stop his own sister from being exiled. Caesar could barely stomach it. The very thought that him, a mere paladin, had dared to marry Ruby filled him with rage. At first, he assumed Iske would treat it as a temporary arrangement, something meaningless. But now, the idea that Iske had found Ruby, touched her hand, held her close, made Caesar's blood boil. It disgusted him to the point where he wanted to grab Iske's wrist and slice it clean off. Still, as much as he wanted to act, the situation didn't allow for impulsive decisions. Bitterly, he acknowledged that fulfilling his role as Ruby's brother would have to wait. The cloaked man, sensing the shift in Caesar's mood, grinned. So, does that mean I can do whatever I want? Caesar's answer was as cold as ice. Hasn't it always been that way? His eyes darkened as he ordered the man to leave no detail unchecked, not even the smallest one. At least, not until he arrived himself. Whatever schemes lurked behind Caesar's calculating gaze, one thing was certain. This was far from over. The pieces were moving, the game had only just begun, and when he finally made his move, neither Iske nor Ruby would see it coming. When a doctor had come to check on Ruby, he informed her that her fever had finally gone down, but warned her not to overdo it. If she wanted to recover quickly, skipping meals was a big no-no, and she needed to take a walk at least once a day. After being stuck in bed for 10 days, Ruby could only nod absent-mindedly. The doctor, noticing her distracted state, asked if she was even listening. Ruby nodded again, but in truth, her mind was elsewhere. She realized that aside from those who had been at Frost Forest, no one knew what had truly happened there. During tea time, Leah suddenly asked if there were dragons in Romana too. Ruby hesitated, unsure how to respond, but before she could say anything, she felt a presence behind her. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Ivan and Iska. It was the first time she had seen Iska since that day, and she wasn't sure how to act around him. Ivan greeted her with his usual warmth, saying he was relieved to see her getting better. Ruby thanked him for his kind words and apologized for the trouble she had caused. Internally, she braced herself, thinking they might want to avoid her after everything that had happened. And then, of course, just when she least expected it, Ruby suddenly lost her balance and stumbled straight into Iska's arms. Caught off guard, she quickly straightened herself, her face burning with embarrassment. Why now, of all times? Right after they met. Iski, on the other hand, remained calm and simply told her she needed more rest. But Ruby assured him she was just happy to see him. In a moment of honesty, she admitted that she had been afraid no one would want to see her anymore because of all the chaos she had caused. Leah, ever the little mischief maker, casually invited Iska and Ivan to join them for cake. But Ivan, ever the gentleman, gently reminded her to mind her manners when guests were around. Not missing a beat, Leah shot back that Ivan had no right to lecture her when he used bad language all the time. Ivan, caught red-handed, looked utterly mortified. He leaned in and muttered under his breath. Why did she always have to embarrass him in front of Ellen? Ruby couldn't help but chuckle at their playful banter, but just as she was enjoying the light-hearted moment, Isk suddenly leaned closer. His voice was soft, but his words carried weight. He assured her that the Ruby was safe with him. Ruby blinked in surprise, her heart skipping a beat. Flashback. As Ruby and Iski were leaving the cave, the massive frost dragon suddenly lowered its head toward them. But to her surprise, the dragon didn't seem hostile at all. Instead, it leaned in close. So close that she could reach out and touch it. Hesitantly, she placed her hand against its cold, smooth scales, half expecting it to pull away. But instead, the dragon let out a low rumble and, as if offering a farewell gift, dropped a gleaming ruby-colored jewel into her hands. Back in the present, Ruby's eyes widened as she finally realized what Isk had been referring to. That jewel. She thanked him and casually mentioned that she would leave it in his care. Without hesitation, Iska agreed. He didn't even question it, just nodded like it was the most natural thing in the world. Later, as they dined together, Iska placed a dish in front of her and encouraged her to try it. Ellen chimed in reassuringly, adding that the food was soft and wouldn't be difficult for her to eat. Ruby blinked. These Omerta siblings are treating me like a little puppy, aren't they? Still, she hesitantly took a bite. And to her surprise, it was delicious. After so long of barely keeping food down, actually enjoying a meal again felt strange, but in a good way. As they ate, Ellen casually turned to Ivan and asked if the Emperor had said anything about the frost dragon. Ivan shrugged, saying that there hadn't been much discussion, but he did reveal one interesting tidbit. The temple was considering using the dragon for a swordsmanship competition. That got Ellen's attention. Wait, is that even possible? Ivan nodded, explaining that since the dragon was still young, it was technically feasible. However, most people hesitated because of how rare the creature was. Iske, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up, his voice carrying a hint of irritation. The rest of the dragon species were nearly hunted to extinction. Anyone with common sense should know to leave this one alone. Ellen, thoughtful, then mentioned something she had heard before, that demonic monsters tended to increase whenever dragons were active. Iska immediately corrected her. That's not always the case. Dragons actually feed on those monsters, which helps keep their numbers in check. At that moment, Princess Ariane murmured softly, I feel bad for the dragon. Ruby flinched at those words. She was right. The frost dragon had only awoken from its deep slumber because of her. A wave of guilt settled over Ruby, and as she lowered her gaze, Iska silently observed her, his expression unreadable. As Ruby and Iska strolled through the garden, he glanced at her with concern, asking if she was sure she could walk properly. She reassured him with a light-hearted response. The doctor had actually recommended she walk at least 30 minutes a day. Besides, she hadn't had much chance to move around earlier. Iska nodded, accepting her answer, but he still stuck by her side. Ruby couldn't help but wonder, why was he following her so closely? Then, out of nowhere, Iska reached for her hand, his grip gentle, yet firm. He admitted that he was relieved to see her feeling better. Ruby looked up at him, feeling a flicker of warmth, but she quickly crushed it. She knew better than to believe this peaceful moment would last. If she made even the smallest mistake, everything could shatter again. Before she could dwell on her thoughts for too long, Iska's voice broke the silence. He suddenly asked if she had met her friends in the forest. The unexpected question caught Ruby off guard. After hesitating for a moment, she admitted that she had met Griffin in the frost forest. Iska's next question came swiftly. What about the popo? Ruby explained that she had seen it during the horseback riding event last time. She carefully recounted everything that had happened back then, noticing how Iska listened intently. He never interrupted, simply letting her finish. Once she was done, she nervously asked what had happened to Popo and Griffin. To her surprise, Iski answered calmly, assuring her that nothing had happened to them. They had been let go. But before Ruby could breathe a sigh of relief, he hit her with another question. Had she run into anyone near the temple? That was a tricky one. Ruby's mind raced. She couldn't possibly tell him about those men she had encountered there. So, she simply shook her head. Iske sighed, as if drawing a conclusion from her silence. That means you didn't run away from home, he muttered. You were abducted. Ruby blinked. Huh? That's not exactly how she would have put it. But before she could argue, Iska suddenly reached for her hand again. In one smooth motion, he pulled her onto his lap, catching her completely off guard. He looked at her with genuine curiosity. Did you meet any other creatures in the frost forest, besides your new friends? It didn't seem like he was interrogating her. He was just interested. Ruby decided to answer truthfully. She told him that she had encountered several young magical beasts, including a frost dragon. Iske listened carefully before explaining that while demonic monsters were generally dangerous, those resembling common animals were different from the truly monstrous ones. The monstrous ones, he added, usually had terrible tempers, and the same applied to undead creatures. Ruby thought back to the forest. She recalled seeing terrifying demonic monsters, ones that felt vastly different from Popo and the others. Her mind drifted back to the first night, when the holy fire had gone out. There had been something there. Then what about the creature I saw that night? She wondered aloud. Iski didn't hesitate. That was a specter, an undead monster, he said. But don't worry. They're too unintelligent to be a real threat, just like the demonic beast you saw in the palace pond. That wasn't exactly reassuring, but Ruby nodded anyway. Still, she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in her chest. Then, what should I do? She asked hesitantly. Iski studied her for a moment before answering. You're different, he said plainly. I've never met anyone with your abilities before. That wasn't what she expected to hear. For now, he continued, it's best to keep this a secret. Avoid interacting with other demonic monsters, just in case. Your current companion might be harmless, but we can't be sure if others will feel the same way about you, or if they'll want something else entirely. Ruby stiffened. His words weren't harsh, but they unsettled her. Wasn't he supposed to call her a witch? Accuse her of scheming with her family? Instead, he was calmly telling her to be careful. Noticing her reaction, Iska tilted his head. What's wrong? Ruby quickly shook her head. It's nothing. Of course, it wasn't nothing. She was shocked. She had spent so long expecting hostility that his kindness left her completely unprepared. She sighed, wondering if her strange connection to these creatures had something to do with her being from another world. But before she could overthink it, Iska spoke again. Are you planning on telling your family about this? Startled, Ruby immediately shook her head. No, I don't want to. Iska nodded. Then I'll keep your secret. Ruby blinked. Just like that? My colleagues are trustworthy, he assured her. They'll keep it as well. For some reason, his confidence unsettled her. What did he mean by that? Why was he so sure she had nothing to worry about? Why was he so intent on making her feel safe? And just when she thought the conversation was over, Iska suddenly brought up something strange. He mentioned overhearing something from Ivan and Andy. Something about Lorenzo. Ruby's stomach dropped. Lorenzo? Why was he bringing him up now? Then the scene shifted to a flashback. At one point, Ivan had tried to tell Iska something about Lorenzo's misdeeds. But before he could, one of the knights had interrupted, announcing that he had found Lady Ruby's shoes. Later, when Iske found Ruby and they were on their way back to the capital, Ivan had noticed bruises on Andy's face. Curious, he had asked what happened. Andy wasn't the type to get into fights. Andy's answer? He had gotten into a fight with Lorenzo after Lorenzo said something offensive about Lady Ruby, and Iska had overheard it. Back in the present, Ruby's expression turned fearful. "What exactly did he say?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Iske immediately sensed her distress. He gently reassured her, telling her not to worry about it. "Forget it," he said firmly. "You don't need to concern yourself with what happened with Freya. The authorities will handle it." His words should have been comforting, but instead, they left Ruby with even more questions. Why was he acting like he was on her side? Late one night, Iska finally confronted Lorenzo head-on. His voice was as cold as ice as he demanded to know what Lorenzo had done to stir up so much trouble. Then, narrowing his eyes, Iska bluntly pointed out the contempt and arrogance Lorenzo had been showing toward his wife. Oh, and instead of making excuses, why not say it in your own words? Lorenzo, looking utterly horrified, stammered that he had no idea what Iske was talking about. Unfortunately for him, Iske wasn't in the mood for lies. Without warning, he delivered a punch straight to Lorenzo's head, leaving him dazed. Then, in a low, dangerous voice, Iske issued a final warning. "Mark my words. If you ever go near my wife again, I will kill you." When morning comes, Ruby noticed the servants busily renovating the garden. What on earth was going on? As she stood there trying to make sense of the scene, the Duke observed it too and let out a sarcastic remark. Seeing Iska act out of character like this, it must mean his end is near. Ruby blinked, even more puzzled. Why was everyone staring at her? What was happening? She certainly hadn't asked Isk to do anything. But then, her mind flashed back to that peaceful walk she had with Iska in the garden. During that stroll, Iska had casually asked if she liked the northern leaves. Ruby had replied that they were quite different from the ones in the south. Their fierce, wild appearance was fascinating. Curious, Iska had asked what southern gardens were like. Ruby had described them as having more flowers than trees, beautifully arranged with bird cages, fountains, and waterfalls. The gardens also housed rare, colorful birds. At that, Iske had scoffed, saying that sounded more like an amusement park than a garden. But Ruby had reassured him that, despite their playful charm, southern gardens were truly breathtaking. She had also added that she found northern gardens equally impressive, with their untamed, forest-like atmosphere. To her surprise, Iska had casually mentioned that northern gardens actually used to be forests before they were cultivated. Now, back in the present, Ruby was baffled. I only answered his question. How am I guilty of anything? Ellen noted that the garden had always been dull and lifeless, so the change wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The Duke, however, scoffed and cynically remarked that it wouldn't last. Ellen pointed out that if he disliked it so much, he could always just order Iska to stop. But the Duke let out a bitter chuckle and shook his head. Sure, he could try, but Iske wouldn't listen to him anyway. His mind drifted to a particular moment in the past when Iska had warned him not to say anything to Ruby. Even now, if the Duke so much as hinted at disapproval, he was sure Iska would glare at him and start yelling. Ruby couldn't help but find the Duke's stance contradictory. He was uneasy about the changes Iska was making, yet he was still pressuring them to consummate their marriage. If he truly opposed all of this, why was he so adamant about them fulfilling their duties as husband and wife? The Duke then turned to Ruby and asked if she was feeling better. With a polite smile, she replied that she was, thanks to everyone's care. Hearing this, the Duke's expression turned serious. Then, we should focus on the most important matter now, he said, hinting that it was best to deal with it as soon as possible. It would, after all, help ease Ruby's burdens. For some reason, at that moment, Ruby felt a faint tingle in her heart. It was subtle, almost unnoticeable, but it left her with the strange sensation that both she and this place were changing. Just a little. After some time, Ellen introduced Ruby to a young maid named Rania. She explained that one of her relatives had recommended Rania, who, despite her youth, was said to be quite skilled. Ellen believed she would be a great help to Ruby. Ruby, relieved, smiled and thanked Ellen. At least Rania wasn't someone sent by Freya. Ellen apologized for taking so long to arrange this. explaining that both she and Iska thought Ruby would feel more comfortable with a young maid rather than an older one. They also planned to gradually increase the number of her personal servants over time. Although Ruby found it difficult to adjust to this new arrangement, she was relieved to finally have her own maid. At least I won't have to keep bribing Lucille anymore. She greeted Ronya warmly, telling her that she would be counting on her from now on. Ronya bowed deeply and promised to serve her with dedication. Then Ellen casually mentioned that Ronya would have her hands full right from the start. Ruby blinked. What do you mean? That's when Ellen dropped the bombshell. They were hosting a banquet. Even more shocking, the banquet was in Ruby's honor, and she was the guest of honor. Ruby's jaw nearly dropped. Me? A guest of honor? Sensing her alarm, Ellen quickly reassured her that she didn't need to worry about anything. Iska was the host and would handle all the arrangements. But Ruby couldn't shake off her unease. After the Freya incident, her reputation in Britannia's high society was probably in ruins. And now, Iski was planning a grand banquet for her? Why? Why was he so determined to do this? The following day, Ruby received a letter from Caesar. Yes, a letter that deserved to be burned. It read, "My dear beloved Ruby, thanks to the reinforcement sent by Britannia, we were able to successfully quell the disturbance that had been plaguing Romana. It's all because of you. I hope to see you soon so we can share in this joy together. I will be thinking of you as I wait for that day to come. With love, your one and only loving brother." Ruby stared at the letter in silence. Yeah, what a load of nonsense. Sure, he might send her a short letter, but if she replied with something equally brief, it would only add fuel to his fiery temper. She was painfully aware of one thing. Caesar didn't want her to be happy. If he ever found out through his network of informants that she had run away from home, he'd probably throw a grand celebration. When Ruby met the Archbishop, he greeted her warmly, his face full of relief. He even confessed that he had fasted the entire time she was missing, spending sleepless nights praying for her safe return. Ruby, touched yet slightly overwhelmed, thanked him for his devotion, joking that perhaps his prayers had played a role in her safe arrival. But soon, the conversation took a turn. The Archbishop brought up the swirling rumors in the capital, especially the ones concerning his niece, Freya. With an apologetic look, he acknowledged that these rumors must have caused Ruby distress. Ruby, who had been expecting this topic, remained calm. It was obvious the Archbishop believed she had left home because of the scandal involving Freya. With a composed smile, she reassured him that the rumors didn't bother her in the slightest, and was just relieved that Freya was safe. However, deep down, Ruby wasn't so sure about the Archbishop's innocence. The mysterious crystal incident still lingered in her mind, and she knew that many people had no qualms about using their own family as pawns for personal gain. Testing the waters, she subtly asked why he had invited her only after the incident. The Archbishop, not seeming offended, explained that given the circumstances, he had simply assumed she might be feeling shaken and confused. He only wished to provide her with whatever small comfort he could offer. As for the mastermind behind the incident, he had no idea, but he was certain that divine justice would come for them eventually. Ruby thanked him for his thoughtfulness, and the Archbishop humbly insisted that he was merely a servant to her father, the Pope. Then, changing the subject, he asked if she would like to join them for lunch. Ruby politely declined, mentioning that she already had plans with Iski. That's when she noticed it, his brief hesitation. Just for a second, the Archbishop froze, before quickly recovering with a smile, commenting that it was good to see Ruby and Iske growing closer by the day. Ruby couldn't ignore that strange pause. What was that about? Something about his reaction didn't sit right with her. Just as Ruby was about to leave, a familiar voice called out from behind. It was Andy, greeting her with his usual warmth. He looked relieved to see her in good health, even playfully mentioning that now she could finally return to the training hall. Ruby chuckled and thanked him, but curiosity got the better of her. Why was he here? Andy quickly revealed that Iska had sent him to escort her. That alone was surprising enough, but then he casually asked if she was meeting Iska for lunch. When Ruby confirmed, she couldn't help but wonder, how on earth did Iska even know she was at the temple? Meanwhile, the Archbishop, clearly trying to maintain his composure, commented that Iski must truly treasure her. Ruby, however, was skeptical. If Iski cherished her so much, then why had he been acting so distant lately? And more importantly, why was he suddenly sending escorts as if she were some fragile treasure? It almost felt like he was being overly protective. But why? Later, as Ruby sat down for lunch with Iska and his colleagues, she was momentarily stunned. The sheer number of delicious dishes spread before her was overwhelming. Did they always eat like this? She couldn't help but ask. Iske, ever the practical one, explained that they didn't always have the luxury of eating at the castle. Sometimes, they had to dine at taverns, and on busier days, they skipped meals altogether. As she hesitated before digging in, Iski took notice and asked if she had lost her appetite. Ruby flinched slightly. Why was he so observant? She quickly reassured him that she was fine, but he wasn't convinced. Teasingly, he asked if the Archbishop had fed her something good, which only annoyed her further. What did he take her for? Some bottomless pit that devoured whatever was offered to her? Unfazed by her irritation, Iska casually handed her a sausage, advising her to eat well. After all, she'd need a good diet to endure the North's harsh winters. Ruby sighed, but accepted the food, deciding to let his annoying remarks slide. Then, the conversation shifted to the upcoming banquet. Curious, Ruby asked what the occasion was. To her surprise, Iski simply shrugged, saying there wasn't a specific reason. Sometimes people just threw banquets for fun. Ruby wasn't buying it. A random banquet held in her honor? Suspicious. But since the event was already planned, she decided not to dwell on it. Instead, a completely different idea popped into her mind. Maybe she could use this banquet as a chance to take her relationship with Iski to the next level. Perhaps after the banquet, she could wear something alluring and invite him to her room. But before she could entertain the thought any further, she immediately dismissed it. Who was she kidding? Her husband was as dense as a brick wall. He wouldn't catch the hint, even if she wrote it out for him. Meanwhile, the knights were discussing a different topic altogether. Ivan remarked that demonic monsters hadn't been seen for a while, and hoped the peace would last. Camus, however, had a different theory. He suspected the frost dragon's presence was keeping the creatures in hiding, but warned that they'd come flooding back sooner or later. Shifting gears, Ivan suddenly turned to Iska and asked if he planned to compete in the upcoming gladiatorial tournament. Hearing this, Ruby immediately recalled the novel's storyline. According to the book, Iski was supposed to win this year's tournament and receive the prestigious Flower of Glory. And that very flower would be given to Freya. Clearly annoyed, Iska told Ivan to stop talking while he was eating. Ivan, of course, wasn't deterred. He teased that maybe Iska was just afraid of embarrassing himself in front of his wife. Camus joined in on the fun, smirking as he added that Iske only won the last tournament by pure luck. Just then, another knight brought up a different rumor, one that instantly made Ruby stiffen. Apparently, Cardinal Valentino was planning to attend the upcoming festival. Ruby's reaction was immediate. She flinched, her body going rigid. The knight, realizing he had just touched on a sensitive subject, panicked and tried to backtrack. He hurriedly explained that he thought everyone already knew, and nervously asked Ruby if the rumor was true. Still uneasy, Ruby forced herself to confirm it. The rumors surrounding her and Caesar were already scandalous enough. There was no doubt that Iska had heard them before. The thought made her stomach churn. She didn't want Caesar's name anywhere near her conversations with Iska. Sensing the awkward tension, Iska suddenly changed the subject. He turned to Ruby and asked if she liked her new maid. Startled, Ruby jolted slightly, but before she could answer, Iski calmly reminded her to chew her food properly. Flustered, she quickly swallowed and replied that yes, she liked the maid. He then asked if there was anything else she needed. Ruby found his question odd. What was he getting at? She had no idea how to respond. Without thinking, she made that embarrassingly wink face and blurted out, "I just want you." The second the words left her mouth, she froze. Did she just say that out loud? Horrified, she wanted to sink into the floor. She had been so preoccupied with thoughts of deepening their relationship that she hadn't even realized what she was saying. To make things worse, the entire table fell into an awkward silence. Then, one by one, Iska's colleagues suddenly found excuses to leave. "Oh, I just remembered, I have work to do." "Yeah, me too. Very urgent night duties, super important." Before Ruby knew it, she and Isk were left alone. Panicking, she tried to lighten the mood. "Your colleagues sure are hardworking, going back to work so soon." Iski, however, saw right through it. With a dry look, he calmly corrected her. "They haven't finished eating." Ruby nearly choked. Why wasn't he asking her anything else? She'd expected him to bring up the Archbishop, or even Caesar. But he remained silent, Was he deliberately avoiding those topics to spare her discomfort? Determined, she finally decided to bring up the real issue, consummating their marriage. But Iska, ever the composed one, simply responded that they could discuss it after she had fully recovered. Ruby, however, was having none of it. She insisted she was fine. Gently, Iska advised her not to push herself too hard. Frustrated, Ruby slammed her hand on the table. "I'm not pushing myself." Unfortunately, she might have overdone it. The entire table rattled, and a glass of water spilled directly onto Iska's hand. Horrified, Ruby gasped and immediately apologized. Had she hurt him? Iske, completely unbothered, reassured her that it was just water. That's when Ruby noticed something. Wrapped around his hand was a familiar handkerchief. Her handkerchief. The very one she had gifted him. She had honestly thought he would have tossed it aside by now. Yet here it was, still in use. Feeling a mix of emotions, she blurted out, "Should I kiss it to make it feel better?" Iski, a little flustered, responded, "Please just eat your food." Back at the Omerta mansion, Ronya was carefully brushing Ruby's golden hair when she casually remarked that her locks were as fine as spider webs. Before Ruby could even react, utterly scandalized. How dare Ronya compare Lady Ruby's hair to something as dreadful as a spider web? Ronya, unfazed, explained that she actually meant it as a compliment, because, spider webs shimmer beautifully in the light. But Lucille, as usual, seemed to see Ronya as a rival ever since her arrival. Perhaps she was worried about losing Ruby's bribes. Either way, Ronya was no pushover. Despite being new, she held her ground, even when the other maids, some of whom had worked there for years, tried to make her life difficult. Later, Ellen came to visit Ruby, and was momentarily stunned by how breathtaking she looked. With a sincere smile, she told Ruby that she looked absolutely lovely in her dress. Ruby, however, noticed something odd. The headmaid stood quietly in the corner, completely indifferent. That was strange. Before, this woman would have shot daggers at Ruby just for wearing such an exquisite gown. Clearly something had changed. Ellen then informed Ruby that she'd be heading to the banquet hall first. She made sure to tell Ruby to seek help if she felt even slightly unwell. Ruby nodded, appreciating the concern. Ever since their heart-to-heart a few days ago, Ellen had been much warmer toward her. It was unexpected, but Ruby couldn't deny that it made her happy. As Ruby walked down the corridor, a wave of nervousness crept over her. This was the first time a banquet was being held in her honor. What if she messed up? What if no one paid attention to her? Or worse, what if Iski refused to dance with her? Before her worries could spiral, her eyes landed on Iska, who was sitting nearby. But what was he wearing? That uniform looked unusually revealing. Ruby blinked in surprise. Was he seriously planning to attend the banquet dressed like that? Not that she was complaining. He looked really good. Even with such an odd choice of outfit, he still managed to be unfairly attractive. Iska casually explained that he had just rushed back from a secret mission and hadn't had time to change. When Ruby asked if this was his usual mission attire, he nodded. His regular armor was far too heavy and conspicuous, so this outfit was more practical for times when he wasn't slaying demonic creatures. Ruby couldn't help but admire the design, internally applauding whoever created it. Truly, they had done a great service to humanity. Then, out of nowhere, Iska extended his hand and apologized for his attire. But more importantly, he said he couldn't possibly let her walk into the banquet alone. Ruby was taken aback. Did he rush back just for her? Forgetting her previous anxieties, she smiled and took his hand. When they stepped into the banquet hall, all eyes turned to them, more specifically, to Iska's scandalously revealing outfit. The guests were clearly surprised, but no one dared to complain. After all, the man had just returned from a mission. Meanwhile, some women whispered among themselves, questioning how this banquet could even take place when Freya had barely survived a near-death experience. Ruby, however, chose to ignore these background characters. Moments later, Ivan and Ellen approached them. Ivan, ever the troublemaker, commented that while he understood Iska had been in a rush, he really should have changed first. He was distracting too many women. Ruby then noticed something curious. Ellen and Ivan were holding hands. Ellen quickly clarified that Ivan was simply escorting her, but the way she said it almost felt like an excuse. Before Ruby could dwell on it, Freya suddenly appeared, greeting her warmly. Ruby was surprised by her presence, and immediately asked if she was feeling better. Freya reassured her that she was perfectly fine, and even expressed her relief that they had both made it through the recent ordeal. Soon after, Freya's mother made her grand entrance. She greeted Iska and then turned her attention to Ruby. With a sly smile, she asked if Ruby was the lady she had heard so many rumors about. Ruby's heart sank. Something about the Marchioness's tone reminded her of her own mother from her past life. Noticing Ruby's distress, Iska gently asked if she was all right, pointing out that she was trembling. Snapping back to reality, Ruby reassured him that she was just nervous. Meanwhile, the Marchioness stepped closer, formally introducing herself. With a scrutinizing gaze, she complimented Ruby, saying that women from the south were as beautiful as nymphs, and judging by Ruby's appearance, the rumors seemed true. Just as she began to steer the conversation toward recent events, Iska abruptly cut her off, casually suggesting that she move along if she had nothing important to say. The Marchioness, momentarily taken aback, quickly composed herself and apologized for any unintended offense before excusing herself. As she turned to leave, Freya called out, asking if she was going already. The Marchioness glanced back sharply and, with a hint of condescension, asked if Freya's eyesight was failing her. She then pointed out how messy and unkempt Freya's hair was. Both Freya and Ruby immediately became self-conscious, with Ruby instinctively checking her own hair. Noticing her reaction, Iski leaned in and whispered, "You look perfect, just the way you are." Ruby, caught off guard, felt warmth rise to her cheeks. She wasn't even the target of the Marchioness's remark, yet it had stirred up old insecurities from her past life. In an attempt to shake off the discomfort, she suddenly asked Iska if he would like to dance. Before Iska could answer, Ellen jumped in with a teasing remark. Surely Iska had forgotten how to dance after all these years. Ivan quickly followed up, warning Ruby that if she danced with Iska, she'd likely be embarrassed in front of the entire crowd. The situation wasn't looking good. Then, completely disregarding their comments, Iska took Ruby's hand. With an unreadable expression, he simply stated that the banquet hosts were supposed to open the dance. Ruby stared at him in disbelief. Was he serious? Did he really intend to dance in front of everyone, while still dressed like that? But before she could protest, he led her to the center of the hall. As the music began, Ruby found herself momentarily distracted by Iska's exposed chest. So much for her plan to seduce him. It felt like she was the one being seduced instead. "You're beautiful," Iska whispered, his voice carrying over the melody. Ruby's breath hitched. His gaze locked onto hers, and for a moment, time itself seemed to slow. With each step, his movements became more confident, syncing perfectly with hers as if they had been dancing together for years. Ruby was amazed. Despite claiming he wasn't good at this, he was keeping up surprisingly well. As the music swelled, she spun gracefully around him, her gown flowing like a river. The sight left Iski momentarily stunned. His usual composed expression faltered as awe flickered in his eyes. Something shifted between them, an unspoken connection growing stronger with every movement. As the final notes of the song played, Iski caught Ruby's hand and dipped her effortlessly. Their faces were mere inches apart, their breaths mingling as they held each other's gaze. For a moment the world around them faded. Then, the hall erupted in applause. The guests were thrilled by their performance, except for a select few who seemed displeased. But that was a problem for another time. Flashback. As Freya stepped into her brother Lorenzo's room, her eyes immediately widened in shock. Bruises marred his face, and she gasped, unable to hide her concern. "Who did this to you?" she demanded. Lorenzo, clearly wanting to downplay the situation, tried to brush it off. "It's nothing. Don't tell Mother and Father," he insisted. But Freya wasn't buying it. With a sigh, Lorenzo finally admitted the truth. It was Iske. Not only had Iske hit him, but he had also issued a warning. "Stay away from my wife." The weight of those words hung in the air, making Freya's expression darken. Back to Ruby. She turned to Iski with a teasing smile. "So, did you enjoy the dance?" she asked. His response? A completely deadpan remark. "Life must be hard for the ladies of the South." Huh? That was not the answer she expected. Blinking in confusion, she tried again. "Are you thirsty?" Before Iski could even open his mouth, Andy swooped in like a true savior, drinks in hand. He cheerfully offered them to the pair while showering them with praise. That dance was absolutely fantastic. I never thought I'd live to see Sir Iski dancing with my own eyes. He even admitted, rather dramatically, that witnessing it sent shivers down his spine. I told you to shut up, he muttered. Ruby could only shake her head, watching the playful dynamic between Andy and her husband. Honestly, these two were something else. As their conversation continued, Iski's attention suddenly shifted. He spotted the Duke standing nearby, watching them from a short distance. Without hesitation, he turned to Ruby and Andy. Wait here, he instructed before striding toward the old man. The moment he reached the Duke, the tension became almost palpable. The two men wasted no time, bickering in public like it was a well-rehearsed play. The surrounding nobles didn't even bother hiding their amusement. Ruby, however, chose to ignore them completely. No way was she getting involved in whatever drama those two had going on. Andy, still loyally by her side, took the opportunity to compliment her again. You danced like an absolute fairy, he declared, as if she had just floated across the ballroom on gossamer wings. Ruby, on the other hand, wasn't so sure. She admitted that she might have gone a little overboard, but Andy firmly disagreed. Even Sir Iski looked mesmerized, he revealed with a knowing grin. Now that made Ruby pause. Him? Mesmerized? That man was impossible to read, though she had caught a certain mysterious look from him earlier. Was it admiration? Suspicion? Something else entirely? She wasn't sure, and honestly, she wasn't about to let her guard down just yet. Despite everything, she was grateful. Everyone around her was treating her as if nothing had happened. Or was that the whole point? Was she being used as some kind of secret weapon? With that thought lingering in her mind, she schooled her expression, determined not to let anyone see through her. Ivan and Ellen joined the group, both looking rather entertained. With a teasing grin, Ivan wasted no time throwing a playful jab. I have to say, I'm absolutely shocked. Iska actually danced without stepping on your feet, he remarked, clearly enjoying himself. Ellen, on the other hand, was genuinely impressed. Ruby, your dancing was fabulous. I'd love to learn it from you, she admitted. That took Ruby by surprise. Ellen wasn't the type to hand out compliments lightly. If even she was impressed, then Ruby must have really done a great job. Curious, Ellen glanced around. Where did Iski go? She asked. Ruby explained that she'd last seen him talking to the Duke, but after that, no idea. Upon hearing this, Ellen chuckled. Well, I'm glad they actually moved somewhere. That means Iski's putting some effort into this. Ruby blinked in confusion. What effort? What exactly was Iska trying to do? Sensing her curiosity, she asked, Did something happen? She had noticed that the Duke didn't exactly look pleased earlier. Oh, he probably saw Iska dancing with you and thought the sudden change would kill him. That actually sounded very possible. But Ruby couldn't shake a different thought. Maybe the Duke wasn't just shocked. Maybe he was displeased. After all, Iski had thrown such an extravagant banquet for her. What if the Duke thought she was manipulating his son? Maybe I was wrong to think he's changed even a little, she mused. Just then, Freya arrived, accompanied by Camus, who greeted Ruby with a not-so-polite bow. Ruby simply raised an eyebrow at him. She wasn't expecting warmth from him anyway. Freya wasted no time and turned to Ellen. Where's the Duke? Ellen, without missing a beat, replied, Still caught up in another petty quarrel with Iska. Freya let out a sigh, but shifted her focus. Scanning the room, she suddenly mentioned, I haven't seen Andy since that incident. At the mere mention of his name, Andy, who had been standing nearby, froze. His entire body tensed as if someone had just called him out for a crime. Without a word, he hastily made his exit, clearly uncomfortable. Freya watched him go and sighed. He still feels awkward around me, even though he really doesn't need to. You know Andy's naturally shy. Freya nodded, but still looked a bit troubled. I think it got even worse after he fought with my brother. That caught Ruby off guard. Wait, what fight? She turned to Ivan. What happened? Realizing Ruby had no clue, Ivan explained. A few days ago, Andy and Lorenzo got into a fight, right in front of the temple. I asked them why, but neither of them would say anything. Before Ruby could ask any further, Freya suddenly grabbed her hand. Enough of this boring talk, she declared. Let's go enjoy ourselves instead. Ellen nodded in agreement. You should take this chance to meet more people. That's exactly why Iska hosted this banquet in the first place. Ruby couldn't argue with that logic. If she was going to be here, she might as well make the most of it. As Freya and Ellen guided Ruby toward the lively banquet crowd, the scene subtly shifted to reveal a cloaked figure lurking in the shadows. His piercing gaze never wavered from Ruby, observing her every move with eerie intent. At the same time, a noblewoman approached Ruby with an eager request. She wanted to learn how to dance from her. Ruby agreed, gracefully twirling across the floor as her partner admired her elegant Southern-style movements. The praise felt refreshing, making Ruby think that maybe, just maybe, her earlier anxieties had been unfounded. Things didn't seem as bad as she had feared. The conversation soon took a playful turn, as the ladies gushed over how well Iska had danced with Ruby. Some even teased that men do change after marriage. Ruby was starting to feel at ease, until she noticed Andy lingering nearby. Was he following her? Or did he really think she hadn't noticed his presence? The chatter continued, shifting to Iski's appearance at the banquet. One of the ladies, eyes practically twinkling, sighed about how dashing he looked in his rugged attire. Then, as if they had all been waiting for the moment, someone asked Ruby if her heart had skipped a beat when she saw him. Ruby, deciding to go along with the teasing, put on her best fangirl act and shyly admitted that, well, who wouldn't? But of course, the good vibes couldn't last forever. A certain lady, who Ruby swore had an uncanny talent for ruining pleasant moments, casually remarked that Ruby's behavior must have been driven by her overwhelming love for her husband. Or was there some other reason behind the recent incident? The pointed words made Ruby tense. Was this woman ever going to mind her own business? Rather than lose her cool, Ruby acknowledged that, yes, her actions may have been a little immature. The lady, clearly not done stirring the pot, suggested that Ruby must have had more freedom back in Romana. Ruby, however, calmly corrected her. If anything, things were even stricter at home, and her brother would no doubt scold her the moment he arrived. Her family was already deeply worried about her. This revelation seemed to take the lady by surprise. Even as whispers spread among the guests, Ruby maintained her composure. Let them talk. She wasn't about to let their suspicions shake her. She knew they still believed she had tried to poison Freya, but honestly, she couldn't be bothered. Just then, another noblewoman spoke up, expressing relief that Ruby had returned safely. She even mentioned that everyone had been praying for her. Ruby, ever the polite lady, thanked her for the kind words. At that moment, Ellen suddenly reached out and gently patted Ruby's head. The unexpected gesture startled Ruby, and when she turned to look, Ellen quickly jolted back, stammering an apology for overstepping. But Ruby wasn't upset. Far from it. She was deeply touched. Ellen's kindness was genuine, and Ruby found herself appreciating the small but meaningful act. As the banquet continued, someone turned to Freya with concern, asking if she was okay being out for so long. Freya reassured them that she was fine, even mentioning that she had gotten to dance. The woman smiled, commenting on how unfortunate it would have been if Freya had missed the entire event. Then, with a more serious tone, she wondered aloud who could have committed such a terrible act against Freya, and hoped the culprit would be caught soon. Freya immediately cut her off, firmly stating that this was not the place to discuss such things. Ruby carefully observed Freya's reaction. The way she purposefully glanced at Ruby while making that comment? Yeah, that pretty much confirmed it. Freya believed that Ruby was behind the incident. And honestly, Ruby couldn't even blame her. Freya had been the victim, after all. But that didn't mean the accusation didn't sting. Memories of the past resurfaced despite Ruby's efforts to bury them. She considered Freya's behavior. Had she always been this blind to the truth? Maybe Freya's hardships had shaped her into someone who always saw herself as the victim, unable to fully trust anyone. Ruby understood that feeling all too well. After all, she had also learned to hide her emotions, to survive without getting stabbed in the back. Excusing herself from the group, Ruby announced that she needed to wash her hands. Ellen gave her a knowing look, but Ruby reassured her. No, she wasn't going to throw up this time. Alone in the washroom, Ruby stared at her reflection, her mind buzzing. If something like the horseback incident happened again, both Iska and Ellen would grow tired of her. Worse, Iska already knew about her connection to the demonic monsters. If another accusation surfaced, Would he even hesitate to believe it? Impatience gnawed at her. What did Iska truly think of her? Was it mere curiosity? Sympathy? Or something more? She wasn't sure yet, but one thing was clear. He had made an effort to find her. He hadn't harmed any of her demonic monster companions. And in his own way, he was taking care of her. With all this in mind, Ruby made a decision. If she wanted to secure her place in this marriage, she needed to act. Tonight, she would make her move. After tonight, there would be no turning back. Ruby then overheard a group of ladies gossiping about her. They speculated that Iski was only pretending to care for her due to pressure from Romana. One of them even brought up the moment when Iski had pushed Ruby aside to hold Freya, insisting that it was obvious who he truly loved. They also gossiped about a more private matter, whispering that Ruby and Iska hadn't even consummated their marriage yet. Ruby expected this kind of talk, but that didn't mean it wasn't annoying. Without hesitation, she walked straight toward them, startling the ladies. Their faces paled as she suddenly burst into tears. "I never did anything wrong," she sniffled, her voice trembling with emotion. "Why do you all hate me so much?" The ladies, now panicking, rushed to assure her that they hadn't meant any harm. But Ruby wasn't about to let them off that easily. "I knew from the start that I'd never belong here," she continued, looking utterly heartbroken. "Maybe I should just go to my husband and ask for a divorce. That way, I won't be a burden to any of you anymore." Pure horror flashed across their faces. No, that's not what we meant," they cried, desperately trying to backtrack. Tears streamed down their cheeks as they pleaded for her forgiveness, insisting that they had misunderstood her. Ruby, inwardly amused, decided to wrap up her little performance. "Do you really mean that?" she asked sweetly. The ladies nodded frantically. Wiping away her fake tears, Ruby flashed them a reassuring smile. "Then I won't ask for a divorce." The sighs of relief were almost comical. While the situation had ended in her favor, Ruby couldn't help but envy their carefree existence. They would never understand what it was like to walk on eggshells, constantly fearing the next disaster. Later, as she wandered through a corridor, she noticed a crowd gathering to watch the fireworks. Just as she moved forward, a cloaked figure approached her from behind, calling her name. Andy searched anxiously for Ruby, his worry deepening until he finally spotted her kneeling on the ground. Rushing over, he asked if she was all right. Ruby winced, saying her foot hurt. But what really puzzled her was what had just happened. Whoever had stepped on her foot didn't do it by accident. They had called her name right before doing it. Still thinking about it, Ruby then asked Andy if he could take her to Iski later. True to his word, Andy escorted her into the banquet hall and toward Isk. But just as she got close, whoops! She tripped and tumbled straight into his lap in front of everyone. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment while Iski, ever composed, asked if she was okay. Ruby, on the other hand, wished the ground would swallow her whole. Seeing her reaction, Iska gently checked if she was still with him. She reluctantly admitted she was just too embarrassed to look up. Isk reassured her, saying it was just a little slip. No one would dare laugh at her. Slowly, Ruby lifted her head, and Iski immediately noticed her teary eyes. His expression darkened with concern as he asked if something had happened. Ruby hesitated before explaining that she was hurt. That's why she had wanted to find him. At once, Iska's focus sharpened, and he asked where she was injured. Now Ruby wondered if she had just made a mistake. She wanted to be with him tonight, but if he found out what had happened, he might get distracted. Finally, she admitted her foot hurt. Iski carefully slipped off her shoe and found a small wound on her big toe. His jaw tightened, and his eyes turned cold as he demanded to know who had done this. Without hesitation, he scooped Ruby up in his arms, declaring that he would handle it himself. The other paladins quickly stepped forward, trying to calm him down, but Iska wasn't having it. He simply told them to step aside. As for Andy, who immediately apologized, Iska dismisses him, adding that his apology is not necessary, because this was inevitable. Their enemies were bound to make a move and just waiting for a perfect time to strike. Watching this unfold, Ruby was reminded just how terrifying Iski could be when enraged. And then Freya made the mistake of trying to intervene. Iski didn't even look at her. He just told her to get lost. Well, that was one way to end a conversation. Desperate to soothe him, Ruby quickly insisted it wasn't what he thought. But Isk wasn't convinced. If it wasn't an attack, then why was her foot like this? Had someone threatened her? And why had she only come to him after getting hurt? Ruby flinched. Why was he so certain that someone was out to get her? Maybe because all this had happened at his banquet. Realizing she needed to calm him down fast, Ruby suddenly threw her arms around him. In the most embarrassing move of her life, she softly called him darling and explained that she came to him simply because she missed him. Also, her foot hurt. But she really hadn't expected it to upset him this much. At that, Iska let out a long sigh. He then instructed Andy to handle the banquet before carrying Ruby away himself. Well, so much for a grand evening. Later, back in their room, Ruby sighed in disappointment. Not only had she ruined the banquet, but she had also ruined their time together. Worst of all, she dreaded what Iska would do next. Would he scold her? Or even worse, would he consider sending her back to Romana like last time? He had promised not to, but could she really trust that? Kindness could turn to cruelty in the blink of an eye. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted when her gaze landed on a turtle statue nearby. She flinched at the sight of it, and Iska, who never missed a thing, immediately noticed. The moment the maid finished dressing Ruby's wound, he told her to take the statue with her. The maid, perhaps sensing the tension, quickly agreed. Once they were alone, Iska turned to Ruby. "Did you see who hurt you?" Ruby shook her head. "I swear I'm not making it up." "I know," Iska replied without hesitation. "I never doubted you." Then, after a brief pause, he added that she probably wouldn't be able to return to the banquet with her injured foot. Ruby bit her lip, guilt washing over her. "I'm sorry for ruining the banquet you prepared." Iska fell silent, his expression unreadable. Ruby felt her heart sink. Why did he look so deep in thought? "Are you angry?" she asked hesitantly. His answer came quietly. "No." But then he looked at her and asked something unexpected. "Are you sad about missing the banquet?" Ruby softly shook her head. "It's nothing. I'm just happy to have time alone with you." At those words, she realized the evening hadn't gone as planned, but she wasn't ready to give up just yet. Gathering her courage, she murmured, "I'd like to stay with you tonight." The moment she said that, Iski suddenly stood up. Ruby panicked and quickly added, I understand if you're busy." But he cut her off. "Let's go for a walk first." Wait, you mean together?" Iski raised an eyebrow. "You really think I'd let you walk around alone when you're hurt?" Outside, he led her through a newly designed garden, and Ruby couldn't help but smile. The sight was breathtaking. "I tried to make it resemble the gardens in Romana," Iske admitted, sounding almost hesitant. "But I don't know if I succeeded." Ruby turned to him in amazement. "Are you kidding? It's magnificent. It's like the Hanging Gardens of Babylon." Iski blinked. "The what?" "Oh, right. People here probably wouldn't know that story." Ruby quickly explained. "It's a legend about a king who built a garden to comfort his wife when she was homesick. I read about it in a novel." And suddenly she felt very awkward. Was Iska's intention the same? Had he done this to make her feel at home? Ruby wasn't sure, but in the end, she smiled warmly and thanked him. "It really does make me happy." Iske, upon hearing that, simply replied, "I'm glad you like it." As they sat together, Iska curiously asked Ruby why people in Romana had called her the Lark of Sistina. Ruby explained that it all started when she sang at Caesar's birthday celebration. After that, people gave her grand titles like the Lark of Sistina and the Angel of Sistina, but in reality, those names only reflected how others saw her, as nothing more than a pretty little puppet meant to obediently follow her family's wishes. Then, out of the blue, Iska asked if turtles had some sort of negative meaning in the South. He had noticed how tense she got around that turtle figurine earlier. Ruby visibly flinched at the mention of it but brushed it off, saying she was simply the only one afraid of them. Of course, Iska wasn't convinced. Gently, he pressed further, mentioning that he had noticed her reaction and wondered if there was a deeper reason behind it. Ruby hesitated, but then recalled what had happened 3 years ago, back when the Borgias were discussing her potential marriage to the Duke of Limbrant. She had fiercely opposed the idea, knowing the Duke would eventually contribute to her family's down-to-day. At the time, she thought she was protecting them. Looking back now, she realized how naive that was. Still, feeling guilty for going against them, she had later gone to apologize to Caesar, assuming he was just following their father's orders. But when she stepped into his room, she froze in horror, Cesar was holding her beloved pet pigeon, the very first gift of affection she had ever received in this world. Heart-pounding, she demanded to know what he was doing, but before she could move, the maids quickly restrained her. Cesar, calm as ever, simply placed the pigeon into an aquarium, and with an icy voice, he declared that this was her punishment for defying him. She could only watch helplessly as her tiny friend, the one who used to fly into her arms, was gone forever, all because she had resisted him. Ever since then, both real turtles and even turtle figurines reminded her of that cruel moment. She avoided them whenever she could, but there was no way she could tell Iska all this. Instead, she just gave a vague excuse, saying she had once been bitten by a turtle. Iski listened carefully before replying. "If you had just told me, I'd have had all of them removed for you." Ruby blinked in surprise. What? He went on to explain that she didn't need to impress anyone here. If she didn't like something, she didn't have to tolerate it. Simple as that. Ruby let out a small, amused smile. That was a strange thought. Still, she promised to try and follow his advice. Then, as if realizing he had been worrying too much, she apologized for troubling him. But Iski wasn't having any of it. "Oh, and while we're at it, cut it out with all these apologies too, okay?" Wow, someone was extra naggy today. Shaking his head, Iska then shifted the conversation. "Tell me about your family." Ruby was caught off guard. "Why do you want to know?" He casually explained that since he would be meeting her brother soon, it only made sense to learn more about her family beforehand. Well, that wasn't unreasonable. But Ruby had her reasons for wanting to avoid the topic. Talking about her family never led to anything good. In the past, her previous husbands often brought up nasty rumors about her relationship with her older brother. Rumors that always ended up being used against her. And honestly, she suspected Cesar was the one who spread them in the first place, ensuring that no matter who she married, no one would ever get close to her. Despite sending her away through political marriages, he still wanted her under his control, always scheming ways to bring her back to his side. Keeping her tone light, Ruby simply told Iski that people might see her brother as the next pope, though he wasn't exactly pious. What he had really wanted was to become a knight, not a cleric. Iski then asked, "Do you miss your family?" Ruby hesitated before answering, "No." Iski studied her quietly for a moment before asking, "Is this conversation making you uncomfortable?" She quickly denied it. "This is my home now," she added firmly. "Besides, most people avoid talking about my family anyway." Trying to steer the conversation elsewhere, she suddenly remarked, "By the way, I noticed you haven't brought in any bird cages yet." But before she could continue, Iski suddenly interrupted, holding out his hand. "Give me your hand for a moment," he said. Ruby obliged without thinking, only to feel something cool clasp around her wrist. Startled, she glanced down. He had fastened a bracelet on her. Before she could ask, Iski explained that it was meant to help improve her health. That wasn't all. He then handed her a key. Confused, Ruby asked what it was for, and he casually revealed, "It's the key to my jewelry safe. Take whatever you like whenever you want." Ruby's eyes widened as she stammered, I can't possibly accept something like this." But Iska simply shrugged, reminding her of her own words. This was her home now, wasn't it? That meant she was part of the family. Their jewelry safe wasn't just any collection of accessories. It held heirlooms and treasures passed down through generations. Ruby stared at the key in her hand, wondering why he trusted her with something so significant. Why was he doing all of this for her? Noticing her silence, "What's wrong? Disappointed I didn't give you a birdcage instead?" Ruby blinked before quickly shaking her head. "Of course not. I'm really grateful for everything you've done for me." And then, with a small smile, she admitted, "I really like you." Before he could respond, she leaned in and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then suddenly Ruby stood up. "Do you want to see something interesting?" she asked excitedly. Before waiting for an answer, she started to move away. Iski immediately frowned. "Don't run." But Ruby just waved him off. "I feel much better now." That is, until she tripped. Thankfully, Iska caught her before she hit the ground. His arms wrapped around her, pulling her close to steady her. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. Ruby, cheeks burning, quickly nodded. "I'm fine." Iske, however, wasn't convinced. Raising a skeptical brow, he muttered, "You don't seem fine." Then, with a teasing grin, he added, Tell me, did you dance like that for the frost dragon too? Ruby's eyes widened in shock. What? Why would I ever do something like that? Iski chuckled, clearly enjoying her reaction. Well, that would certainly explain why the dragon kidnapped you. My wife seems to have many hidden talents. Ruby couldn't deny it. Iska's world had a certain charm to it. The lush garden, the warm evening air, the way his playful smile tugged at her heart. It made her realize something. This time, she was the one being enchanted. But then, as if suddenly aware of his own words, Iska cleared his throat. You should get some rest, he said, his tone shifting back to normal. Then, noticing the dirt on her dress, he added, I'll have the maids prepare a bath for you. Wait, this was her chance. Just as he was about to leave, Ruby suddenly hugged to stop him. I felt scared, Ruby whispers. Iski then asked with a chilly voice, Did the new maid frighten you? She quickly denied it. No, Ronya didn't do anything wrong. It's just, being alone in such a vast place this late at night feels unsettling. I just wanted to be near you a little longer. His gaze softened. Without another word, he scooped her up in his arms and carried her out of the garden. I guess I failed again today. Maybe the heavens don't want me to get even a few inches closer to getting laid. Ruby sighed internally. Later, as they reached the bath, Iska set her down and cautioned, Watch your step and wait here. I'll call a servant. Oh, Ruby's heart raced as realization hit her. He's bringing me to his bath? Was he seriously planning for them to be alone here, together? Just then, Ronya entered and immediately noticed Ruby's injured foot. But before she could fuss, Ruby waved it off. It's nothing serious. Ronya poured holy water into the bath, explaining that it would help her wound heal. Then, in an offhanded tone, she added, I'll be leaving soon. Ruby blinked in confusion. Why? Ronya clarified. Lord Iska instructed me to assist you in undressing, but after that, he'll take care of the bath himself. Wait, when I said I wanted to be with him, did he think I meant I wanted him to bathe me? No way. He couldn't have taken it like that, right? Still flustered, Ruby slid into the warm water, feeling the soothing effects of the holy water ease her tension. Letting out a sigh, she absent-mindedly hummed a tune, her thoughts drifting to Popo, Chirpy, and Frosty. I wonder how they're doing. A voice interrupted her thoughts. What song is that? Startled, she turned, and nearly jumped out of her skin. Iska had somehow appeared behind her without a sound. Why are you sneaking around? She sputtered. He ignored her flustered reaction, crouching beside the tub as he reached for her injured foot. Iski suggested that Ruby soak in the warm water a bit longer, which sounded innocent enough. But Ruby's mind had other ideas. Was he really just here to help her bathe, or could this be her chance to spice things up? The thought crossed her mind. What if I pounced on him from behind right now? Or maybe not. He might end up locking me down instead. Breaking her thoughts, Iska suddenly asked if she'd mind her hair smelling like him. Ruby blinked before replying with a soft smile that she actually liked his scent. To her surprise, he stood up and calmly told her to take off her towel. Eh? Wait, what? She stammered, caught off guard. But Iska explained casually that it was hard to bathe with a towel on and assured her he'd turn around. As Ruby stood there, towel in hand, she felt a little flustered. Why do I feel like he's the one charming me here? With a sigh, she slipped off the towel, silently hoping her scars wouldn't ruin the moment. Finally, she called out to let him know she was ready. Iski asked if he should start with her hair, and Ruby gave a small nod. He began running his hands gently through her hair, his fingers stroking with a care that caught her off guard. But when he accidentally tugged a strand too hard, Ruby winced. Are you okay? He asked quickly, looking genuinely concerned. She reassured him and suggested he use some shampoo to make things easier. A bit awkwardly, Iski grabbed the shampoo and admitted that he wasn't exactly experienced with this kind of thing. Ruby chuckled softly at his honesty, finding it oddly endearing. As he worked the shampoo into her hair, she noticed something different. Unlike the servants who used to bathe her with cold mechanical precision, Iska's touch was clumsy but warm. It wasn't perfect, but it felt real and unexpectedly intimate. Before she knew it, her heart skipped a beat. Ruby hesitated for a moment before asking softly, Am I causing you too much trouble? Iske gave her a reassuring look and replied that it wasn't a problem at all. In fact, he added casually, he'd prefer if she kept calling him the way she did earlier. That caught Ruby off guard, and she blushed as she realized what he meant. She'd only used that affectionate nickname once, to break the tension during an awkward moment, and she never expected he'd remember it. Flustered, she tried to turn the tables. "Well, can I call you Iz then?" Without missing a beat, Ruby pointed out that he'd never really used her name either. But before she could press him further, Iska suddenly changed the subject. "Why is your hair so thin?" he asked, tilting his head in curiosity. Goodness, now he's dodging the topic, Ruby thought, mildly exasperated. She shook it off and asked what he and the others had been discussing earlier. Iski casually explained that they were planning to eliminate the frost dragon, then quickly added, "Just kidding." Before she could react, he gently but firmly announced that he'd finished washing her hair and would move on to washing her hands. As his fingers brushed over her skin, Ruby felt heat rise to her cheeks. Iski noticed her reaction and admitted in a quiet voice that gentleness wasn't exactly his strength. "Let me know if I'm being too rough," he added. Then, without waiting for a reply, he moved on to washing her leg. Man, how is he so focused right now? Ruby thought, watching him in disbelief. Wait, is this just his natural skill? Or am I reading too much into this? Suddenly, a spark of courage surged through Ruby. With a playful tone, she invited him to join her in the bath, even offering to return the favor. Iski's head shot up, and he gave her a long, serious look. "Do you really think I'm that insensitive?" he asked flatly. Ruby quickly clarified that she only wanted to repay his kindness, but Iski wasn't buying it. Without a word, he began rising to leave, calmly telling her she could finish up on her own. But before he could step away, Ruby acted on pure instinct. She shot out of the bath, grabbed his hand, and hugged it tightly. He froze, staring at her with wide eyes. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice flustered. Ruby's voice came out barely above a whisper. "Please, stay. I just want to be close to you." Iski hesitated, his gaze softening. He gently told her to let go, promising he wouldn't leave. But Ruby wasn't convinced. She could tell he'd slip away the moment she released him. Before she could respond, she lost her balance, and they both stumbled backward, right into the bath. Water splashed everywhere as they landed. "Are you okay?" Ruby asked quickly, looking at him with concern. Iski gritted his teeth, avoiding her gaze. His face was flushed, and he looked more flustered than ever. Without warning, he scooped Ruby up in his arms and carried her out of the bath. Ruby's heart pounded in her chest as panic washed over her. Is he mad? Is he going to punish me? Bracing herself, she waited anxiously for what would come next. Ruby's body tensed as memories of past abuse flooded her mind. Bracing herself for punishment, she convinced herself that she deserved it. She had been foolish to let her guard down. But instead of scolding her or walking away, Iski did something unexpected. Gently, he turned her around and began towel drying her damp hair. Stunned, Ruby stammered, I thought you were angry." Iska remained calm as ever. "I have no reason to be upset with you," he replied softly. Relief and disbelief swirled in Ruby's chest. She didn't understand why he treated her with such consistent kindness. It didn't make sense to her. Just then, Iska's gaze landed on the faint scars trailing down the backs of her legs. Ruby panicked. Pulling away quickly, she mumbled something about how it was embarrassing and blamed it on being a troublemaker as a child. Deep down, however, she was terrified. What if he saw through her fragile mask? What if he discovered the truth about her life in Romana, the humiliation, the pain hidden beneath her graceful demeanor? She feared that if he saw all of her scars, the warmth in his eyes would vanish. Maybe he'd look at her with pity or disgust, and that was something she wasn't sure she could handle. No matter how hard she tried to protect Iska and Ellen from Romana's dark influence, she felt powerless, trapped by her past. In her mind, Iska's love for her felt as fragile as a small boat in a stormy sea, bound to sink once he saw the depths of her broken self. But Iska didn't pull away. Instead, he broke the silence by saying quietly, "I should have guessed. Your father must have been strict." Ruby's heart skipped a beat. Desperate to shift the blame away from her past, she quickly assured him, "It's my fault. I deserved it." Iski narrowed his eyes slightly and leaned closer, studying her face. "Are you thinking about the past? Is that why you're crying?" he asked gently. Startled, Ruby blinked and quickly denied it. I'm not crying, she insisted. Without saying a word, he reached for her hand and held it gently. Don't cry, he murmured, his voice full of quiet concern. When you cry, it makes me feel helpless. I don't know how to ease your pain, and it drives me crazy. Ruby's eyes widened as he continued. Tell me, what can I do to make you feel safe? To make you happy? His voice cracked slightly as he confessed, I've spent so long wondering if I could have done something differently. Something that would have prevented your pain. He sighed and admitted that he'd hoped giving her space would help, but he couldn't stand the distance anymore. This is your last chance, he said softly. If you want to leave, think carefully. Because if you choose to stay, I'll never let you go. Ruby froze, her heart pounding. Did she even have a choice? Deep down, though, she already knew the answer. She would choose him 1,000 times over without hesitation. This was where she wanted to be, where her friends were, where Iski was. This was her home, their home. Looking up into his eyes, Ruby's resolve hardened. With quiet certainty, she whispered, I want to stay. I want to spend my life with you. Iske's eyes softened as he pulled her closer, his hands resting gently around her waist. Slowly, he lifted her, their faces mere inches apart. With a warm, lingering gaze, he leaned in and kissed her, a tender kiss that deepened with a passion that left Ruby breathless. Laying her gently down on the bed, Iske removed his robe slowly, his movements unhurried and tender. His lips brushed along her leg as he kissed her skin, making her heart flutter. His gaze, full of warmth and affection, met hers as his hand gently caressed her face. Ruby, he murmured, his voice husky. Ruby, caught up in the moment, softly called his name in return. Iske's cheeks turned slightly pink, and he instinctively pulled her into a warm embrace. He looked at her thoughtfully, before asking with a gentle smile, Why are you looking at me like that? Flustered, Ruby blinked. What do you mean? Instead of answering, Iske leaned down and kissed her forehead, then her nose, and finally her lips again. Soft, lingering kisses meant to reassure her. Are you okay? He asked quietly. Ruby nodded but admitted, I'm just a little nervous. That's okay. It's my first time too. Either you're lying, or you're naturally gifted, Ruby thought, and I'm not sure which is more impressive. As they shared their first intimate moment, Ruby couldn't help but remark how strange it felt. Iske softly agreed. Yeah, it feels strange to me too. His gaze was filled with both confusion and deep affection, as though he was slowly realizing how much he'd fallen for her. In that moment, it was clear. He wasn't just captivated. He was completely ensnared by the bond they shared and everything they had been through together. At last, Iske whispered the words that had been on his heart for so long. I love you. Ruby's eyes glistened as she smiled and whispered back, I love you too. She wasn't sure what had led Iske to such deep emotions tonight, but something in her heart told her that from the very first moment their eyes met, this night was destined to be either their greatest blessing or their heaviest curse. Now tell me, Ruby thought, almost as if praying in her heart, tell me you will remember me, so I can remember this moment for eternity, even if you ever leave me someday, even if it's only in my dreams. The greenhouse was built just the way Ruby wanted, and now she was proudly showing it off to Ellen. As they strolled inside, Ellen's eyes widened in surprise. This is a Southern-style garden, isn't it? She asked. Ruby's eyes lit up. Yes, isn't it lovely? She looked around, practically glowing with excitement. Then she turned to Ellen. What kind of flowers do you like? Ellen looked a bit caught off guard, but Ruby was already brimming with energy. Let me make you a flower crown, she said cheerfully. Ellen said after thinking, lilies. Ruby's excitement soared even higher. Perfect, I'll make it so pretty. Ellen blushed and quietly thanked her sister-in-law. As Ruby got busy weaving the crown, Ellen changed the subject. By the way, you've been getting a lot of invitations lately, haven't you? All addressed to me, Ruby replied with a bright smile. We should thank everyone, right? But deep inside, she was a bit uneasy. If we actually hosted an event here, it might turn into chaos, she thought. Ever since Iske's grand party, letters had been flooding in. tea parties, casual chats, all sorts of social excuses. Clearly people were seeing Ruby in a different light now. And why wouldn't they? Iski had made things official. Their wedding had taken place, witnessed by knights and blessed by the archbishop. The cathedral bells had rung proudly. But Ruby noticed something. The archbishop didn't look pleased. Back then, his anxious eyes stuck in her memory, though the moment had been beautiful. As she picked more lilies, her thoughts wandered to something Iski had said. There's no need to return to Romana anymore. She was truly content here. Ellen joined in helping her with the flowers, too, saying gently, "You don't have to reply to every single letter, you know." Across from her, Ellen sighed and shook her head. Just thinking about all those social events is exhausting. Your body needs rest, too. You don't have to rush into managing the mansion either. Ruby's eyes widened. But if I suddenly take over, won't that make people uncomfortable? Ellen's expression instantly turned cold, eerily similar to Iski's when he was angry. Who would dare be uncomfortable with the lady of this house? Ruby flinched. I just meant, if anyone is, they'll be out the door, Ellen said firmly. Ruby clutched the flower crown tighter, silently grateful. Thank you. But it's not that simple with the maids, especially the head maid. That woman already gave her the cold shoulder from day one. And once she starts overseeing the household, yikes. Things might get frostier. Still, Ruby wasn't here to stir drama. So Ruby simply said she didn't want to be a bother to anyone. After all, she'd never dealt with house matters before, unless counting dust bunnies as experience counted. Ellen nodded in understanding. I'll help you, step by step. She paused for a moment. You know, the head maid. She's been with me since I was a child. Ellen's eyes softened with the memory. A few years before my mother passed away, the head maid was the one holding the household together, she said. Ruby sat back down, curious. So your mother was like me? Ellen's expression grew pained. Yes, she had the same way of eating, the same scars on her hand. She stared into the distance. One day, my mother suddenly became obsessed with appearances, living lavishly. Then just as suddenly, she stopped everything. Stayed in her room and cried all day. Ruby didn't interrupt. Even without saying much, she could tell Ellen carried a deep hurt. She wondered what caused that change, but Ellen simply shook her head. I don't know. After she passed, my father and brother were never the same. Then came the heartbreaking part. When I was little, I saw my parents fight, over and over. I never knew why. And after that, my brother became a holy knight. Back then, he used to wish our mom would turn into a ghoul, just so he could see her again. He'd probably miss her too, even if he can't show it. After that vulnerable moment, she turned to Ruby. Let's keep this between us, okay? Ruby nodded eagerly. Of course, my lips are sealed. Just then, an attendant arrived, cutting through the peaceful atmosphere. Milady, you have visitors. Ruby blinked, confused. Visitors for me? Ellen stood up, concerned. Who is it? The man scratched his head awkwardly. People from Longinus, my lady. Ruby's stomach twisted. Could it be about her secret? She stood up quickly. I'll go meet them. Ellen wasn't convinced. Are you sure you're okay going alone? Should I come with you? Ruby waved her off with a small smile. No need. You have your own meeting, right? They're probably just here on business. Still, Ellen wasn't totally reassured. Then at least bring them here instead. The trio took in the beautiful surroundings, and Ivan couldn't help but marvel aloud. This is truly a wonderful sight. Ruby was already seated at the tea table, waiting for them with a welcoming smile. It's lovely to see you all. Should I make flower wreaths for everyone? She offered brightly. Ivan instantly lit up. What? For real? That would be such an honor. But not for long. Grimacing, Ivan turned to the one who'd nudged him and cleared his throat. Actually, we're here with a favor to ask. Sorry for dropping in like this. Ruby was curious but remained calm and gracious. Please, go ahead. Feel free to ask anything. The three sat down at the table, all eyes on Ivan to explain, but he fumbled with his words. So, the thing is? Camus' patience snapped. He slammed the table. At this rate, the sun will set. Ivan shot him a glare. You fool. Don't raise your voice in front of Lady Ruby. You're embarrassing us. Ruby, glue gun in hand, froze mid-motion, sensing something serious was coming. He straightened himself. Lady Ruby, are you familiar with frost wolves? Ruby tilted her head thoughtfully. Only from illustrations, I believe. Then I'll get straight to the point. Camus jumped in. Can you speak to them? The image of a chilling, magical wolf flashed in Ruby's mind. Frost wolves weren't ordinary creatures. They left behind magic stones when they died, and afterward their bodies were no different from normal wolves, extremely rare and shrouded in mystery. But asking Ruby to communicate with them? Her face went blank. Something had to be wrong. Ivan explained further. Normally, frost wolves never leave the forest. They're intelligent and don't attack humans unprovoked. But now, they're showing up near people's homes, acting aggressive. No casualties yet, but we don't know how long that'll last. He hesitated before continuing. There's an old legend. If someone kills a frost wolf before the Jubilee event, they'll be cursed, driven to madness or haunted by revenge. And this year is the year of Jubilee. We'll be holding the sword-fighting event. We'd rather avoid bloodshed if we can talk to them instead. That's why we came to you, Lady Ruby. Ruby felt the pressure of the request. It was a heavy burden. I can't actually talk to them, she admitted. It's just, they seem to understand me sometimes. She also remembered Iski's warning. Avoid magical beasts for now. His words echoed in her mind. I'm not even sure I could understand the wolves if I tried, Ruby added with a gentle smile. Ivan gave a sheepish laugh. We were worried that might be the case too. But still, Lady Ruby, you're special. That's why we had hope. Ruby paused. Is my husband coming too? Ivan scratched his head, clearly unsure how to respond. Camus, of course, had no filter. No, he's not. If Iski knew we came to ask you for this, he'd have our heads. A chill ran down Ruby's spine. Hey, you idiot, what are you saying? Ivan hissed. Well, I'm not wrong, Camus muttered, sipping his tea a bit too casually. He leaned forward. If you don't want to, just say so. We honestly didn't expect you to say yes anyway. Ruby met Camus' gaze, her thoughts unreadable. Without warning, Ivan hit Camus, then turned back to Ruby, flustered. Lady Ruby, I apologize for his rudeness. Honestly, I'll do it. Both men froze. I'll try, Ruby repeated calmly, a tiny spark of hope in her eyes. In her heart, she sent an apology to Iski. I'm sorry for going against your words, but they're protecting my secret, for my sake. And if I help them, I might earn their trust. She glanced at Camus, thinking, that arrogant mouth. I'd love to sew it shut someday. But she smiled anyway. Plus, if I learn more about magical beasts, it might open new doors to meet my friends. Just then, Ivan pushed a bag of chocolate toward her. Here, have some. Ruby blinked in disbelief and thought, do you think I'm a child? The forest was shrouded in thick snow, making everything feel even more oppressive. Ruby wrapped herself tightly in a cloak and scanned her surroundings. Ivan, who was beside her, gestured respectfully ahead. Lady Ruby, it's this way. I'm not sure when they'll appear, so I blocked off this path. Ruby could hear the eerie growls of wolves echoing through the trees. Her pulse quickened, but she kept her composure. I'll go a little closer, she suggested, her voice calm yet firm. The three of them dismounted and moved forward slowly, the wind whispering around them as it shielded Ruby as much as possible. Suddenly, a magical beast emerged from the shadows. Its growl was menacing, and Ivan instinctively raised his sword. The wolf stared them down with fiery eyes, its sharp teeth bared. It looked ready to pounce. The leader is directly confronting us, Ivan said, his voice low. Lady Ruby, stay behind me. But Ruby shook her head. It's all right. Let me go alone for now. With determination, she took a step forward, approaching the fierce frost wolf. The wolf growled at her, but its stance softened slightly, as if unsure of what to make of her approach. Ruby removed her hood and smiled gently. Hello, she said quietly. The wolf's eyes seemed to soften in response, its growl weakening. Ruby slowly sat down in front of it, keeping her movements calm and steady. The wolf hesitated but eventually sat down, lowering its guard. Ruby observed it closely, sensing its sorrow. It's less wary now, but it seems like it wants to tell me something, she thought, feeling the deep sadness and resentment radiating from it. At that moment, Camus began to move forward, but Ruby stopped him. Wait a minute. She pointed to something on the ground. Here, there's a leg. The others looked down in confusion. There, Before them lay the severed leg of a frost wolf. Behind the wolf, the rest of the pack watched closely, as if waiting for something. Ruby's heart sank. She could see the leader wolf circling the severed leg, its grief palpable. I think... Ruby hesitated, her voice soft. This wolf is grieving. It can't find the owner of this leg. It's mourning. Camus frowned, his confusion clear. You mean they're looking for the owner? Ruby nodded, her expression solemn. It seems so. The owner must be nearby. We need to find them. But Camus' concerns quickly grew. What if the owner is dead? They might attack us in their rage. He bent down, examining the severed leg. This wasn't just an accident. Someone cut it off deliberately. Poachers, no doubt. Ivan's anger flared. Everyone, stay alert. I'll deal with this. Camus, protect Lady Ruby. The group took shelter in a nearby shed as a sudden downpour soaked the earth. Ivan and Galar went out to search for the poachers, leaving Ruby behind, her thoughts still with the grieving wolf. Would it be all right? What if the owner was really dead? Lady Ruby, it's cold. Please take this blanket. A voice interrupted her thoughts. Ruby looked up, startled, to find Andy standing before her with a warm smile. Thank you, she murmured, her surprise quickly turning to confusion. Why is Andy here? Before she could question him further, Camus burst in, clearly flustered. What are you doing here? Ruby glanced behind him, and her heart skipped a beat. There, standing with an expression colder than the storm outside, was Iski, radiating fury. In an instant, a powerful blow rang out. Camus hit the ground with a thud, stunned. Ruby gaped in shock as Iski loomed over him, his rage obvious. You bastard, Iski growled, grabbing Camus again before the poor man could even recover. As Iski's fist came toward him, Camus panicked. Hey, wait, listen to what I have to say. Ruby stepped forward, with a firm voice to stop her husband. I'll explain. Please, calm down. Iski's fierce gaze softened slightly as he turned to face Ruby. His anger was still apparent, but Ruby's plea seemed to cool the fire. Iski grunted and tossed Camus aside, walking toward her with measured steps. With each step he took toward her, Ruby grew more anxious, her body trembling slightly. She fiddled nervously with the hem of her skirt. When he finally stood before her, Iski gently wiped dirt off her cheek, his voice softer than before. You're a mess. Your body is already weak. Why are you out here with these guys? Ruby stammered, searching for a reason. I only came here because I wanted to see the frost wolves. Iski sighed deeply, holding his head in frustration. That doesn't make sense. He glanced at her exposed head, the rain soaking her through. Without a word, he pulled her hood up, his concern clear. What if you faint again from the rain? His touch was tender, as if caring for a child. Ruby flinched but smiled weakly. I won't. Let's go inside first, then we can talk, Iski suggested gently. Inside the shelter, the mood was tense. Iski turned to his friends, his tone cold. So you took matters into your own hands because of some superstition? You even lured my innocent wife with those cheap chocolates? Ruby and Andy, who had been enjoying the treats, both felt guilty under his scrutiny. Ivan, never one to back down, shot back. Are you planning to arrest us and kill us all, but you're punishing us for superstition? Your wife said she would come with us to find those wolves. Why are you ignoring her opinion? Ruby jumped to her feet, flustered by the growing tension. Wait, everyone, calm down, she urged, trying to de-escalate the situation. Please don't get angry. Iski's concern deepened. I clearly told you not to do anything reckless, especially with demonic beasts. What if they attacked you? What if you got hurt? Do you think these guys have real combat experience with frost wolves? Camus immediately shot back, indignant. You bastard, how dare you underestimate us? Iski shot him a glare, silencing him instantly. Shut up! Ruby's hands tightened around her skirt. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Iski froze, his anger still bubbling beneath the surface. Who told you that? He snapped, clearly upset by her words, thinking someone had accused his wife of something. Ruby's voice trembled as she clarified. That's not what I meant. I really did cause trouble. You all worked so hard to find me, and you almost got into danger because of the frost wolves. More than anything, I don't want to be a burden to you anymore. Iske stood silent, processing her words. Her vulnerability and the weight of her apology seemed to pierce through his anger. "I'm not like the holy knights with special abilities," Ruby continued softly. "I don't have great swordsmanship like others, so even if it's just a little, I want to help everyone." A heavy silence followed, and Ruby's heart pounded in her chest. "What's wrong with everyone?" Finally, Iski smiled gently, patting her head. "You don't need to worry about such things. You've never been a burden, Ruby." Her heart lightened at his words, but the moment was interrupted as Iski's demeanor shifted once more. He turned sharply to the three men, his gaze hardening. "So, what's the real story here?" Andy, still wiping away tears from Ruby's earlier words, while others glanced over nervously. The wolf was panting heavily, bound by iron chains, its mouth muzzled. The poachers who had captured it looked terrified as they explained. "We really just intended to treat it." Ivan narrowed his eyes, skeptical. "Treat it? You said you were going to get the frost mushrooms." The man's eyes widened in panic, realizing his slip-up. He quickly corrected himself. "We just happened to find it trapped. We were going to help it." Ivan wasn't fooled. He grabbed the man by the hair. "Be honest. If you wanted to treat it, why didn't you just let it go? Why bring it here?" The poacher flinched, guilt written all over his face. Ivan's rage escalated as he pointed to the illegal items around them. He lunged at the man, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Iski had cut the chains on the frost wolf and carried it over to Ruby and asked her to step outside now. Outside, Iski gently placed the frost wolf on the ground. The group stood silently around it, observing closely. Camus spoke up. "Now we just need to take it there, right?" But Galar stopped him. "Wait." He crouched down to examine the wolf more carefully. "This one's a female, and her size is different from the usual ones." Iski, who had been quiet, added, "It must be a mate of an alpha, the leading couple of their pack." At that moment, Ivan burst out of the door, exhausted. "We have to put those guys in jail, but what's going on here?" He frowned when he saw the group standing in stunned silence. "Is it too heavy to carry?" Andy, still shaken by Ruby's words, answered, "This wolf seems to be the mate of the alpha." Ivan blinked in surprise, his shock matching everyone else's. A few moments later, the tension was thick as Ruby looked at the injured wolf, its breathing growing more labored. "Everything's messed up." She glanced up at Iski, uncertainty in her eyes. "Can we bandage it like that?" Iski, ever calm, reassured her. "Don't worry, it's not an ordinary wolf, just a little frost mushroom, and it'll recover quickly." Ruby hesitated. "What is a frost mushroom?" Iski's voice was dry with amusement. "The thing you threw at my face last time." Ruby blinked in surprise. Before she could respond, Andy stepped in, offering an explanation. "It's one of the important ingredients in the medicine to heal wounds, Lady Ruby." Ruby stammered, I was just trying to stop Iski." A sudden howl from the distance cut her off. Ruby turned instinctively toward the sound, her heart racing. Iski, who had also noticed the howls, began to carefully lift the injured wolf. "I'll take it. Everyone, protect Ruby." Ruby's mind raced. She remembered how terrifying the frost wolves were before. No matter how strong Iski was, if the pack attacked, he could still be in danger. Worried, she tugged at his shirt. Her voice grew more urgent. "Since it's the pack, they'll be very ferocious. What if they suddenly attack you? I know you're very brave, but what if—" Iski's heart fluttered at the hint of concern in her voice. "Are you worried about me now?" Ivan's voice broke the tension from behind them. "Don't worry too much, Lady Ruby. He fought things fiercer than frost wolves. It's the frost wolves who should be afraid." But Ruby's worry didn't dissipate. She became even more determined. "I want to go too." Iski shook his head firmly. "No, you stay here." Ruby immediately fired back, her voice full of emotion. "I don't want to. I said I'm worried. What if you die?" Iski froze at her words, a flicker of shock passing through him. "Who's going to die?" he asked, his voice softening as he turned to face her. "You'll be in more danger than I will." Ruby fell silent, her thoughts churning. She glanced at the growling wolf in Iski's arms. Then, she reached out and began to soothe it. "It's okay," Ruby murmured gently, her hand stroking the wolf's fur. "We'll take you home now. You don't have to be afraid anymore." Iski stood still, watching her in disbelief. The others around them, too, were wide-eyed, witnessing Ruby's calm and natural ability with the demonic beast. But Iski, coldly turning away, avoided her gaze. "No," he said firmly, refusing to relent. Ruby stared at him, frustrated but determined. But you just saw my ability. She pressed on, using her ultimate move. I just want to be by your side. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity as she pleaded with him. Iski sighed and slightly blushed. You're so stubborn, he muttered, as if he is in his wits' end. The forest grew darker, and the growls of the frost wolves became increasingly menacing. Ruby flinched, feeling a surge of fear. It's angry, she thought. I feel like I should kneel and apologize. It must be the alpha. Iski's jaw clenched as he glared at the alpha wolf, while Ruby stood frozen by his side. However, much to Ruby's surprise, Iski simply placed the female wolf gently on the ground. Let's leave it here and go, he said calmly. Ruby peered cautiously at the scene. The alpha wolf, eyes still filled with hostility, didn't back away. Instead, it approached the injured female, nudging her gently with its nose. The growl it gave was soft, a signal of recognition. The two wolves' eyes softened as they looked at each other, undeniably a bonded pair. Ruby, let's go, Iski called softly, offering his hand to her. Ruby glanced at the wolves one last time before turning back to him. She hesitated, but then reached out, taking his hand. What a heartwarming sight for these two pairs. The forest bathed in the afternoon sunlight as they continued their walk. Ruby, wanting to ease Iski's fatigue, softly asked, Can I massage your arms? Iski raised an eyebrow in confusion. And why? Ruby answered honestly. They'll probably be numb from carrying that big wolf earlier. Iski's frowned but slightly blushed, his voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. What do you think my job is? After a while, they reached their horses and found Camus waiting for them, having prepared the steeds. Iski looked around, his brow furrowed. All right, where are the others? Camus replied, They've already taken the poachers to jail. Iski looked puzzled. Then why aren't you with them? I have to go now, too, Camus explained. Before leaving, he turned to Ruby with a grateful look. Lady Ruby, he said, drawing her attention. Ruby looked up in surprise. What is it? If you hadn't accompanied us, today's matter might not have been resolved so smoothly. We received a lot of help from you. Thank you. Camus bowed deeply to her. I'll see you next time, my lady. Ruby's face flushed at the unexpected praise, and she smiled brightly, albeit a bit startled. Yes, see you next time. Iski, noticing her bright smile, remarked with a playful tone, You seem happy. Ruby beamed and shrugged lightly. It's just because I was able to help a little. Iski proudly looked at her. If it weren't for you, everything would have been a nightmare. Those wolves would have been on the verge of frenzy by now. Ruby's smile softened as she glanced up at him. Well then, I'll help everyone again next time. Iski didn't object, his happiness clear in his eyes as he gazed at her. A moment later, though, he casually asked, Next time? What next time? Ruby froze for a moment, caught off guard. Another next time? Of course, because there might be something else you need help with. Iski's expression shifted as he realized what she meant. You just want to see your little friends again, don't you? Ruby's face flushed, and she quickly defended herself. That's not it. Without warning, Iski grasped her hand tightly. Whatever the reason, I don't want you to leave my side. You like chocolate so much that you'll do anything anyone tells you. Ruby awkwardly tried to explain. I told you, I came here just in case you were here. I'm always thinking about you. Iski paused, his hand gently caressing her cheek. Is that so? He smiled warmly, then playfully pinched her cheek. So, you were so eager to see me that you ended up in such a mess. Ruby, feeling embarrassed, quickly sought an explanation. It's just because of the rain, she muttered, rubbing her cheek against his hand. So you don't like it? How could I? Iski responded with a soft laugh, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her closer. It's just, I want to bathe you, but this time will be a little different from last time. With that, he leaned in and placed a deep, passionate kiss on her lips. The golden sunlight bathed them as they shared the kiss, lost in the moment. Suddenly, Ruby remembered something and whispered, blushing, Wait. Behind them, Andy stood frozen, his mouth agape and his face bright red. Panicked, he quickly turned to leave. I'm so sorry. I'll be going now. Ruby and Iski exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. Iski lifted her up in his arms, grinning as he said, Let's go home. Iski reserved this gentle sweetness only for her, and Ruby, smiling radiantly, blushed as she replied, Yes. Under the setting sun, the two rode back to the mansion side by side. On the other hand, in a distant church, Pietro sat, muttering to the heavens in frustration. Why is everything so messed up? The plan has failed. Since when has their relationship progressed to this level? I should have broken her legs. At that moment, someone approached him. A voice called out, "So it was you who helped them consummate their marriage. Informing the master must have put you in a difficult situation." Pietro's eyes narrowed as he turned to face the newcomer, who was none other than the archbishop. "The result isn't good for the excellent spy of Romana like you either," Pietro replied coolly. At the Omerta castle, inside a cozy room, Iski sat next to Ruby, watching her sleep peacefully. His hand gently brushed her rosy cheeks, a soft expression on his face. Suddenly Ruby woke up, causing Iski to jolt. "Did I wake you?" he asked. Ruby shakes her head quickly. "Not at all," she replied, though she soon asked, "Are you leaving already?" Iski nodded. "I have to go now. I need to be back before it gets too late." Ruby felt a pang of sadness at his words. "I see," she said softly. Iski studied Ruby for a moment before gently urging her, "Go back to sleep. You still look tired." Ruby sat up in a fluster, shaking her head. "No, I'm awake." In a spontaneous moment, she hugged him tightly and whispered, "I just don't want to be apart from you. It would be amazing if I could go with you." This caught Iski off guard, his face turning a little red. He then kissed her cheek, teasing, "Even if you came with me, you would only just wanted to see your monster friends." Ruby quickly shook her head. "Shh, that's not what I meant." Iske raised an eyebrow, still teasing. "While I'm gone, I'm sure your friends will come looking for you. You won't just run after them, will you? Or be lured by chocolate again?" Ruby, now flustered, shouted, "I won't run after them." Then, remembering something, she added, "Oh, and this afternoon, I planned a tea party with Ellen in the water garden you made for me." Hearing this, Iski seemed reassured, then added that he really wanted to get to know Ruby even more. He encouraged her to say anything she likes and dislikes. Ruby blushed at the thought, realizing she knew a lot about Iski, but only from the novel. So she couldn't claim to truly understand him just yet. Suddenly, Iski pulled Ruby into a tight hug, whining, "I don't want to leave you." Ruby, with a smile, said, "Then go quickly and come back to me." Iski smiled back, "I'll be back as soon as I can." Ruby cheerfully replied, "Yes, have a safe trip, Iz." This was the first time Ruby had truly been able to enjoy such peaceful moments. But as she thought about it, a small fear crept in. Could she truly savor this happiness? She wished she could freeze this moment forever, even if it was just a fleeting dream. Later that day, Ronya the maid found a beautiful earring and suggested it would be perfect for the party. Lucille disagreed, thinking her choice is better. "Why are you so stubborn?" Ronya argued, defending her choice. Before they could continue, an attendant entered and informed Ruby that her father-in-law wished to speak with her. As soon as the Duke entered her room, he immediately asked, "Are you going somewhere?" Ruby explained, "I'm just having a tea party with a few people, including Ellen." The Duke nodded in approval, pleased that his daughter was clearly looking after Ruby well. Though Duke Omerta had come to inform Ruby about his meeting at the palace, he stopped by to see her first, after hearing that Iski had given Ruby the Omerta vault key. Ruby, caught off guard, wondered if the Duke would ask for it back. However, to her surprise, the Duke only asked a few questions about what Iski had told her. Ruby laughed nervously, answering, "He entrusted it and told me to keep it safe." The truth, however, was that he had given it to her to use as she wished. After a brief pause, the Duke told her, "If you need anything, feel free to take it from the vault." Then, his gaze shifted to the bracelet on Ruby's wrist. He seemed relieved and said, "I'm glad you have the bracelet. I was worried about Iski's tendency to act on his own, but it's good that he didn't use it for something frivolous. It's a family heirloom, after all." Ruby was surprised, asking, "A family heirloom? Iski told me the bracelet was for my health." He explained, "It was crafted by our ancestor from a dragon's heart." Ruby's eyes widened in astonishment. A dragon's heart? Her heart skipped a beat. Could this be why the Duke seemed dissatisfied at the last banquet? As she processed this, the Duke apologized to her. "I heard the banquet was for you, so I made time to come by. My son acted foolishly, and I apologize on his behalf." "It's okay. You don't need to worry about it. Honestly, it's better if I return the bracelet. He stopped her. That bracelet belongs to you now. You are the mistress of this mansion. He then asked Ruby how she was adjusting to life there, noting that the place had once been barren and dull. Ruby smiled and replied, "Actually, it's more interesting than Romana." The Duke had expected Ruby to miss her homeland, especially since she was the Pope's daughter, and asked if she'd been visiting the temple often. He added, "I know I said some unpleasant things before, but the Arendelle Temple is always ready to help you." Ruby, sensing a test, hesitated before responding, "To be honest, just listening to hymns makes me sleepy. Would you rather I be more pious?" Duke Omerta then clarified, "I just wanted to make sure the Pope doesn't think we're intentionally confining you." Ruby waved her hand dismissively. "It's not like that. My father knows I like it here." The Duke's surprise led him to ask if her happiness stemmed from the place or his son. Ruby, without hesitation, declared her love for Iski, calling it destiny. Full-on fangirl mode activated. He ultimately accepted her sincerity, attributing his concerns to his age and worries for her safety. A wise and ultimately accepting father figure. He then departed. The tea party kicks off with Princess Ariane all excited while serving Princess Leia, at that moment. The kids playfully swap roles, and it's all too cute. While everyone's chatting about this and that, someone wonders if Ruby often visits the garden. The children have created a secret hideout there. Honestly, it's just as glamorous as they say. The guests gossip about the garden being a gift from Iski to Ruby, leaving her a little flustered. But Ellen, being the supportive friend and sister-in-law, encourages Ruby to take some pride in it. Honestly, who wouldn't? It's a dream garden. Out of nowhere, Freya casually mentions that people tend to do strange things just before they die, making a cryptic reference to Iski's health. Talk about a mood killer, right? Just as things start to feel tense, Ivan steps in, lightening the mood with some playful sibling banter with Leah. Naturally, Ariane has to leave since it's getting late, leaving Leah a little down. So, Ellen and the other guests escort Ariane out, and Ruby's left alone for a bit. Ruby was busy thinking when she noticed that the children had left something behind, and thought to herself, "I'll return this next time." Just as she was about to settle back, Freya appeared by her side, praising the item. "How cute. I used to play with dolls when I was little, but none of them had jewelry this dazzling." Ruby was caught off guard that Freya was still lingering around. Freya then turned to compliment the garden. "This place is wonderful. Did Iski design it himself?" Ruby nodded, but Freya didn't stop there. She looked Ruby right in the eyes and asked, "You must be very satisfied with all this, right?" Ruby froze at the question. It wasn't exactly a simple question to answer, and Ruby wondered where it was all leading. Freya sneered before continuing, "I can tell you're very loved by Iski. In my experience, people like you, well, as long as their safety is guaranteed, are satisfied enough. You're no exception." Ruby's confusion deepened. What was Freya trying to get at? "What exactly are you saying?" Ruby asked, trying to figure out Freya's intentions. Freya paused, almost calculating something in her mind, before casually adding, "Even if you left here and married someone else, it would be the same, wouldn't it?" Ruby laughed awkwardly, replying, "What a strange thing to say. I won't leave Iski." Freya then smirked. "Do you really not understand, or are you just pretending?" Freya went straight to the point. "Iski is the beloved nephew of His Majesty. He's carrying noble blood from the Britannia royal family. Compare that to a princess with mixed blood. Do you get it now? Iski is likely to be the future ruler to the throne, and his partner will play a major role in that. What will the North think if he's with someone like you? Will we continue suffering under the intervention of the corrupt believers, or will we rise beyond their grasp and make them cower before us?" Freya continued, "I just don't want you to end up hurt. First love can be a dangerous thing, especially when you're not in control. You're just a pretty face to dance around, and a man like Iski, well, if he loses his mind over you, it would be a shame. But don't worry. This will all pass." Ruby knew people could change, having seen it firsthand, but why was Freya so focused on this? "It sounds like you know a lot about my husband," Ruby remarked. Freya quickly replied, "Does that bother you?" Ruby laughed it off. "Not at all. I just find it fascinating. But Iski's never mentioned you before." Freya seemed a bit embarrassed, but then laughed. "Well, maybe he doesn't want you to think I'm his mistress. He cares about me, but it's nothing really. I'm not into childish emotional games, and neither is he. Ruby had to bite back a smile. Freya was trying so hard to appear nonchalant about something clearly bothering her. Iski and I share a lot of things, especially our love for the North, Freya said with a soft sigh. But he'll never give his heart to something as fleeting as first love. Eventually, he'll realize who he should choose. Ruby's mind raced. Freya is implying that she was the one who deserved to be Iski's queen, the future ruler, not Ruby. It was clear now that Freya wasn't hiding her true intentions at all. Why beat around the bush so much if she really thought she had a claim on him? Ruby had had enough of the veiled jabs and twisted logic. It was time to call Freya out. She fixed her gaze on her and calmly said, "You know, Lady Freya, none of what you're saying really adds up. You're telling me I should be content even if I'm not with Iski, just because my safety's supposedly secured? That I'll be happy as long as I'm protected?" Her tone turned sharp, edged with sarcasm. "But why would I be hurt by him? Or even see you as some kind of romantic threat?" Eyes locked with Freya's. "Now that I think about it, maybe you're the one who's actually afraid of being left behind by Iski." Freya flips her hair, clearly agitated. "Oh, Ruby, stop pretending to be so innocent. You know isn't been the only one being so nice to you lately. Ellen already pointed it out, so why pretend you don't see it? It's surprising, really. I hate people who act like they're too clever for their own good." The tension in the air was palpable. Just then, Freya suddenly spilled her tea all over herself. Ruby stared, completely flustered. Before she could react, Ivan and others walked back in, searching for Leah's hairpin. When he saw Freya drenched, everyone was taken aback. "What happened? Are you all right?" Ellen and the others quickly surrounded Freya, who hesitated before responding. "I'm fine. It seems like Ruby misunderstood me." Ellen raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, Freya? Can you explain this?" Ruby could hardly believe what was happening. She had become the villain in everyone's eyes, while Freya was now the victim. Was it really possible that Ruby was being painted as the jealous, scheming woman who was harassing her husband's friend again? Ellen looked at Ruby, her eyes wide with disbelief and desperation. "Please say something." Her expression seemed to plead, but Ruby could only look back with quiet devastation. Her silence spoke volumes, and Ellen's eyes welled up as if she was watching something precious fall apart. Meanwhile, little Leah clutched her dress and asked innocently, "Did everyone get upset because of my hairpin?" Ivan gently shook his head and replied softly, "No, that's not it." Then, more firmly, Lady Ruby wouldn't act like this without a reason. I believe she deserves to be heard. Yet Ruby stood still, stunned by the accusing stares. It felt like the room had decided. She was guilty. Ellen's voice trembled. "Ruby, please," still hoping her friend would clear the air. But right on cue, Freya stepped in with her perfect timing. She gave a soft, heartbroken sigh, brushing her soaked sleeve with a dramatic touch. She must have been really startled. "I don't want things to escalate any more than this." Then Ruby's composure finally cracked. A sob escaped her lips as she cried out, "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything." Her voice echoed like a final plea. Just like always. She was once again left in a situation where no one truly believed her. One of the guests, confused and anxious, spoke up. "So, are you saying Lady Freya set this up? That doesn't seem real?" But Freya, already ahead of them, continued her performance. She lowered her eyes and whispered shakily, "Lady Ruby got angry because of something I said. I must have deserved it. It's only fair if I face the consequences." Seeing Freya tremble, Ellen rushed to her side protectively. "Come, let's get you cleaned up," she said, carefully supporting her. But before stepping away, she turned to Ruby, this time with a distant, cold look. "Let's end the party for now." And with that, the party dissolved into whispers and doubt. To Ruby, it became painfully obvious. No matter what she said or how much truth she held, she'd always be the outsider. In the eyes of these people, she wasn't family, just a guest they'd quickly forget once the lights dimmed. Ruby wandered off, lost in her thoughts. Could this be it? Am I really going to be abandoned like this too? She couldn't help but feel like she was the one to blame, thinking, maybe it's time to accept this. I'm such a fool. Just then, Ronya spotted her. But Ronya froze, noticing the sadness on Ruby's face. Her worry grew, and she asked, "Are you all right? You look so down, my lady." Ruby, overwhelmed by a wave of frustration and pain, pulled Ronya into a hug. Unable to hold it in any longer, she burst into tears, sobbing like a child. Ronya, caught off guard, couldn't help but tear up as well. In that moment, the two of them held each other, crying together, finding comfort in the shared pain. The scene shifts to Iski in the middle of a battle, cutting down a monster with ease. As he finishes the job, his mind drifts to Ruby's words about how this is where her friends are, where she is, and how she wants to spend her whole life with him in this place. Camus, taking a break while the others rest, turns to Iski and asks why he's still working. He wonders if Iski's worried that the other knights might spot his wife's monster friends and, well, take them out. But Camus reassures him, stating that demonic creatures are tough enough to survive out here in the wild, and they'll be fine. He casually adds that he never really cared about those monsters anyway. Iske, slightly annoyed, quips back, "You're quite the talker today." He then adds that he didn't ask Camus to tag along. This sets Camus off, and he bursts out that he only came because he was worried Iski might collapse from exhaustion. Camus continues, saying at least the frost dragon is still hiding, because if it weren't, the kingdom would be after it to use in the gladiatorial tournament. But if it pops out and attacks a village, well, they'd have to deal with it. Curious, Camus asks if Iski's really planning to enter the tournament. Iski raises an eyebrow, asking why Camus cares, as if he's worried that Iski might win again. Camus dismisses it, calling it nonsense, and points out that if Iski's so worried about keeping monsters alive, why would he join a tournament where he'd have to kill them? Just then, Galler suddenly appears, looking concerned. He too questions Iski, wondering if Ruby understands the creature's cries, and if she'd be okay seeing him hunting them down. What if the monsters do something unpredictable when they see her? Iski responds, saying that's exactly why he needs to enter the tournament. They don't yet understand Ruby's connection with the demonic monsters, or if they all react to her the same way. But they can't keep her out of the stands either, especially with Cardinal Valentino overseeing the event. As Iski takes down another monster trying to ambush him, he adds that he needs to be there to protect Ruby from any potential threats and put the monsters down without unnecessary suffering. Camus, not fully convinced, asks what Iski will do if he loses. Iski grins, confident, and reassures him that he won't lose. He's going to win, and he'll make his uncle proud. With a smile on his face, he declares he has every right to do as he pleases. Then, with a casual air, he tells Camus to call it a day and head back. Camus, watching Iski with an eye roll, thinks to himself, "What a puffed-up jerk." Ruby sits alone in her room as one of her maids brings her food on a tray. She assumes Ellen must have instructed the maid to serve her since she skipped dinner earlier. Ruby knows she'll likely throw up the food, but eats it anyway. She feels so down that she can't even bring herself to blame Freya. In the grand scheme of things, Ruby feels so small compared to the power Freya holds in this place. No matter what she says, everyone will side with Freya. Ruby knows that Freya is the female lead, not her, and so Iski's feelings for her won't matter either. Part of Ruby's heart aches. Even though she's aware of everything more than anyone else, she regrets allowing herself to believe for even a moment that she could fit in. Ruby calls for the two maids and tells them to take the evening off, as she wants to walk through the greenhouse alone. The maids offer to at least prepare a bath for her, to which Ruby is initially surprised, then replies with a sad smile, saying she'll handle it herself today. The maids exchange looks, clearly shocked, but they dutifully agree. As Ruby walks through the greenhouse, a burning sensation in her chest starts to rise. She puts a hand to her heart, wondering if it's because she hasn't thrown up in a while. She's been trying so hard to hold it all together. Looking around, Ruby recalls how she always wanted to sit on a boat here with Ellen. As she sits down on the ground, she wonders what Ellen thinks of her now. She suspects that Ellen probably regrets getting close to her, thinking about how she had finally found comfort with Ellen and Ivan. Ruby hugs her knees to her chest, burying her head in them, feeling pathetic. She chastises herself for hoping for something she doesn't deserve. Her thoughts turn to Freya's words, that Iski would lose all reason because of his first love. Ruby wonders if it was just a fleeting fancy. She remembers the romantic moments she shared with Iski recently, and how he told her he loved her. Ruby knows this too, but she also wonders if Iski would even care about her anymore if she shows enough regret for what happened. Suddenly, the head maid appears, calling out to her, "There you are, Lady Rudbeckia." Ruby looks up and sees it's the headmaid. The headmaid explains that Ellen had asked her to check if Ruby finished her meal. Ruby is taken aback, thinking the headmaid could have easily asked Ronya or Lucille, her two maids. The headmaid continues, saying that she's been with Ellen since she was a baby, and that Ellen confides in her a lot. Ruby listens in silence, starting to guess that Ellen must have shared her secret about her eating disorder. Ruby knows Ellen depends on the headmaid even more than her own mother. It doesn't matter much to Ruby as long as Ellen doesn't tell her brother. She tells Ruby that she's sure Ellen told her about the late Duchess, adding that she can't truly understand how much Ellen suffered because of the late Duchess. Ruby is surprised, and watches as the headmaid clenches her fists. The headmaid vows that she won't let anyone put Ellen through the same pain again. Ruby, stunned again, wonders why the headmaid would say this, especially since she was likely in the Duchess's inner circle. She starts to realize how deeply the headmaid cares for Ellen. The headmaid then says that Ruby seems to have inherited the Duchess's troubling habits and is causing more trouble for Ellen. She wonders aloud if the mistresses of the house are cursed. The headmaid goes on to say that Ruby hasn't really left them yet. Ruby stands up suddenly, demanding to know why she has to leave and where she should go. The headmaid calmly responds, "You know better than anyone, my lady. You'd leave this castle in a heartbeat." Ruby quickly retorts, "Not at all. I'm not leaving this place, not even when I'm dead." The headmaid steps closer and asks if first love is just a sweet dream. She says she understands why Ruby would feel this way, but soon Ruby will realize that everyone has a place they belong. Ruby wonders why people are always framing everything this way, as though preaching to her. She wonders if they want her to just disappear, and if that's all they really want. She knows she only chose this place for survival, and that's all. Why does everyone seem so eager to tear her apart? Suddenly, anger rises in Ruby, and she clenches her fists. The headmaid continues, saying she's giving Ruby this advice for her own good. Ruby interrupts, slapping the headmaid across the face, knocking her glasses off. The headmaid stumbles back, questioning Ruby, but Ruby cuts her off, asking if this is what the headmaid wanted, to provoke her. The headmaid sneers. "After all that time pretending to be weak, you finally show your true colors." She threatens to tell Ellen, but Ruby interrupts once more, telling her to go ahead. It won't change anything. She warns the headmaid that she's just the headmaid, but Ruby is the daughter of Romana's pope, which causes the headmaid to flinch. Ruby adds that she should be thankful she's not having her tongue pulled out, and that she's letting her off the hook for Ellen's sake. Nervously, the headmaid turns and storms off, leaving Ruby standing there. Ruby feels a pang of regret, knowing this incident will probably ruin her relationship with Ellen. She thinks that true friendship is a luxury she can't afford, and how foolish she was to even hope for it, even briefly. Meanwhile, Ellen is lost in thought, recalling how Ruby insisted she hadn't done anything to provoke Freya, neither this time nor before. Ellen sighs, her mind swirling with thoughts. Suddenly a voice cuts through her thoughts, asking why she's outside in the cold. She turns and sees it's Iski. He continues, asking how the tea party went and how Ruby is doing. Ellen turns away, lost for words. Iski notices her silence and asks with confusion why she's making that face. Ellen hesitates, then quietly responds, "Well, at the tea party, Ruby and Freya." Fast forward when Iski is in the greenhouse, frantically searching for Ruby. He's calling out her name, but something doesn't feel right. He couldn't find her anywhere. He can't believe what's happening. He thought he'd finally reached her. Has she left without saying anything? Did he say something wrong? Is that why she's trying to push him away again? The thought scares him more than he's willing to admit. Out of the blue, he hears a splash and freezes, turning around. There, in front of him, is Ruby. He exhales in relief and asks, "What are you doing here?" Ruby, startled, gasps and calls out his name. She admits he startled her and exclaims, "You're back!" Iski teases her, asking if she was playing hide-and-seek. Ruby confirms it, laughing about how he found her. He asks her what reward he gets for finding her, to which Ruby, a little confused, asks what he meant. With a playful glint in his eyes, Iski grabs her hand and asks if he deserves a reward for finding her. Ruby pauses for a moment before asking, "What if my lips are the reward?" Iski blushes and chuckles softly, then leans in, saying, "That'll do." Ruby rises on her tiptoes and kisses him. As they kiss, Ruby can't help but wonder if anyone has told him something, or if he's testing her. When they pull away, Ruby's heart sinks at the thought that this might be their last kiss. She feels a pang of sadness. Suddenly, she notices Iski flinching as he sees tears in her eyes. Concerned, he asks, "What's wrong?" Ruby hesitates but then replies, "You already heard everything, didn't you?" Iski flinches at her words. Ruby continues, "I know you won't believe me no matter what I say, but the truth is, I never did anything. Not then, not now." She adds, "I'm not lying about any of this, but I'm sure this incident has made you lose trust in me. It's all my fault." Iski protests, telling her it's not true, and asks her to look at him. Ruby, still lost in regret, says, "I was wrong to hope for something I don't deserve." Before she can say more, Iski interrupts her, asking, "Do you really not want to see me anymore?" Ruby is caught off guard by the question. She shakes her head quickly and tells him, "I keep causing trouble, and I thought you'd try to send me away again." Iski presses her for an explanation. Ruby, with sadness in her eyes, explains, "You told me you hated me and found me irritating. That's why I've tried so hard not to do anything you wouldn't approve of. So it's all my fault." Iski pulls Ruby closer, his voice gentle but firm as he reassures her, "It's not your fault, Ruby." He pauses, gathering his thoughts before explaining, "At the time, I thought sending you back to Romana was the best way to keep you safe. I thought it would be less painful for you to leave before you became too attached to this place. I didn't want to see you suffer more than necessary." He sighs, his voice tinged with regret. "That's why I said things I never meant. It was my mistake." His words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of his confession. Ruby, however, shakes her head and responds quietly, "I know you have feelings for someone else. You don't need to make excuses. I'm fine. You can go to Freya." Her words shock Iski, leaving him speechless. He gently takes her hand and lifts it, his gaze locked on hers. "It wasn't Freya who worried me," he says, his voice full of emotion. "The person I was worried about was always you." He places her hand over his heart, his voice steady, yet full of vulnerability. "I had to push you away because of the dangers. Once you were exposed to the blood with mystical crystals, the demonic monsters would have come after you. I thought it was the only way to protect you." Tears well up in Ruby's eyes as she listens. But before she can respond, Iski pulls her into a tight embrace, holding her close. "I know this all sounds like a pathetic excuse," he whispers, his words heavy with regret. "But I'm sorry, Ruby. I shouldn't have done that, no matter what my reasons were. I'm sorry for hurting you." Ruby's body trembles in his arms, her heart breaking further with every word. She clenches her hands into fists, her tears falling freely now. "It wasn't me," she sobs, the pain spilling out as she cries. "I didn't do anything." Iski pulls her even closer, his arms tightening around her as he reassures her. "I know, Ruby, I know." In her grief, Ruby starts to hit him, her hands striking his chest as she vents all the pain she carried. "What did I ever do?" she cries, her voice raw with emotion. "Why does everyone keep blaming me?" Iski stands still, letting her hit him, feeling every blow as if it were his own punishment. His heart aches, knowing the truth in Ruby's eyes and the warmth in her embrace. He thinks to himself, the dread creeping into his chest, what would I do if she leaves me? How could I live without her? Because deep down, Iski knows something he's never said aloud. Ruby is the one who makes him long for something he feels he doesn't deserve. She's the one who's kept him grounded, and he fears losing her more than anything. While Ruby and Iski sit by the fireplace, the warmth of the room contrasts with the nervous tension lingering between them. Iski hands Ruby a cup of tea, his usual calm demeanor masking the weight of the conversation still hanging in the air. Ruby hesitantly takes a sip of the tea, her gaze flicking to Iski before she nervously calls out to him. Are you okay?" Ruby asks quietly, guilt and concern lacing her voice as she remembers her earlier outburst. Iski smiles softly, reassuring her. "I barely felt it." He reaches for her hand, lifting it gently and kissing it. "In fact, I was more worried about you. I thought your hand might bruise." He starts to stroke the back of her hand, his touch gentle and comforting. Ruby's face turns crimson at the intimacy of the gesture, and she quickly pulls her hand back, trying to change the subject. "What are you drinking?" she asks, trying to hide her flustered state. It's just some rum, Iski replies casually. Ruby's curiosity piqued. She asks, "Can I try it?" Iske slides the glass toward her, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips as he watches her curiously. Ruby grabs the drink and takes a hearty gulp. As the strong taste hits her tongue, she pulls a face, clearly not impressed by the flavor. Iski laughs softly, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "It's not so bad when you use it just for the aroma," he explains, pouring some of the rum into her tea. "Would you like to give it another try?" Ruby sips her tea again. This time her expression changes, and she seems pleasantly surprised by the improved taste. "This is much better," she admits. Iski smiles. "If you like, you can tell the butler if there's a specific liquor you prefer." Ruby nods, but then adds, "It's not really about the liquor." She pauses, glancing at him nervously. "I just wanted to know how your day went." Iski watches her closely, his gaze softening as he listens. "Ah, I see," he murmurs. "Well, my day was slow. We just killed a few goblins." He says it so nonchalantly, but Ruby can see that there's more beneath the surface as she listens. However, her mind starts to wander back to what Freya had said at the tea party, the words still echoing in her mind. She finds herself fidgeting, unsure of how to bring up what's been weighing on her. Suddenly Iski asks, "Is there anything else you'd like to say?" Ruby blinks, caught off guard by the question. "What do you mean?" she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. "You've been staring at me for some time now." His voice light but with a hint of curiosity. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Ruby feels a knot form in her stomach as she wonders whether she can trust Iski with everything, including the conversation she had with Freya. She hesitates, torn between telling him the truth and keeping the peace. She fears that opening up might ruin the fragile trust they've built, or that he might side with Freya over her. With a shaky breath, Ruby finally says, "No, there isn't anything in particular. Oh, but everyone's talking about the tournament. Are you going to join the gladiatorial tournament?" Iske is momentarily speechless, and then he looks at Ruby with a raised brow. "Why do you ask?" he inquires, his voice a mixture of confusion and concern. "Would you rather I didn't participate?" Ruby quickly tries to reassure him. "That's not why I asked at all." His expression serious. "Demonic monsters in the tournaments aren't like your friends," he says quietly, his voice filled with an underlying tension. "I understand," Ruby replies, her tone filled with worry. "That's why I'm so worried about your safety. You're a top holy knight, and you've even won the tournament before. I don't want anything to happen to you." Iske pauses, his hand stilling as he places his glass of rum down. He looks at Ruby, his voice softer now. "I just don't want you to feel hurt," he says, his gaze searching hers for understanding. Ruby looks at him in surprise, her brow furrowing. "What do you mean?" she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. Iski looks away briefly before reaching for the cookies on the table and sliding them toward her. "Never mind," he says, offering her a small smile. "Here, try these. I know it can't be easy for you to watch demonic monsters die, especially if you have to watch it from the stands, but if I have to do it, I'll make it quick." Ruby stares at him, her mind racing. "Why are you telling me all this?" she asks, trying to make sense of his words. Iske gives her a quiet, understanding look. "If I win the tournament, and I give you the flower of glory, then no one will ever harass you again." His eyes soften as he looks at her, his voice almost a whisper. "I'm doing this for you, Ruby." Ruby's heart skips a beat, her face flushing as she processes his words. Iski is risking his life for something like that? She realizes now why he tried so hard to keep her away from demonic monsters, why he was so furious when others took her to face the frost wolves. As Ruby pours her heart out to Iski, a mixture of emotions stirs within her. She's been carrying these insecurities and doubts for so long, and now, sitting with Iski, she's vulnerable, revealing the hurt caused by others' words. Her voice trembles as she tells him about the tea party, about Lady Freya's humiliating actions, and the reason behind her slap to the headmaid. Her mind races as she thinks of all the things she's never shared with him, all the reasons she's been so anxious, so eager to check for his approval. "I'm sorry for causing so much trouble," Ruby says softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Iski stops her gently, his grip on her hand firm and reassuring. Wait, just hold on, he says. You don't have to rush. Take your time. Tell me everything from the beginning. His words calm her, but she can still feel the weight of the emotions in the air. Ruby hesitates, the anxiety rising within her. It seems Freya thought I was arrogant, she continues, her words stammering. She said too much confidence is harmful, and then she poured tea on her head. Iski's expression sharpens at the mention of Freya's actions, but he stops her from rushing through her explanation. You're still skipping ahead. Focus on yourself, Ruby. Don't worry about anyone else. No one matters to me more than you. Ruby is overwhelmed by the intensity in his voice. It's like the floodgates of her heart have opened, but she's still unable to share everything. She's used to blurt things out before they can get angry, before they can judge her. Is it really true? Ruby suddenly asks, her voice small. Am I really that important to you? Her hands tremble as she holds his gaze, her heart pounding in her chest. If I am, will you grant me one wish? Iski tilts his head, concern and curiosity in his eyes. Of course, he replies without hesitation. Why wouldn't I? Ruby's next words hang heavy in the air, fragile and uncertain. I just don't want you to get tired of me. Please don't get sick of me. Iski grits his teeth at her request, his face softening with an emotion that she can't quite place. He slumps down slightly, his voice almost a growl. What kind of wish is that? Ruby lowers her gaze, her voice barely audible. Everyone tells me your love is only fleeting, that one day you'll get tired of me. Iski's reaction is immediate, a dark edge creeping into his tone. Freya and the headmaid. They said that to you? He demands. Ruby's silence is all the answer he needs. With a sigh, he mutters, They're out of their minds. Ruby shifts uneasily, but Iski continues, his voice thick with protectiveness. How dare they say such things to you? He's practically shaking with frustration. Is that why you asked for this wish? Iski rises, his expression unreadable. He starts to pace, his mind racing as he tries to understand how to make her feel secure. What can I do to make you feel secure? He asks urgently. Would you feel secure if I brought you the heads of those who dared say such nonsense about you? Ruby recoils in shock at his words. No, she protests, her voice shaking. You'll get in trouble. You don't need to do something like that for me. Iski's gaze softens, but his resolve hardens. Don't you think a husband should fight for his wife's honor? He asks, his voice thick with sincerity. Ruby shakes her head, panic rising in her chest. What if it causes a rift between families? What if a civil war breaks out? Iski's reply is simple, but unwavering. It doesn't matter. Anyone who speaks such outrageous things about you has no right to live. I'll do anything to make your life easier. He takes her hand in his eyes locking onto hers with a fierce intensity. Tell me, Ruby, what do I need to do so that you won't have to hide away and cry alone? Ruby's eyes fill with tears as she crumbles under the weight of his words. It's me, she sobs. I'm the problem. She wipes her tears, but her voice continues to tremble. You make me so happy, Iski. I feel like I'm living in a dream, but I'm scared. I'm scared I'll ruin everything. I'm sorry for being such a mess. As she says these words, her mind drifts to the past. The memories of abandonment, of being a cursed soul in a world that never wanted her. She never imagined that someone like Iski would come into her life, would see her, accept her, and love her in a way that made her feel like she finally belonged. She recalls the deep isolation she once felt, the uncertainty of whether she even had a right to exist. But with Iski, things are different. He's the one who makes her feel like she can hope for more, that she's worthy of love and acceptance. I never imagined this, Ruby whispers. I was abandoned by my own parents, born into a world that never wanted me. But even when I refused to die, even when the path ahead seemed endless, with thorns that would tear me apart, you accepted me as I am. Iski, hearing her words, brushes away her tears gently, his voice low and steady. Of course I believe you, Ruby, he reassures her. I've always been on your side. Ruby's heart swells with emotion as she holds his hand, her eyes filled with gratitude and wonder. What did I ever do to deserve you? She whispers, tears still falling freely. And the affection in your eyes. Iski, if I ever do something truly terrible, Will you still be on my side? Without a word, Iski bumps his head lightly against hers, his voice filled with determination and affection. Then I guess I'll just become an accomplice, he murmurs, his lips curling into a small, reassuring smile. Because a couple should always be together, Ruby can't help but smile at his words, a soft, relieved chuckle escaping her. You spoil me, Iz. He grins back at her, his eyes sparkling with affection. You're not nearly spoiled enough yet. And as Ruby leans in, her lips brushing against his in a tender kiss, she knows that this moment, this feeling of being fully accepted and loved, will stay with her forever. Even if the future is uncertain, even if challenges lie ahead, she knows that she has Iski by her side, and that's all that matters. Ellen reflects on her conversation with Freya, feeling uneasy about the excuses Freya gave for Ruby's behavior. She wonders why Freya isn't being straightforward, and why Ruby seems so frightened. Ellen can't understand Ruby's fears, and it feels like something isn't adding up. She thinks back to when she first met Ruby, feeling relief when Ruby had helped her avoid an unwanted marriage. Though she initially didn't think much of Ruby, she now feels some sympathy for her. Her thoughts are interrupted by the butler, who mentions Iski, grabbing her attention. She rushes to find him but stops when she sees Iski pointing his sword at someone. Ellen is taken aback as she sees Iski's sword pointed at the headmaid, who's bowing in front of him. Confusion and shock fill her voice as she calls out Iski's name. A flashback reveals a tense moment. Ellen's mother is furious with her, blaming little Ellen for her father's change. The headmaid tries to calm the situation, asking Ellen's mother to stop shouting, but the words that come next are a painful blow. I should never have given birth to someone like you. This leaves Ellen stunned, while the headmaid glances back at her with concern. Ellen's mother demands the headmaid release her, scratching her cheek in frustration, and orders her to leave. The headmaid, unfazed, pleads for her to calm down, but Ellen's mother refuses to listen. She harshly tells the maid to stay away. Then, in an instant, Ellen's mother trips on the carpet, crashing to the ground. Ellen instinctively reaches for her, but the headmaid swiftly rushes to shield her, telling Ellen's mother that she had hoped for her recovery. Sadly, it seems she was wrong, and her hope was just foolishness. As Ellen's mother struggles to get up, the headmaid's voice grows firm. If you truly love Lady Ellen, you'll never try to see her again. Meanwhile, Ellen, trembling in fear, clings to the headmaid for comfort. The headmaid hurries away from the scene, but not before Ellen's mother calls out desperately. My baby, I'm sorry, my darling. Once outside, the headmaid slams the door behind her and reassures Ellen, gently patting her to calm her down. Don't worry, she says softly. Your mother is just ill right now. No matter what happens, I promise I'll protect you with my life. Ellen begins to cry, realizing just how young and helpless she felt, knowing she couldn't handle her mother's condition on her own. But the headmaid was always there, a steady presence to hold her when no one else could. Back in the present, Ellen is shocked to see the headmaid kneeling before her once again. She demands to know what's going on, while Iski urges the headmaid to explain herself. The headmaid apologizes, saying she only expressed concern for Ruby and mentioned her bad habits. This response makes Ellen flinch. The headmaid continues, explaining that since Ruby is married to Duco Merta's heir, she thought it would be best for Ruby's reputation to address these habits. But Ruby, instead of appreciating the advice, became enraged and slapped her. Ellen sighs, starting to connect the dots. She realizes that Ruby's erratic behavior couldn't be a coincidence. Could Ruby have been hiding her true nature all along? Iski then turns to the headmaid, questioning whether she's implying that Ruby lied to him. He also asks if she never ever threatened Ruby to leave or spouted nonsense about first love. Ellen, now curious, turns to the headmaid for confirmation. The headmaid, flustered, insists. I wouldn't dare, my lady. Please believe me, I didn't mean it like that. It becomes clear that Ellen believed the relationship between Ruby and the headmaid had simply started off on the wrong foot. She had given Martha a stern warning, but trusted her to look after Ruby when she ran away from home. Ellen had hoped the headmaid would treat Ruby kindly, no matter their personal differences. In fact, she even told Martha about the similarities between Ruby and her own mother, hoping to encourage understanding. Iski, gripping his sword tightly, demands a clear answer from the headmaid, asking if she admits to what was said. He declares that the lies are more than enough to end this conversation. Suddenly, the butler interrupts, apologizing for the disruption, but informing Iski that the man beside him has something important to say. The man introduces himself as the new gardener in charge of the glass house and mentions that he visited for an inspection the night before. A flashback shows the gardener preparing the glass house by lighting candles when he overheard the headmaid speaking to Ruby. The headmaid was suggesting to Ruby that there might be a curse affecting the lady of the house. The gardener, startled, wondered why the headmaid would say such a thing, given her sharp tongue and tendency to speak harshly. Back in the present, the gardener speaks up, revealing that he overheard everything. He states that the headmaid had suggested the late Duchess and Lady Rebecca were cursed, and that Ruby was using her position to manipulate Iski's affections. Ellen, now visibly upset, turns to the headmaid, demanding to know what she was thinking. The gardener then hands over a pair of glasses he found in the garden after the headmaid, and Ruby left, adding that he felt it was crucial for Iski and Ellen to hear the truth. He insists that the headmaid wasn't acting out of concern for Ruby, but rather making harmful remarks. The headmaid shouts in denial, pointing at the gardener, claiming it is he who is lying, not her. Iski, disgusted, declares that he can't believe such a shameless person has managed to stay in House Omerta for so long. Ellen, overwhelmed with guilt, starts to blame herself. She believes it was her fault for saying things she shouldn't have, even with the best of intentions. She realizes that the headmaid wouldn't have behaved this way if she hadn't said anything about Ruby in the first place. Determined not to let the headmaid bear the consequences of her mistake, Ellen decides to take responsibility. She turns to the maids and butler, telling them to return to their posts, which startles them. However, Iski stops them, firmly stating that no one leaves. He wants them to witness what happens when someone disrespects the lady of House Omerta. Ellen quickly stands up, urging her brother to listen to her. She insists that this matter concerns Ruby and their mother, and it's not something the others should overhear. Ellen then calls for the head butler, who immediately understands and rushes to clear the room, escorting all the maids and servants out, except for the head maid. Once everyone is gone, Iski turns to Ellen, his voice filled with suspicion. He tells her that it's clear this matter isn't for anyone else to hear, but somehow the head maid seems to know everything. He questions if that's why the head maid dared to speak out of turn. Ellen, her posture drooping, quietly assures him that it's not the reason. Iski's eyes harden, and he responds, "Then that's even more reason to get rid of her." Without hesitation, he raises his sword, swinging it to slice off the head maid's head. But Ellen steps in front of her, trembling, making Iski flinch in shock. With desperation in her voice, she pleads, "Please, Iski, don't do this. You know the head maid means more to me than just a nanny." She adds, her voice barely a whisper, "I'll get to the bottom of this. Please, just trust me." After a tense moment, Iski lowers his sword. He then turns to Ellen, asking what will happen with Ruby, and if she's implying that she's just a wife to him. He warns that failing to properly handle the situation will only lead to more problems in the future. "Haven't you learned that yet?" he asks. Ellen, her voice shaking but determined, retorts, "I know, okay? What about you then? Do you have any idea why Martha means so much to me? What my life was like before Mother passed away? What do you know of any of that?" In a painful flashback, we see the truth. Ellen's mother had genuinely tried to kill her on multiple occasions. One scene reveals her mother choking Ellen, squeezing her neck, and accusing her of betraying her trust. "I really trusted you," her mother spits. "But it looks like you ratted me out." Ellen coughs, calling for help as her mother screams at her, blaming her for the distance between her and her husband. Back in the present, Ellen faces Iski and explains, "I loved our mother. I tried to understand her, but no matter how hard I tried, it never made sense. Every time she tried to kill me, the only person who ever rushed to protect me was Martha." Iski, his expression softening, confesses, "I knew Mother was suffering from a mental illness, but I never knew she was dangerous to you." He asks Ellen, his voice tinged with regret, why she never told him. He would have tried to help if she had. Ellen grits her teeth, her fists clenched as she responds, "How was I supposed to bring it up? I'd have to tell everyone about Mother's condition before I could even ask for help. What if she'd tried to kill herself after the word got out? What if nothing would have changed even if I did tell you?" She continues, her voice breaking. "The family was strict about the heir. Father barely let us meet. I knew that. You were always busy training to be the heir, and even Mother understood that, which is why she only asked for you on certain days. But some days, she was so kind, just like the mother we remembered. Other days, she was more terrifying than any monster." Tears start to fall as Ellen cries, What was I supposed to do? Who was there to help me? Except for Martha, who always kept me safe. That's why I can't let you kill her. Suddenly, Ellen dashes away with the headmaid, and Iski is left standing there, haunted by a memory from his childhood. He recalls asking Ellen about a scar on her cheek, wondering if someone had hurt her. Ellen had reassured him, saying it was just a scratch from playing with their mother, telling him it was nothing to worry about. The memory shatters Iski, and with a frustrated shout, he throws his sword to the ground, his voice filled with frustration and sorrow. Back to Ellen and the headmaid. Ellen, her voice strained with emotion, asks why the headmaid did it. The headmaid flinches at the question, and then quietly responds, "I just didn't want you to feel hurt again, my lady." Ellen, full of pain, questions how the headmaid could say that she did it for her. She adds, "If you were really concerned about me and Ruby, you can never say something like that again, about my deceased mother." The headmaid is taken aback, her face filled with shock, as Ellen turns to look at her. Ellen's eyes are filled with tears as she asks, "How could you lie to me?" The headmaid, unable to bear the sight of Ellen crying, drops to the ground, overwhelmed with guilt. "It's all my fault," she says, choking on her words. "I'm to blame for everything." Ellen clenches her fist, her voice firm but pained as she orders, "Leave now." The headmaid tries to beg, promising to do anything for her, but Ellen interrupts, tossing a suitcase in front of her and coldly saying, "You will never set foot in House Omerta again." The headmaid cries out, pleading with Ellen to reconsider, begging for another chance like the last time. "Please," she begs, "if you give me another chance, I swear I'll do anything for you." But Ellen doesn't listen. She flicks the headmaid's hand off her sleeve, her eyes hardening as she walks away. As Ellen leaves the room, the headmaid shouts her name, but Ellen doesn't turn around, not once. Outside the room, Ellen's thoughts spiral. She recalls how Iski would have killed the headmaid in front of everyone, and as tears fill her eyes, she remembers all the times the headmaid had been there for her. She realizes that she doesn't want the headmaid to die. Despite everything, Ellen knows that this is the best thing for everyone, even if it hurts. Afterwards, Ellen watches the headmaid leave House Omerta while standing by the window when Iski enters the room quietly. Sitting on the couch, his expression unreadable as he says, "It never occurred to me. I had no idea that's what you had to go through." Ellen responds quietly, "We were too young at the time." Iski then asks if, despite everything, she'd mind telling him what she knew about their mother. Ellen begins to speak, revealing a painful memory. Mother had a condition. She'd throw up anything she ate. She normally didn't eat much, but sometimes she'd have these unusually large meals. One day I was worried, so I went to her room. I saw her forcing herself to throw up everything she had just eaten. She pauses, her voice trembling with the weight of the memory. She grabbed me violently and told me that if I ever spoke of it, she'd kill me in front of everyone. Iske sighs deeply, his face filled with sorrow and disbelief. He looks at Ellen, confused. "Why didn't you tell me about this after she passed away?" Ellen's voice is quiet but resolute. "It was already in the past. I didn't want consolation for something that had already happened. Bringing it up wasn't going to change anything." Iski falls silent, unable to respond, as the heavy truth hangs in the air between them. Ellen makes it clear that while she doesn't hate their mother now that she's grown up, the first memory she has of her mother is the exhaustion and hopelessness that drained the life from her eyes. Iski asks if their father knows, to which Ellen replies, "I couldn't say. I hardly saw him back then." She adds that one thing is certain. If someone really tries, they can hide things from their spouse, no matter how close the relationship may seem, just like right now. Her brother is confused. So Ellen explains that she's talking about Ruby and how she has an eating disorder, similar to their mother's. Iski checks with Ellen, asking if Ruby's condition has improved. Ellen responds that Ruby wouldn't be eating at all if they weren't forcing her to. He asks if Ruby's skipping meals due to mild depression and stomach issues. Ellen agrees with him, adding that there are faint tooth marks on Ruby's hand. Their mother had the exact same scars. She explains that only those who frequently make themselves vomit have marks like that, though she wasn't entirely sure when she first noticed it on Ruby. Iske, stunned by this information, begins to understand why Ruby hasn't gained weight. Ellen then begs Iski not to talk to Ruby about it, as it's not something that can be fixed overnight. She mentions that Ruby had asked her to keep it a secret from him, though she ended up telling him everything. Iski then asks why the headmaid knows about this, and Ellen admits it's her fault. She trusted Martha to take care of Ruby, knowing what their mother went through. Iski thinks to himself how foolish he was. In the past, Iski's father told him his mother was ill, and that he, as the heir to House Omerta, couldn't be around her. The Duke reassured him that her health would improve soon. He resented his father for this, believing that if it weren't for him, he might have been able to spend more time with their mother, and maybe even saved her life. He blamed his father, thinking that the Duke was just too blinded by his emotions. Iski didn't want to become like his father, which is why he turned down every marriage proposal. However, one step forward in life left him shaken. On one hand, he feared following his father's path. On the other hand, he realized he didn't mind being blinded by emotions because Ruby had become the center of his world. Iski now realizes that Ruby's pain mirrors his mother, and he fears that whatever he does might end up repeating the same mistakes his father made. He sighs heavily, realizing that finding the root cause of Ruby's issues is just part of the puzzle. The surrounding problems are just as complicated. And he begins to regret his own actions. He recalls a moment when he called Ruby a liar, wishing he had never said those words to her. He then remembers overhearing Ivan questioning Andy about why he was all beaten up. He wishes he'd realized back then why Andy fought with Lorenzo before things escalated. If he had, he believes it could have made things a lot easier for Ruby than they are now. The more he thinks about it, the harder it is for him to forgive himself. Ellen speaks up, advising Iski not to scold Ruby about this, as it might scare her. But Iski suddenly speaks, telling her that everything will be fine as long as they all keep quiet about it. Ellen falls silent, surprised by his response. He then asks her what Freya had to say about the tea party incident. Ellen sighs and suggests that Iski should ask Freya himself, since she's his friend too. Iski shakes his head, correcting her that Freya is her friend, not his. He admits that he had given Freya the benefit of the doubt because she was Ellen's only friend, but now he questions who could have known that Freya was no better than a beast. Ellen looks slightly shocked and asks him why did he say that. Iski then reveals that Ruby told him everything, and that it was Freya who had poured tea on herself, causing Ellen to flinch. She admits that she did think something was odd about what Freya had said, but she insists that they can't just take Ruby's word for it. Ellen suggests that the three of them should sit down and talk it out. But Iski shut her up, frustrated, saying he barely managed to calm Ruby down. He questions Ellen if she seriously wants him to sit Ruby down with Freya, the person who hurt her. He sarcastically adds that Ruby would love to discuss everything with the culprit right there. He tells her to stop with the nonsense, and insists she delivers a message to Freya. She better watch her actions, or he'll march straight to the Marquis Manor and deal with them all. He adds that the only reason he's holding himself back is because of Ruby and Ellen. Ellen tries to reason with him, asking him not to act irrationally, but Iski cuts her off again. He says the same goes for her. Ruby is his wife, and she's family. He asks her if she's supposed to trust her family's words over anyone else's. Ellen, a bit taken aback, simply replies, "Sure, you're right." Iski, now clenching his fist, feels a storm of emotions. He's angry, confused, and disgusted by his own inability to see what was happening to Ruby. He believes it's his fault for not noticing, and it's theirs for treating Ruby this way. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind, and he turns to Ellen, asking if he can ask her a favor. Ellen, surprised, looks at him expectantly. Ellen stands outside Ruby's room, her mind drifting back to a memory. She recalls asking Iski what kind of favor he needed from her, to which he had responded, "When the gladiatorial tournament begins, our holy in-law will visit, but I'll be too busy participating in the matches. I'd like you to keep an eye on her for me." Ellen had been puzzled and questioned, "You want me to watch over Ruby?" Iski clarified that he meant everyone from Ruby's family who might approach her, especially Cardinal Valentino. As he prepared to leave, he paused and added that Ruby had mentioned wanting to apologize to her for hurting the nanny, even though it was the head maid who had been insolent to her. Ellen, listening to this, thought to herself that she was the one who should be apologizing to Ruby. Before leaving, he apologized to his sister, which made Ellen shudder. Confused, she asked him, "What's wrong with you? Why are you apologizing?" Iski simply replied, "I feel sorry about a lot of things, that's why we are—" His voice trailed off as he left. Back in the present, Ellen grips the door handle, her thoughts a mix of guilt and uncertainty. She wonders if she should apologize to Ruby for the harm she caused, but the truth is, she had hurt Ruby too many times to face her now. Her hesitation grows as doubts about Freya cloud her mind. She wonders if she's the only one in denial about what happened. What if she says something wrong because of her uncertainty? Just then, one of Ruby's maids calls out to Ellen, asking if she's there to see Ruby. Ellen hesitates, then replies, "No, I was just passing by," before quickly turning and walking away, leaving the maid confused. Inside Ruby's room, when the maid enters and notices Ruby sitting there, she couldn't help but say, "My goodness, I thought you were a fairy. You look so lovely, my lady." Ruby blushes at the compliment, thanking the maid. The maid continues, saying, "Lord Iski is so romantic, sending you so many gifts. He must love you very much." This makes Ruby blush even more. She suddenly jumps up, realizing she hasn't thanked him properly for the gifts. "I need to go see Iski," Ruby announces and heads out. Later, Ruby finds herself peeking into Iski's meeting, overhearing the knights talking. They mention that the captain still hopes Iski will withdraw from the tournament after having a bad dream about it. Iski dismisses it, saying he can't believe people still believe in such superstitions. Ruby realizes Iski isn't alone in the room. Ivan asks, "Is that why you called us here? To babysit?" Ruby, confused, wonders what they're talking about but decides to leave for now. However, Iski spots her through the door crack and calls out, making her gasp. She quickly walks inside, apologizing for interrupting, thinking he was alone. Iske reassures her, saying it's fine and that she can join them. Ivan adds, "You can sit here," while Camus comments, "Perfect. We could use a new face. I'm getting tired of staring at a vicious one." Iski immediately hits Camus on the head, while Ivan compliments Ruby. Nervously, Ruby thanks him. She reflects that, after the tea party, she didn't expect the knights to be so friendly to her. But now, nothing seems to have changed. Iske dismisses the knights. Then Galar tells Ivan to read the room, and so he drags both Ivan and Camus out. Ruby waves them goodbye, and Iske turns to her, asking what's got her so excited. She responds, "It's the gifts you sent me. I'm so happy with them." Iske pats her on the head, saying, "I'm glad you like them." Ruby says she loves them all, but wonders how she can thank him. Iske suggests, "You can thank me by wearing them as much as you like." Ruby asks about the head ornament, and if it looks nice on her. Iske freezes, speechless. Then he suddenly kisses Ruby and says, "You're so beautiful. I wonder if that's why that overgrown lizard kidnapped you." Ruby is taken aback and asks, "What do you mean by overgrown lizard?" Just then, Ruby notices a green flag on Iske's desk and asks, "Are you going to Port Elmo tomorrow to greet the delegation?" Iske responds, "Of course. I need to be there to greet my brother-in-law." "Why? Do you want to come with me?" Ruby quickly denies it, thinking to herself she didn't expect Iske to volunteer to welcome the delegation on his own. Ruby wonders if Iske is trying to be nice to his in-laws for her sake. Iske reassures Ruby, telling her to stay at the banquet hall. "We'll be there soon enough, and you don't have to worry about anything. You'll be safe with me." Ruby hesitates for a moment, then hugs Iske, saying, "I'll be waiting until you get back." As she hugs him, she wonders what he would say if he knew how her family had abused her, and how she's been pretending to be happy with them all along. Ruby wonders if she could ever tell Iske that she still wants him by her side. She knows she has to stay strong. While Iske is fighting in the arena, she has her own battles to face. The priests warmly welcome the cardinal, bowing respectfully before him. One of them, the head priest, even kisses the cardinal's hand with deep reverence. Just then, Iske approaches. He dismounts swiftly, walks over, and extends a hand in greeting. The cardinal responds with a knowing smirk, shaking Iske's hand and returning the welcome. The scene shifts to a lively banquet where the celebration is in full swing. The guests are chatting, laughter fills the air, and plates are already piling up. Suddenly, someone calls out Ruby's name. She turns, and there's Andy, rushing toward her like he's on a mission. Seeing his pace, Ruby can't help but chuckle and tells him to slow down before he trips over someone's fancy shoes. When Andy finally reaches her, slightly out of breath, he offers her a drink. "You must be thirsty," he says cheerfully, handing her a sparkling beverage and hyping it up as bubbly magic. Ruby gratefully accepts. Then comes the compliment. He tells her she looks absolutely stunning today. Ruby raises an eyebrow and points out that he seems taller than before. Andy laughs, admitting it might be the result of all the intense training he's been doing lately. And since she noticed, he's definitely going to train even harder. Unbeknownst to Ruby, Andy's motivation goes deeper. He started training because he couldn't protect her during the last banquet. This time, He swears it'll be different. Ruby, of course, teases him sweetly, betting he'll still look the same no matter how tall he grows. She finds her protective little brother attitude toward him kind of cute. But before things can get any cozier, a voice suddenly calls out Ruby's name again. She freezes. That voice. It belongs to none other than Duke Bachelier Alfonso from the Lembrandt Kingdom, her third ex-husband. Yes, third. Ruby turns to confirm her suspicion and nearly groans aloud. Why is he here? Panic mode. Activated. Ruby immediately bolts upstairs, tossing a polite, "You must have me confused with someone else," over her shoulder as she escapes. Classic evasive maneuvers. While sprinting up the stairs, she reflects on how bumping into an ex-husband is basically the same as running into an ex-boyfriend, except worse. Way worse. Especially when said ex later helped ruin her family's reputation after their annulment. All because of a certain delicate problem. Ruby's convinced Cesar is the one who spread those nasty rumors about Alfonso's lack of husbandly power. Now the entire world mocks him for it. Of course Alfonso holds a grudge. Who wouldn't? The real question is, how on earth is Ruby supposed to avoid him for the rest of the banquet without diving headfirst into the dessert table? Out of nowhere, Leah spots Ruby and calls out to her, causing Ruby to pause mid-step. With a beaming smile, Leah asks why Ruby looks extra gorgeous today. Ruby gives a humble thanks, tossing back a compliment of her own, saying Leah's way prettier. Leah waves that off and playfully accuses Ruby of lying. Then she asks if Ruby would like to visit Princess Arian with her, mentioning that Her Highness has been missing her. Ruby glances away and replies, "Sure, let me just stop by the powder room first." But as she turns back to Leah, she's caught off guard by the sight of Leah's teary eyes. Leah, clearly hurt, asks if Ruby hates her, and why she won't meet her gaze. Her voice cracks as she brings up her stupid brother, and wonders if Ruby's avoiding her because of him. The tears are flowing now. Ruby quickly shakes her head and insists, "No, why would I hate you? Or Sir Ivan?" But inside, she's spiraling. Oh no. She thinks I hate Ivan because of what happened at that tea party with Freya. Then Leah asks if it's because of Freya again. That name hits Ruby like a surprise slap. Before Leah can even finish her sentence, someone else cuts in. It's him, Alfonso. Turning to face him, she greets him politely. "Your Grace. Long time no see. I never imagined I'd run into you here." Alfonso raises a brow and asks if that means she's happy to see him. Ever the charmer. Ruby plays along, smiling. "Of course I am. Will you be joining the gladiator tournament too?" Off to the side, Leah is watching all of this like she just got benched during recess. Alfonso replies that he won't be fighting, but his knight will be. The competition's tough this time, after all. Then, he looks at Ruby with a warm smile and tells her she hasn't changed one bit. Ruby tilts her head. What do you mean? He reminds her that she used to avoid him back then too, that she never even gave him a chance to say goodbye. Ruby looks down, admitting quietly that she didn't really have a choice at the time. Alfonso nods. He understands, he says, and he's sure she had her reasons. Finally, Ruby gathers her courage and says, "Your Grace, I'm really sorry for what happened." Alfonso surprises her by brushing it off gently. "It's in the past," he says with a calm smile. "Honestly, I've come to enjoy the teasing about it." Ruby stares at him, realizing that, despite everything, Alfonso is still as affectionate as he was when they first met. But deep down, she knows. He's one of those who'll soon stand with the others against her family. Then Alfonso drops some unexpected news. He's newly engaged. He praises his fiancée, saying she's wonderful. Far more than he deserves. Ruby is taken aback, but sincerely congratulates him. Alfonso thanks her, then adds that he's glad she also found someone amazing. He admits that sometimes he wondered what might have been, if only he'd been braver. Ruby gently tells him not to blame himself. They were both young back then. But Alfonso shakes his head. No excuses. He believes he failed to protect the woman he vowed to stand by. He calls himself a poor excuse for a husband. Just a mediocre man, really. And then he confesses. Selfish as it may be, he just needed to see for himself that Ruby is doing well. Ruby assures him with a soft smile that she's doing just fine, and thanks him for caring. Just then, a voice rings through the hall announcing, "Presenting the Romana delegation and Lord Iski of Omerta." Guests begin murmuring and heads turn. Alfonso glances toward the entrance and quietly tells Ruby, "Ah, so that's the lucky man." Ruby's breath catches in her throat. Her hand tightens into a fist. Because now, her husband and brother are entering the room. And just like that, Ruby knows it's showtime. As Ruby's eyes lock on Iski and Caesar standing together, she's momentarily stunned. Of all things, I never imagined I'd see both of them, here, in the same room. Her pulse quickens, but she keeps her expression composed. Fast forward to the formal reception. The cardinal is standing before the king, offering warm greetings on behalf of His Holiness, the Pope of Romana. The king responds politely, thanking the Pope for his blessings and expressing gratitude to the cardinal for enduring the long journey. But something is off. Ruby notes the absence of the queen. Traditionally, the queen should be present to greet delegations alongside the king. But this isn't just any delegation. This is Romana. Ruby understands immediately. The king likely decided it would be politically unwise to introduce his queen, a former pagan dancer, to this particular crowd. She also knows he loves his queen deeply, and that's precisely why he'd rather spare her the scrutiny, even if it meant facing this event alone. With a diplomatic smile, the king turns to the priests and jokingly mentions he heard some of them struggled with seasickness on the way. He assures them that the royal physician is available should they need assistance. The priests laugh in response, insisting they're just fine. Ruby, watching quietly, can't help but smirk. Seasickness? More like too much wine the night before. Then comes the introductions. Cardinal Valentino turns to Duke Omerta and expresses pleasure at finally meeting in person. The Duke welcomes him warmly and apologizes for the simplicity of their greeting. Caesar responds graciously, saying there's nothing to apologize for, and even adds that it was an honor to be welcomed by the Duke's son, Iski. Ruby nearly chokes at the performance. Wow, she thinks. He's really laying it on thick. Since when did my brother become so courteous? It's almost cringeworthy. The king stands and raises a hand to signal the start of the feast. There will be time for talks later, he announces. For now, please enjoy the banquet. He claps, and the hall slowly stirs to life with music, movement, and murmured conversations. As people begin to mingle, Alfonso turns back toward Ruby. He bows gallantly and says, "I hope our paths cross again soon." Ruby returns the bow with a polite smile as he walks away. That's when she hears it. Ruby. She turns, it's her brother. Caesar approaches with Iski at his side. Ruby bows politely and says, "I've been waiting for you, brother." Caesar's lips curl into a smile. "And you've become even more gorgeous than I remembered." Beside him, Iski shifts slightly, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Caesar chuckles, eyes gleaming with amusement. "But why so formal? I braved storms and waves just to see you. Don't tell me that's all I get." The tension in the room grows as curious guests glance their way, whispering behind fans and goblets. All eyes are on the infamous siblings now. Without hesitation, Ruby steps forward and wraps her arms around her brother. A rare public display, but one people have come to expect from the famously affectionate Borgia siblings. As Caesar hugs her back, he whispers, "Looks like married life is treating you well." He holds her just a bit tighter, and creepy to be honest. Once they part, his hands gently cup her face, brushing a stray strand of hair aside. "I was worried," he says softly. "Thought you might be skipping meals from homesickness, but you look happy." Ruby smiles, her voice light. "You should speak for yourself. You've grown even more handsome since I left." Her tone shifts into playful mischief. "I hope you're not here to charm the innocent ladies of Arendelle." Caesar laughs, feigning innocence. "Me? Of course not." Ruby's smile lingers, but inwardly, her thoughts swirl. It's like nothing has changed at all. The affectionate teasing, the admiring glances, the whispers from the crowd. It's all the same. But that's the scariest part, because behind this familiar charade, Ruby knows the real game has only just begun. Just as the buzz of the banquet begins to settle, Iski steps forward with a soft smile. "You look absolutely stunning today," he tells Ruby, his gaze lingering. As always. Ruby meets his eyes, her expression gentle. "It's probably because I'm wearing the dress you gave me," she replies playfully. "You look pretty too." Iski blinks, caught off guard. "Did you just say I look pretty?" Amused, he then adds, "Is that a compliment?" Ruby chuckles. "Of course it is." Iski takes her hand and gently presses a kiss to it. "Then I'm honored." Her heart skips a beat at the gesture, her smile softening. Maybe I should say it more often, she says, voice low. And thank you for bringing my brother here safely. Caesar, standing beside them, lets out a short laugh. You make it sound like I'm a prisoner of war. Iski raises a brow. You don't strike me as someone who'd be taken hostage. Caesar grins. Neither do you, but it was just a joke. Still, thank you. Ruby watches the exchange with a strange mix of fondness and wariness. A brother who adores his sister, a husband who treasures his wife, meeting in joy. From the outside, it must look like a beautiful scene. But Ruby knows better. This is all just a performance, a polished act wrapped in silk smiles and calculated gestures. And for this comedy to continue, she must keep playing her part. Their charade is suddenly interrupted as the head priest approaches with a bowed head. Forgive me, Cardinal. My niece has long admired you. I'd be honored to introduce her. Freya then steps forward and greeted Caesar with reverence. It's a true honor to finally meet you. Caesar chuckles lightly. It seems every lady in Arendelle is a beauty, he teases. I'm almost glad my brother didn't come with me. Ruby smirks. If Enzo had come and acted like he does in the south, we'd all be boarding the ship back tonight. Caesar pats her shoulder in agreement. I suppose you must be sad he couldn't make it. Not really, Ruby replies. He'd just cause a scene. Freya, unfazed, says. Now I understand why Lady Ruby speaks so fondly of her family. Your brothers are all quite charming. Suddenly, Iski steps forward and seizes Freya's wrist with a swift, forceful grip. Are you really that shameless? He asks coldly, his voice laced with disgust. Freya flinches, her eyes wide as he tightens his hold. What are you talking about? He doesn't let her finish. Can't you even hear me anymore? Or are you just that foolish? Gasps ripple through the banquet hall as guests begin to murmur, heads turning toward the confrontation. Caesar turns to the Archbishop. It appears something is clearly going on between those two, he says, voice low but sharp. The Archbishop flinches under the weight of the Cardinal's gaze. Tell me, Archbishop, Caesar continues. Is it possible your niece has done something to Ruby? The Archbishop freezes. Your Eminence, I absolutely not, he begins, but before he can defend her, Freya shouts over him. Uncle, she snaps, her voice trembling. Then, turning back to Iski, she pleads, Please let go of my hand. We can talk about this. But Iski cuts her off again, his grip still firm. You don't seem to understand, he growls. This is your final warning. Never show yourself in front of me again. And don't even think about going near Ruby. Freya's breath catches. Shock ripples across her face as he finally releases her hand. She clutches it close, the fingers twitching from the pressure. Caesar speaks again, his tone calm but cold. It's clear that each person must know their place. Perhaps you should teach your niece how to behave, Archbishop. Freya then bows her head stiffly. Forgive me, she murmurs, voice shaking. I'm not feeling well. I must excuse myself. Eventually, she turns and rushes out of the hall. The Archbishop tried to clear up what he believed was a simple misunderstanding. But before he could even finish his sentence, Caesar cut him off, calmly calling him over. The Archbishop obediently stepped forward and bowed low. But instead of letting him speak, Caesar placed a firm hand on his back and muttered, almost too casually, that the Archbishop's way of handling things had been rubbing him the wrong way for quite a while now. Then, with a slow brush of his hand over the Archbishop's shoulder, Caesar added, almost like he was making small talk, that he had assumed the Archbishop's head still had some use. Or was that a mistake? The question hung in the air, and the Archbishop looked visibly in fear. But before he could stammer out a reply, Caesar straightened up and said he had to go catch up with his family. As a final touch, he patted the Archbishop's head gently, like you would to a child or maybe a dog, and added with a faint smile, That doesn't mean you're getting a second chance. And just like that, the man was dismissed. No yelling, but just subtle and unnerving authority. From the sidelines, Ruby had been watching everything unfold. It happened so fast, it almost didn't feel real. One moment the Archbishop stood tall. The next he was practically a shadow. Ruby couldn't help but reflect. Freya, who had always treated her with silent hostility, who'd cornered her again and again until she could barely breathe, was just brushed aside. Like she never mattered at all. It should have felt satisfying. But instead, All it did was reopen the scars Ruby had worked so hard to hide. It reminded her of how powerless she'd once been. Then suddenly, a wave of nausea hit her. She looked pale, uneasy. Iski noticed right away and immediately pulled her into a hug, asking with concern if she was okay. Ruby managed a small smile and assured him it was nothing. Just a sudden wave of nausea, that's all. Caesar, having overheard, stepped in with a rare note of gentleness. He said he was glad Ruby had a husband she could depend on, then turned to her and asked if she agreed. Before Ruby could say much, Caesar added with a sigh that he had planned to ask the Archbishop's niece for a dance, but sadly, his intended partner had already left. With a playful tone, he extended a hand to Ruby and asked if she would be willing to be her brother's first dance instead. Then, turning to Iski, he half joked, half persuaded, saying he hadn't seen his sister in ages, and surely her generous husband wouldn't mind sharing her for just one evening. "What do you say?" he asked. Iske, understanding the sentiment behind the request, gently touched Ruby and replied with a warm smile, "I'll be fine. Go ahead, I'll be watching you from here." And with that, the siblings took to the dance floor, side by side, while Iski quietly watched from afar. As the music played and they swayed across the dance floor, Ruby looked up at her brother, with a slightly sheepish grin. "It's been a while," she admitted. "I might accidentally step on your foot." Caesar chuckled, unfazed. "That's nothing new," he teased. "You practically trampled me when you first learned to dance. Don't tell me you've forgotten." Ruby's smile faltered for a split second. Of course she didn't remember. It wasn't her who had those memories. It was the real Ruby, the original. Still, before the silence could stretch, Caesar gave her a lopsided smirk and added, "You know, your husband's actually kind of adorable." Ruby blinked. From the edge of the ballroom, Iski continued watching them, a calm presence amid the lively crowd. Caesar clarified with a dry laugh. "I mean, your husband is practically clinging to you with his eyes, like he's scared someone might run off with you." Ruby laughed softly and asked again, "What are you talking about now?" "Well," Caesar leaned in with mock seriousness. "He even dressed you up so nicely tonight. Didn't strike me as the kind of man who'd rummage through dresses to find one that suits you. But hey, pleasant surprise." Then, with a more curious tone, he added, "Tell me, is this what people call first love?" Ruby gave her brother a look that was half confusion, half exasperation. "I have no idea what you're going on about, Caesar. There's no one in all of Romana or Arendelle quite like you. Why do you keep saying such strange things?" Her voice softened, but inside she's panicking. "You don't know how long I've waited for this day. Don't make me regret it." Caesar's playful smile turned thoughtful, and Ruby seized the moment to ask, "How's father? And Enzo?" "Oh, father?" Caesar shrugged. "He's preoccupied with his new lover. Julia's pregnant." "And Enzo?" Caesar continued. "That little storm joined the war, made a mess, got caught, and took a beating from father for it. Sound familiar?" Ruby laughed, shaking her head. "That sounds exactly like him." Caesar raised a brow. "Still can't believe father made him the chief commander of the Vatican troops. Honestly, it's a joke." But Ruby, trying to play along, smiled gently. "No one's more suited for the job than you, Caesar. But I wouldn't want you wandering into dangerous places." At that, Caesar leaned in again, voice lowered like a secret. "You know, Enzo may be a handful, but you caused your share of chaos too." That made Ruby break into a nervous sweat. "But," he added with a grin, "we'll talk about that in private later." And with no warning, Caesar lifted Ruby right off the ground mid-spin, twirling her high in the air like they were children again. "For now," he said with a laugh, "let's take a look around this pigsty." Ruby beamed, caught between laughter and nostalgia as he spun her through the air. All eyes turned to them on the dance floor, including Iski's, who silently watched his wife and her brother share this rare, joyful moment. Well, the show is really very convincing to others. Meanwhile, Iski quietly swirled his drink, eyes fixed on Ruby and Caesar dancing together. His expression remained unreadable, calm on the outside, but visibly serious. That's when Ivan casually strolled over with a smirk on his face. "For someone with such a fierce reputation," Ivan remarked, "you're surprisingly chill." The two men both watching Caesar with cautious curiosity, and oddly enough, they both agreed. Caesar was not what they expected. Isuke finally turned to him and asked, "What are you so pleased about?" Ivan cleared his throat with mock formality. "I just danced with a beautiful lady." Well, it was Ellen, actually. There was a short silence before Ivan's tone shifted, more curious now. "Still doesn't make sense why you asked us for that favor, though." Then, squinting a little, Ivan tilted his head. "Did someone plant weird thoughts in your head or something?" But before Isuke could answer, Ivan waved it off. "Ah, never mind. Forget I said anything." With a quick glance at his friend's stoic expression, Ivan couldn't help but chuckle. "You know, you should stop looking so serious. You're giving off major 'I spy on my wife from the bushes' energy." That earned a sharper look from Isuke. "I'm just saying," Ivan added, hands raised in defense. "If you keep hovering like this, even your angel of a wife might start getting tired of you." The jab hit harder than expected. Isuke frowned, clearly not amused, but he didn't argue. Instead, he sighed, long and deep, and wondered quietly if maybe he was overthinking things. As he returned his gaze to the dance floor, Isuke began to notice something he hadn't before: Ruby's joy. The way her face lit up around her brother, her laughter, her ease. She really had been happy to see him again. And that truth hit differently. Because no matter how many times Caesar had handed her over in marriage like a bargaining chip, Ruby still smiled at him like family. Of course, Isuke knew the Pope likely had the final say in all those arranged marriages, but that didn't make the Cardinal blameless. Not in his eyes. If it weren't for Ruby, Isuke silently admitted, he wouldn't have spared Caesar even a sliver of respect. Isuke's eyes remained locked on Ruby and Caesar as they danced, but his thoughts were spiraling elsewhere. Does Caesar really know everything about her? About the flickers of fear and terror that occasionally surfaced in Ruby's eyes. Those moments when the world seemed to close in on her. If Caesar was the one responsible for her suffering, then surely he'd know. He'd recognize that fear. And yet, Isuke paused. What if it wasn't that simple? What if the bond between the siblings wasn't built on manipulation, but on something darker? Shared pain. If Caesar carried some of the same wounds Ruby did, maybe that explained the quiet understanding between them. The ease. The trust. Isuke told himself that he would have noticed if Ruby felt uneasy. She didn't flinch, didn't retreat. She looked genuinely at peace beside her brother. Maybe he was just overthinking. Then something in his mind clicked. No, wait. He suddenly remembered how well Ruby had hidden her strange eating habits. Back then, he thought she was transparent, wearing her heart on her sleeve like a child. Her laughter, her tears, her awkwardness, it all felt honest, easy to read. But now, he realized how wrong he might have been. Despite her scattered clumsiness, Ruby had secrets she buried so deep that no one would have guessed. Not even him. And then those scars. The thought of the marks on her fragile body made Isuke grip his glass a little tighter. It pushed at the edge of his self-control. He wanted nothing more than to walk straight over, take her hand, and ask. Everything. Every hidden truth. Every quiet pain. But he knew better. He knew that pressing her for answers might only tear open old wounds. If he pushed too hard, he could unravel the fragile piece they'd built together. And worst of all, she might walk away and leave him for good. He couldn't risk that, so as he took another slow sip of his drink, Isuke made a silent vow to himself. I'll find the truth, just not by forcing it from her. There had to be another way. The scene shifts. Freya stands alone on the balcony, the night air brushing against her skin as she stares into the distance. Her thoughts drift back to earlier, Isuke's words still echoing in her mind. It's nothing. It's not serious, she tells herself with a forced smile. He'll come back, he always does. She just need to keep looking ahead, be composed, be strategic. Freya speaks like someone rehearsing for a part she's not quite sure she's meant to play. But even now, why is she still holding on to this illusion? Let's give her a moment of flashback. Back then, Isuke stood with the wreath of glory in hand, a token of honor. Ellen, surprised, looked up at him and asked, You're giving this to me because you have no one else to give it to, right? He nodded, confirming it with a soft, indifferent tone. Freya, who had been watching closely, suddenly jumped in. Then next time, give it to me, Isuke glanced at her, his expression unreadable. As you wish, he said flatly. And just like that, Freya beamed, as if those 3 words had sealed a promise. Back to the present, now. That same girl who smiled so brightly was curled up in tears. Freya sniffled, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. He's just confused, blinded by temporary sweetness. It won't last. It can't. Her voice trembled as she tried to rationalize the ache in her chest. This isn't worth crying over, she whispered. It's nothing. Trivial. But no matter how much she tried to diminish her feelings, the tears kept falling. Unbeknownst to her, Ellen was nearby, watching from a quiet distance. Her eyes were sad, conflicted even, but she didn't move a muscle to comfort her friend. And really, we all know why. Some things are just too complicated for sympathy now. Back at the banquet hall, Caesar calls out to Iski, his voice slicing through the chatter. Iski rises from his seat, eyes narrowing slightly as he notices Caesar approaching. Where's Ruby? Iski asks, a hint of concern laced in his tone. Caesar pats him lightly on the shoulder. She just stepped out for a bit, needed some air. She'll be back soon. There's a brief silence as the two men observe each other. Then Caesar casually asks, You're not much for banquets, are you? Iski replies evenly. I wouldn't say I like or dislike them. They're just there. Caesar chuckles at that. What a shame. I was actually thinking of inviting you to one of our southern gatherings someday. Iski's response is polite but honest. If you do, I'll be happy to attend. That earns a louder laugh from Caesar, who nudges him with a grin. That because Ruby would be happy if you came? Iski doesn't answer, but the faint flicker in his eyes says enough. Then Caesar's tone shifts. There's something I'd like to discuss with you, privately. Too noisy in here, shall we? Iski nods. Lead the way. But just as they're about to leave, something catches Iski's eye. His gaze sharpens. He's staring at the food. Suddenly tense, Iski raises his hand and calls an attendant over. Replace all of these dishes, he orders firmly. Serve them on different platters. The attendant blinks in confusion and tries to ask if he heard correctly. Iski cuts him off with a look sharp enough to slice through steel. Do you need me to repeat myself? No, my lord, the attendant stammers. I'll take care of it right away. He scurries off, clearly rattled. As he does, Caesar turns back, watching the scene unfold with quiet amusement. And he's smiling, but not the kind of smile you really like to know the meaning behind. The two then sit beside one another, the distant murmur of the banquet now a dull hum. The glow from the lantern flickers gently as Caesar swirls the drink in his hand, breaking the silence with a calm voice. I have many reasons to be grateful to you, he begins. And I'm not being cynical. I truly mean it. You're sensitive enough to notice Ruby's feelings, and to care for her. Iski narrows his gaze slightly, unsure where this is going. What exactly do you mean by that? Caesar exhales slowly, his fingers still circling the rim of his glass. I had hoped I wouldn't need to bring this up, but... He pauses. Ruby suffers greatly from a broken heart. A silence falls between them. Then Iski speaks quietly. Can you tell me more? Caesar nods. My father... He dotes on her now, but that wasn't always the case. When Ruby was a child, it took him a long time to even accept her as part of the family. Iski's expression hardens. I've heard whispers before, how her birth stirred controversy across Romana, but I never knew that the Pope had denied his daughter's existence. Caesar looks away briefly. Her name wasn't even added to our family tree until she was 4, and even then, she was treated like an outsider. Like some distant relative no one wanted to claim. He stirs his drink again. I was just a boy. I had no power to protect her. That is something I'll regret for the rest of my life. A heavy silence fills the space again. Then Iski quietly asks, Did something happen back then? Instead of answering, Caesar leans forward. Before I explain, tell me, what were you doing when you were 13? The question catches Iski off guard. His eyes darken as a memory stirs. His mother hanging from the tree, his young voice trembling, begging her to come down. His fists clench in an instant. Caesar notices the shift and softens his tone. Forgive me, that may have been a sensitive question. At that age, I was being dragged around by my ambitious father, learning how to read the faces of men while hiding my own. He continues, voice lower now. Ruby was raised in a monastery on our lands, an orphan in every sense but name. My father and I visited once, unannounced. What we saw, how she was treated, it broke something in me. The monks in those rural orders had long strayed from the true path. That day I begged my father to bring her home. And he did. From then on, I personally oversaw her education. She'd flinch when someone looked at her. She couldn't meet anyone's gaze. It took years just for her to smile back at someone. Iski remained still, the weight of the confession sinking in. But, Caesar adds, voice tinged with guilt, eventually, she began to laugh again. I thought she was fine. I let my guard down. He pauses before revealing. About 3 years ago, Ruby fell gravely ill. No physician could find a cause. 2 weeks in bed, barely conscious. And when she finally woke up, the first thing she did was crawl into the closet and shut the door. Caesar stares into the distance. Only God knows what surfaced during that time. She seems stronger now, yes, but I still worry. Deeply. He looks straight at Iski. That's why I'm glad she found you. Someone who sees her. Someone who cares. Even if our Holy Father may not approve, I thank God for it. Iski can only sit in silence, his chest aching for the woman who endured far more than he ever imagined. Out on the balcony, the cool night air brushes against Ruby's skin. She leans against the railing, trying to shake off the dizziness from all the dancing. Her breath comes slow, steadying. A voice breaks the quiet. Out here for some fresh air? Ruby turns sharply. Her eyes widen slightly. Oh, Your Grace. I didn't know you were here. Before she can ask anything else, she notices a man standing beside him. She's about to inquire, but the stranger steps forward and bows deeply. It is an honor to see you again, Lady Ruby. There's a beat of confusion before he straightens and introduces himself with a small, eerie smile. I am Cardinal Rokurua. At that name, memories stir like dust swept from an old book. Her brother Enzo always clung to Cardinal Rokurua's every word, treated him as if he were his true brother, something he never did for their older brother. Ruby always found it amusing how her second brother, Enzo, never really cared much for priests, except for this one. For some reason, he always treated Cardinal Rokurua with a level of respect, though, to be fair, Ruby does remember Enzo joking behind the scenes, saying the Cardinal's holy lifestyle scared off any potential brides. Guess even Enzo had to admit the man was seriously devoted. Then, Ruby politely greets Alfonso, noting that it's been a while. Alfonso smiles and asks if she's enjoying the evening air. She nods, hoping she didn't interrupt anything important. But Alfonso quickly assures her she's not interrupting at all. He was simply chatting with his uncle. Wait, uncle? Ruby raises an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the revelation. She had no idea the two were related. Just then, Cardinal Rokurua turns and, with the kind of bluntness only a family member can get away with, says something that stuns everyone. He remarks that it's a tragedy to have a nephew who's, well, underperforming in the bedroom. And then, as if that wasn't enough, he looks toward Ruby and adds, I can't believe you let this angel slip through your fingers. You're a disgrace to the family. Alfonso is left completely speechless. Ruby, caught off guard, tries to hide her reaction behind a polite smile, unsure if she should laugh, blush, or both. Internally, she battles a bit of guilt for even smiling at the comment. Cardinal Rokurua, switching to a more serious tone, then turns to Ruby and tells her that he'll be praying for her husband's victory in the upcoming tournament. Alfonso, perhaps still recovering from earlier, mutters that she shouldn't get her hopes up. His uncle's prayers don't exactly have the best track record. The cardinal, clearly offended, shoots his nephew a look. Was that a joke? Ruby just continues smiling awkwardly, silently wishing she had brought popcorn for this strange little family drama. As the two men prepare to leave, Alfonso turns back and gently tells Ruby that he hopes they'll meet again. The cardinal also calls out to her, kindly offering his support. Despite belonging to the House of Bishegli, he assures her that his loyalty lies with Romana. With a courteous bow, the cardinal blesses her and takes his leave. As Ruby watches Alfonso walk off with Cardinal Rokurua, a thought suddenly strikes her. Seeing him side by side with a cardinal from Romana brings back a memory, one she hadn't recalled in a long time. According to the story, Romana's downfall was sealed the day traitors within the Vatican stole the Holy Grail and handed it over to the Allied forces, led by none other than Alfonso himself. The Holy Grail wasn't just a legendary relic. It was a divine artifact said to have been used by the very first god. It carried the names of all who had taken vows to serve the priesthood and held the power to erase those vows forever. Its most terrifying ability, destroying sacred cores. When a priest is stripped of their title, the sacred core, the heart of their divine power, is shattered in a special ritual. Without it, A priest can never again be sanctified. The Holy Grail is essential to this brutal process, which is exactly why priests everywhere fear House Borgia, the ones who traditionally guarded the Grail. Though the artifact made House Borgia immensely powerful, it also placed them in a delicate position. Even the Pope couldn't use the Grail at will. But once that power slipped through their fingers, House Borgia crumbled quickly. Ruby also recalls a vague line from the story. Some say the Holy Grail can grant wishes. Though that part was barely mentioned, more rumor than fact, and no theological text ever confirmed it. Not even a footnote. Ruby thinks to herself that it's probably just an old myth, a superstition wrapped in fantasy. Just as Ruby was lost in thought, a cheerful voice called out to her from behind. She turned around, and there stood little Princess Arian, beaming brightly. With eyes full of admiration, the young princess declared, "You look just like a fairy today." Ruby couldn't help but smile, touched by the sweet compliment. She thanked Arian graciously and returned the kindness with one of her own, saying the princess looked absolutely radiant, and that the tiara perched atop her head was simply perfect on her. Then, in a moment that made Ruby's heart skip, Arian lifted the tiara from her head and offered it to her. "Would you like to try it on?" the princess asked, holding it out with innocent excitement. Ruby immediately panicked, flustered by the unexpected gesture. "Oh no, Your Highness. I wouldn't dare," she said quickly, trying not to offend the young royal. But Arian only tilted her head, insisting with pure-hearted honesty, "It would look even better on you." Before Ruby could respond, a graceful voice gently interrupted. "Arian, dear, don't put Lady Ruby in such an awkward spot." Ruby turned toward the voice, and instantly recognized the speaker. It was none other than the Queen. With elegant poise, Ruby bowed deeply. The Queen approached with a serene smile and remarked, "It's been a while. We haven't met since the palace banquet." She glanced at her daughter fondly before continuing. "Arian's told me so much about you. I've been meaning to thank you and always wished I had seen you sooner." Hearing those words, Ruby felt a flicker of surprise. She'd assumed the Queen hadn't attended today's event, but it turns out Her Majesty had been watching from the sidelines all along. The Queen bowed her head gently. "Thank you for spending time with Arian. She's been so bright and joyful ever since she met you. As her mother, I'm truly grateful." Ruby was touched. Seeing them together, mother and daughter standing side by side, it became even clearer how much Arian resembled the Queen. There was the same elegance, the same gentle warmth in their expressions. Ruby silently hoped that Arian would always be cherished, always surrounded by love like this. The Queen then remarked, "It seems you've adjusted to life in Britannia quite well. I actually wanted to invite you over many times, but I was worried it might be inconvenient." Ruby's thoughts shifted. Considering the Queen's role in Britannia's high society, it made sense for her to be cautious about overstepping. Still, Ruby smiled softly and reassured her. "Not at all, Your Majesty. I would be honored to accept any invitation from you." The Queen's smile widened ever so slightly as she spoke with a warmth that felt almost motherly. "Lady Ruby, it seems you are as affectionate as you are lovely." Suddenly someone stepped onto the balcony and casually remarked, "So, I see you've been having a little chat with the Queen." Ruby turned her head and immediately recognized the voice. It was Caesar. She was already feeling a bit drained, but before she could respond, the Queen addressed him warmly. "It's been a while, Your Eminence." Caesar returned her smile with ease. "Indeed, Your Majesty. How have you been?" he asked politely. At that moment, little Arian tugged at her mother's sleeve, her hesitation clear. The Queen noticed right away and gently said, "It seems the princess is feeling a bit chilly out here. We'll head back inside." As she passed by Caesar, the air between them subtly shifted. A brief side glance was exchanged, unspoken, but not unnoticed. There was something layered in that look. Once the Queen and her daughter were gone, Ruby turned to Caesar, her tone teasing but tired. "I was just about to head back in. You really couldn't wait, could you?" "That's not it. You should have seen your husband. He didn't want to let me go look for you." Then, looking around with a bit of disappointment, he added, "Honestly, there's not much to see out here. I thought I'd finally get to see the legendary moon tower. Turns out it's just an old clock tower." Ruby gave a small chuckle and raised a brow. "And here I thought you were enjoying yourself. Guess I was wrong." Caesar smiled and gently patted her cheeks. "Oh, I'm very happy to see you. he reassured her. But this banquet? It's dull. I'm thinking of skipping it altogether and taking a stroll around the city. Ruby glanced at him thoughtfully. Funny thing is, I haven't even walked around Arendelle myself. Caesar's eyes narrowed slightly, half curious. Is that hesitation I hear? Don't tell me it's because of your husband. His words made Ruby flinch ever so slightly. She brushed her hair behind her ear and replied cautiously. Well, he can be a little particular. But maybe if you ask him, he'll let me go. Caesar raised a brow and smirked. You really don't know him that well yet, do you? As the siblings began heading back indoors, he added with a half-serious tone, Why don't you go and ask him yourself? I'd love to know how he reacts. Ruby walked beside him quietly, her thoughts swirling. She figured it was probably best to go along with her brother for now, especially since she needed to find out exactly what he was planning. As Ruby stepped through the banquet doors, she was caught off guard by the crowd of guests rushing toward her. Their expressions were full of relief, as if they'd been searching for her all this time. Startled, Ruby blinked in confusion. Why were they all coming at her like this? Was it because of the earlier dance with Caesar? Before she could make sense of it, she gave a polite bow and said, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm a little busy at the moment. Just then, all movement in the room came to a sudden stop. A familiar voice cut through the crowd. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. The man gently brushed her cheek, and Ruby looked up, eyes widening. It was Iski. Without a second thought, she wrapped her arms around him. It hadn't been that long, but seeing him again made her feel like she could finally breathe. I'm so glad to see you, she murmured. Iski smiled, brushing his fingers through her hair with a tenderness that made her heart flutter. Then, he turned his gaze toward the lingering guests, his stare sharp, cold, and unmistakably territorial. One glare was all it took to send them scattering. Where were you? He asked, his voice soft now. Ruby glanced away and replied honestly. I went out to the balcony for some air. What about you? What were you doing? Iski gave a pointed answer. Looking for you, obviously. Come on, let's get something to eat. Before a large, elegantly decorated dining table, Ruby sampled the food while Iski sat beside her. Is it good? He asked quietly. She nodded and smiled. It really is, but why aren't you eating? I'm not in the mood. That surprised her. Iski never missed a full lunch before. Something felt off. Ruby chewed slowly, feeling his eyes on her the entire time. Why does he keep staring at me like that? She thought. Then he said, You don't have to keep eating if you don't feel like it. Ruby blinked, caught off guard again, but chose not to push it. Instead, she gently changed the subject. My brother wants to go to the festival with me, she said, dabbing the corners of her mouth with a napkin. What do you think? Though her tone was casual, she couldn't meet his eyes. Iski raised a brow. I didn't know your brother was into festivals. Ruby chuckled softly. He's always been easygoing. That's just how he's been since we were kids. After a pause, Iski relented. I'll have the temple handle the guidance. You can go if you want. That was easier than she expected. Ruby was surprised, but she could sense something was wrong. He seemed sulky, even distant. Do you want to come with us? She asked carefully. Iski shook his head. There's no need. Spend time with your brother. It's been a while since you two met. She tried to respond, to gauge how he was really feeling, but he suddenly pulled her cheeks with both hands and gave her a crooked smile. Just go have fun and come back to me. Then, with a teasing edge, he added, It's not like it's your first affair or anything. I'm used to it by now. Ruby flinched. It's not an affair, she insisted. Iski smirked, then calmly said, Anyway, the capital is safe today. No need to worry about magical beasts. Then he adds, The ones near Arendelle were taken care of before the festival, he explained. And with all the cardinals in the city, they won't even get close. Ruby blinked again, suddenly reminded of something. Traveling with Caesar, it really is like walking under a holy shield. His tone gentler this time. I'll have a carriage prepared for you. Ruby smiled and gave him a nod. Thank you. Afterwards, while Ruby sat quietly in the carriage, she watched through the window as Iski and Caesar stood just outside. Caesar flashed a grin. Apologies, dear brother-in-law. I'm stealing your wife today. If not now, I fear I'll never have free time again. In return, I'll pray for your blessings. Iske raised an eyebrow. Do you think that works? It depends on the person, Caesar replied cryptically. Watching the exchange, Ruby blinked. Since when? Did they talk like this? She narrowed her eyes. Did Iske actually fall for Caesar's fake charm? Even as she told herself it wasn't Iske's fault, she just couldn't understand why it bothered her so much. Suddenly, Iske turned to her. Ruby, is everything comfortable? Yes, there's no inconvenience, she replied quickly. But in the back of her mind, she found herself wondering, why does he look so handsome today? Iske reached in and gently brushed her hair. Have fun. Ruby nodded, her voice soft. I will, I'm going now. As the carriage rolled away, Ruby sank back into her seat, guilt creeping in like a shadow. Her heart was heavy with emotions she couldn't name, tangled feelings of duty, pain, and something she didn't want to admit. She was the one who had to endure everything from now on. So why did it feel like she was the one doing something wrong? Outside, Iske watched her carriage disappear into the distance, his expression unreadable. Ruby tried to refocus. She reminded herself that this wasn't a leisurely outing with her brother. Looking around the city was just an excuse. I won't waste time. I need to understand what Caesar is up to. And if they were to meet again after the competition, then I need to find a reason, something that will make sense. More importantly, she thought, I have to get a grasp on his informants. No matter what, I have to try. Interrupting her busy mind, Caesar casually said, Let's stop by the temple first. The temple? Ruby blinked. What for? He gave her a side glance. You're not going to the festival dressed like that, are you? If we're watching in secret, you need a disguise. Ruby flushed. Ah, right. Seeing her reaction, Caesar smiled, amused. They arrived at the temple and changed in both cloaked and plain hooded garments. Then, Caesar led her. This way. Ruby followed him, but her attention was drawn to a figure nearby. There was something off about that hooded man. He didn't look like any Arendelle monk she'd seen. Her instincts flared. A spy? Is he one of Caesar's people? Out of nowhere, Caesar muttered. Iske's kinda cute. Still smirking, Caesar clarified. Your husband. He sent that foolish paladin to spy on us. Obvious, isn't he? Or maybe he wanted me to notice. Ruby looked around quickly but saw nothing suspicious. I don't see anyone. Are you sure? There's no one who'd want to follow us, she added, voice hesitant. Caesar suddenly stopped and turned to her. Ruby, his tone was sharper now. Have you already forgotten? Everyone except us is the enemy. I haven't forgotten, Ruby said, though her voice trembled slightly. I was just mistaken. It's just, I haven't seen you this lively in a long time. Caesar chuckled darkly. Teasing your husband is surprisingly entertaining. Ruby let out a breath, relieved that the tension eased, for now. As they strolled further into the city, Ruby's thoughts drifted again. Did Iske really send someone to follow us? If not, who and why? Was it someone who despises me and my brother? Have you always been watched like this? Caesar asked suddenly. Ruby didn't hesitate. Always. That's why I always looked forward to coming home. The moment the words left her lips, Caesar stepped behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into a cold embrace. Of course you'd say that, he whispered near her ear. But then, why did you ruin everything? His voice was soft, almost affectionate, but his eyes, when she turned to glance at him, were anything but. She froze, her throat tightened, and no words came out. Then, just like that, he took her hand and flashed her a carefree smile. Come on, let's get away from them. As if nothing had happened at all, and so, they slipped into the bustling crowd, their footsteps lost in the hum of the city, while Ruby can only think of one thing with her heart pounding. He really is a complete lunatic. As Caesar and Ruby strolled through the bustling capital, Caesar wrinkled his nose, commenting that everything here reeked of grease and sugar. Ruby, trying to keep the mood light, simply replied, Well, it is a cold country after all. Caesar then expressed mild surprise, noting that it was Ruby's first time actually exploring the capital. With a curious glance, he added, Does your husband even let you walk around like this on your own? Ruby responded bitterly, Besides you, who else would let me wander out here? Caesar chuckled in agreement, saying that walking side by side like this reminded him of the old days. He turned to her and asked with a nostalgic smile, Don't you remember that Christmas? Ruby paused. How could she forget? A memory surfaced. That Christmas night, The snow had blanketed the streets beautifully. She and Caesar had spent the entire evening out, laughing and walking with no thought of returning home, not until past midnight. But waiting for them wasn't warmth or joy. It was their drunken father. He lashed out cruelly, yelling at them for staying out so late, accusing them of being disgraceful children who inherited nothing but shame from their mothers. It didn't matter that he was the one who chose courtesans to be their mothers. That night, even in front of his beloved first son, he showed no restraint. Back in the present, Ruby couldn't help but thought to herself, why he'd bring up such a painful memory. I was so scared back then, she admitted softly. I thought he might have hit you. Caesar glanced at her with a faint, amused smile, surprised by her concern. You're so sweet, Ruby. As they continued walking, hand in hand, Ruby's thoughts spiraled. She didn't want to see any more violence. She had enough. Sensing her unease, Caesar assured her. Don't worry, Father will soon have to fear me. Ruby blinked, unsettled. What did he mean by that? Caesar casually changed the subject, suggesting they head over to a different spot. Ruby, still lost in thought, realized that she didn't truly know the kind of relationships her brother had built over the years, or the kind of man he had become. Soon they found themselves watching a street puppet show. Children laughed, people clapped, but Ruby's face stayed distant and hollow. Caesar noticed. You're not enjoying it? He asked, studying her expression. Startled, Ruby glanced at him. What are you talking about? I'm enjoying it. Caesar went silent, observing her for a beat too long. Then, with a forced calmness, he said, Let's go back to the temple. Placing a hand on her shoulder, his tone shifted. Quiet but firm. There's something we need to discuss. In private, remember? Ruby's heart sank. This was the moment she'd been dreading all along. Once they returned to the temple, Ruby sat silently in front of the mirror. She already knew what was coming. It was just a matter of time now. In her mind, she kept telling herself that she only had to endure it a little longer, and then it would all be over. It was like trying to convince herself of a lie she had said too many times. If I suffer alone, she thought, then everything else will stay intact. Pain, after all, was something she'd grown far too used to. Suddenly, a monk appeared and informed her. His Eminence is waiting. Ruby rose to her feet, the weight of dread clinging to her shoulders, and followed the hooded man down the hall. As they walked, something about the man's thick southern accent rang a bell. Ruby narrowed her eyes. She'd heard that voice before. He looked like someone close to Caesar, but her gut told her more. He's Romana's spy, she thought with unease. The hooded man gestured to a nearby door. This way, he said. As they passed through, he silently shut the door behind them. Ruby glanced upward toward a staircase, when a sudden sound made her stop in her tracks, wondering, are the temple doors already closed? A chill crawled up her spine. The man's voice broke her thoughts. Aren't you going inside? The question startled her, but without another word, she slowly climbed the stairs and stepped into the room above. As soon as she entered, she felt something was off. Her instincts screamed it. Then a familiar voice called out to her. Ruby looked around, confused. Where are we? The Archbishop's office, Caesar replied casually. I said I'd be using this place. The old man was a bit shocked. Isn't that right, Pietro? At that moment, the hooded man pulled back his hood. Ruby's eyes widened in horror. That voice, that face, he's the one who crushed her foot. The memory slammed into her. Caesar, unconcerned, turned to Pietro with a smirk. You've had quite a time in this pigsty, haven't you? Pietro grinned. I was just waiting for you. Do you know how homesick I've been? Meanwhile, Ruby's thoughts spiraled. Was that injury on her wedding night really just an accident? Or did Caesar plan it, through him? Caesar looked at Pietro and asked, half teasing, Do you want me to comfort you? Pietro chuckled. I won't say no. Ruby couldn't tear her eyes from them. She hadn't expected to come face to face with her brother's most loyal henchman tonight. But she knew better than anyone. Caesar never abandoned Pietro, no matter what. As she stared at the pair, an unsettling thought crept in. Did her brother really send his men all the way north to spy on her? How long has Pietro been here, hiding in the shadows of her life? Caesar, suddenly serious, turned to Pietro again. It should weigh on your conscience, you know. You messed up everything. But Pietro nonchalantly responds, I'll accept whatever punishment I deserve. Caesar then turned to Ruby. So, tell me, what should I do with him? His tone was eerily calm. Ruby froze. "What are you talking about?" she asked, trying to hide her earlier suspicions. Caesar narrowed his eyes. "Isn't it because of you that he's in trouble right now?" Her voice cracked as she responded, "I don't understand. Are you saying I've been watched this entire time? My precious sister ran away from home. What kind of brother wouldn't be worried?" His words struck her like a blow. If what he said was true, if Pietro really came south after she fled, then he had been tailing her all along. Ruby's hands began to tremble. She tried to steady her thoughts. "No, I can't fall apart now. I have to stay calm. I've worked too hard for this." Forcing composure, Ruby met her brother's eyes. "I've always walked the right path," she said firmly. "So why? Why would you do this to me?" Caesar's answer came sharp and cold. "They said you tried to poison the Archbishop's niece. Up north, you're labeled as a murderer." Her heart dropped. Ruby pointed at Pietro, voice rising with emotion. "I thought you ordered him to do that. Do you have any idea how terrifying that was for me?" Tears welled up in her eyes. The betrayal, the manipulation, it was all closing in. Caesar's expression turns into confusion. "And what about Lady Freya?" he asked. "Tell me, what good would it do to eliminate people like her?" He turned to Pietro. "You know anything about this?" Pietro looked stunned. "No, Your Eminence. I only came down after hearing Lady Ruby had left home. This is the first I've heard of any poisoning." Ruby's mind spiraled as the puzzle pieces began to fall into place. If Iski takes the throne, everything in the north will hinge on his queen, and Freya's always known that. The memory hit her like a cold wind. Freya's voice, sweet and venomous whispers. She also remembered that carefully staged moment. Freya spilling tea on herself, then mixing lies with just enough truth to seem believable. Ruby started to realize that if only Caesar hadn't gotten involved, maybe the truth would have come to light. Maybe everyone would have seen that it was just a performance, Freya's calculated scheme to cast Ruby out and claim Iski for herself. And now, with terrifying clarity, Ruby realized something else. Those precious stones Freya coveted? The fastest, quietest way to get them would be through her uncle, the Archbishop himself. It all suddenly made awful, perfect sense. Just then, Pietro leaned in and whispered something to Caesar. "Looks like the Archbishop might have gone behind our backs." Caesar's eyes darkened. "So it seems," he muttered. He turned back to Ruby, his tone softening just slightly. "I get why you're suspicious. If everything's gone so far off the rails, how could anything make sense?" He took a step closer. "But if someone really wanted to carry out an assassination, why do it in a temple filled with holy stones?" He looked at her with concern. Genuine or not, it was hard to tell. "You must have been scared out of your mind. No wonder your judgment's all over the place." His voice cold, as he reminded her that there was no excuse for acting on impulse. Ruby, visibly nervous, tried to explain that her mind wasn't clear, that she hadn't been thinking straight. But Caesar didn't back down. Gripping her shoulders tightly, he pressed her further, asking if she'd also lost her mind when her husband embraced her. He demanded she tell him the truth. Terrified, Ruby felt a chill creep up her spine. She questioned the intensity of Caesar's anger. Was a small mistake truly worth this fury? Still, she knew the stakes. Revealing her true thoughts could end everything. Swallowing her fear, she claimed he didn't understand. Her husband, Iski, was unlike anyone she'd ever known. At that moment, Caesar's demeanor softened, but only because he believed Ruby was on the brink of death. He asked why Iski had scoured Arendelle so desperately to find her. Ruby fired back, asking if Caesar thought Iski's actions were merely out of concern. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her voice cracked as she asked how many times she had to say it. She had been scared, truly terrified. She confessed she had even wished for death just to escape the pressure crushing her from every side. That hit a nerve. Caesar's eyes darkened. He asked sharply, had Iski hurt her? He called Iski a bastard and demanded the truth. Ruby panicked at the accusation. She scrambled to defend herself, saying she had tried so hard to be a good wife. And over time, Iski had stopped being so rough. It was only then that she realized how much she could endure if it meant survival. Ruby continued. Back then, survival was all she cared about. She'd do whatever it took just to make it back home. Caesar nodded, taking her hands in his. His voice turned strangely gentle as he told her she'd suffered too much. He said she should have never come here. It was too much for her. He admitted he'd objected to it from the start, afraid she'd end up like this. He didn't care what their father thought anymore. But then his tone turned harsh again. He said using lust to gain favor was unforgivable, especially for someone like her. Ruby's heart stopped. He reminded her that she was the angel of Sistina. How could she fall this low? He asked if she was really the Pope's only daughter, and how she could have changed so drastically. Before Ruby could explain herself, Caesar cut her off. He insisted that she wasn't entirely at fault. This filthy, corrupted place had tainted her. Then, with bitterness in his voice, he asked how she had managed to pick up such indecency in such a short time. Ruby stood frozen, sweat forming at her temples as she locked eyes with him. Caesar, changing tones again, said it was all right. Reflection, after all, meant there was still hope for her. He turned away. But Ruby warned him. Her husband would find out soon enough. That made Caesar smirk. He asked if she and Iski had managed to meet during the festival. Ruby replied that if her husband came at night, they'd find time. No matter where she stayed, he'd find her. Those words seemed to trigger Caesar's dark side again. He approached her slowly, eyes narrowing. He wondered aloud why she couldn't simply behave, like before. Then, with a cruel smile, he asked if he should retrain her himself. Ruby's face went pale. He told her to lie on the table and lift her dress. He had to correct all her bad habits. He claimed it was because he loved her, but Ruby was trembling all over. She didn't believe a word of it. Caesar's voice turned threatening. He warned her to listen closely. This was his final warning. Her husband, Caesar said, was driven only by lust. Sure, Iski might have acted like he'd give her his whole heart, but she shouldn't be fooled. Feelings born from physical desire never last. According to him, even animals act on such instincts, and she was no different. Ruby collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, her body shaking with fear. Caesar crouched beside her and cradled her face. He told her she looked exhausted and offered a solution. If Iski truly treated her so badly, she should just say she'd stay with him that night. Those words twisted like a knife in her heart. Ruby was breaking. She was tired, hurting, and completely drained. Through her tears, she finally whispered that she was wrong. Caesar lifted her face again, his expression unreadable. "Then remember this night," he said. "It will be a long one." The scene faded into horror. Ruby's clothes lay scattered on the floor. Her shadow trembled atop a table, while Caesar loomed over her, whip in hand, ready to strike again and again. Meanwhile, Iski sat quietly, waiting for Ruby's return with growing impatience. He tried to appear calm, but the tension in his posture gave him away. Just then, Ellen approached him, calling out his name with a frown. She asked where Ruby was. Iski casually responded, saying Ruby was out taking a walk with Caesar. Ellen's expression twisted in disbelief. "With Caesar?" She immediately demanded an explanation. "Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on him?" she pressed. "Then why would you just let her go with him so easily?" Iski gave a vague reply, trying to sound composed. "There's something I needed to confirm," he said quietly. "I sent Camus and Galar instead." Ellen glanced at him more closely, and that's when she noticed it. His leg was bouncing slightly. I mean super bouncing, which is a sign of the anxiety he was trying so hard to hide. She couldn't understand it. If he was this worried, why let Ruby go with the man he clearly didn't trust? She then warned him that a snowstorm was coming and asked when he expected Ruby to be back. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from outside. Both siblings froze for a second, then rushed out to the balcony. Ellen peered into the distance. "Is that Ruby?" she asked quickly. Iski nodded with visible relief. "Yeah." She made it back just in time. Without wasting a moment, Iski made his way downstairs. Afterwards, Iski's eyes went straight to Ruby. "I'm glad you're home before the snow got worse," he said, his tone gentle. Caesar quickly explained the delay, saying that Ruby had taken a fall during their walk, so he had to take care of her. Iski's brows furrowed with concern. "Did it hurt?" he asked Ruby directly. Ruby, keeping her smile steady, shook her head. "It wasn't that bad. Just a little scratch," she said sweetly, as if nothing was wrong. Iski sighed with a mix of relief and worry. "You have to be more careful." Still smiling, Ruby replied, "It was just so much fun. I got too excited." From the outside, Everything seemed peaceful. But anyone looking closely could tell. There were layers of emotion hiding behind every word. As the wind began to pick up outside, Iski gently told Ruby they should check her injury again before she went to bed. Ruby nodded in agreement, still smiling faintly. He reached out, brushing a strand of her hair aside. "You even let your hair down as a disguise," he murmured, then looked more closely at her. "Why are your eyes so red?" Ruby replied softly, "It's just the cold." Before Iski could say more, Caesar suddenly stepped forward and placed a hand on Ruby's shoulder. "She's very tired," he said sharply. Iski didn't argue. "Then I'll take her home." Caesar looked at him for a moment before responding. "Shouldn't you rest too? Tomorrow's battle might not go as planned." But Iski only said, "It's fine. I'll bring Ruby home and come back." Caesar hesitated, still holding Ruby protectively and not wanting to let her go. But he eventually nodded. "All right, I'll leave her to you." Inside the carriage, silence fell between the two. Ruby turned her head to gaze out the window, snowflakes softly sticking to the glass. Iski watched her from across the seat, noting how drained she looked. "You seem really tired," he said. Ruby blinked in surprise. "I guess I played too much." Iski didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stood and quietly moved to sit beside her. She looked at him, confused. "What's wrong?" He patted his lap. "You can rest here during the ride." The offer stunned Ruby. Her cheeks turned pink, and her heart swelled at the simple gesture of care. She nodded shyly and laid her head on his lap. As the carriage moved forward through the snow, Iski ran his fingers gently through Ruby's hair, his thoughts quiet but full of warmth. Eventually they arrived home. As Iski offered to call a servant to help, Ruby quickly declined. "There's no need. I want to take a bath alone." Iski frowned. "I know it's just a scratch, but in your condition, it's not ideal to be alone." Ruby tried to reassure him. "I'm all right," but that only deepened his concern. "Did something happen?" She cut him off, her voice low. "Iski, there are just days like this. Today, I want to be alone." The words hit him harder than she realized. His hands clenched at his sides. Still, he forced a calm nod. "All right, just take care of the wound and get some rest. Sleep tight." He turned away and walked off, but then Ruby called out softly, "Iski, do your best tomorrow." He stopped, then turned back with a gentle smile. "I will." As he left, Ruby closed the door behind him and slowly slid down to the floor, her body heavy with emotion. Caesar's cruel voice haunted her. "No matter how much your body intertwines with your husband, there can't be affection in that. It's worse than being an animal." The words cut deeper than any wound. Why does just hearing Iski's voice make her tremble like this? His warmth, his kindness. It should comfort her. And yet, it only made the feel terrible. He said he loved her. He always said it so easily, so sincerely, but she couldn't say it back, not like this, not with the truth buried inside her. If he sees who I really am, will that love vanish? Ruby starts to sink deeper into self-loathing. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she curled into herself, whispering brokenly into the silence. A sincere apology for her husband. Back in the carriage, Iski sat alone, watching the snow drift past the window. Ruby's earlier smile played in his memory. That smile she always gives when she's hiding something. I was such a fool, he thought bitterly. To think I could push her with just one more question. His thoughts returned to his earlier conversation with Camus and Galar. He had demanded to know how they lost track of Ruby and Caesar. Galar had replied that they were dressed as monks and had headed for the temple. By the time we got there, the main gate was already closed, Camus added. So we waited outside. They only changed clothes. Everything looked normal, Galar continued, though his tone held doubt. Still, they took longer than expected. Maybe they were praying? Iski nodded, quietly digesting the information. Camus hesitated. I don't know what your concern is, but the lady seemed like she had a great time. Don't you think we're going too far? But Galar had noticed something else. There was one monk. He stood out. He had a big scar on his face. Seemed suspicious. Iski's eyes had narrowed. Would you recognize him if you saw him again? Now, returning to the present, Iski's heart sank. Ruby looked lifeless. Those red, puffy eyes weren't from the cold. That wasn't her at all. He gripped the seat tightly. He wanted to know what really happened out there, but couldn't. As snow continued to fall gently outside, Iski made a silent vow. No matter what Ruby says, I'll stay by her side. But the more I try to understand her, the farther she seems to drift away. He then whispered her name as if praying. Ruby, please just tell me what I can do for you. The next day arrived, marking the start of the long-awaited tournament. Ellen and Freya sat together, quietly waiting for the opening festivities to begin. The air buzzed with anticipation, but Freya couldn't help glancing around. Then, she leaned closer to Ellen and spoke in a hushed voice. I don't mean to sound like I'm nitpicking, but isn't it strange over there? Look, shouldn't Ruby be sitting elsewhere? Why is she seated on the Cardinal's side? The rumors might be true after all. Have you heard anything, Ellen? What's going on between them? The moment the words left Freya's mouth, Ellen's expression hardened. She immediately addressed her. Freya. Her voice was calm, but firm. That's not something you need to concern yourself with. Freya blinked, caught off guard. Isn't that a bit harsh? She replied, clearly surprised by Ellen's reaction. Was it really necessary to shut me down like that? Ellen didn't flinch. You have no reason to meddle in another family's private matters, do you? Ruby is my family. Don't ever talk like that in front of me again. That sharp response left Freya speechless. She turned her head away and mumbled, Everyone's talking about it. I was just curious, that's all. Ellen let out a soft sigh. There were so many things she wanted to ask Freya, she thought. But now wasn't the right time. She knew that if she questioned her now, Freya would only give answers that served her own benefit. Ellen decided to wait until after the festival to confront her. Right now, her attention needed to be on Ruby. Elsewhere in the stadium, Ruby sat quietly beside her older brother. Are you cold? Caesar asked, glancing at her with a hint of concern. Ruby gives a reassuring smile. No, I'm fine. If you feel even the slightest discomfort, you must tell me, he insisted. There's nothing to feel uncomfortable about, she replied calmly, though her eyes flicked around the area nervously. But I am a bit concerned that people might criticize me for breaking protocol. Caesar brushed off her worries. There's nothing wrong here, and besides, your husband isn't even in the audience. That last comment struck Ruby like a silent blow. Even if her father-in-law, who was known for being a stickler for tradition, didn't object to her sitting beside the cardinal, she thought, maybe it was because he still didn't see her as part of the Omerta family. The thought left a bitter sting, but she didn't let it show. Soon after, the crowd erupted into applause as the participants arrived. Among them, Iski. Ruby's eyes immediately searched the stadium, her heartbeat quickening the moment she spotted her husband. There he was, riding confidently on horseback, drawing cheers from the spectators. Ruby felt her cheeks flush. This is it, she reminded herself, the moment to give him the handkerchief. She was grateful she remembered this detail from the original story. Suddenly, Iski's gaze locked onto her, and he called her name out loud, right there in front of everyone. Startled and flustered, Ruby blushed even deeper. Iski, she whispered in response. Are you feeling okay? He asked with genuine concern. Yes, she replied softly. Thanks to you, I was able to sleep well. She then held out the handkerchief she had made with care. Would you take this? That small gesture caught Iski completely off guard. His eyes widened for a brief moment. I hope you'll come back safely, without getting hurt, Ruby added, her voice trembling slightly with sincerity. Iski accepted the handkerchief, his expression touched. Then, in a moment that made Ruby's heart skip a beat, he gently took her hand and pressed a soft kiss to it. Iski smiled and thanked her, then rode off into the stadium, still looking back at her, as if he couldn't bear to turn away. Once Iski was out of sight, Caesar turned to Ruby. Are the two of you always like that? He asked casually. Like what just happened earlier. Is that normal? The question made Ruby freeze. His voice sounded innocent, but there was an edge to it, an underlying warning. She quickly tried to calm herself, but inside, her nerves were rattled. Even a little display of affection could be dangerous for her. The ceremony continued with the traditional fair pledge and a sacred prayer of blessing. As the audience bowed their heads in silence, the air shimmered faintly from the protective energy forming above them. Ruby stood among them, her hands clasped, but her thoughts drifted elsewhere. What is it this time? She wondered. Why does Caesar look so displeased again? It puzzled her. He was sitting right beside her, after all, Shouldn't that be enough to keep him satisfied? As the solemn chants echoed around the arena, a massive divine shield began forming overhead, a barrier woven from sacred energy, meant to keep demonic beasts at bay during the festival. Maintaining such a powerful defense required the combined presence of cardinals, which is why they were an essential part of the tournament. Once the prayer ended and the energy stabilized, Ruby sighed inwardly. Whatever it is, I just hope this exhausting festival ends soon, and that Caesar returns to Romana quickly. After the first day of the tournament wrapped up, groups of noble ladies gathered around, chatting eagerly about the competition. Most were swooning over who they believed would win this year's grand title, and unsurprisingly, most of the votes went to Iski. Unbeknownst to them, Ruby was hiding quietly inside one of the washroom stalls, listening in on their conversation. She kept still and silent, not wanting to be seen or dragged into small talk. Once the women finally left, she let out a soft breath of relief. Peeking outside to make sure the coast was clear, she stepped out and made her way to the wash basin to wash her hands. As she cleaned herself up, Ruby's thoughts wandered again. Lately, the nausea seems to have eased a bit, she mused. But the pain. It feels like it's gotten worse. She reached into her small pouch, pulling out a piece of candy and slipping it into her mouth, anything to soothe the discomfort. At that moment, Ellen walked into the washroom. "Ruby," she greeted calmly. Ruby flinched slightly but quickly masked it with a nervous smile. "Oh, Ellen. Hello." Her heart raced a little. It's still awkward to face her like this, Ruby thought. Did she notice I threw up again? But since they ran into each other while she was eating candy, maybe Ellen hadn't seen anything suspicious. Ellen asked, "Did you enjoy the tournament?" "Huh? Oh, yes," Ruby stammered. "To be honest, I was extremely nervous, especially when the trolls appeared. I was so worried something might happen to Iski." And that wasn't a lie. The monsters she'd seen today were unlike anything she had encountered before. Yet somehow, that unfamiliarity made it slightly easier to bear watching the brutal fights. Ellen nodded gently. "I understand. But don't worry too much. Compared to what my brother went through a year ago, this was tame." Ruby's eyes widened slightly at the comment. Then she responded quietly. "I see. Thank you." She thought back to how Iski had emerged unscathed. Yet nearly half of the other contestants were critically injured, some fighting just to stay alive. To think Ruby feared speaking with Ellen after the tea party incident. And yet, here she is, speaking to Ruby like nothing happened. Although Ruby is grateful, she still feels awkward, especially Ellen's gaze lingered on her a little too long. Ruby quickly composed herself, stepped back, and said politely, "I've finished up, so I'll take my leave now." As she began walking away, Ellen called out, "Ruby, wait, is there anything strange going on lately?" Ellen asked, eyes narrowing slightly in concern. Ruby hesitated. "What do you mean by strange?" Ellen tightened her grip on her purse, then quickly looked away. "Forget it. It's nothing. Please just disregard what I said," Ruby responded softly. "All right, I understand. I'll head out first then." Ellen remained standing there, her gaze drifting downward. A deep sense of unease settled in her chest. A little while later, the Omerta Castle hosted a grand banquet to celebrate the day's events. As Ruby stepped into the glittering hall filled with noble chatter and golden light, an unsettling thought immediately crept in. Of all the people in this world, why does it have to be him? She thought, her eyes flickering with unease. Caesar, seated among the guests, instantly noticed her entrance and called out her name, his voice carrying just enough weight to make her skin crawl. Ruby forced a polite expression, but inside she felt suffocated. Is it because Iski isn't here? Is that why it feels like I can't breathe? Like I'm constantly being invaded? Ruby thought for a moment. The matches were scheduled for 2 straight days, which meant all participants, including those disqualified, were forbidden from leaving the palace. Doing so was considered cheating, so Iski couldn't be at the banquet tonight. His absence left Ruby exposed, vulnerable in a room full of people. She quietly took her seat, trying not to draw attention. If only Iski were here. She sighed inwardly. At least I'd feel a little safer. But before she could disappear into the background, a voice addressed her. It was her father-in-law, Duke Omerta, formally welcoming her to the banquet. Startled by his direct approach, Ruby instinctively straightened. As her eyes scanned the table, an unpleasant realization hit her. Her entire troubled life was seated at the same table. Her ex-husband, her father-in-law, and Caesar. Why, Why are they all grouped up like this? Which, of course, beyond coincidence. Her chest tightened with suspicion, thinking this has to be Cesar's doing. Then Alfonso, her ex-husband, turned to her and said with a whisper voice, "Surprised? I just had something to discuss with Duke Omerta. So, that's why I'm here." Ruby forced a nod and replied, "I understand." But in her mind, she was spiraling. Am I the only one here who feels completely out of place? Or am I just the only one not pretending otherwise? Trying to keep things civil, Duke Omerta brought up how this was Ruby's first time attending the tournament. He asked for her impressions. Ruby replied politely, saying the participants were even more skilled than she had imagined, though she admitted with a shy smile that she found the whole atmosphere a little intimidating. The Duke, ever composed, reassured her warmly. He even joked a bit, saying, "If my son were the type to lose in a match like this, would His Holiness have entrusted him with such a precious daughter?" He spoke as if his son's strength and her worth were perfectly matched. But before Ruby could respond, Caesar chimed in. He claimed he didn't doubt the Duke's judgment, but honestly, he was a bit worried about his dear brother-in-law. Duke Omerta chuckled, half amused, and told Caesar that if Iski knew he was concerned, he'd probably be touched beyond words. Meanwhile, Ruby sat in silence, every word of the conversation making her skin crawl. She felt suffocated. To keep herself from exploding, she reached for some bread and began chewing just to avoid having to speak. As she quietly stuffed her mouth, trying to retreat into the background, Caesar suddenly shifted the topic and commented to Duke Omerta about how impressive the castle was. With a smirk, he added that Ruby really landed herself a fine marriage, and that he was, frankly, a bit jealous. The Duke responded humbly, brushing off the compliment by saying their castle was modest compared to the grandeur of southern estates. The conversation drifted from topic to topic, the men chatting comfortably while Ruby wished they'd all just stop speaking to her. So, she kept eating, mouthful after mouthful, anything to avoid making eye contact or being dragged back in. Alfonso turned to Caesar, bringing up how he had expected Enzo to join them on this visit. He responded that Enzo had been too caught up in other matters, but mentioned how well he got along with his younger brother. He even joked that their father had barely managed to rein him in when Enzo nearly caused a scene. Caesar casually points out that if Enzo had shown up, chaos would have followed, especially with how he flirts with every woman in sight. Hearing this, Alfonso can't help but realize how Enzo hasn't lost his wild charm one bit. Ruby, meanwhile, sipped from her glass and continued eating without pause, more focused on the food than the chatter. Cesar turned to her, half opening his mouth to ask if she also thought it would have been better if Enzo had come, but then he stopped short. He had noticed her, quietly stuffing herself, eating and drinking like she was starving. It made him stare. But he wasn't the only one. Alfonso and the Duke also turned their attention to Ruby, silently watching her eat. Caesar hesitantly smiles and asked if she was really that hungry. Ruby tried to answer, but her mouth was too full of bread and wine. He waved a hand. "No need to answer," he said, adding that she's maybe just too nervous to eat like a lady. The Duke, clearly misunderstanding the situation, kindly pushed a whole pie toward her. "Have some more," he said, as if trying to take care of her. Ruby stared at the large pie. Normally, she would have never dared eat something so indulgent. But right now, she figured she'd just keep eating. It was the only way to get through the suffocating conversation without breaking. While Ruby quietly eats, Ellen watches her from behind a pillar, stunned. She can't believe Ruby is eating so much, and so quickly. It's unsettling. This isn't the Ruby she knows. The Ruby she remembers had always been modest with her meals. A dark thought creeps into Ellen's mind. Ruby's behavior reminds her of how her late mother acted before things took a tragic turn. The resemblance sends a chill down her spine. Trying to shake it off, Ellen tells herself, "No, Ruby's not like Mother. She's different. She has to be." Just then, a voice calls out to her. She jumps at the sound and turns around to find Ivan standing there, looking concerned. Realizing he startled her, Ivan apologizes right away. Ellen quickly clears her throat, brushing off the surprise. Ivan tells her that he got worried when she suddenly left the game halfway through. Ellen gives a casual shrug and admits, honestly, it was getting a little boring anyway. But as she looks back toward Ruby, her expression shifts instantly. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Ruby has now polished off an entire pie, and is already diving into a cake. Ivan follows her gaze and frowns slightly. Does she usually eat this much? He asks. When she dined with the Knights before, she barely touched her food. That catches Ellen off guard. She steps closer, realizing Ivan has noticed something's off too. Do you think she's overdoing it? She asks quietly. Ivan blushes, flustered by her nearness, and turns the question back on her. Why do you think that? Ellen hesitates, then murmurs, I've just had a strange feeling about her all day. She glances at him again, and notices the pink on his cheeks, which confuses her. But Ivan quickly adds, You're really kind, you know. It's obvious you care about Ruby. His words make Ellen freeze for a second. She quickly looks away, her own cheeks warming, and mumbles, It's not like that. Suddenly Ruby stands and quietly leaves the banquet. The two watch her go. Is she heading to the bathroom? He asks. Ellen stares after her, anxious. What if she's going there to vomit everything she just ate? The thought sends a wave of worry through her. Should she follow? Would it even help? Would Ruby see it as spying? Ellen lets out a quiet sigh, her thoughts drifting back to the strange request Iski made. It had left a knot in her stomach ever since. Why ask something like that? She wonders, still unsettled. What confuses her even more is how Ruby seems to be on such good terms with Caesar, the very man her brother had always found suspicious. She glances over at the table where everyone had been playing games. The group is laughing and chatting like nothing's wrong. But when she notices Freya sitting at the edge, not speaking to anyone, something clicks. She's been so quiet since Ellen scolded her. That's not like her at all. A twinge of guilt pricks at Ellen's chest. Her gaze drifts back to Ruby's table, only to realize someone's missing. Caesar. He's not there. A wave of dread washes over her. Did he go after Ruby? And if he did, what now? Inside the bathroom, Ruby leans over the sink, her stomach aches, and her mind races with disbelief. Did I really eat that much? Am I going crazy? She thinks, exhausted and disoriented. As she pulls herself together, she mutters inwardly, Just a little longer. If I can hold out, I won't have to face Caesar anymore. But the moment she steps outside, fate isn't kind. Caesar is already there, waiting. He approaches her with a concerned expression and asks, Are you all right? Ruby forces a nervous smile and answers quickly, Yes, I'm fine. Deep down, his sudden appearance has startled her. Still, she reassures herself, It's okay. He doesn't know anything about my condition. I just have to act normal. Trying to mask the discomfort, Ruby tells him, I think I just ate too many sweets. My mouth feels sticky. Cesar nods thoughtfully and replies, That makes sense. By the way, it's been a long time since I've seen you like this. Ruby frowns a little. Like this? She echoes, confused. It's been a while since you've eaten so well, he explains. The last time was when you were a child. His words leave Ruby baffled. Is he drunk? She wonders. She responds, What are you talking about? I've always eaten well. But Caesar said, Not since you got seriously ill 3 years ago. You've barely eaten properly since then. Ruby quietly thinks about how he always brings this up, those nostalgic childhood memories, as if he's clinging to the past. He talks like he misses those days. But why? She casually brushes it off. I was just following the trend. You know, eating less. That answer leaves Caesar speechless. For a moment, he just stares at her, then reaches out and grabs her hand. His eyes settle on the ring on her finger. Why are you wearing that ring? He asks. I didn't see your husband wearing one. The question catches Ruby off guard. Her heart skips a beat. In truth, she wears that ring as a symbol, a quiet declaration that she doesn't ever want to go back to Romana. But of course, she could never say that out loud, so she simply lies. I just like the design, that's all. Cesar scoffs lightly. It's not even that pretty, he says, then adds coldly. As expected. Clearly your husband doesn't love you. If he did, he wouldn't let his wife wear their wedding ring alone. The words hit Ruby hard. His cruelty, masked as concern, never fails to wound her. But before she can respond, Cesar changes the subject with a sudden smile. Forget that. I heard something interesting. Ruby stiffens. What now? What did he find out? She wonders warily. There's a beautiful place in this mansion, he continues. And since I'm here, I'd like to see it with my own eyes. Ruby, would you personally escort me to the garden your husband made for you? The sun filters gently through the leaves, casting dappled patterns across the garden path where Ruby and Caesar walk side by side. Not far behind them, Ellen crouches behind a dense row of bushes, peeking through the leaves like a spy on a covert mission. Her breath is calm, but her thoughts are restless. What am I even doing here, she wonders, a mix of guilt and confusion stirring inside her. She had followed Caesar earlier on impulse, barely realizing what she was doing. Now, watching the two walking together so normally, like just a pair of siblings enjoying the garden, Ellen suddenly feels ridiculous. Is this really because of my brother's request? She questions herself. Or is it because Ruby's behavior today has been off? She frowns. Maybe I've lost it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sneaking around like this. Again. A quiet voice behind her snaps her out of her thoughts. So this is where you ran off to. Startled, Ellen spins around, only to find Ivan behind her. She narrows her eyes. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were spying on me. Ivan shyly says, Impossible. I have someone else to keep an eye on these days. That catches her off guard. Did my brother ask you to do this too? Ivan nods. Yeah. Same request from Iski. Though I don't know why he even bothered joining that stupid game. He could have just stayed with Ruby. He sighs. It's probably about that flower of glory. With so many greedy eyes around, maybe he thought that if Ruby had it, no one would dare treat her poorly. Ellen frowns. What kind of husband does that for his wife, but stays distant at the same time? Ivan's tone turns dry. Iski's always been strange. Ellen lets out a breath. If Ruby knew I was hiding in bushes spying on her, she'd be so upset. Honestly, I feel pathetic. Ivan's voice softens. This is all Iski's fault, not yours. He's the bastard here. She glances down. He never told me to follow Ruby this closely, though. Ivan stands up straight and glances toward the path. Even so, there must be a reason you followed her. He extends a hand toward her. Ellen blinks. We're just out for a walk now, he says casually. Right? Understanding dawns on her. She takes his hand, rising to her feet. Yeah, she thinks. Let's call it a walk. As Ruby and Caesar stroll through the serene garden, a breeze rustles the flowers around them. Then, Caesar abruptly stops, pointing ahead. What's that? He asks, narrowing his eyes at a quaint little structure nestled between the bushes. Is that where you go to play? Ruby blinks, then scoffs lightly. Of course not. That's where Princess Arian keeps her toys. She often comes over to play with her friends, so I put her things there. But as she says this, a strange feeling creeps in. This was supposed to be Arian's secret haven, she thinks. So why do I feel like the intruder? Caesar gives a dry chuckle. That thing comes over often, huh? You two seem awfully close. Ruby pauses, thrown off by his words. Did he just call the princess that thing? She glances at him. Well, I think Princess Arian likes this place mostly because it's her cousin's house. Caesar's mocking voice echoes. Calling that half-breed their relative makes even a passing dog laugh. Ruby flinches at his bluntness. The words sting more than she expected, not just because of the cruelty in them, but because they sound familiar. Freya said something like that once too, she remembers. So, it's not just Caesar who thinks this way. The truth was, before Arian grew close to Ruby, she'd barely even interacted with the Omerta family in private. In fact, Ruby recalls how the little princess had barely any presence in the original story at all. Caesar breaks the silence again, more quietly this time. Well, if our father wasn't in his current position, we might have ended up in a similar place. But even then, we'd still be better off than those with heretic blood. That's why he wants me to take his place as Pope one day. Not that it surprises me. Ruby turns to him. Even if he weren't the Pope, I'm sure our father would still push you into a high position. He's that kind of man. Caesar studies her. You really think I would do well regardless? Ruby nods with a soft smile. Of course I do. But inside, she's wary. I should just go along with it for now, she tells herself. Agreeing with Caesar is safer. For both of them. Caesar smiled softly at Ruby, a look that didn't quite reach his eyes. Ruby, if father hadn't become the Pope, don't you think we would have been happier? Sometimes I imagine it, just you and me, running away to some distant island where no one knows who we are, a place without judgment or interference. He paused, then looked at her more seriously. Are you happy here? Ruby's smile faltered, but she kept her tone light. Brother, I don't know why you're asking me this. You know I've always wanted to swear a life of celibacy for God, and yet, you were the one who sent me here, remember? Her words made Caesar's expression darken slightly. A life of celibacy for God, huh? He then continued. You don't know what really goes on behind the gray monastery walls. Those corrupt people drowning in greed. And what kind of lives do those nuns there are like? His voice grew colder. Can you even imagine it? Our father, the Pope, is the head of that filthy, rotten system. They're all disgusting. Suddenly, he placed a hand on Ruby's shoulder. His touch is not heavy, but still unsettling. Seems like you've been hiding a grudge against me. Ruby quickly shook her head, trying to steady her voice. It's not like that. I just think becoming a nun is too late for me. Anyway, you asked me something strange, and I just answered. Caesar arched an eyebrow. Strange? Do you really think my question was strange? Nervously, Ruby nodded. A little, yes. At that moment, Caesar gently touched her cheek. The gesture might have seemed affectionate to an outsider, but Ruby stiffened. His fingers lingered, too long. Was it really strange? He whispered. All I said was that I wanted to run away. Just the two of us. Leave everything behind. From an outsider's view, this might seem like a brother reminiscing, but anyone who looked a little closer would feel the tension in the air, the kind that clung like a storm cloud about to break. The scene shifts back to Ellen and Ivan as they stroll quietly through the serene garden. The peaceful moment is broken when Ellen notices a dark stain on Ivan's sleeve. Oh, there's wine on your sleeve, she says gently, pulling out her handkerchief to dab it away. As she carefully wipes it off, his eyes linger on Ellen, and a soft blush creeps across his face. He adds quietly, watching you clean it like that, it reminds me of that time. His words stir a memory. Remember when I fell down those stairs as a child? Ivan continues, a nostalgic smile tugging at his lips. I ran over to offer the crying little lady my handkerchief, but instead, you wiped the blood off my forehead. Ellen pauses, the memory flickering to life in her mind. She recalls herself that day, tucked away, crying in silence as she tried to hide from her mentally unstable mother. Her expression softens with a sigh. I was so scared back then, she whispers. Before the moment deepens, a voice suddenly calls out, breaking the spell. It's Freya and Camus approaching. Ellen turns, surprised to see them. What are you two doing all the way out here? Camus lets out an exaggerated yawn, clearly bored, while Freya smiles and answers. We came looking for you. You've been gone forever. Ellen gives a polite nod and replies, We were just about to head back. But Ivan, quietly watching the exchange, feels a twinge of disappointment. He wished for a little more time of that rare, gentle closeness between them. It felt too early to return. Then, Freya's eyes narrow as she looks over Ellen's shoulder. Something, or someone, catches her attention. Stepping forward slightly, she peers more closely. Wait, is that the Cardinal and Ruby? Her voice holds a mix of curiosity and, of course, fake concern, making the atmosphere feels heavier. Switching back with Ruby and Caesar, the tension only grows heavier. Caesar's hand still lingers on Ruby's cheek, and she begins to wonder. Does he truly mean it? Does he want them to run away together? But before she can make sense of the thought, he suddenly shifts gears. But before that, he says, his voice low and composed. Father suggested something else. He thinks we should take over the north. He said your move was unexpected. If you become queen, beyond just being Duchess of Britannia, the proud north won't be able to resist submitting. Ruby's eyes widen slightly. Queen? She doesn't understand what he means at first, but Caesar continues, almost amused. Sounds just like father, doesn't it? He says. Because of the princess, Omerta hasn't made their move. They can't, at least not openly. So that's what's going on behind the scenes. No monarch can simply claim a throne at will. They need the Pope's blessing. Without that, it's seen as defying God himself, and while the papacy typically doesn't interfere with other nations' succession, there's always a loophole. Ruby's thoughts spin. What if they reject her bloodline? Say it's heretical, not blessed by God? She knows Britannia would never accept a queen or a princess who was once a slave or labeled a heathen, especially not Princess Arian because of the queen's origin, and if Omerta agrees with that stance, everything could already be set in motion. Was that what the strange seating arrangement at the banquet meant? Caesar speaks again. It's not impossible if the Borgias are involved. Tell me, Ruby, do you want to become queen? The question throws her. Ruby hesitates. If I say yes, would that change the ending I've been trying so hard to avoid? Would the fate written in the original story finally disappear? But then, what about Arian? She finally answers. I don't know. Her voice wavers. But if that happens, I'll never be able to go back home. Caesar takes her hand gently, yet something about his grip feels off. I agree, he replies. Honestly, I don't want to go through with it either. That surprises her. He doesn't want to, but before she can speak, his grip tightens. Pain shoots through her fingers. Tell me, Ruby, Caesar says darkly. Were you happy here? Is that why you gave yourself to your husband? So you could become queen next to him? Ruby winces. What are you talking about? His eyes narrow. No matter how I look at it, it seems like my beloved sister has no intention of coming back home. She tries to respond, but Caesar cuts her off. You've been ignoring all the temple's messages, he snaps. Why is that? Ruby stammers, because the Omerta family was always suspicious of me, and so was my husband. I couldn't risk it. Caesar's voice turns sharp. If you truly missed me, you would have found some way to reach out, not just send letters filled with lies. What? Were you so happy here that you forgot about me? Did that man fill your head with such sweet illusions that you couldn't see the truth? His voice grows more threatening as he demands an answer from Ruby. Ruby's panic takes over, and in the heat of the moment, she blurts out the truth she never intended to admit. My husband has always been good to me. That makes Caesar's expression turns cold. He releases her hand and steps back. So, everything you've said up until now has been a lie. His voice cracks with restrained fury. You want to live here? With him. His next words cut even deeper. Didn't I warn you? That man will toss you aside like trash the moment you're no longer useful. I tried so hard to make you see it that day, but I guess you've already forgotten. Ruby braces herself, instinctively shutting her eyes, expecting his hand to rise again. But instead, something far more horrifying happens. Caesar kisses her, right on the lips. Ruby's entire body stiffens in shock. She'd always expected violence. That's what she knew. But this? It was her punishment for daring to find even a sliver of happiness. After a long, suffocating moment, Caesar pulls away. He gently cups her face, as if nothing had just happened, and whispers, Don't forget, Ruby. It's always just you and me. With that, he turns and walks away. Behind her, a gasp echoes, followed by another. Ruby flinches and slowly turns her head. Standing just a few feet away are Freya, Ellen, Ivan, and Camus. Their faces are frozen in shock. Every one of them had seen what just happened. And in that instant, Ruby realizes Caesar knew they were watching all along. That last line, that so-called punishment, it was meant to be witnessed. Ruby's heart shatters. Her eyes burn. Without a word, she turns and bolts, running as fast as her legs can carry her. Shame, fear, guilt, betrayal, they all crash into her like a tidal wave. She didn't want this. She never wanted any of this. But now, there's no undoing what they saw, and no escaping the truth. Once Ruby disappears from the garden, the weight of what just happened settles heavily in the air. Freya breaks the silence first, her voice shaky but firm. So the rumors were true. We have to tell Iski, right now. But before anyone can move, Ellen's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. No one is saying anything. Freya turns to her, eyes wide. Ellen, get a grip. Do you really think staying silent will help? We need to tell him the truth before it's too late. Ellen calmly places a hand on Freya's shoulder, her expression unflinching and cold. Did you not hear me? Stay quiet. Or do you think Omerta is something to be taken lightly? That sharp response chills Freya. Her defiance falters. The warning in Ellen's words is clear and terrifying. This is a matter of our family, Ellen adds, voice low and resolute. You will say nothing. Camus, who had remained silent up to now, finally speaks up, his tone hesitant. Lady Ellen, we agreed not to say anything until after Iski's match. But what about after that? The festival isn't over tomorrow. We must consider the possibility of the news getting out. Ellen remains silent, but her thoughts churn. If Iski were to catch even a whisper of what happened tonight. She can't finish the thought. She knows her brother. She knows his fury, his loyalty, and his love for Ruby. And with Caesar remaining in Arendelle during the festivities, If Iski finds out, there will be blood. Ellen's gaze shifts toward the wider stakes. The gladiator matches have drawn guests from across the continent, including representatives from the Vatican. One wrong move could destroy not just Omerta's dignity, but spark of international chaos. Britannia's future is hanging by a thread, and it's all tangled around this one moment. I understand what you're thinking, my lady, Camus says gently. But you shouldn't carry this burden alone. I can't stand the thought of Iski showing kindness to that shameless Borgia scoundrel. Ivan nods in agreement, casting a look toward Ellen that speaks volumes. His loyalty is with his friend, no matter what. Her voice is soft but steady as she looks at both Camus and Ivan. Then do what you must, and I'll do the same. We transition into a quiet, dimly lit hallway just outside Ruby's chambers. Her maids stand at the doorway, anxiously peeking in but too afraid to step inside. The curtains are drawn, and the once vibrant lady lies motionless in bed, her back turned to the world. Inside, Ruby is still. Her eyes are open, but there's no light in them. Her mind drifts in silence. I should feel something. Shame, fear, disgust. But instead, nothing. The emotions swirl like mist and vanish before she can grasp them. Time blurs. At some point, Ruby realizes she's walking, barefoot, the air around her cold and heavy. Am I dreaming? Her surroundings shift, unreal and mist-covered. Distant sobbing echoes faintly. The sound is haunting and familiar. The banshee, Ruby thinks. It's that voice again, just like back then. They say a banshee's cry means death is near, but nothing happened the last time she heard it. Or maybe something did. She had died once before, and woke up in this body. Ruby's body. A name that doesn't truly belong to her, just a wandering soul inhabiting a shell. A puppet playing the part of nobility, pretending to be human in a role written for someone else. How am I any different from a golem? A hollow laugh escapes her lips. The monsters. They're like me. I'm one of them. Just then, a voice slices through the fog. Ruby, please stop. Ruby halts, then slowly turns, and standing behind her is Ellen. Where are you planning to go this time? Ellen asks, her voice laced with concern. Ruby tilted her head slightly. Was there ever a place I truly belonged to? A pause. Then, almost amused, she added, Also, this is the first time you've shown up in one of my dreams. Ellen stepped closer, clearly confused. Ruby looked down, catching her reflection in a nearby puddle. Is this really a dream, Ellen? She asked, voice quieter now. You'd never speak to me like this in reality. I know you better than anyone. The sadness in Ellen's eyes deepened. She opened her mouth to respond, but Ruby suddenly gasped. Her eyes lit up in wonder. Frost mushrooms. Ruby knelt down and gently plucked one of the flowers, holding it delicately. They say these can heal sick monsters. Maybe it'll work on me too, she whispered. Then she brushed the flower against her lips. Alarmed, Ellen rushed forward. Ruby, what are you doing? Ruby replied, cleaning my lips. I think these have a cleansing power, not just healing. Since I'm already dead, it should work better. Ellen flinched at those words. Dead? Ruby, what are you saying? Snap out of it. She grabbed Ruby's hand tightly. This isn't a frost mushroom. It's not safe. Ruby didn't meet her gaze. Let go, Ellen. If I don't clean it fast, I won't be able to go to Iski. Ruby's words cuts deeper, making Ellen's voice trembled. Please stop. It's over now. It's all over. Ruby touched Ellen's cheek, her expression unreadable. Then why do you look like that? If this isn't a dream, you wouldn't make that face. Then she took a breath, as she says that she wants to see Iski. Ellen shook her head gently. You can't. Not until the match ends. But Ruby simply murmured, It doesn't matter. I won't be here tomorrow. I'm going to where my sister is. Fear flickered in Ellen's eyes. Ruby lay down slowly on the damp grass, uncaring of the drizzle starting to fall. This isn't fun anymore, she murmured. I just want to sleep again. She closed her eyes, lost in her thoughts. If only I could stay like this. Never wake up, never face another morning. The rain began to fall more heavily. Ellen tried one last time. Let's go inside, please. You'll get sick. But Ruby didn't respond. Her mind was far away now, wandering in a dream she never wanted to leave. If only morning never came, she thought. Maybe then, the pain would finally stop. Time skipped forward. Ellen is just walking inside when a sharp voice caught her attention. Did you lay her down properly? Startled, Ellen turned toward the voice. Her eyes met her father's, the Duke of Omerta. What are you talking about? She asked cautiously. The Duke leaned against the doorway as he says, After witnessing that rather surreal scene earlier, I figured I'd ask the person involved directly. Her father took a sip from the glass in his hand, then continued with an arched brow. You sneaking around with your sister-in-law on your back, playing house in the middle of the night. Is that what young ladies do these days? Ellen's lips parted in disbelief, but no words came out. She then opened the door to his room and stepped inside. The scent of alcohol hit her instantly. Her father had clearly been drinking more than usual. You've been drinking, she said quietly. Are you worried about Iski? At that, the Duke gave a dry chuckle. Worried about that rude son of mine? He scoffed, swirling the liquor in his glass. If anything, I'm more concerned about my daughter-in-law. Ellen gave him a look. That's an odd choice of words for you. She paused, then adds that Ruby just had a bit too much to drink tonight. The Duke narrowed his eyes at her. Is she all right now? During dinner, she seemed off. That caught Ellen off guard. Since when do you care? She asked. Weren't you never interested in Ruby to begin with? He set his glass down with a quiet clink. And if I said I care now, would you believe me? Ellen eyed him carefully. What changed? The Duke let out a slow breath. At first, I pitied her. I was selfish. But thanks to that child, I got to protect my daughter. And I got to see my son, truly in love, not out of obligation, but devotion. Do you really think he loves her? She asked softly. Even if something terrible happens, would he still choose Ruby? Something in her tone made the Duke pause. His expression sobered as he studied her face. Something happened to her, didn't it? He said, voice low. I can see it in your eyes. You wouldn't look like that if everything was fine. Inside, Ellen's thoughts were spiraling. She's scared that just like with her mother, Ruby would vanish too. And that same fear gripped her now. Once, Ellen only pitied Ruby, married off to Iski so Ellen herself wouldn't have to wed Ruby's brother. But things had changed. She never expected this knot of fear in her chest. She never imagined she'd see her mother's shadow in Ruby, fragile and fading. And the worst part? Ellen had no idea how to stop it. The Duke watched his daughter, then spoke with gentleness. You look troubled. You've always kept your worries to yourself, just like your mother. So, let me tell you this. Don't waste time worrying about your brother. Worry about Ruby. Even if a man gives everything, if the woman can't open her heart, it's all for nothing. Just like it was with Isis and me. The second day of the tournament rolls in. Ruby sat in the stands, eyes turned toward the blazing sun above. She stared at it so long, she almost wished it would blind her. Maybe then she wouldn't have to see any of this. Especially his face. The shameless man sitting beside her, acting as if nothing had happened. As if he hadn't done something unforgivable just the day before. Everything felt like a bad joke now. Numbed by the chaos, Ruby found herself strangely unafraid. Even of the inevitable end she felt creeping closer. What was there to fear when she was already so hollow? She was sure Iski had heard about the incident. How could he not? The crowd had seen it. Whispers must have spread like wildfire. Ruby didn't even need to explain herself. Others would do it for her, twisting the truth to fit their version of events, just like always. Like they were all reading from the same cruel script. The thought left her cold and speechless. She was tired. Tired of the games, the lies, the weight of it all. On the flip side, Ivan turned to Galar with a tense expression. What do you think the chances are that Lady Ruby breaks through that holy barrier and runs straight into a den of monsters? Galar blinked, unsure how to answer, until he scoffed and said, You're clearly still hungover. I think the chances of you running off like that are higher. Ivan's brow twitched in annoyance. You're useless, he muttered. Galar glanced over at Camus and rolled his eyes. Ivan's acting weird today, huh? But as soon as he looked at Camus' face, the sarcasm faded. The man looked genuinely troubled. Galar narrowed his eyes. You're hiding something, he said cautiously. Camus stiffened. What are you talking about? What could we possibly be hiding? Trying to lighten the tension, Galar asked. Are you worried Lady Ruby might lose her composure if Iski gets injured in the match? Ivan shook his head. If only it were that simple. That reply made Galar pause. He looked over at Ruby sitting quietly in the stands. She looks fine to me, he muttered. Honestly, she seems even calmer than yesterday. And that was exactly what unnerved Ivan. The truth was, he and Camus had spent all night tossing and turning over what they'd learned. They had planned to visit Ruby early in the morning to talk, to clear things up. But she was nowhere to be found. Instead, they found Ellen and got another story from her. Every disturbing detail about what Ellen saw the night before. Both Ivan and Camus already knew the truth about what happened to the late Duchess Omerta. And now, they couldn't ignore the similarities. Ellen's words haunted them. Ruby is starting to resemble her mother. They were terrified the same tragedy was going to play out all over again. And today, Ruby was different. Her demeanor, her energy. It was like she wasn't even here. Like she was just waiting for the right moment to vanish. She looked like someone who had already given up in life. It shook them to the core. At this point, they didn't even know who they should be more worried about. Iski in the arena, or Ruby in the stands. Ivan clenched his fists in frustration. All they could do now was sit, watch, and wait anxiously. And it was driving them all insane. As Ruby rose from her seat, Caesar's sharp gaze followed her. "Where are you going?" he asked, his voice neutral, but his eyes unreadable. "To the bathroom," Ruby replied casually. Caesar didn't say a word in response, just stared, as if trying to read something deeper in her simple answer. Once inside the washroom, Ruby turned on the faucet and began washing her hands. The cold water stung a little, but she doesn't care. As she rubbed her fingers, her ring slipped off and clinked softly as it landed in the sink. Ruby picked it up. Was it always this loose? She wondered, staring at it in her hand. Suddenly, the door opened with a creak. A familiar saccharine voice cut through the silence. "Oh my, what do we have here?" Freya cooed. "The star of every rumor, hiding in the bathroom? Don't tell me you're embarrassed by all the attention." Ruby didn't even look up. Her eyes were still fixed on the ring, her fingers gently testing its looseness. Freya frowned at being ignored. "Are you seriously ignoring me right now?" Ruby finally glanced up with disinterest. "Were you talking to me? I didn't realize." Freya's face twisted in irritation. "Who else would I be talking to?" Ruby tilted her head, unfazed. "A hiccup might help a startled heart," she muttered absently, still inspecting her fingers. Freya scowled. "You're finally showing your true colors now that your brother is here. The oh-so-lovely lady, married into the Duke's family. You fooled everyone." Ruby nonchalantly responds. "So you knew about my status?" she said, her voice cool. "I thought you were just clueless, flouncing around like that." Freya blinked, momentarily thrown off. "And last time?" Ruby continued. "Pouring tea on your own head, playing the victim. It was a clumsy act. But I'll give you this. Entertaining. Now you're dreaming of being Queen of Arendelle?" Her tone sharpened. "A Marquez daughter, rambling about treason in front of a Duke's family member. Do you even realize who I might tell?" Freya's eyes narrowed. She gave a breathy, bitter laugh. "Poor Iz. I really feel bad for him. I can't wait to see his face when he learns who you really are." Ruby's gaze chilled. "That's not something you should be curious about." Her voice dropped. "Still don't know your place, do you?" Freya scoffed. "Isn't it you who doesn't know yours? What you did yesterday insulted the entire North." But Ruby cut her off, voice as cold as ice. "Watch your mouth," she warned. "You're just the daughter of a puny Marquez. Were your parents the ones who taught you to speak of treason like it's part of polite conversation?" Freya's temper snapped. She immediately warns Ruby that she's going straight to Iski and tell him everything she saw yesterday. Just then, a sharp voice rang out behind her, asking Freya. Freya spun around and froze. Standing at the doorway was Ellen, her expression cold, her eyes sharp with unforgiving intensity. "I asked you," Ellen said again. "What are you doing here?" Freya's lips quivered. I just came to use the washroom," she muttered, then quickly brushed past Ellen, face burning in shame. As the door creaked shut, Ellen turned to Ruby and asks her if she's all right. Ruby simply nodded. In truth, Ruby thought that Ellen probably assumed she hurt Freya again. That's why she came running. So Ruby instantly excused herself. But as she left the washroom, all she could think about was how she really didn't want to fight with Ellen right now. After returning, Ruby calmly sits beside Caesar, as if nothing happened. Caesar glances at her and remarks, "You seem to be in a bad mood today." Internally, Ruby scoffs, calling him a shameless bastard. But outwardly, she forces a response with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, you must be mistaken, brother. I'm actually quite happy right now. I'm managing my expressions well, so there's no need for that glare." Her composed yet biting reply throws Caesar off. Ruby doesn't flinch. Instead, she tilts her head and asks sweetly, "Why don't you try smiling a little? Your brother-in-law might become the king of the North soon. Shouldn't you at least pretend to be happy?" That comment clearly strikes a nerve. Caesar's jaw tightens, and just as he's about to fire back, Pietro interrupts. Leaning in, Pietro whispers something in Caesar's ear, something that immediately shifts his focus. He nods slightly, then mutters, "Around dusk, it'll begin in earnest." Pietro's face twists into a sinister grin. Whatever they're plotting, it's not going to be good. On the other side, the crowd's excitement roars through the air. Andy, adjusting the armor, turns to Iski with a grin. "Do you hear that? The cheers are even louder than yesterday," he says with enthusiasm. "You're going to win today, as easily as breathing. And one day when I become a knight, I'll enter the tournament myself. I'll carry on your honor." Iski, focused and silent, examines his sword. Without looking up, he mutters, "Be quiet." But Andy, ever talkative, doesn't stop. "I envy you. When you win today, Lady Ruby will smile so brightly when you present her with the flower of glory. I wonder, when I take over your honor someday, will there be anyone waiting to accept my flower? Talking to noble ladies is hard for me." Iski doesn't buy it. His eyes narrow slightly. This same guy talks with ease in front of Ruby, after all. Sensing his doubt, Andy adds sheepishly, "Well, that's different. Lady Ruby is like an angel." Just then, a guard calls out that someone has come to visit Iski. Both men glance at the door, expecting, it must be Ruby. With a smile creeping onto his face, Iski strides to the door, imagining Ruby's cheerful voice calling his name. But when he opens it, instead of his beloved wife, he's met with Freya, with tears streaming down her face. His smile fades instantly. Without hesitation, he begins to shut the door in her face, uninterested in whatever she's about to say. But Freya blocks it with her hand and pleads. Still refusing to listen, he turns away. But Freya suddenly cries out, "It's about Ruby and her brother." Those words stop him cold. His entire posture shifts as he turns back slowly, eyes sharp. "Do you have a death wish?" Freya trembles but insists. "I know how it sounds, but I'm not the only one who saw it. Your friends, Ellen, everyone was there. If you don't believe me, ask them yourself." Iski glares at her coldly. He instantly responds that he doesn't care what Freya or anyone else has to say. Because if something happened to Ruby, she would have told him herself. Cornered, Freya blurts out the truth that she saw the two kissing in the garden Iski built for Ruby. The shock hits like lightning. Both Iski and Andy freeze, but Iski quickly pulls himself together and storms toward Freya, grabbing her by the collar. "What are you saying? You expect me to believe such filth? What do you gain from this?" Freya breaks into sobs. "I wish I was wrong. I wish I hadn't seen it. But everything they said about Ruby, it's all true. We've all been tricked by the Borgia family's wicked games." Before he can respond, a loud announcement echoes across the grounds, calling all tournament participants to gather. The battle is about to begin. Iski shoves her back and turns without another word, walking away. But Freya isn't done. Desperate, she rushes forward and grabs his arm. "Please don't go. Withdraw from the match. If something happens to you, what will I do?" He yanks his arm free, cold and unbothered. "Let go." Freya clings tighter, voice cracking. "You don't understand the tricks they played on you. You're walking into a trap." But Iski's mind is already made up. He shoves her away so hard that she hits the ground with a loud thud. Even Andy, watching nearby, turns his eyes away from the sight. Stunned and trembling, Freya cries out, "You fool! You've been used from the very beginning. Can't you see? If you keep going like this, you'll be the one who ends up dead." But her words fall on deaf ears. Iski keeps walking, his eyes locked forward, silent, determined and completely unaware of the storm he's about to walk into. Inside the arena, the atmosphere turns brutal as the knights battle a massive beast. The audience, growing impatient, hurls insults at the knights, demanding they stop hesitating and kill the monster already. Some even shout, wondering what the knights are gawking at, calling them fools in frustration. Among the chaos, Ruby sits in the stands, watching the clash unfold. A sudden wave of dizziness hits her as she observes the action. At that moment, one of the knights takes a devastating blow from the beast. His body is flung across the arena, crashing hard into the wall. Blood pours from his mouth as he hits the ground, leaving a haunting silence in the air. Now, the beast locks eyes with Iski, trying to intimidate him. But without flinching, Iski unleashes his signature move. With one powerful slash, the beast collapses instantly, dead in a single blow. The crowd erupts, cheering wildly for the overwhelming strength Iski just displayed. Ruby, watching from above, isn't surprised in the slightest. The outcome felt inevitable to her. Even though she had initially feared for him, the monsters in the arena were no match for him at all. Once again, Ruby is reminded that all her fears and desperate attempts to avoid death might have been in vain. After everything, it all felt meaningless. She couldn't help but remark how dull things had become. Caesar, hearing this, finds it unexpected and comments on her reaction. Ruby replies without hesitation, questioning whether anyone here even cares if people die, and adds that she certainly doesn't. He then pointedly asks if she doesn't even care that her husband is the one fighting. Ruby responds without emotion, admitting there's nothing for her to worry about. She sincerely believes Iski will win easily, with or without her concern. That cold confidence brings a smile to Caesar's face. Back on the field, the atmosphere shifts again. One by one, the knights are falling, this time by ghouls. Camus and Galar are stunned. They can't believe the tournament has escalated to using a ghoul army. Ghouls are especially dangerous, not because of their strength, but because of their power to invoke deep psychological torment. They drag their victims through the worst memories of their lives, often destroying them from the inside out. Considering that, it's no surprise most of the participants are overwhelmed, yet Iski stands firm. He has summoned a holy shield around himself to block their influence. Then, with a swift move, he imbues his sword with lightning magic. After dismissing the shield, he charges forward and strikes. In a brilliant flash, all the ghouls surrounding him vanish instantly. As the dust settled in the arena, Caesar leaned back and casually remarked to Ruby, "Seems like the final winner has already been decided." Even he had to admit, seeing Iski fight in person was something else. The man's reputation clearly wasn't exaggerated. But Ruby, she barely reacted. With a flat voice, she muttered that it was all too predictable. Boring, even. She added that she'd rather sleep, shutting her eyes with clear intent to avoid further conversation. Deep down, her exhaustion ran far deeper, brought on by another sleepless night spent because of a certain someone. Caesar knew her words were just an excuse, but for now, he let her be. For a moment, silence. That is, until chaos erupted in the crowd. The sudden rise in commotion jolted Ruby awake from her short, unintentional nap. She blinked, trying to steady her vision, only to find the scene before her had transformed into something horrifying. A monstrous, rotting creature loomed in the center of the arena. A lich. Her breath caught in her throat. That wasn't just any beast. It was a creature so dangerous it required a special permit from the papacy to even be summoned. Ruby's heart began to race. This wasn't supposed to happen. She turned instinctively to her brother, and there it was. That wicked, bone-chilling smile painted across Caesar's face. He was enjoying this. He wanted this. There was no mistaking it now. Caesar had a hand in bringing the lich here. Ruby's gaze snapped back to the arena. Iski, her husband, was pinned beneath the lich's massive frame, unmoving, blood pooling beneath him. Her mind struggled to process it. Why isn't he moving? He's the male lead. He's not supposed to fall like this. Then his eyes opened, glowing a deep, eerie red, and locked directly onto hers. Ruby froze. That look. Did he hate her? Did he finally see her for what she really was? A woman who'd been hiding the truth from him all along. But even then, despite everything, despite all her lies and guilt, there had been moments with Iski, fleeting and fragile, that made her feel safe. Moments that made her think, maybe dying at his hands, just like the original storyline, wouldn't be so terrible. Her thoughts spun as her body moved on its own. Rushing forward, she grabbed the railing and screamed his name, again and again, desperately willing him to wake up. Caesar stood quickly, panic creeping into his voice as he urged her to step back. But Ruby ignored him completely. Her voice only grew louder, trembling with fear and something deeper, something real. The Lich's attention shifted, drawn to Ruby's cries. Of course, it made sense. Her strange ability to attract demonic creatures was already well known. The monster began moving toward her, but as it did, Iski broke free from its crushing grip. The priests, stationed around the arena, were the first to react as the Lich advanced. Their sacred barrier trembled under its presence. Whispers of disbelief echoed among them. Their spells, meant to hold back evil, were no longer working. And yet, the Lich pressed forward, drawn by Ruby. Caesar gritted his teeth. He had no choice now. If no one else could hold the beast back, he would have to act. Magic flared in his hand as he prepared to cast a powerful warding spell. But then he paused. From above, a shadow fell over the arena. Someone was descending from the sky, fast and sharp like a falling star. It was Iski, sword raised, body glowing faintly with holy light. He flew straight toward the Lich's back, his target clear. With all his strength, Iski plunged his blade into the creature's core. There was no hesitation. A blinding explosion followed. The sky lit up with a flash of white, a shockwave shaking the entire arena. Dust rose in thick clouds, choking the air, muting the crowd into stunned silence. Then it settled. When the dust cleared, all eyes fell on the center of the battlefield. There, amidst the crumbled stone and scorched earth, knelt Iski, one knee on the ground, his sword embedded beside him. Blood streaked his face, but he was breathing. Alive. He literally looked like a hero out of legend. The crowd erupted. Cheers and screams echoed from every direction. They had just witnessed the impossible. Iski had slain a Lich and won the tournament. Medics rushed to him immediately, hovering with healing spells already forming on their lips. But Iski didn't move. He stayed where he was, exhausted, every breath labored. From the stands, Ruby watched in silence. Just as I said, she thought. Predictable. Caesar glanced her way, breaking her thoughts. Are you all right? He asked, genuine or not, his voice soft. But Ruby didn't answer. Instead, she turned toward him slowly, her expression unreadable. You did this, didn't you? She asked. You let the Lich appear. Caesar's voice came cool and unbothered. The man who calls himself your husband should at least be able to handle something like that. You don't need to worry about him. Even now, even after the match, he can't do anything, even if he heard what happened yesterday. Ruby froze. The implications of his words settled in like ice. Caesar had knowingly pushed Iski to the edge of death, just to prove a point. And now, here he was, casually referencing that nightmare from the day before, as if it were a normal conversation topic. She felt it now without doubt. There wasn't a shred of guilt in him, not for endangering her husband, not for tormenting her. Nothing, just that same cold, calculated control. And for the first time, Ruby truly saw how dangerous her brother's obsession had become. With quiet determination, he mounted his horse, his goal clear. He rode forward, heading toward the stands. As he approached, he lifted his gaze. Ruby felt it instantly. His eyes, focused, unwavering, were on her. She met his gaze, her hands tightening on the railing in front of her. In that still moment, 1,000 thoughts swirled in her mind. How does he see her now? She wondered. Does he see a traitor? A burden? A witch who dragged him into misery? Her heart pounded as he came closer, step by step. She gripped the railing harder, unsure what she feared more, his anger or his silence. If I asked him, would he end me right here? Would he draw his sword and cut our bond apart? But then he stopped, right in front of her. Without a word, Iski extended his hand and offered something so unexpected, so quietly powerful, it took her breath away. The flower of glory, freshly awarded to the champion. He handed it to her, with a soft smile that could silence a storm. It's yours, Ruby, he said gently. As Ruby held the flower in her trembling hands, she felt something she never thought she'd feel, something she had never even dared to hope for. It had always been there, right in front of her, while others spent their lives chasing it, writing songs about it, praying it would never fade. Ruby had only ever doubted it. A quiet voice inside her always whispered it wasn't real, not for someone like her. But now, that voice was silent. In its place was clarity, warm and overwhelming. What everyone searched for, what Iski had shown her all along. It was love. Tears welled in her eyes as the truth settled deep in her heart. Iski had protected her since the beginning. He saw past her fear, anger, guilt. and still reached out. Always, gently. Always with patience. Even when she turned away. Even when she pushed him aside. Still, he offered his hand, just like now. How foolish she'd been. To doubt him, to doubt this. And now, standing before him, flower in hand, Ruby whispered silently to herself, "Even if I don't deserve him, if he still wants me by his side, then I will stay. Even if it means facing judgment, or it leads her to ruin, because for the first time in her life, she had found something she truly wanted, and she would never let it go." Just when the scene seemed too heartwarming to watch, Caesar, true to his nature, ruins everything without a hint of hesitation. By forcefully dragging Ruby away, he clearly knows how to ruin someone's mood. Ruby pleads, her voice trembling, begging him to stop even for a second. But he isn't listening. His mind is consumed by what he witnessed earlier, the heartfelt moments shared by our main leads, something he refuses to accept. Blinded by rage, he grips Ruby tighter and pulls her away, ignoring her resistance completely. Of course, their commotion doesn't go unnoticed. Ruby's protests are loud enough to catch the attention of two particularly nosy onlookers, Freya and Lorenzo. Because who else would jump into drama that doesn't concern them? Freya, always eager to stir the pot, knows Iski will arrive at the victory banquet soon. She can hardly wait to tell him what she and Lorenzo saw. In her eyes, both Ellen and Iski are under Ruby's spell, and it's her noble duty to set them straight. As for Lorenzo, he looks uneasy, clearly torn. Maybe it's the memory of his past run-in with Iski that makes him hesitant. But stopping his sister, that's another story. Cut to the Grand Omerta banquet, a celebration now tainted by sudden panic. Camus bursts into the group, wearing his panic mode. Because Ruby has vanished. 1 second she was there, and now she's gone. And he has no clue where she went. Ivan quickly hushes him, pointing out that people are starting to stare. Even Galar agrees. It's not the time or place to make a scene. Just then, Ellen joins them, equally frantic. She's been searching everywhere, but still no sign of Ruby. Before they can even piece anything together, the crowd erupts at the sound of Iski's arrival. And what an entrance he makes. Iski storms in, blood still fresh on his armor. He didn't even stop to change. His only concern? One question, sharp and urgent. Where is Ruby? The group has no answer. They're all looking too. And that's enough to make Iski turn on his heel and head straight toward the exit. That's when Freya steps in, as if she's been waiting for this exact moment. With a knowing look, she stops him and asks if he's curious where his beloved wife went. Iski freezes, but Freya doesn't stop there. She claims she saw Ruby holding hands with Caesar as they walked out of the banquet, like it was some romantic stroll. Really, Freya? Holding hands? Is that what you call being dragged against your will? Either she's blind, or she only sees what she wants to believe. So where is Ruby now? Well, she's been dragged. Yes, dragged into a mysterious mirrored chamber by Caesar. A room she never even knew existed within the palace walls. That alone speaks volumes. If Romana's spies could know a secret space like this inside Arundel's royal palace, then they've infiltrated deeper than anyone realized. Caesar, ever the twisted puppet master, begins his monologue. He explains that the room was just like the garden Iski gifted Ruby, a romantic gesture from her loving husband. But of course, he adds that this mirrored room was made by King Feanor for his beloved queen, a woman who, in Caesar's eyes, never let go of her dancing days. He mocks it, calling it a symbol of poor taste, suitable only for heathens. Then comes the venom. Caesar scoffs at Feanor's decisions, mocking his inability to grant his daughter a real throne, ridiculing the king's fear of Ruby's husband. In his eyes, everything Feanor did only dragged the monarchy's power through the dirt. Ruby, gripping the flower of glory that Iski gave her, trembles, not just in fear, but in rising fury. She demands to know what point he's trying to make. Instead of just answering with reason, Caesar closes the distance between them and speaks softly. Too softly. He says he wants Ruby to be queen, not in some cheap imitation of grandeur, but in a kingdom he will create. He wraps his arms around her, whispering that her rightful place isn't here, but by his side, ruling his future kingdom. He even hints their father won't live much longer. Ruby recoils instantly. She shoves him away, her expression turning to sheer disgust. Her voice cracks not with fear, but rage. "Why would I ever?" she snaps. That stuns Caesar. He flinches like she struck him. He tries to smooth it over, calling her confused. But Ruby is far from confused. Her voice cuts through the air like a blade. The one who's confused is you, brother. Then she says it. She confronts him head-on about that kiss. She can see it, how even his gaze has changed since then. She demands to know, "Are you really telling me to be your queen? Since when have you looked at me like this?" Her words hit him like a slap. He freezes, and then his response? He simply repeats her question. "Since when?" he murmurs, almost like he's trying to convince even himself. How could you not know? But instead of giving her space, Caesar grabs Ruby's hand and insists they don't have time for this. He says they'll talk on the way. On the way, where? Ruby asks him just that, confused and alarmed. What did he mean? Where are they even going? Caesar finally reveals it. They're leaving. Tonight. On a ship he's already prepared. He plans to take her back to Romana. Ruby's eyes widen. "Smuggling me out? Have you completely lost it?" she demands. "Do you even realize where we are? This isn't Romana. You can't just walk out of here." But Caesar is unfazed. He coldly reassures her not to worry. Everything's been arranged. And by the time they slip away, the entire palace will be engulfed in flames. Ruby is horrified. "What are you even talking about?" she pleads. "The least you can do is tell me what you've planned." Her mind races. If he's truly arranged for a ship at Elmos port, then something big is coming. Something dangerous enough to distract all of Arendelle, and she knows one thing for sure. Caesar wouldn't risk everything unless he was absolutely sure he'd pull it off. But what on earth has he done? As thunder rumbles outside, a storm mirroring the chaos brewing between them, soon the monsters will swarm in, drawn by the scent of the mystic crystals. Ruby's eyes widen in horror. That statement alone sends a chill down her spine. Her thoughts dart back to a cryptic conversation she overheard between Caesar and Pietro. Was that what he meant back then? Caesar turns to her, his voice oddly gentle. "I don't want you caught in the middle of this. Come with me. We have to leave." But Ruby rips her hand from his grasp and steps back, defiance flashing in her eyes. "No," she says firmly. "I'm not leaving. Why would I?" That hits Caesar hard. His entire demeanor shifts, turning cold and sharp. Is it because of him? He spits. "Are you letting your heart waver again over that wretched flower crown? How many times do I have to tell you? That man doesn't truly love you. All anyone ever sees in you is our father's triple crown, and the power it brings. I've told you this over and over, so why, Ruby? Why won't you listen?" Ruby cuts him off. "Are you saying," she demands, "that the only one who truly loves me is you?" Caesar doesn't deny it. He reaches out, brushing her cheek. "Yes. Only we can understand each other. Only we can truly love one another." But Ruby smacks his hand away, her eyes burning with rage. "No, you're wrong." Her voice trembles with fury. "That isn't love. It's a filthy obsession." She doesn't stop there. "You've never hesitated to raise your hand against me. You tried to sell me off to anyone who would take me, never once caring how I felt." Caesar flinches, recalling a haunting memory, Ruby's forced marriage. The bruises on his face with his lifeless eyes. That day still haunts him. "You don't understand," he mutters. "That's not why it happened." But Ruby won't hear it. "Whatever your excuse, it's not love." Her voice cracks with pain. "Do you know when I was happiest? Did you ever once think about my feelings, what I was going through? If you truly loved me, you wouldn't have hit me. You would have held me when I cried. You would have protected me, not forced me to live a life I hated." Her words cutting deeper than any blade. "Do you see the difference between you and Iski now?" Caesar is speechless. His mind flashes back to something he hadn't thought of in years. The Pope's warning when Ruby was accepted into their home. "Never let her get on my nerves," the man had said coldly, "or she'll be sent back to the orphanage." Caesar tries to speak again, but Ruby silences him. "There's only one reason I'm staying here. Because I want to live a peaceful life, with the man who truly loves and cherishes me." Her voice is unwavering. "Do you still think I'm just a naive little girl lost in fairy tales? Then let me make this clear. I love Iski. I will never let go of his hand. So leave, Caesar. Go. I would rather die than go back with you." And that's when Caesar snaps. He slaps Ruby across the face. But instead of cowering, Ruby lets out a sharp, bitter laugh. She meets his gaze with scorn. "What is it?" she sneers. "Do you want me to spell it out? These ugly feelings, your rage, your desperation, they all come from your inferiority. You're jealous of my husband, of everything he is, a man who earned a noble title, a knight's mark, and a throne without lifting a finger. And you can't stand it," Caesar growls, warning Ruby to shut up. But Ruby doesn't stop. "You get it now, don't you? When you're with me, you become the worst version of yourself." Then another cold warning comes from him. But still she doesn't listen. "Try to take me by force," she says with a firm and determined voice. "And I will curse you for the rest of your life. I will offer up my soul just to drag your entire world, everything you've built, into hell." The room trembles. The mirrors begin to crack and shatter, one after another, as if reflecting his true self. "Go on," Ruby dares him. "Try it." And then Caesar explodes. He strikes her again, harder this time. Ruby crumples to the floor, bruised and breathless. Cracks snake across the last standing mirror. Caesar really looks at himself, for the first time. And just like the shattered glass surrounding them, he realizes something inside him has broken beyond repair. "You're right. You really do bring out the worst in me. But even now, I still can't let go." Just then Caesar freezes. He senses someone behind. Before he can fully react, Iski lunges forward, steel-piercing flesh, and drives his sword straight into Caesar's chest. Then the door bursts open. "Ruby!" voices cry out in unison. Ellen, Ivan, Camus, and the two siblings all rush into the room. Their eyes widen in horror at the scene before them. Freya and Lorenzo stare, speechless, at the bruised woman lying on the floor. Then Ellen drops to her knees beside Ruby and cradles her protectively. She immediately checks if Ruby is all right. Ruby meets her worried gaze, eyes softening. "I'm fine," she murmurs. Ruby can't help but feel glad that everyone all came for her. She then glances briefly at Freya. In truth, Ruby had noticed Freya and Lorenzo watching when Caesar dragged her away earlier. It hadn't been part of any plan, but somehow, Freya had proven useful. Ruby never thought she'd say that to herself. Suddenly Ellen tries to hold her down. "Don't move, Ruby. You're injured." But Ruby shakes her head. "I have to. We need to stop Iski. If he kills my brother, even with his strength, there will be consequences. Iski will be in danger." Meanwhile, Iski's rage only intensifies. He twists the blade deeper, glaring down at Caesar. Caesar winces, but with a grimace he raises a trembling hand, and his energy flares. A pulse of magic erupts, shattering the blade embedded in his chest. Iski snarls at him. Before he can attack again, Ivan and Camus rush to his side. Ivan urges Iski to stop, but Iski can't hear them. His rage has taken over. With a furious shout, he charges forward once more, and the room erupts into chaos. Holy energy clashes violently as Caesar and Iski summon their sacred shields, blades of light and waves of divine power colliding with explosive force. The others in the room flinch and cover their ears. The pressure from their battle creates a deafening hum that makes it nearly impossible to stand. Everyone except Ruby. She blinks. Then she looks down and sees it. Her bracelet. It's glowing, pulsing with a soft, ethereal light. Realizing she might be the only one capable of moving through the storm of power, she steadies herself and stands. Ellen grabs her hand again. "Ruby, don't. It's too dangerous." But Ruby only turns to meet her eyes. "It's okay, Ellen. Please trust me." Ellen hesitates for a moment, then slowly releases her grip. As the fierce clash between Iski and Caesar intensifies, Iski's voice cuts through the chaos. He demands to know if Caesar still dares to call himself Ruby's family after everything he's done. Without hesitation, he spits out his disgust, calling Caesar nothing more than a disgrace of a son. That moment seems to tip the scales. With righteous fury backing his blows, Iski begins to overpower Caesar, his strength now breaking through. A flicker of fear flashes in Caesar's eyes. For the first time, he realizes he might actually lose. Then, a sharp voice echoes through the room. Duke Omerta storms in, his face a mixture of rage and disbelief. He demands an explanation. What in the world Iski thinks he's doing? Without waiting for an answer, the Duke jumps into the fray, shielding Caesar from the assault. Now with both father and son unleashing their holy powers, the tension skyrockets. The Duke doesn't hold back. He reminds Iski in a booming voice that Caesar is the Pope's son. He warns him not to lose his reason, not to throw everything away in his anger. Suddenly, someone else also steps into the light. Ruby. She rushes to Iski's side, grasping his arm with trembling hands. Her touch alone makes Iski falter, and when she pleads for him to stop, his fury begins to crack. It wasn't just a battle, it was a breakdown. With both his wife and father urging him, Iski finally forces himself to calm down. But the divine energy he unleashed isn't something that disappears with a word. It lingers, unstable and glowing fiercely, and then a blinding light consumes the room. When the brightness fades and silence returns, Caesar and Duke Omerta are nowhere to be found. Iski, breathing heavily, lets his sword fall to the ground. His heart pulls him before his thoughts can. He wraps his arms around Ruby, finally able to do what he wanted from the very beginning. Ruby trembles in his hold, tears spilling down her face. She can only whisper her apologies again and again, each one soaked in guilt and pain. Among those witnessing the aftermath is Ellen, watching the couple with deep concern etched across her face. Ivan quietly steps up beside her, his gaze scanning her worried expression. He gently asks if she's all right, and Ellen quickly assures him that she is. But it's Ivan who isn't looking well. There's blood on his face, a reminder of the earlier chaos. Still, he brushes it off like it's nothing, just a small scrape from flying debris. Yet Ellen's guilt kicks in. She apologizes for getting him hurt while he was protecting her. Ivan smiles faintly and says it's fine. In fact, he calls it an honorable wound. But his expression turns serious as he glances back at the couple. What happened with Ruby? It was far more than anyone expected. He looks to Ellen again, voice low with concern, and asks, how could something like this happen to her? As the warmth of their embrace faded, Iski gently pulled back and told Ruby they should get her wounds treated first. But Ruby immediately shook her head, her voice firm despite her fragile state. We don't have time. The monsters will be here soon. The word stunned Iski. Monsters? Here? He turned to her with narrowed eyes and asked what she meant. Ruby inhaled deeply, trying to calm the tremor in her chest. Iski had once told her not to rush her words when trying to share the truth, and now she clung to that advice. She steadied her breathing before finally revealing the horrifying truth. Caesar had scattered mystic crystals all across Arendelle to lure demonic monsters into the kingdom and unleash chaos. Hearing this, Iski's jaw clenched, the fury instantly returning to his expression. Another unforgivable act from Caesar, one that earned him another curse under Iski's breath. Ruby reached out and cupped Iski's face gently, her voice soft and filled with desperation. She swore she had no idea Caesar planned anything like this, her eyes silently begging him to believe her. And as always, Iski didn't hesitate. He looked at her with unwavering trust, a reassuring smile forming at the corner of his lips. Ruby's shoulders sagged slightly in relief as they leaned into another embrace, but Ruby wasn't done yet. As they held each other, she murmured a request. She wanted to go with him. If monsters were coming, maybe she could help. Iski immediately refused. He knew what Ruby was capable of. She could communicate with demonic creatures, but it came with risks he wasn't willing to take. Letting her anywhere near danger was out of the question. Right then, a palace guard barged into the room, urgency written all over his face. The worst had come to pass. Monsters were attacking the kingdom, and to make matters worse, the mighty frost dragon was flying straight toward the moon tower. The paladin commander had ordered an immediate assembly. The name Frosty hit Ruby like a punch to the gut. Her dragon friend was caught up in this, but Iski quickly placed a comforting hand on her. He told her he would handle the frost dragon himself, but he wouldn't kill it. Instead, his plan was to knock it out just enough to stop the destruction, not end its life. Ruby's heart pounded. Given Iski's injuries from the tournament, there was no way he could pull this off safely. Her worry deepened, not just for Frosty, but for Iski himself. She pleaded with him to let her help. She didn't care if revealing her powers in public meant exposure. If it meant saving both Iski and Frosty, she was willing. But again, Iski said no. The risk to her was too great. Without another word, he turned to Ellen and asked her to escort Ruby to safety. Then came the instructions for his trusted allies. Each task was given with clarity and authority. First, Camus was to block all access to the moon tower. No paladin was allowed near it, no matter what. Camus hesitated. The commander had clearly ordered an assembly. But Iski ignored it, pressing on with his strategy. Next, Galar was to lead a team to scour the villages and surrounding areas to locate and retrieve the scattered mystic crystals. Andy's mission was critical: protect Ellen and Ruby and ensure their safe evacuation. Finally, the most dangerous task fell to Iski himself and Ivan. Together, they would confront Frosty head-on. With the plan in place and his resolve unshaken, Iski turned toward the door, ready to march into danger. But just before he could leave, Ruby's voice called out. She cried after him, begging him to stop. She knew he wasn't in any condition to fight. Her voice trembled, cracked, and rose with every step he took. But Iski only turned his head slightly, offering her one last soft smile. Then he turned away again and walked through the door with Ivan, leaving Ruby behind, still calling his name. Once they were gone, Ellen stepped in, urging Ruby to follow her and Andy quickly. Time was slipping away, and they all needed to leave now. Outside the mirror room, chaos had consumed the palace. Panic spread like wildfire as nobles and servants rushed to evacuate. Knights shouted orders, sealing off the banquet hall while escorting people to safety. In the midst of it all, Ruby slowed her pace, then stopped entirely. She couldn't leave. Not while her husband was walking straight into danger. The scent of mystic crystals would drive the frost dragon into a frenzy, and Iski, already wounded from the tournament, was in no shape to face such a threat alone. Her thoughts flashed back to the arena, to the helplessness she felt watching him bleed. She wouldn't allow it to happen again. Her sudden halt confused Ellen and Andy, who turned in alarm. But Ruby stood firm, the weight of her decision already settled in her heart. Ellen tried to urge her forward, reminding her how urgent the situation was, but Ruby was no longer listening. She had resolved herself. Whatever it took, she had to reach Iski. Only she could calm the frost dragon. Only she could prevent what was coming. Though Andy tried to reason with her, Ruby's determination was unshaken. She knew the truth, and deep down, so did he. Ellen demanded an explanation, but Ruby offered none. Just a quiet plea to trust her. Just this once. At first, Ellen hesitated, but then she remembered the strange orders Iski had given. The decision to face the dragon alone. The command to keep the knights away from the moon tower. It didn't make sense unless he had a plan. With a resigned sigh, Ellen chose to stay by Ruby's side. She didn't fully comprehend their situation, but she understood enough. She wouldn't let her go alone. Andy, caught between duty and concern, objected. But Ellen reminded him she too bore the strength of an omerta. Whether she was trained like him or not no longer mattered. Then came the roar, distant but powerful. The cry of the frost dragon echoed across the palace. There was no time left. Without another word, the two turned and ran back the way they came. Ruby's heart pounded, not from fear, but from urgency. Behind them, Andy's thoughts raced. Could he protect them both? Could he keep them safe? But he shook the doubt away. He was Iski's squire, and no matter what came next, he would not fail. Elsewhere in the palace, Freya and Lorenzo were running in the opposite direction, away from the chaos, just like everyone else. Yet, as they sprinted down the corridor, Freya's thoughts churned with disbelief. What had she just witnessed? Everything about it felt unreal, like a dream she couldn't wake from. Romana always whispered tales of Ruby being cherished and adored, yet what Freya had seen earlier told a different story. Just then, Freya spotted them. Ruby, Ellen, and Andy, rushing past in the opposite direction. She came to a sudden stop, breath catching in her throat. Why were they heading back toward danger? She turned to Lorenzo, confused. But before he could respond, her gaze darkened with bitter realization. The memory of Iski's embrace, how tightly he'd held Ruby, how fiercely he'd protected her, flashed in her mind. It stung. With a scoff, Freya turned on her heel. There was no mystery where Ruby was going. The woman had always been reckless, running straight into flames as if she were immune to the burn. But Freya wasn't like her. She loved herself far too much to follow that path, and with that thought, she resumed her escape, choosing safety over sentiment, survival over sacrifice. Freya and Ruby are exactly like fire and frost, where Ruby chooses selflessness, even at the cost of her life. Freya clings to self-preservation and pride. Ruby runs into chaos to protect those she loves. Freya walks away from it to protect only herself. Near the moon tower, a paladin knight shouted to Camus, informing him that the frost dragon had landed on top of the moon tower. Camus raised his gaze and saw the dragon growling fiercely above. He quickly checked with a nearby guard, confirming that the entire palace had been sealed off. No one could enter or leave. Camus' thoughts drifted to the captain's earlier strategy, The first corps was to aid the evacuation, the third to subdue the scattered monsters across the village, while the second completely sealed off the palace. The fourth corps would wait in ambush behind the moon tower, and the fifth, Camus' unit, was tasked with luring the frost dragon there, where it would be attacked in full force. The captain had been clear. Do not engage recklessly, and above all, do not let the frost dragon escape. Now Camus stood at a crossroads. He could follow the captain's command, end this conflict swiftly by eliminating the dragon, and fulfill his duty as a knight. Or he could side with Iski, who had no intention of killing the frost dragon, knowing it was connected to Ruby. Camus knew Iski's reasons, yet doubted them. Killing the dragon would be simpler, cleaner. No need to explain to the captain or the king why they let such a beast live. Yet something held him back. A memory flashed through Camus' mind. Ruby sharing a breathtaking moment of peace between humans and demonic beasts. That vision lingered, challenging his instincts as a knight. Before he could decide further, one of the knights pressed him, urging immediate action. The frost dragon wouldn't stay idle for long. In an instant, Camus made his choice. He threw his arms wide, blocking the path and shouting that no one could advance any farther. Inside, he cursed his own hesitation. His actions confused the others. One knight reminded him of the captain's orders, questioning his judgment and pointing out that Camus was meant to lead them. Forced to respond, Camus offered a rushed excuse. He claimed the bridge ahead had been damaged by the beasts and was now unstable. It was too risky to cross. He pointed to it, insisting that they needed a new plan. The knights, though skeptical, couldn't ignore the urgency of his tone. Still, they remained unconvinced, knowing the bridge was reinforced and unlikely to fall. Camus felt the weight of failure creeping in. He cursed Iski in frustration, wondering how much longer he could hold this off. His attempt to delay them was crumbling fast. Then, to his utter disbelief, a horde of monsters appeared in the distance, rushing toward their position. For the first time in his life, Camus felt genuine relief at the sight of monsters. Their sudden arrival drew the knight's attention and bought him the time he desperately needed. With the paladins now forced to focus on the unexpected threat, Camus' risky gamble worked, for now. The scene shifts again, this time to Ivan surveying the devastation around him. Fallen stones and scattered debris cover the area, a silent testament to the chaos that just unfolded. With a grim expression, he glances at Iski and mutters, "Quite the mess they made." It's clear that the weaker enemies have already been dealt with, and thankfully, it looks like the nearby civilians managed to escape in time. But what unsettles him more is the question lingering in his mind. Could all of this really be Caesar's doing? Iski confirms it without hesitation. He explains that Caesar admitted to planting mystic crystals everywhere, setting the stage for all this destruction. Ivan scoffs, a bitter edge to his voice. He always had a bad feeling about Caesar, but this confirms the man is completely unhinged. One lunatic caused this entire catastrophe. And now, with the Pope's son nearly dead at Iski's hands earlier, the situation is spiraling fast. No one's going to turn a blind eye to this, not with the stakes this high. Ivan turns to Iski, frustration mounting. "I followed you this far, but are we seriously expected to handle this on our own?" But Iski is resolute. He has no plans for backup. He intends to finish this himself. He instructs Ivan to stop anyone who dares to interfere with the dragon. No exceptions. The request stuns Ivan. He stares at his friend, incredulous. Iski can barely stand, yet he still wants to fight? Even his sword is in no shape for battle. What could he possibly achieve like this? Before Ivan can protest further, Iski speaks calmly but firmly, urging Ivan to follow his lead. Ivan exhales sharply, clearly conflicted, but ultimately relents. Arguing now won't change anything. With a heavy heart, Ivan hands over his sword and tells Iski not to rely on willpower alone. Ivan himself is nearly out of strength. The most he can do is restrain the threat with what little holy power remains. Iski accepts the weapon and quietly apologizes for dragging Ivan into this. But Ivan brushes it off. This isn't their first crisis after all. And besides, it's for Ruby, isn't it? Iski denies it. Ruby never asked him for anything. This is his decision. Ivan gives a half-hearted smirk. "Yeah, I figured, you idiot." But even Ivan isn't sure anymore. Iski has only been good at slaying monsters, not saving them. And if they survive this, the captain, Iski's father, even the king, none of them will be happy. Suddenly, Their commander's voice booms through the chaos. He yells after them, demanding to know where they think they're going in that condition. He commands them to stop immediately and asks Ivan to restrain Iski, but Ivan simply replies that he can't. The captain is left speechless, thinking if have they both lost their minds. At the same time, Duke Omerta watches everything unfold with a heavy heart. Earlier, he barely managed to stop his own son from killing the Pope's son, and his daughter-in-law was injured in the process too. He hadn't even recovered from that ordeal when the monsters came flooding in. Now, as if fate were mocking him, the Frost Dragon has joined the fight. His thoughts briefly drift back to moments ago, when he tried to question Caesar after the clash with Iski. But the man had vanished the moment he glanced away, leaving no trace. Snapping back to the present, the Duke struggles to make sense of how to regain control of the battlefield. The captain calls out again, this time pointing skyward. The Duke looks up, and his blood runs cold. The Frost Dragon is airborne and closing in fast, heading straight for Iski. Both men shout at him in desperation, ordering him to stop. But it's too late. The dragon lands with a thunderous crash, roaring and blocking off Iski's only path. Nearby, the knights scramble into position, bows drawn. But they hesitate. Ivan is in the way, shielding the line of fire. Confused and alarmed, they notify the captain, who immediately yells at Ivan, demanding an explanation. Ivan responds with urgency, begging for just a moment. "Just wait, Captain," he pleads. "Trust us, your elite knights. Just this once." The captain hesitates, caught between instinct and uncertainty. What in the world are these two trying to pull? Meanwhile, Iski locks eyes with the Frost Dragon. His vision wavers. The healing magic that had been holding him together is fading fast. Blood loss and dizziness return in full force. He knows he doesn't have much time left. Still, he steadies himself. He has to end this. The dragon must be taken down. Only then can he begin to fix the chaos around him. Only then can he face Ruby again. Outside the palace, Ruby, Ellen, and Andy race through the chaos. They're met with the jarring sight of knights clashing with waves of monsters. The battlefield is alive with tension, and the sudden intensity of it all leaves them frozen for a moment in shock. Then, a loud voice cuts through the noise. Camus yells for them to stop. He warns them that it's far too dangerous to proceed, and insists they turn back. But when he gets a closer look, his eyes widen in disbelief. It's Ruby and Ellen, definitely not who he expected to see out here. Camus quickly questions them. Weren't they supposed to be inside the shelter? What were they doing out here in the middle of a monster invasion? His gaze shifts to Andy as well, clearly confused about his presence too. Ellen doesn't waste time. She tells Camus firmly that there's no time to explain, and urges him to step aside. But Camus pushes back, asking where she thinks she's going in such a dangerous situation. Ellen finally reveals that this is all at Ruby's request, and insists he let them through. But Camus can't allow it. The monsters aren't slowing down. The battlefield is only getting more deadly. Before the conversation can go any further, Ellen suddenly unleashes her holy powers, striking down a monster approaching in a brilliant flash. The scene leaves Camus completely stunned. Ellen calmly tells him that there's no need to worry. Her composure surprises Ruby, and seems to ignite a spark of determination in Andy too. Ruby, meanwhile, starts recalling a moment earlier, when Ellen reminded her that she too is an Omerta. Now, she realizes, this is what Ellen meant. She's far more capable than Ruby ever imagined. Camus, still hesitant, begins protesting again, but Ruby calls out to him, her voice steady, and he turns and sees the resolve in her eyes. Sighing in resignation, Camus warns her that the situation is calm for now, but more monsters could appear at any moment. He urges her to move quickly. Ruby nods, offering a gentle reassurance that she'll be fine. Her confidence brings a faint smile to Camus' face. He immediately shifts into action, barking orders to the surrounding knights to give a pathway. Camus then instructed Ruby and others on how they can find Iski. With a grateful nod, Ruby thanks Camus. Then, without wasting another second, she takes off running alongside Ellen and Andy, heading straight for the battle's epicenter. As they race across the bridge, Ruby turns to Ellen with amazement. She had no idea Ellen possessed holy powers. Ellen responds simply, "Yes, I'm an Omerta. That means I inherited the holy power within our bloodline. After my mother passed, my father taught me everything I needed to know to protect myself." But the toll of using her powers soon catches up to Ellen. Beads of sweat form on her brow, and her breathing grows heavy. Ruby notices her faltering and quickly moves to support her just as she starts to lose her balance. She catches Ellen in time and helps steady her. Ellen insists she's fine. It's just a temporary side effect. She explains that to wield holy power properly, one must first take a sacred vow. Since she hasn't done that yet, using her powers comes with side effects. Ruby's heart sinks. She feels guilty. Ellen is pushing herself this hard because of her. But Ellen quickly shuts that thought down. She assures Ruby that she's not doing this because of her. She's doing it for her own reasons, too. To protect the people she loves. That simple truth strikes deep. Ruby is visibly moved, her eyes locked on Ellen's. In this moment, their bond as family feels unshakable. Elsewhere, Galar's squad is in the middle of a rough interrogation. Pietro is being forced down, his face pressed into a puddle of muddy water as they demand answers. Galar steps forward, cold and composed, his sword pointed straight at Pietro. He tells him plainly, it was his face he saw back then. There's no mistaking it. Without mincing words, Galar demands to know the locations of the mystic crystals. Pietro, coughing yet clearly amused, throws the question back at him. How would I know something like that? He mutters. But Galar isn't buying the act and warns Pietro not to bother pretending. If it wasn't him, then who else could it have been? Pietro simply shrugs. That vague response is all Galar needs to hear. He sheathes his sword and declares there's no point continuing. Pietro is coming with them, whether he likes it or not. Galar adds pointedly that he already knows who Pietro's master is, so the smart thing would be to cooperate. But instead of fear, Pietro lets out a low chuckle. His tone is smug as he responds, I serve no master. The Northern Knights are just chasing shadows. His voice drips with mockery. Let me save you the trouble. I won't say a thing. That attitude hits a nerve. Galar's face hardens, and he growls that Pietro sure knows how to spew nonsense. He's had enough. Without hesitation, he orders the knights to tie Pietro up and take him to the basement. As they drag him away, Pietro's mind flashes back to a chilling warning from Caesar. He had said, Remember this, Pietro. If anything goes wrong, the place you're headed to will be your final resting place. You know exactly what that means, don't you? The memory weighs heavily on Pietro. He lifts his eyes to the sky, frustration etched across his face. And with quiet acceptance, he admits. He knows exactly what Caesar meant. On the battlefield, Iski is already in rough shape, coughing up blood and struggling to stay on his feet. As he wipes the blood from his mouth, he locks eyes with the frost dragon, who glares back with a terrifying, icy rage. Without warning, the dragon charges forward in a blur of movement. Iski, though still catching his breath, raises his sword and counters with a swift strike, clashing directly with the beast. Sparks fly, and the air around them trembles from the impact. Off in the distance, Ivan is watching closely. He manages to block one of the dragon's scattered attacks, but his focus is on Iski. It's obvious that Iski is struggling. This battle is testing his limits. Iski had promised to hold back, only doing enough to subdue the dragon without killing it. But now, the reality of the situation is far messier. Ivan realizes that if they were trying to kill the dragon outright, it might have been easier. But instead, they're walking a razor-thin line, and Iski can't afford to rush in recklessly. Back on the bridge, Ruby continues sprinting with Ellen and Andy at her side. As they reach a clear view of the battlefield below, her eyes widen in horror. Down there, Iski is locked in a fierce battle with the frost dragon, exchanging powerful blows. Ruby's heart pounds. Without thinking, she screams his name, hoping to somehow reach him over the chaos. She even calls out to the frost dragon too, begging it to stop. But her voice is lost to the wind, and the dragon doesn't react at all. Desperation takes over. Ruby no longer hesitates. Despite the danger, despite Ellen and Andy behind her, she runs forward, her only thought being to reach her husband. On the other hand, Ivan is struggling on the ground below. His holy shield is now barely holding together. His divine energy has completely run dry. Just as the frost dragon unleashes a deadly volley of ice spikes in his direction, Ivan narrowly evades them, leaping aside at the last second. Once at a safer distance, Ivan breathes heavily and glances at Iski with guilt in his eyes. He then mutters an apology to Iski, though his voice is barely audible. He admits his divine power has been completely depleted. The shield is gone. But even without words, he knows Iski understands. They've fought together long enough to read each other without speaking. Then, the dragon turns its fury toward Iski. More spikes are hurled at him, but Iski reacts instantly, using one of his advanced techniques to evade them. Swift and focused, he maneuvers high into the sky, ascending above the beast. "Just hang in there for a little longer, but it will hurt a bit," he mutters under his breath, clearly addressing the dragon. Not as an enemy, but something else. Then, with a powerful cry, Iski strikes. His blade comes crashing down on the frost dragon's back with immense force. The attack lands perfectly, triggering a howl of pain from the dragon that echoes through the valley. The great beast, overwhelmed by the blow, plummets from the sky and crashes hard into the ground below. The impact sends shockwaves across the area. Rocks scatter, dust clouds rise, and debris flies in every direction. As the dust begins to settle, Ivan shields his eyes, scanning the scene for signs of movement. He wonders anxiously, did Iski succeed? But then, amid the rubble and broken ground, he spots Iski's figure, partially buried under heavy debris. Panic instantly sets in as Ivan races toward his fallen comrade, yelling his name, desperate for any sign of life. But before he can reach him, Ruby dashes past, her voice filled with fear as she screams her husband's name. Ruby frantically begins clearing the debris off of Iski, her hands trembling as she digs through the rubble. She can hardly believe what just happened, but there's no time to waste. Desperation fuels her movements as she silently pleads that nothing has happened to him. After a tense struggle, Ruby finally uncovers Iski's blood-covered body. Her heart sinks. Overwhelmed by emotion, she pulls him into a tight embrace and bursts into tears. Suddenly, she hears heavy breathing behind her. It's Ivan. Without even thinking, she spins around and yells at him to summon the healers right away. Ivan, alarmed and clearly just as shaken, rushes off without question. Cradling Iski in her lap, Ruby gazes down at his wounded face, her fingers gently tracing over the blood and bruises. Her expression is full of sorrow, fear, and silent hope. But then, a low, guttural growl rumbles nearby. Ruby's eyes widen as she realizes, it's the frost dragon. He's alive. Turning toward him, she touches his scaled body with care. "I'm so sorry," she whispers. Seeing his injuries, she gently asks if he's in pain. The dragon answers her with another deep growl. Ruby, moved by his response, strokes him with even more tenderness. Her voice shakes as she speaks to him again. Being dragged into this place was already unfair. And now, even though it wasn't your fault, people are attacking you. I know you're gentle. I promise. From now on, I'll protect you. So please, you must not scare people anymore. Okay? The frost dragon growls once more, as if acknowledging her promise. Ruby smiles faintly, realizing he missed her too. Without hesitation, she tells him she missed him just as much. This touching exchange, between Ruby and a once-feared dragon, is silently observed by Ellen, Andy, the Duke, and the surrounding knights. No one dares to interrupt this rare, emotional moment. Just then, a faint voice calls out Ruby's name. It's Iski. Startled, Ruby quickly turns back to him. Relief floods her face as she leans in, calling his name too. He reassures her softly, telling her everything will be fine and not to worry, no matter what anyone else says. His calm words bring tears to Ruby's eyes once again. "Why do you always risk your life for me?" she asks, her voice breaking. Iski reaches up and cups her face gently, gazing at her with quiet determination. "Because I told you," he says. "I'll always be on your side." That one simple vow breaks her completely. Ruby cries again, her voice trembling as she calls him a fool, but the kind of fool her heart clearly can't let go of. A haunting dream. Iski stands frozen as he watches a sword pierce straight through Ruby's heart. Blood spills from her chest, and in the dream, she's crying, desperately calling out his name. With a sharp gasp, Iski jolts awake, sweat beading on his forehead. He presses a hand to his head, breathing heavily. That same dream again, it won't leave him alone. In truth, ever since Ruby arrived at Omerta Castle, Iski had been plagued by recurring visions of a mysterious woman. She looked just like Ruby, yet something about her felt off. A subtle difference he couldn't quite name, but it unsettled him. Snapping out of his thoughts, Iski glances to the side, only to find the bed empty. Ruby is gone. At that moment, a butler approaches his room, carefully carrying a tray of food. But the sight that greets him makes him freeze in shock. His young lord is already up and outside the room. Relief washes over the butler's face to see Iski awake at last. But before he can speak, Iski quickly asks, "Where is Ruby?" Just then, Ruby's voice calls out from behind him, gently stopping him in his tracks. Without hesitation, Iski turns and pulls her into a tight embrace, as if needing to confirm she's really there. His voice is soft but full of emotion. He confesses he was terrified she had vanished. Ruby gently reassures him, smiling as she returns the hug. She tells him that his fear was impossible. She had been by his side the entire time he was unconscious. She only stepped away for a brief moment to use the bathroom. Still, despite her joy at seeing him awake, Ruby can't help but scold him a little. "You should be resting," she tells him, clearly worried. "Walking around like this already? You just woke up." Eventually, Ruby and Iski return to bed. As they settle in, Ruby gently breaks the news. Iski had been unconscious for 3 full days. The revelation leaves him stunned. She explains softly that his condition was caused by a dangerous mix of holy power depletion and severe blood loss. "No matter how strong you are," she says with concern, "you still need rest if you want to heal properly." A quiet moment passes before Iski's thoughts drift back to the incident with Caesar. His gaze turns to Ruby, and with tenderness, he brushes his hand against her cheek. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" he asks. Ruby lowers her eyes, her voice trembling as she confesses, "Because I was scared you'd change like everyone else. People only see the image I let them. Once the illusion breaks, they treat me like a stranger." Hearing this, Iski frowns. "They were fools," he says firmly. Ruby nods with a sad smile. "Our family already has a bad reputation, and with all those ugly rumors about Caesar and me, I figured I deserved the hate." Trying to lighten the mood, she stretches Iski's cheeks playfully and scolds, "Don't look at me like that. None of this is your fault." But Iski grabs her hand gently and confesses something of his own. "Honestly, I started to suspect something ever since that incident at the stables, but I couldn't bring myself to ask. I was afraid that if I pushed too hard, you'd vanish, that everything you felt for me was just an act. So I tried to find out the truth myself. I thought meeting your brother would give me answers, but when I saw how different you were around him, I felt like I'd been wrong all along, like none of my suspicions were real." Ruby's eyes soften, her heart aching with guilt. She clasps his hand tighter. "That's probably because of everything Caesar's done to me. I react to him instinctively now." She then looks at him and asks with a hint of vulnerability, "Do you think I was just pretending to care about you? And liking you?" Iski turns his face away. "I know the difference between fear and love, but maybe I was no better than the others. I was so afraid of losing you, I selfishly held on. And when I saw you smile at him so easily, I felt relieved. Like maybe I wouldn't lose you. I was terrified, more afraid of losing you than dying. And because of that, you ended up getting hurt." Ruby reaches out, cupping his face with trembling fingers. "That's not true. You gave me something no one else ever did. Trust. Even when everything was misunderstood, you honored me. I never had anyone like that. I used to think I didn't deserve good things, that joy would always be followed by pain. I've lived my life like I was on stage, pretending to be someone I'm not, just to survive." She pauses, her voice catching as she continues. "You were right. I was pretending at first. I wore a mask around you so I wouldn't be sent back to Romana. I didn't trust anyone, so when misunderstandings happened, I didn't even try to fix them. I was scared of being abandoned, even though I didn't believe in anyone too. I only cared about surviving." She looks him in the eyes. "The truth is, I'm the real mess here is. And even after everything you did to prove yourself, I still couldn't trust you. And I just hurt you." But Iski shakes his head and pulls her into a warm, protective embrace. "No, this isn't your fault," he whispers. "None of it." Ruby begins to cry again, her tears soaking into his shoulder. Iski just holds her tighter, refusing to let go. When her tears finally subside, Ruby looks at him and speaks from her heart. "I've been living in a cage of my own making. You're the one who showed me I could break free. You're the reason I feel like I've been born again. You're the first person I've ever truly wanted. So, Is it okay if I allow myself to really want you? Iski is stunned for a moment, but then smiles sweetly. It would be an honor. Their smiles brighten, filled with a warmth that only comes after surviving a storm together. And with that, the two seal their heartfelt promises with a soft, tender kiss. But even in this quiet joy, one thought lingers in Iski's mind. I just want to see Ruby happy. And so, in the silence of that moment, he makes a vow, not to gods, not to fate, but from the depths of his soul. He swears he will do everything in his power to make her smile, that the only tears she ever sheds from now on will be ones of happiness, and that he will protect her until his very last breath. The new chapter opens on a surprising scene. A little princess sits with her dolls arranged in a perfect royal tea party, her voice bright as she makes up stories. She happily promises an imaginary guest a future visit, a grand feast, fluffy dog, cuddly cat, the full package. One could tell she was having the time of her life, until her mother stepped in. The queen approaches gently, curious why her daughter has returned home so early from the actual tea party she attended. The princess immediately clings to her, offering an innocent explanation about the weather turning too cold and everyone leaving quickly. She adds that her friend Leah couldn't come because she was sick. It would have sounded believable if the queen hadn't glanced out the window and spotted two perfectly healthy girls playing in the snow as if it were the sunniest day of the year. Children are terrible liars, but in a very endearing way. The princess simply smiles up at her mother and wonders if they can have another tea party once the weather improves. The queen hugs her tighter at that, though not because of her daughter's request. A memory stirs, a quiet but heavy conversation she once had with Caesar. Back then, Caesar had said there was a high chance of his plan failing after the tournament, which was why he proposed their arrangement in the first place. With a disturbingly calm tone, he thanked the queen for agreeing so quickly. And then, he told her that if the moment ever came, he would be counting on her. Remembering this now while holding her blissfully unaware daughter, the queen simply strokes her hair and suggests gently that they spend the day together. It is the type of motherly suggestion that hides far more sorrow than it shows. The scene then shifts sharply to a cold dungeon. There, Pietro lies on the stone floor, broken, bloodied, and barely conscious. His voice cracks when he whispers his master's name, though he knows there will be no rescue this time. Caesar no longer needs him, and that realization leaves Pietro with a bitter smile. The torch nearby flickers and its glow drags him into memories he tried to bury. He remembers the night he set fire to his own home after killing his abusive father. The flames rose fast, blistering his skin, but he refused to cry out. In his mind, that burning house was exactly where his life was supposed to end. But then someone seized him by the collar and hauled him out of the inferno. A bucket of cold water drenched him, jolting him back to life when he had wanted the opposite. And standing over him was Caesar, calm, collected, almost divine in Pietro's eyes. Caesar told him that dying wouldn't do, because he needed him. He even extended a hand and pulled Pietro up from the ash-covered ground. From that moment forward, Pietro believed he had been granted mercy from someone far above him. If his broken world had no meaning before, it found one in following the man who had saved him. Back in the present, Pietro stares again at the torchlight in the prison. Slowly, as if accepting the fate he once tried to choose long ago, he draws his leg back and kicks the torch over. Flames spill out, crawling along the floor toward him. As the fire climbs his body, Caesar's previous words echo one last time. A chilling reminder that if anything went even slightly wrong, the place where Pietro ended up would also be the place where he took his final breath. And now he accepts it. Morning crept over the shattered city. Civilians were already moving again, sweeping debris and stacking stones, as if pretending the chaos of the previous night hadn't nearly swallowed them whole. Inside the palace, though, the atmosphere was the exact opposite. The air there felt sharp as the captain of the paladins stood before the assembled order with the king beside him. His voice cut through the hall like a drawn blade, demanding to know just how long his men planned to hide this from him. Iski and his friend didn't offer a single word, a silence that only made the captain's irritation deepen. Eventually he snapped that maybe it was time they planned a frost dragon hunt. And that suggestion, unsurprisingly, made Iski bristle instantly, as he asked who exactly gave them the authority to decide something like that. The king's gaze sharpened, He wondered aloud if his nephew was truly eager to lose his paladin cloak today. Iski didn't flinch. He simply reminded the king to refrain from threatening consequences he didn't intend to carry out. The confidence behind that remark was bold enough to make all the people stiffen. So the king pushed further, wanting to know where Iski was even getting this boldness from. Iski finally set down his argument, cool and steady, referring to himself as this year's gladiator champion. If the newly crowned champion were suddenly dismissed, what would everyone think? What would the people, neighboring kingdoms, and the entire continent think? The implication was clear. Firing him would be a political disaster. The king exhaled, defeated for the moment, muttering that talking to his nephew was pointless. The captain stepped in again, reminding everyone that foreign dignitaries had nearly been caught in the crossfire. The Eastern Palace was in ruins, and the Moon Tower had been obliterated. Galar then stepped forward, delivering a grim report. He explained that he'd managed to catch a little rat during the mayhem. The magic stones hadn't been found on Pietro, but eyewitnesses, 2 children, had described tripping on something scattered across the street with a bizarre, unforgettable smell. When Galar's team checked that very spot, it was empty. Someone else had already retrieved it. The captain's expression darkened at that. He asked what became of the prisoner, and Galar's answer dropped like a stone. Pietro had taken his own life. It all happened in a single moment while they stepped away to fetch an interrogator. The dungeon had been locked, and yet, the prisoner was gone by his own hand. The tension in the hall tightened again. Iski immediately argued that the suicide wasn't random at all. Pietro had disguised himself as a cardinal and erased crucial evidence before they could reach him. On top of that, Iski pointed out the shadowy figure who had stood beside Caesar during the gladiator match. That mysterious person was almost certainly the same man they had arrested, meaning Pietro's master was none other than Caesar, or Cardinal Valentino himself. That claim made the king go still. He admitted the timing cast Caesar in a suspicious light, but accusing Romania without concrete testimony could spark political devastation. Iski sighed, clearly expecting this reluctance. His father stepped in to calm him, urging him to ease up before the situation snapped. Anyway, the king pushed further. He reminded Iski that Cardinal Valentino wasn't just a political figure. He was family to Iski's beloved wife. Iski responded sharply, stating Ruby was an omerta before anything else. The captain asked whether Romania truly knew nothing of Ruby's powers. Iski insisted even Ruby herself had been unaware. If Romania had known, they would never have sent her away unescorted. The captain clarified that he wasn't accusing Ruby. The issue was the colossal political impact her abilities could have. Keeping the matter under wraps was understandable, but as Britannia's future duchess, perhaps she could still assist. Iski cut that idea down before the sentence was even finished, adding it was a foolish idea. The captain's patience frayed. He reprimanded Iski sharply, urging him not to twist every statement. He reminded the young man that, although they understood his emotions, this reckless disregard was helping no one. And then the captain dealt the final blow. Was this truly the world Iski wanted his wife, Ruby, to witness? When he didn't respond, the captain exhaled and apologized, making it clear that no one was forcing Iski to eliminate the frost dragon. Their intentions were to support him, not push him to the brink. Then the Duke shifted the conversation back to where it needed to be, the frost dragon itself. Civilian monster attacks had declined since the dragon's appearance, but its unrelenting rampage hinted at something more than rage over the magic stone. Perhaps being separated from Ruby fueled its fury. The bond they shared wasn't something ordinary after all. The Duke continued, noting the dragon grew up motherless and Ruby's situation was unique. Allowing regular interactions between the two would benefit everyone. A calmer dragon meant a safer kingdom, and a safer continent. Iski questioned the captain's earlier remark about eliminating the frost dragon. The captain, to his credit, admitted the harsh phrasing had been nothing more than bait, a push meant to force a reaction out of him. Iski exhaled and confessed that he had already intended to allow the dragon to be dealt with if necessary, because that was what Ruby wanted. And if she wished it, then that alone was enough. He added with unwavering certainty that she would never face the creature alone and that the dragon would never harm her anyway. The king was almost too relieved. He even admitted that if Ruby hadn't been bedridden, they would have consulted her much earlier. His mood lifted quickly, and in a burst of cheerful teasing, He declared that from now on, whenever they needed Iski, they would simply beg Ruby instead. But Iski didn't laugh. Instead, his tone shifted instantly, slipping back into something sharp. He demanded to know what would happen to Caesar, pointing out that surely the king wasn't planning to let the matter slip away untouched. The question wiped the smile right off the king's face. He remarked, with a grim sort of humor, that Iski had a real knack for killing the good vibe. Still, the king explained the reality. The people had just managed to enjoy a rare festival before being hurled straight into chaos. He needed to tread carefully, but Iski refused to drop the subject, insisting that rank meant nothing. If suspicion existed, then an investigation was only proper. That was when his uncle's temper finally flared. The king's voice hardened as he demanded to know whether Iski was truly lecturing him about how a monarchy should function. He wanted the culprit exposed as much as anyone did, but acting too quickly when Romania might be implicated could set the entire continent ablaze. Besides, magic stones could easily be acquired on the black market, and the other cardinals had stayed behind to help evacuate the citizens, offering crucial support. If Cardinal Valentino were truly behind everything, why offer aid? Why step into danger to protect lives? And hadn't he always maintained a close relationship with Ruby? The Borgia name carried plenty of dark rumors, the king admitted, but even they wouldn't perform such a reckless move without reason. Unless Caesar had simply lost his sanity. Iski had expected his uncle to defend Caesar, but this degree of resistance made his suspicions grow rather than shrink. He even suggested, carefully but clearly, that perhaps the king had already spoken with Cardinal Valentino before everything began. That comment snapped whatever patience the captain had left. He stepped in immediately, chastising Iski and warning that certain boundaries must never be crossed, even if Ruby was involved. But Iski brushed past it as if he hadn't heard a thing. He pushed the matter one last time. If undeniable evidence surfaced, regardless of the culprit's identity, would the king truly refuse leniency? Finally, the king answered in Iski's favor. There would be no exceptions, he said. The matter didn't even need to be asked. Then, with a tired wave of his hand, he dismissed the entire meeting, declaring further debate pointless. Everyone was free to return to their duties. The paladins turned to leave, when the king suddenly remembered something else, a final blow to the morning's peace. All of them, he announced, were now officially placed on probation in the knights' quarters. The knights went stiff, stunned into total silence. The only one unfazed was Iski, who simply continued walking out, as if the news didn't apply to him at all. Back to Ruby's side of the story. She was having a conversation with her doctor. Sergei was delivering news with the gentleness of a man who knew he was about to ruin someone's morning. He explained that her innate holy core was practically non-existent. Even Sergei seemed baffled, comparing the core to a container meant to hold holy power. Ruby's container was so tiny, it could never handle a normal amount. A strange condition for someone born into a family drowning in holy energy. He even asked if she might have overused holy power in childhood, which Ruby immediately rejected. Nothing like that had happened. Sergei paused, then introduced another theory. Her affinity with monsters might be connected. That one made Ruby go still. After all, she knew the truth no one else could guess. That her soul didn't originally belong to this body. Maybe her small core and her strange bond with monsters were side effects of that. And then another possibility hit her like cold water. What if she had magic instead of holy power? Her hands trembled ever so slightly, but Sergei brushed off the idea, focusing instead on the life she grew up in. Being raised in Romania, bathed constantly in holy energy, meant her weak core had been overwhelmed for years. The excess power just flooded her system, creating sudden pains that no one could explain. Bit by bit, it weakened her. It matched the pattern perfectly. First sick at 15, then twice a year, and even more often since moving north. Ruby quietly admitted that the episodes had been there, just unnoticed by most. Though she did recall one time when Iski realized she had a fever before she did. Sergei nodded, remembering that exact moment during his first examination. The fever had been real, but, in his opinion, mostly caused by the drastic change in environment. Romania's geography and her family's overwhelming levels of holy energy were nothing like what most people have. In short, her body had never truly adapted. He then mentioned, with more pride than expected, that the Omerta bloodline stood in a category of its own, resilient, powerful, and known for producing generations of top paladins. Ruby gave a nervous little laugh when he practically sparkled while talking about it. At least someone enjoyed his own speech. Sergei cleared his throat and returned to the main subject. Everything she had endured over the years had simply placed more strain on her than anyone realized. Ruby hesitated, then asked the question sitting heavily on her mind. Was being near her husband making it worse? Sergei immediately reassured her, not at all, as long as she wore the bracelet. Her gaze dropped to the bracelet on her wrist. Sergei explained it had been his recommendation after examining her for the first time. Fortunately, Iski had found an item crafted from the heart of a dead dragon, something capable of blocking all holy power, shielding its wearer completely from surrounding sacred energy. That explained so much. She remembered the clash between Iski and Caesar, how she alone had felt nothing. Now the reason made sense. Still, another question tugged at her. If her core had always been this way, why had her own family never noticed? He explained that since her symptoms only began after she turned 15, her core must have been functioning somewhat before that. Being born without a core was rare, but one fading later was almost unheard of. Her family might not have realized right away. Ruby pressed again. If Sergei had figured it out so easily, wouldn't the southern physicians have known? The doctor froze for a moment, choosing his next words carefully. He believed they did know. They just never told her. A truth like that, in the wrong hands, could ruin everything for a family like hers. That realization made Ruby's thoughts darken. If people learned the Pope's daughter had no holy power, her value on the political marriage market would have evaporated. Add the fact that she wasn't truly his daughter at all, and things became painfully clear. Instead of telling her the truth, they had accused her of faking her sickness, all while knowing exactly what was happening. Sergei noticed her expression and worried he had gone too far, but Ruby reassured him with a small smile. She was simply surprised her brother never mentioned the bracelet at all. Sergei explained that he probably wouldn't have known. Its effects were nearly undetectable. Ruby thanked him and dismissed him politely, and the doctor quietly excused himself. Left alone, Ruby finally had space to breathe. Several people now knew her secret, yet strangely enough, she didn't feel afraid. For the first time in so long, she felt calm. Both she and Iski are alive, and whatever the future held, she believed she would manage. A small, genuine smile appeared on her lips. Her thoughts drifted toward her monster friends, but before she could get far, a knock at her door interrupted her peaceful moment. Then, the Duke quietly took the chair beside Ruby's bed. He asked how she was feeling, and Ruby reassured him she was much better. For a moment, the room slipped into one of those painfully awkward silences. Eventually, he cleared his throat, clearly choosing a safer topic first. Her monster friends. He informed her that they were all safe, Frosty, Popo, and the Griffin included. Ruby sighed in relief. The Duke added, in the most exhausted parent tone, that the creatures had been causing chaos near the frost dragon again. Still, for now, he hoped she would continue building a connection with the frost dragon. Even His Majesty and Iski had agreed. And then, he shared something that made Ruby's breath catch. Based on their observations, that rampage hadn't looked like random destruction at all. It had looked like a desperate attempt to reach her. In the end, the choice of what to do with that truth rested entirely with her. But the conversation soon shifted, and the Duke's voice dropped. With both of his children refusing to stay quiet, and his daughter straight up confessing everything, he was already aware Ruby had spoken about Cardinal Valentino and the full story surrounding him. The mention made her tense, but he told her none of it was their fault. The Furiana children had seen too much, and keeping the Marquise's household quiet had required his direct intervention. The same went for the mirror room incident. Whatever Iski had intended, the whole affair had tarnished the Omerta name. But for the sake of Ruby's honor, the matter could not be addressed publicly. Ruby nodded, grateful from the bottom of her heart for the way he had stood up for her. Then he wondered aloud if he should simply let Iski handle things. Ruby, understandably, had no idea where to file that in her brain. But he wasn't finished. Something about this entire situation still didn't sit right with him. Before Omerta submitted an unofficial complaint to the Holy See, he needed clarity. If Ruby's account of the Frost Dragon incident was true, and he believed it was, then the Pope himself would be left clutching his neck in shock. Considering everything, Cardinal Valentino's actions, it was possible to believe His Holiness had been clueless. Ruby's mind spun. He had struck the exact thought she'd been trying not to say aloud. Her mind flicked back to the mirror room, Caesar defying the Pope's will, his insane plan to create a new kingdom, and that chilling declaration that their father's days were numbered. There was simply no way the Pope knew all that and just shrugged. He picked up on her silence and confirmed that he hadn't been imagining things. They could prepare a report for the Holy See without issue. His confidence left Ruby stunned, but he assured her once more. She didn't need to worry too much. The reassurance made her eyes tremble. She whispered that she didn't even know how to thank him. He waved it off shyly. It was simply the natural course of action. Then, almost too casually, he said that since she likely already knew, he might as well lay everything out clearly. He explained why he had pushed for her marriage to Iski. In the beginning, it had been a sweet political offer. In exchange for Britannia's military support in Remini, the Pope promised that one day his daughter would become queen. The Duke admitted he didn't care who sat on the papal throne as long as Omerta benefited. Once, he had been filled with ideals, justice, patriotism, but those meant nothing to a man who couldn't even protect his wife. Ruby listened quietly as he continued. He confessed he had been tempted. After all, the leverage was valuable. But somewhere along the way, he realized he could use the situation to straighten out his rebellious son. So he pretended to accept the idea of marrying the Pope's second son to his daughter. He already knew how Iski would react, and that was how Ruby had come to them. Originally, he had seen it as nothing more than a tool. Ruby, he said, probably understood that better than anyone. Yet somehow she kept throwing him off completely. That part, Ruby did not understand at all. He cleared his throat and continued. Time and again, she was nothing like he expected. He had spent his life believing he could see through anyone. But maybe, he admitted, he was getting old. Ruby couldn't help but smile. His words took her back to the time he told her she always gave answers that reminded him of someone else, always on the brink of danger. She murmured that he had actually understood her better than anyone. Back then, she had been clawing for survival. Now, she wanted him to rest easy knowing she was sincere. She truly wanted to stay here. The Duke's expression softened, and even he allowed himself a small smile. Ruby lifted her sleeve, revealing the bracelet, and admitted she had misunderstood him for so long. She never imagined he would treat her with genuine kindness. The Duke immediately ducked his gaze, insisting it wasn't kindness. For now, he said, her ability would remain strictly confidential. All she needed to do was recover. Ruby thanked him again from the bottom of her heart. Then she hesitantly asked if he could call her by her name from now on, and maybe speak to her more comfortably. The request turned him into a statue. Ruby internally panicked, wondering if she had gone too far, and basically asked for a pet name. To break the awkward pause, he mentioned offhandedly that he had dismissed the headmaid, adding that his daughter had requested it. Ruby nearly leapt out of bed, asking, "What?" But before she could dig her own grave with more questions, the maid announced Ellen's arrival. The Duke stood, saying he had work to return to. Since running the household now fell under her domain, she needed to rest well. And before leaving, he finally called her by her name. Ruby found herself realizing that her relationship with her father-in-law had shifted for good, making her smile. A moment later, Ellen entered and took the seat across from her. She calmly explained that she had already sent Martha away. Seeing Ruby's worry, she smiled, insisting the blame was never Ruby's. It had been Martha's fault, and hers. Then Ellen's voice trembled. She confessed she had never really known the people around her. She had kept her distance, believing that if she didn't get close, it wouldn't hurt when people left. But instead, she had only built a lonely cage around herself. For the first time in ages, she admitted she had felt warmth, even from the ridiculous chaos Ruby brought into their lives. Watching Ruby, she had been quietly envious of her honesty and openness. So, even when something felt wrong, she hadn't wanted Ruby to disappear from this place. But she hadn't tried to understand Ruby's life. She'd just looked away. Ruby listened as Ellen's honesty began to unravel into tears. Ellen apologized over and over, realizing too late how much deeper Ruby's wounds must have been. Ruby, however, found her thoughts drifting. Everyone here was like their own little pebble, stubborn, hurting, and terrified of shattering. They all feared becoming sand, as if breaking would be the end. But when her thoughts cleared, Ruby reached out and clasped Ellen's trembling hand. With a bright, unexpected smile, she said she suddenly craved shepherd's pie, and she wanted Ellen to eat with her, because eating alone would be far too lonely. Deep down, Ruby knew this wasn't an ending. Sometimes breaking apart was exactly what let people blend together more completely. Ellen was still crying, but a smile took shape as she squeezed Ruby's hand back, softly accepting. Ruby felt something settle inside her. Even if storms came or waves crashed over them, they would manage. Understanding each other made people stronger. That was the truth she clung to. The next morning, Ruby stood on her balcony, wrapped in the cold air she had missed while bedridden. Rania hovered nearby, reminding her the weather was far too harsh for someone recovering. Ruby only smiled, promising she would head back in soon. Rania relaxed a little. The spark in Ruby's expression was finally returning. Later, Ruby went outside and crouched in the snow, shaping it with surprising focus. A snowman slowly emerged under her hands, until someone called her name. Iski approached, fur scarf in hand, walking with that mix of worry and urgency he tried so badly to hide. He demanded to know what she was doing out here alone in the freezing cold. Ruby blinked. Wasn't he supposed to be stuck on disciplinary duty? Iski explained that the captain had revoked his punishment, and the moment he realized she wasn't in their bedroom, he ran straight to her. As he spoke, he wrapped the scarf around her shoulders. Ruby softened, reminding him of her promise not to run away again. Then she teased him, saying she wondered if he would run away if she kept him waiting too long. The poor man looked like a drenched puppy trying to argue back. When he blinked in confusion at the comparison, Ruby simply reached for his wrist and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. Iski froze like someone had hit the pause button. She smiled and said it meant he looked cute, and he was still silently buffering that information when she proudly pointed to her snowman, claiming it looked just like him. Iski stepped closer, studying the round, unimpressed expression she had sculpted. After a moment of deep contemplation, he asked if she was seriously saying he looked that grumpy. Ruby didn't even get a chance to defend her art before Ellen's voice cut in, praising the masterpiece. Ruby nearly jumped out of her boots, demanding to know how long she had been there. But Ellen casually answered she had only just arrived. Then, Ruby excitedly asked what she thought, and Ellen's lips twitched as she said it was hard to tell which one was the real brother. Of course, Iski was not pleased. Ruby, meanwhile, was laughing so hard tears formed. He grumbled that she was laughing too much, but she reminded him. He was the one who said he wanted to see her laugh more. The realization hit him so hard he turned pink. Ellen tried, and failed, to hide her obvious grin behind her hand. When Ruby offered to make a snowman of Ellen too, Ellen quickly refused, but Iski jumped in, claiming all they had to do was grow the snowman's hair, and it would look just like her. He adjusted the snowman with suspicious precision, then proudly declared it done. Ellen responded by throwing a snowball directly at his face. She then darted behind Ruby for cover, but Ruby still trying to stop her laughter at the chaos. Iski called it cowardly. Turning away, he sighed dramatically like he was done with their childish antics, until a snowball hit the back of Ellen's head. She spun around, eyes blazing, while Iski pretended to admire the sky like an innocent bystander. Her voice rose with a challenge, snowball already in hand. Ruby could only watch the sibling rivalry unfold, amused and thoroughly entertained. The commotion in the courtyard didn't go unnoticed. It wasn't long before their father appeared, drawn out by the mixture of laughter, shrieks, and suspiciously well-aimed snowballs. The Duke then recalled a fond memory in his head. Two small children clinging to their mother happily after their snowball fight. The nostalgia tugged a rare, gentle smile from him. The Duke's voice carried across the courtyard, deep and mildly exasperated, asking what on earth could possibly warrant so much noise at this hour. Ruby instantly spun around with a cheerful greeting, like a guilty party caught mid-fun. Ellen, meanwhile, eyed the snowman once more, and casually announced that it actually resembled their father more than it did Iski. The Duke stepped closer, studying the snowman with utmost seriousness before declaring that there was absolutely no resemblance. None. And, he added, the face was far too round, joking that it should be slimmer. That earned him a moment of collective silence, the kind only broken when someone has accidentally tossed a weird joke. Realizing he might have gone a bit far with the self-critique, the Duke cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. Yes, breakfast. It had been too long since the family sat together for a proper meal, he said. Ellen looked at him like she had discovered a new creature, teasing him about the sudden warmth. As the others walked ahead, Ruby lingered behind. She turned to Iski, extending her hand with a soft smile, an unspoken invitation wrapped in warmth. Iski's expression eased, and he reached out to take it without hesitation. They followed after the others, hand in hand, and Ruby's voice floated playfully between them as she declared that she would make a snowman of their father next time, with a slimmer face. The dining room should have felt warm and homey, but with the four of them seated together, it carried that stiff atmosphere families get when they aren't used to doing this. The Duke was the first to break the silence, mostly because someone had to. He glanced at Iski with raised curiosity, reminding him that he was supposed to be on disciplinary duty. Iski, relaxed as ever, announced that it ended today. His father lifted a brow at how fast that was, but wisely chose not to question the miracle further. Then, the Duke mentioned how the three of them had been running around the courtyard like kids throwing snowballs. Ruby lit up and told him to join next time, which immediately earned a firm refusal as he blamed his shoulder. Ruby, ever sincere, offered him a massage afterward. That innocent comment nearly made the Duke choke on water. Iski watched the exchange with suspicion and asked if his father had been keeping Ruby busy while he was away. The Duke brushed it off dramatically, claiming he wasn't insane, and even added that his ungrateful brats should actually be taking care of him. Meanwhile, Ruby quietly enjoyed her food, feeling oddly comfortable despite being the newcomer. She took a bite of butter bread like it was the highlight of her morning, and Iski watched her so closely you'd think she was performing a rare ritual. He leaned forward, poured stew into her bowl, and told her to try it with the bread. She wasn't convinced, but she trusted him. And the moment she combined them, her whole face brightened like she had just discovered a secret cheat code for breakfast. Both Omerta siblings softened instantly. Ruby declaring something delicious felt oddly rewarding for them. Iski, pleased, admitted it was one of his favorite meals. That little detail made Ruby blush before she handed him salad like a determined nutritionist. His plate ended up looking like a vegetable mountain, and his only escape was claiming he was already full. Dessert came next with warm hot chocolate for everyone. Iski couldn't resist poking fun, wondering since when his father liked Coco. The Duke shot back that Ruby loved it, and also reminded him that both he and Ellen used to adore it as kids. Ruby instantly imagined tiny Ellen and mini Iski drinking hot cocoa, which made her smile without realizing it. The mood shifted when the Duke asked about the early morning commotion. Iski mentioned the Baron had probably reported already, but the Duke dismissed it because barons exaggerate. Ruby, feeling the tension, asked what was going on. Only then did the Duke explain. The frost dragon had been acting strange since last night. No crying, only low groans. Iski added that his captain felt something was off as well, so he planned to bring Ruby to see Frosty so she could help assess the situation. Ellen chimed in with a theory. Maybe Frosty was faking it just to see Ruby. A surprisingly believable thought, considering dragons in this world were definitely smarter than they looked. Even the Duke agreed. But Ellen, still annoyed over the mess Frosty had caused before, casually suggested letting the dragons suffer a little, which made Ruby's jaw drop. She apologized instantly when she saw Ruby's expression. Regardless of Frosty's dramatics, the three knew the dragon was endangered, and they had to make sure it was okay to prevent another monster outbreak. So in the end, it's all final that Ruby will come along with Iski later that day. Ruby didn't hesitate. She wanted to see her big friend anyway. Ruby even mentioned she once considered putting a holy collar on Frosty, but dropped the idea because it might feel uncomfortable. That comment stunned all of them. Ruby clearly didn't realize she was casually discussing something unusual. Iski just watched her with a mix of disbelief, remarking that visiting Frosty would definitely be an adventure with an eager wife like her. Eventually, the Duke and Iski stood to return to work. Before leaving, the Duke muttered that he hoped Frosty was just pretending so Ruby would learn a lesson. That earned him a sharp glare from Iski, who warned him, very clearly, to stop putting unnecessary pressure on his wife. Once the men left, Ruby and Ellen were ready to finish dessert together, but the head butler appeared. He hesitated before announcing the unwanted visitor, Freya. Ellen immediately tried to have her turned away, reminding them she had already said she was unavailable. But the butler clarified that the visit wasn't for Ellen, but for Ruby. The entire room's warmth dissolved in an instant. Ruby stood, calm but resolute, and headed toward where Freya was waiting. Ellen quickly held her back, telling her she didn't need to force herself, that this wasn't the right moment. But Ruby just smiled softly and reassured her she was fine. She actually had something she needed to say to Freya anyway. If Freya wanted privacy, she'd give her that. And with that, Ruby slipped out, closing the door gently behind her. Ellen remained standing in the quiet room, troubled. Something about this felt wrong, but she knows that this was a problem Ruby alone would have to face. The greenhouse looked peaceful at first glance, but anyone with eyes could tell the atmosphere was one bad comment away from shattering between the two sitting there. Freya started with a stiff remark about being glad Ruby had recovered. Ruby thanked her, all polite and calm. Then Freya asked where Ellen was. Ruby simply explained that since Freya wanted a private conversation, she asked Ellen to give them space. It was a respectful answer, though the tension humming beneath it made the greenhouse air feel thicker. Silence stretched on for long when Freya spoke first again, and not softly. She announced that she would not be apologizing. Then she repeated it, just in case Ruby missed it the first time. Freya pressed on, launching into a speech that sounded like a lecture she had practiced in front of a mirror. She claimed Ruby had never received attention, and therefore had no sense of self. Misery and self-pity, Freya said, were addictions, but ones that could be overcome with sheer will and the right words. And according to her, if Ruby had truly wanted to, heaven itself would have helped her rise. So why? Freya demanded. Had Ruby lived the way she had? Why had she let everything crumble around her? Why, as the Pope's own kin, had she allowed ruin to take over her life without lifting a finger? Why had she stood by, letting herself fester in misfortune until nothing was left but a trail of wreckage? Ruby didn't bother to defend herself. She just kept drinking her tea. That only fueled Freya's irritation. Her voice sharpened as she demanded to know whether Ruby was even listening. When Ruby finally stood gracefully, she suddenly tipped her teacup over Freya's head. Tea drenched Freya in an instant, dripping down her hair and onto her dress. She stared in absolute disbelief, sputtering as though her brain couldn't process everything. Ruby met her gaze with a chilling steadiness and reminded her that pouring tea on herself was Freya's hobby after all. Freya barely recovered before Ruby continued, remarking that for someone who couldn't even meet her eyes properly, Freya certainly spoke with a lofty air. And it was rich, coming from a young lady who threw around childish accusations to cover her own guilt. Freya tried to snap back, but Ruby didn't allow it. She admitted that yes, maybe she had lived a pathetic life, just as Freya said. But then she asked, if Ruby was so pathetic, then what did that make Freya, the girl who schemed in the shadows just to defeat someone she looked down on? Was that the conviction Freya boasted about? Ruby didn't slow down. She called Freya pitiful, someone who revealed her entire hand just to beat a rival she had already declared worthless. Freya slammed her hands on the table, shaking with rage, demanding if Ruby was finished. Ruby wasn't. She brought up the temple incident. Freya collapsed after drinking the spiked wine. Ruby suggested it had all been an act, orchestrated with the archbishop. Freya denied it instantly, but Ruby pressed harder, each word landing like a nail. Ruby reminded her that Freya never wanted the title of Duchess. She wanted to be queen. She then repeated the things Freya herself had said on the day she dumped tea on herself, about Iski's claim to the throne, about the future of the North resting on his spouse, and about her uncle's eager support. Freya called it delusional, but Ruby countered with icy confidence that if it was all speculation, they could always check the sacred stones at the temple. After all, aspiring queens like Freya tended to remove obstacles. Vomiting blood made for a convenient frame job. Freya's glare could have melted glass. Ruby didn't even blink. She then asked why Freya hadn't confessed to Iski before her arrival, if Freya was so determined to be his wife. Freya had no answer. Instead, she snapped back, asking what Ruby could possibly know about her. Ruby didn't bother dignifying that. Instead, she mentioned that Freya's parents probably had no idea their daughter was openly planning treason in broad daylight. She even offered to go inform them personally, to tell Freya's clueless parents. Freya told her to try, that her parents would never believe something so outrageous. Ruby agreed that maybe she wouldn't be enough on her own. But what if she told Iski everything? A memory flashed in Freya's mind, Iski holding Ruby in his arms, protective in a way he had never been with her. Frustration pushed Freya over the edge. She screamed that everything Ruby flaunted, the affection, the attention, even Iski, Ellen, and everyone, should have belonged to her from the beginning. Ruby's temper finally cracked. She shot back, demanding to know by what right Freya claimed things that were never hers, especially after deceiving everyone. Did Freya feel even a speck of remorse for those she had hurt? The question froze Freya where she stood. Tears began collecting, spilling faster than she could wipe them away. Ruby continued as she cried in her anger. She said she couldn't understand how someone could live like Freya did, hurting others to satisfy her selfish desires. Even when Ruby had been at her lowest, she had never made others pay for her suffering. Freya screamed for her to be quiet, and that was exactly when Ellen's voice cut in from behind them. The two turned, and there she was. Ellen stood with an expression of both shock and betrayal as she stared at her best friend. Freya tried desperately to regain control, asking how long Ellen had been there. Ellen admitted she heard everything, from the very beginning, because she'd been hiding and listening. Ellen then asked Ruby to stay where she was, because she wanted a private talk with Freya. Having no choice, Freya followed eventually Ellen inside, leaving Ruby alone. Later, the two women stood in that painfully quiet room, facing each other but feeling miles apart. Ellen was the first to break the silence, asking Freya to explain herself, but she couldn't do it. And that alone was enough. Ellen didn't need a confession. She already had her answer. She said it aloud, too, that everything she heard earlier was true. That was when Freya finally snapped into motion. She launched into a frantic denial, insisting none of it made sense, clinging to whatever scraps of trust she thought still existed. But Ellen didn't reply. And somehow, her silence hit harder than any accusation ever could. Freya felt that shift immediately. Her pleas twisted into a wounded cry. How could Ellen doubt her? How could her only friend turn on her like this? It was dramatic, yes, but she wasn't faking the sting. Unfortunately, she had no idea she'd just punched straight into one of Ellen's deepest scars. Because the moment Freya cried betrayal, Ellen remembered Martha. Ellen's composure cracked. She told Freya not to use that line about friendship, especially when she should be the one saying it to her. The hurt in her voice was unmistakable, and the shock on Freya's face showed she wasn't ready for this version of Ellen. And once Ellen's emotions spilled out, they rushed like a broken dam. Tears streamed as she let everything she'd buried rise to the surface. Memories of Martha, the ache she never voiced. Freya froze, shaken by how deeply her actions had cut. Then Ellen's knees gave out, and she sank to the floor, overwhelmed. Her voice trembled as she admitted the truth she never wanted to face, that the two people she trusted more than anyone had brought her nothing but heartbreak. That broke Freya completely. She dropped to the floor too, falling over her own apologies. She said she never wanted this, never meant for anything to crumble the way it had. Ellen only looked more defeated, as she quietly asked how everything had gone so horribly wrong. Freya begged again, this time the sincerity finally showing. But Ellen's trust had already fractured. She couldn't tell anymore if Freya was remorseful, or simply guilty. Then Freya whispered an apology specifically meant for Iski. Everything inside Ellen stilled. The grief didn't disappear, but it sharpened into something steadier. She rose slowly, regaining her strength, and looked down at Freya with a clarity that hadn't been there moments before. She told her that the first apology wasn't owed to her, or even to Iski. It belonged to Ruby, the one who had paid the highest price for Freya's lies. That truth struck Freya like a cold slap. And as Ellen turned away, Freya scrambled to grab her hand, desperate, asking what she could do. Would apologizing to Ruby fix anything at all? But Ellen's answer came with distance, not comfort. She called her Freya. Not the gentle nickname she usually called her. Just her name, spoken like a soft boundary. Then she slipped her hand free and stepped past her without looking back. Once alone, Freya finally broke. Her tears didn't stop as Ruby's truthful words echoed in her mind. Words about deception, selfishness, and the pain she had caused to everyone around her. Then came the fond memories of her family, and Iski and their innocent childhood days before lies pulled everything apart. She bowed forward until she almost curled into herself, crushed by the weight of everything she had destroyed. Even when she later leaves the Omerta estate, the sadness doesn't lighten. It settled over her like a thick fog, clinging to her skin, as if the weight of every broken piece refused to let her breathe freely again. Meanwhile, Ellen remained on the balcony, watching Freya leave. But something in her chest tightened, as if the cold air had crept inside her and refused to leave. The memories she once cherished, her mother's gentle touch, Martha's steady presence, Freya's childhood laughter, suddenly felt blurred around the edges, leaving her unsure which parts were real and which parts she had only wanted to believe. Later, Ellen returned inside her room and sat crying. She stayed like that until a gentle knock interrupted the silence. Ruby slipped inside, worry practically written across her entire expression. They sat together, the quiet stretching only until Ellen finally spoke. She explained that she had sent Freya away, calmly, almost as if she had expected Ruby to ask. Ruby's concern deepened, wondering aloud if Ellen was truly all right. But Ellen said she felt strangely clear now, like a cloud had lifted from her thoughts. Ruby, however, didn't buy that so easily. She could tell Ellen was hurting beneath the surface. Ellen turned toward the window, her eyes dim with exhaustion, and suggested they take a walk to ease their hearts. It was a small idea, but Ruby understood the intent, so she agreed. Soon, the two stepped out onto the snowy estate grounds as they talked in low voices. Ellen mentioned how fast the snow was piling up this year. Then she curiously asked about winters in Romania. Ruby smiled, explaining that snow was rare where she came from, so whenever it did fall, everyone rushed outside like eager children. Hearing that, Ellen promised to get her warmer clothes so she could enjoy the cold to her heart's content, making Ruby smile warmly at her. Then Ruby hesitated, asking in a small voice if Ellen found her strange for being able to speak with beasts. Ellen admitted she didn't believe in the ridiculous superstitions anyway. After all, Arendelle had its fair share of oddities. And honestly, the more she thought about it, the less frightening it seemed. If anything, she confessed that being around Ruby made even the impossible feel oddly believable. A casual remark, but sweet in its way. Ruby then panicked at the idea of doing impossible things, but Ellen simply fixed her hat like an older sister and nodded toward something behind her with a subtle smile. Ruby turned, and there he was. Iski had just returned from his duties, walking toward them. She then leaned toward him, teasing under her breath, asking if he rushed home because he missed her. He tried to stay cool, but his answer slipped out shy and soft. He hurried because he knew she wanted to see the frost dragon. Before they parted, Ellen reminded Ruby to dress warmly for their upcoming journey. Ruby nodded eagerly, practically glowing with excitement at the thought of meeting her enormous, scaly friend again. As they continued to walk, both Iski and Ellen took turns reminding her to be careful, around the dragon and around the other two beastly companions waiting for her. Ruby felt slightly overwhelmed by the level of worry, but she knew it came from a place of love. Frankly, receiving attention from her husband and sister-in-law was a pleasant experience for Ruby. On the flip side, Caesar's condition was getting worse, yet strangely, everyone around him seemed more panicked about it than he was. Even the priest, who had been trying every holy spell he knew, looked ready to tear his hair out. Divine wounds should respond to divine healing, but in Caesar's case, nothing even budged. It was as if the injury itself had decided to stay permanently just to spite the healer. Caesar, meanwhile, accepted it calmly and simply sat by the tall window of the Borgia estate. To him, the wound was a reminder, something painful, yes, but also something he believed would push him forward. The man attending him tried urging him to rest, but Caesar dismissed him gently, asking only for news of his father. That was the one question that made the priest's face tighten. He hesitated too long before answering, which was already enough of a response on its own. Soon after, Caesar walked through the long hallway of the estate, beside a maid carrying medicine. They arrived at the Pope's chamber, where the Pope lay looking frail, coughing blood into a cloth with every breath. Even in this condition, the old man's temper was unchanged. He immediately lashed out, mocking Caesar for sending Enzo, a clueless young man, to Britannia. The accusation carried the usual sting, but Caesar stayed composed, explaining that Enzo had to learn responsibility eventually, especially since he was already the one leading Romania's army. It didn't satisfy the Pope. It never did. He snapped back that none of this would have happened if Caesar had done his job correctly, calling him a useless wretch as if it were a familiar title. The insult landed, but Caesar only smiled faintly before helping with the medicine. The Pope questioned everything, whether the medicine was really working, why it made him so weak, and even why his hair seemed to be thinning more than usual. Caesar repeated what he'd been told. The Archbishop of Britannia insisted the medicine worked, side effects and all, so they had to trust him. That explanation only annoyed the Pope further. He accused Caesar of tampering with it, which, unfortunately, was also familiar territory. Caesar calmly reminded him that they'd tested it on a servant right in front of him, and nothing had gone wrong. Caesar then mentioned the promise the Pope had once made, the one tied to Ruby's return. If Enzo was sent to Britannia, Ruby wouldn't be dragged into his political games anymore after she returned back there. The moment those words came up, the Pope erupted. He dismissed it as nonsense, and even threatened to beat Caesar again, though the threat broke into another painful coughing fit. It was only after another harsh cough that the Pope finally drank the medicine. At last he waved Caesar away. He wished his father rest as he thought of one thing: the request. For him, that had been the very last request he planned to make of his father, but the man had refused even that. When Caesar entered Ruby's empty room, the shift in his expression was immediate. He sat on her bed, letting the silence wrap around him as he looked at her portrait. Not a trace of her scent remained, as if she had only ever been a dream in this place. He lies down as he whispers her name under his breath. He closes his eyes, and the memories flood him at once. He was pulled back to a time when he was nothing more than a thin boy in torn clothes. He remembered standing in front of the man who would become his father, yet looked at him like an unwanted burden. The Pope's first impression of him was disappointment. Caesar could practically feel it pressing down on his small shoulders. To the Pope, he was the child of another man, an inconvenience, but still the only heir available. That alone forced recognition. The young Caesar, timid and unsure, had asked if the Pope truly was his father. The answer came sharp and cold, the kind that silenced questions forever. Caesar apologized immediately, clutching his torn shirt, unable to believe he even had someone he could call father. And just when he tried to look back with hope while some servants guide him to clean him up, the Pope was already drowning in documents, as if the boy had never existed at all. But children cling to scraps, and that small flicker of hope remained. The next memory carried him to a quieter place. His mother, Adela, sitting with a book, always looking away, always avoiding his eyes. She had carried a wound deeper than her son could understand. She had raised him alone, repeating that his father had abandoned her before he was born. Perhaps that was why she treated him more like a reminder of misfortune than her child. But then came a day when something inside her cracked open. As though confessing a lifelong sin, she called him my child for the first time. She had asked if he wanted a father. That moment was small, but transformative, like the first thaw after a long winter. And whatever miracle had happened afterward, Caesar never understood it fully. All he knew was that the man who later acknowledged them had rewritten both their destinies. For the desperate boy he had once been, the Pope became their savior. Time moved forward, landing on a small courtyard where young Caesar had been looking at a dead rat, whom he had moved because it was in his path. Enzo appeared like a small storm, wooden sword in hand, full of energy as always. Caesar explained himself when Enzo had asked about the dead rat. Unfazed, Enzo then simply invited him to practice swordsmanship. Caesar admitted he'd never held a sword, but Enzo just grinned and promised to teach him. Their training turned into a surprisingly uneven match. Caesar won a round, shocking Enzo, who couldn't understand how Caesar had won. Enzo even pointed out the larger boy behind them, claiming that Enzo believed he was strong because he had also defeated that boy. They laughed about it, and for the first time in a long while, Caesar felt what pure childhood joy tasted like. Later that day, Caesar stood before his father again. His tutor praised him for his sharp mind, and for a moment, The Pope looked genuinely pleased. Encouraged by Enzo's earlier words, Caesar expressed his wish to learn swordsmanship. The shift in the room was instant. The Pope's mood darkened like a storm cloud. He demanded to know why. Caesar honestly said he wanted to become a knight, something Enzo had inspired him to do. The Pope shut the idea down. To him, Enzo was a waste of time and had no place in succession. Then came the cold statement that Enzo was not like Caesar. And the young boy, with all his questions chewing at him, asked if that was because he wasn't the Pope's real son. That boldness was met with icy disdain. The Pope mocked him first, then delivered that familiar brand of cruelty: punishment. He ordered the servants to lock Caesar away without food or water. Caesar cried out, begging for his father. His cries echoed down the stone hallway, but the Pope never turned back. Hours later, the cell door opened, and the Pope stepped into the darkness, found Caesar curled on the cold floor, barely moving. He knelt beside him, voice softened as if he were rehearsing an apology. He called him my son, asking whether the pain had been too much, claiming guilt and worry had eaten at his heart. He held the boy close, whispering that the punishment had been for love, not cruelty. And the heartbreaking part? Caesar believed him. His mother had once been unable to meet his eyes, so in his young mind, even punishment felt like affection. He decided then that obedience must equal love, and from that point on, resisting his father became nearly impossible. Until the day he found an almost dying little girl named Ruby. He remembered the fury he felt while beating the monk who had mistreated Ruby without hesitation. And when he crouched beside her, seeing a kind of suffering he knew all too well, he had smiled softly and invited her to come with him. She had looked like a wounded version of himself, someone he simply couldn't abandon. When Caesar first brought little Ruby before the Pope, he remembered feeling hopeful, almost proud. The Pope had slipped into that familiar, gentle tone, the one he reserved only for moments he wanted something. He asked the young girl's name with an almost tender curiosity, then studied her face and remarked that she looked just like her mother, Carmen, those sorrowful eyes included. And without hesitation, he declared that from now on, Ruby would call him father. For Caesar, who had once been accepted in a similar way, that moment felt like history repeating itself. He truly believed Ruby would be cherished, as he had once hoped to be. So when the Pope asked why he had lunged at the monk on Ruby's behalf, Caesar answered honestly. He thought Ruby carried the Pope's blood, and anyone of low status should never dare lay a hand on her. In his mind, he had only defended family. But then the Pope casually destroyed that illusion. Carmen had been pregnant long before he met her, meaning Ruby shared not a trace of Borgia blood. Yet the Pope's smile only curved more wickedly, as though this made the child even more valuable to him. In his eyes, Ruby was a convenient piece on the political board, nothing more. And with a single sentence, asking if Caesar wanted Ruby sent back to the monastery, he reminded Caesar who held absolute power. Disobedience was not an option. Years passed, and Caesar learned that lesson repeatedly. One day, he dared to defy the Pope's order to marry Ruby off, arguing she was still too young. The Pope's temper snapped instantly. His authority came crashing down like a falling blade, and Caesar was struck hard across the cheek before he could even finish speaking. Caesar attempted to suggest alternatives, even mentioning Enzo, but the Pope's gaze chilled the room. He mocked Caesar for presuming he could act like Ruby's real brother. Those few words were enough to freeze him in place. After that came the warning, sharp and unforgettable. If Caesar disappointed him again, Ruby would be sent away, and anything useless, the Pope said, wasn't worth keeping. Something inside Caesar finally cracked. He declared, recklessly, desperately, that if Ruby were ever taken, he would bring her back himself. That was all it took. The Pope erupted in fury, calling Caesar a fool before ordering the guards to drag him down to the cellar. The punishment was brutal. Whips tore into him again and again, long after the night had grown silent, and the Pope watched the entire time. As Caesar collapsed under each strike, his mind clung to a memory bright enough to cut through the pain. A younger Ruby, cheerful and innocent, had once asked what he would think if she married someday. Without pretending, he had admitted he didn't think he wanted her to. Ruby, confused, reminded him that storybook brides always lived happily ever after. But Caesar had confessed that he was happiest when she stayed with him. Ruby, in her childlike honesty, had smiled and said she wouldn't marry then. She liked Caesar too much to leave him behind. More than Enzo even, though she claimed that was mostly because Enzo kept messing up her hair. She had promised that even if their father ordered her to marry, she'd refuse. She wanted to stay with Caesar forever. He remembered being overwhelmed by how precious she was. He had brushed her hair gently, half joking, half terrified, saying she was so lovable someone might try to steal her away someday. That warmth shattered as reality snapped back. The whipping continued, leaving Caesar almost unrecognizable, shaking, bleeding, begging for mercy. He apologized over and over, admitting fault just to make the pain stop. Only when he was completely broken did the Pope finally declare that it was all for Caesar and Ruby, promising that Ruby would return to them because he always made things go his way. It was a promise soaked in manipulation, but Caesar was too battered to fight it. Then came Ruby's wedding day. She stood in her white dress, glowing and bright, the picture of happiness. The kind of happiness she once believed fairy tale brides had. But Caesar couldn't smile. All he saw was a little girl promising she would never marry. A girl who had sworn she would stay by his side forever. Yet Ruby was thrilled, even giggling that her soon-to-be husband was exactly her type. And Caesar, forcing composure through the ache, could only whisper a faint agreement when she asked if the dress suited her. His voice was barely there, drowned beneath memories he wished he could forget. The story jumped ahead to the aftermath of Ruby's very first failed wedding, an event that left her sobbing endlessly in her room. Caesar had quietly peeked through the door, only to find her curled up in tears. Before he could enter, the Pope approached him, wearing that familiar expression that mixed authority with calculated comfort. He reminded Caesar that everything was unfolding exactly as promised. Ruby had returned to them, just as he said she would. And as always, he insisted his intentions were for his children. The message was simple: trust him more, follow him better. When Caesar finally stepped inside Ruby's room, she rushed into his arms the second she saw him. The girl was completely shattered, confused over why her ex-fiancé had betrayed her when she had trusted him so wholeheartedly. Caesar soothed her in the only way he knew, by reinforcing the one belief drilled into him since childhood. Anyone who sided with the enemy had no right to join the Borgia family anyway, and with gentle pats on her head, he asked her to place her trust in no one but her family. In his mind, the pieces aligned perfectly. Ruby had nearly slipped through his fingers forever, yet each time, she returned, proving again and again that her rightful place was beside him. All he had to do was continue fulfilling their father's wishes. But a few years later, everything cracked. A marriage proposal came from Duke Alfonso, and unlike all the previous times, Ruby refused. This was the point where our reincarnated heroine inside Ruby regained her past life memories, and instantly recognized Alfonso from the novel she read. So, her refusal made perfect sense to her. To the Pope, not at all. The man who had once seen Ruby thrilled over marriage prospects now faced a daughter who outright rejected one. Confusion churned into irritation. Caesar had secretly hoped that if Ruby resisted, it might soften the Pope's decision. Instead, he was met with ice. A useless pawn, the Pope said, should be discarded. Any child refusing marriage had no value to the family. Caesar felt panic coil in his chest. He couldn't allow Ruby to be sent back to a monastery again, or, worse, sent somewhere he couldn't reach her. So in a moment of desperation, he committed the unforgivable. He targeted Ruby's beloved pet bird. The kind of decision only someone shaped by years of twisted obedience could make. Later, when Caesar asked Ruby again if she had changed her mind, her anger hit him with full force. She accused him of cruelty, of killing something she loved just to pressure her. She even said he should have struck her instead. To her, his behavior was beyond betrayal. She couldn't stand to look at him. That was the breaking point for Caesar. He struck her, insisting she should never speak that way, no matter how upset she was. And then came the reminder, the childhood memory he clung to, that Ruby once said he was her favorite, the person she wanted to live with forever. Ruby stared at him, confused and horrified. She genuinely didn't remember. and that confusion only fanned Caesar's anger. In his mind, she had become so distracted that she forgot something precious between them. So he dragged her down to the basement. It was the same place where he had been corrected. The same method the Pope once used on him, now repeated on Ruby, because that was the only way Caesar understood how to regain control and show love. By the time it ended, Ruby, shaken and cornered, agreed to marry Duke Alfonso. And for Caesar, that was enough to convince himself he had restored the version of Ruby he wanted. Everything had been running surprisingly smoothly, at least until Caesar learned that Ruby had spent her first night with Iski. His rage snapped so violently that he grabbed the Pope by the collar, an act that instantly earned him a sharp slap across the face. The Pope exploded, calling him an ungrateful fool and demanding how he could possibly predict Ruby would do something like that. But this time, Caesar's anger didn't fade. Instead, it hardened. He accused the Pope of being the real cause of all this chaos, insisting that things wouldn't have spiraled so disastrously if he had just backed off from the beginning. On top of that, the Pope had led him to believe that Iski was practically ascetic, someone who would never touch Ruby. The Pope immediately fired back that none of this would have been a problem if Caesar simply stopped complaining and followed orders. From his perspective, there were many easy paths to create grounds for divorce later. Caesar only had to keep quiet until told otherwise. But instead, here he was grabbing his father by the collar like a rebellious child. Before he could continue scolding, the Pope broke into a violent coughing fit, and when he noticed the blood in his hand, he quickly hid it. Of course, Caesar noticed. He knew exactly why his father was unwell. To Caesar, it was only a matter of time before this sick old man would disappear from his life forever. The memory fast-forwarded to the night before the gladiator match. A hooded priest approached Caesar and handed him the poison he requested, a substance that left no trace and killed slowly, quietly. When the priest asked what it was for, Caesar only said it wouldn't be used within Britannia. He added that the mixture might help the man achieve his own goals. That was all the explanation he offered. The flashback faded as Caesar's eyes opened, settling on Ruby's portrait. Her bright smile glowed softly, and he felt that familiar swell of longing. He vowed, right then, that he would tear down anyone who tried to stand between them. He wouldn't allow any filthy man to lay a hand on her again. In his mind, Ruby wasn't rejecting him. She was just confused, misled, compromised by temporary emotions for Iski. The only people who truly understood each other were Ruby and him. With a gentle touch against the portrait, Caesar whispered a silent promise. If Ruby kept refusing to return, then he would simply force fate to bring her back. And then, the story finally shifted back to Ruby and Iski. Ruby knelt beside Frosty, examining the dragon with the worry of a mother checking her feverish child. After a moment, she announced that, although she wasn't completely certain, Frosty's symptoms looked like growing pains. Iski wasn't fully convinced, but agreed anyway. He explains that dragons only went through that once when transitioning into adolescence. Frosty shouldn't be hitting that stage yet. In fact, Iski pointed out that the creature actually looked younger than they originally thought. Ruby was stunned. Their captain chimed in, adding that the last dragon sighting in the kingdom had been 15 winters ago. Judging from Frosty's condition, this one was likely the offspring of that very dragon. And it turns out, their past fight with the previous dragon ended quickly because the parent dragon died while protecting its offspring. He then continued, saying growing pains varied wildly between dragons, and there was no consistent pattern. Truthfully, most young dragons didn't even survive the process. 7 out of 10 never made it past the transition. Iski shot his boss a glare that could peel paint, telling the captain to stop scaring his soft-hearted wife. The man immediately walked back his words, clarifying that those cases were long, long ago and didn't represent all dragons. And besides, Frosty had Ruby, Popo, and Griffin hovering around him like protective guardians. With that much affection, the dragon wasn't as likely to struggle. In summary, Frosty needed emotional stability, warmth, and probably fresh meat since his stomach was acting up. Iski grumbled that the dragon was just a picky, oversized lizard. But Ruby smiled at him and said, raising the dragon together until it was fully grown would be rewarding. She even asked if he didn't think it felt a little like they were Frosty's mother and father. Iski blushed on the spot. The idea clearly delighted him, even if he tried to hide it. Meanwhile, their captain appeared to be feeling out of place and quickly turned away from the lovey-dovey couple. Then, he barked at Camus and Ivan to stop trying to sneak snacks away from the snot-nosed kids. Ruby blinked at that, wondering why the great leader of the Paladins was casually calling demon underlings snot-nosed kids. She appreciated the affection hidden, but she couldn't help sighing internally. The faith of the people in this country was getting more confusing by the day. Time passed, and after everything that happened, Ruby found herself growing much closer to the Omerta family. Life finally felt calmer. Well, calmer until responsibility crashed straight into her face. There she was, sitting at a desk piled high with ledgers, staring at numbers like they had personally offended her. Ellen had assigned Ruby the task of checking them all, and this was only part of Ruby's new routine. With Ellen's guidance and the head butler's supervision, Ruby had been learning how to host banquets, manage household affairs, and survive the endless rules of etiquette expected of the lady of the house. Thankfully, even during these exhausting days, Ruby still had small pockets of happiness. One of her favorites was visiting her frosty dragon friend, together with her husband. During one such visit, Ruby noticed something odd. Frosty didn't feel as cold as usual. Actually, he felt noticeably warmer than before. She immediately asked Iski about it, concerned, but he calmly assured her that it was a good sign. It simply meant Frosty's growing pains were almost over. As if to emphasize how normal this was, Iski casually dumped a pile of food in front of the dragon. Watching him, Ruby couldn't help thinking about how busy Iski had become lately. After the magic stones Caesar scattered during the festival, monster appearances had increased across the land. On top of that, Frosty, who normally helped with monster hunting, was currently out of commission. That meant Iski was handling most of it himself. He was hunting monsters for the dragon's meals, guarding relief events around the capital, and still answering separate orders directly from the king. While Ruby was lost in thought, Popori gently tapped her back. When she turned around, she saw both Popori and Griffin wearing grim expressions, and sporting very noticeable lumps on their heads. The two monsters immediately shot a look at Iski, clearly tattling without saying a word. As usual, Iski explained that those pests had tried to steal the food he gathered for Frosty, so he dealt with it. Popori and Griffin protested together, which Ruby translated as them claiming they were only checking whether the food had gone bad. Iski raised an eyebrow and told them not to make him laugh, adding that they should be grateful he'd never used dirt. Ruby, watching the exchange, commented that her husband must be more stressed than she realized. Later, after Ruby finished a small snowball-making session nearby, she looked at Iski with concern and asked if he wasn't exhausted. He brushed it off, saying he was used to it, and that Frosty was the one truly having a hard time right now. That sparked Ruby's curiosity. She asked whether the monster food Iski brought was still alive, and he confirmed it. When monsters died, they turned into dust, which meant he had to keep them unconscious so Frosty could eat properly. Ruby then concluded that once Frosty recovered his appetite and finished growing, he'd safely become an adult dragon. But Iski explained that there was still another stage left: shedding. Normally, an adult dragon helped guide a younger one through molting, but Frosty didn't have that luxury. Not only had no human ever helped a dragon reach adulthood, but dragons also refused assistance from anyone they didn't trust. And if Frosty was left alone and couldn't shed properly, things could go very wrong. Before Iski could finish explaining, Frosty suddenly made a strange noise, something between a burp and a growl, which earned him a loud smack. He immediately turned back and told Ruby not to misunderstand, insisting Frosty was always like that. Ruby awkwardly remarked that he seemed pretty close to the dragon now. He denied it instantly, claiming Frosty was just cunning, and knew very well that messing with him meant losing food privileges. As for the shedding itself, Ruby learned that if Frosty failed, he could suffocate and die. Iski added that while he trusted Ruby, too many helpers could make the dragon uneasy, which was exactly what worried the Knight Commander. And even if shedding succeeded, the shed skin would keep moving for a while. Adult dragons usually ate it, but for others, it could wrap around them and become deadly. By this point, Ruby was completely spooked. She mumbled that the process sounded terrifying, which earned her a soft smile from Iski. He patted her head and admitted it was a headache in many ways, but reassured her they were looking for the best solution. After thanking him, Ruby listened as Iski suggested that, if it came down to it, even Papori and Griffin, currently juggling shiny jewels like children, might help. Watching them, Ruby nervously wondered whether those two would actually listen to anything Iski said. Iski then glanced at the picnic basket Ruby had brought and asked what was inside. Ruby lit up immediately, explaining that since he'd been taking care of Frosty all day, she decided to make a pie for him. And of course, one for her monster friends too. He blushed slightly, clearly pleased that she'd gone through the effort to cook for him herself. As Papori and Griffin happily started munching behind him, Iski thanked Ruby. When taste testing began, Ruby admitted she made everything on her own, without help. That explained everything. Iski commented that he'd never tasted a flavor quite like this before. Inside the pie was a very sad-looking whole fish. His taste buds took a direct hit and barely survived. Back at Omerta Manor, the Duke and Ruby were discussing Enzo, who had arrived as the Gonfaloniere, the commander-in-chief of the Papal Army. Officially, his visit was to deliver the Pope's condolences after everything that had happened. Unofficially, no one was fooled. He was there to probe unresolved issues and see how the Omerta household would react. The Duke didn't hide his caution. No one knew what the Pope truly intended, and the only way to find out was to meet his son face to face. With that, the Duke turned to Ruby and asked the most important question of all. What kind of person was her brother really? Ruby answered maybe a bit too honestly. Enzo was selfish and a troublemaker, but unlike the Pope or Caesar, he was friendly and easy to talk to. That alone probably earned him the role. Inside her head, though, Ruby knew the truth. Enzo had no talent for negotiations. On a good day, he barely managed not to cause chaos. Still, he was the Pope's beloved and only legitimate son. Sending him to clean up Caesar's mess felt less like strategy and more like emotional pressure, especially pressure aimed straight at her. It looked like an attempt to smooth things over, to brush aside the fact that Caesar had laid hands on her, the future Duchess of Omerta, to weaken suspicions and appeal to her feelings through the one family member she didn't completely despise. Simply put, Enzo was the only one in that family who didn't share bad blood with her. When the Duke asked how Enzo usually behaved, Ruby hesitated. The man then revealed the real problem. The delegation had arrived 3 days ago, but Enzo had vanished. He was confirmed to have reached Elmos Harbor, then promptly disappeared. The delegation was pacing in circles, panicking quietly. If Enzo wandered the north the way he did in southern cities, trouble was guaranteed. The Duke asked as gently as possible if Ruby had any idea where her brother might have gone first. After a long pause and a lot of internal screaming, Ruby admitted it in a near whisper. Enzo had likely headed straight for the entertainment district's gambling dens and taverns. The second-hand embarrassment hit her like a brick. The Duke was stunned. The commander-in-chief had arrived in his in-laws' city and immediately sprinted toward debauchery. Not only that, he'd likely been there for 3 full days, in times like these. Ruby could only think that Enzo wasn't called a troublemaker for nothing. In the end, the Duke said he would ask the city guard to search for him. He also muttered that the 2 brothers, Caesar and Enzo, seemed determined to take turns wrecking public order. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It was hard not to feel that the North and Omerta were being treated lightly. Seeing her father-in-law's temper rise, Ruby tried to calm him. She explained that Enzo had always been frivolous. She even shared a horrifying memory from the advance on Rimini, where Enzo partied all night and nearly lost a battle they had already won. The Duke sighed. It wasn't comforting, but at least it made things easier to understand. He muttered that if Enzo were his own child, there would be consequences. Real ones. Ruby knew the irony all too well. Any normal parent would be ashamed, yet Enzo remained the favorite. The Pope doted on him endlessly, because he was his only true son. After some time, the infamous troublemaker finally showed up. Enzo appeared in front of Ruby wearing a relaxed smile, casually complimenting her bright complexion as if he hadn't caused days of chaos. He said he'd been worried for nothing and scratched his head like a guilty child pretending innocence. Ruby scolded him immediately. If he had really been worried, why was he running around like this at such a time? Enzo complained that the neighborhood felt intimidating. Ruby pointed out that maybe wandering suspicious places while representing Romania had something to do with that. Enzo defended himself with confidence only he could manage. A new city should be experienced properly, he said. He'd only visited a few taverns, nothing serious. And the butter beer was famous. How was he supposed to resist? Ruby sighed. Enzo was still an expert at excuses. She reminded him that he should be grateful her father-in-law was generous enough to host a banquet for him at all. Enzo admitted that while the Duke had looked terrifying when he found out where he had been, the gesture actually touched him. Looking at her brother now, Ruby couldn't help but notice he hadn't changed at all. Still, she was relieved he seemed healthy. That surprised Enzo. He asked what had happened between her and Caesar, complaining that their brother had taken his anger out on him for no reason. When Ruby asked what Caesar had said, Enzo recalled the incident. It was the day he fled back to Romania. Enzo had run into him in the hallway and asked what was going on. Instead of answering, Caesar glared at him with such intensity that Enzo froze. When Caesar brushed past him, all he said was to get lost. Enzo quickly downplayed it, claiming he punched Caesar afterward, an obvious lie. He then admitted that after hearing about Ruby and Caesar's conflict, the Pope nearly killed Caesar in rage. Enzo had never seen their father so furious, eyes bloodshot with anger. That confirmed it for Ruby. Caesar really had acted alone. When Ruby asked if the Pope had sent Enzo to appease her and secure forgiveness for their brother, Enzo confirmed it bluntly. The Pope thought it would be troublesome if Ruby reported her own family. Endless nagging, as usual. He complained about being bossed around, while Ruby whispered that, for Enzo, that was still generous. When he pressed her to explain, she brushed it off with a smile. He then asked how their brother got injured, wondering if Iski had punched him while drunk. Ruby avoided the truth and said they were discussing an agreement. Enzo didn't like that answer. Keeping quiet like that could cause problems, he warned. In the end, Ruby admitted she couldn't fully trust him either. Enzo was confused, so she asked if he truly forgot. After a pause, Enzo smiled and said she must mean that she was married now. Ruby went along with it. She belonged to Omerta now. Whatever the Pope wanted was no longer her concern, and Enzo shouldn't expect anything from her. Her brother accepted that, then quietly asked if her hatred toward their father and older brother meant she hated him too. Ruby clarified that she didn't hate him. They barely saw each other anyway. Enzo had always been wandering somewhere else. Sadness flickered in his eyes. A memory surfaced. Him running through heavy rain. Fear written all over his face. Whether he knew the truth about Ruby's life back in Romania was still unclear. Enzo then declared he would quit the Pope's task entirely. He had come to see Ruby, nothing more. Politics bored him, and there were better ways to spend time in Omerta. When Ruby asked what would happen if the Pope didn't forgive him, Enzo shrugged. He would endure the nagging. Their father was always soft on him. In the end, Enzo said that even if Ruby's husband and in-laws became enemies of the Pope, there wasn't much he could do. But he didn't want to make things harder for Ruby, or her new family. Besides, he really didn't want to get on her husband's bad side. He joked that even if he was hopeless, he should at least pretend to care as a brother-in-law. That finally made Ruby laugh out loud. Embarrassed, Enzo asked if she would tattle on him. Ruby said her husband was kinder than he looked, and she hoped Enzo would meet Iski soon. As proof of her words, Ruby invited Enzo to follow her, saying she wanted to show him something before the banquet. Soon, Ruby led her brother straight to the water garden, the very one Iski had built just for her. The place reminded Enzo of the gardens back in the south, nothing like what he'd expected to find in the north. Ruby laughed, and casually mentioned that Iski had made it for her. So the terrifying man wasn't just a sword-swinging brute after all. He had a romantic side too. That realization hit Enzo harder, and he jokingly complained that suddenly he felt very single. Ruby shot him down immediately, telling him to save the fake loneliness. She reminded him of all the rumors she'd heard about him and warned him to stop poking his nose into everything with a pulse. Enzo defended himself by saying plenty of young ladies liked him, so what was he supposed to do? Turn them away? Ruby told him that flirting was his choice, but wandering around freely in a foreign land was a terrible idea. If he wasn't careful, he'd end up as monster food. Enzo laughed it off, but admitted it was strange hearing Ruby worry about him. Then, as if on instinct, he teased her height again, pointing out that she'd grown up but somehow stayed the same size. Ruby's patience dropped another notch. More importantly, Ruby pointed out that Enzo hadn't even properly greeted Iski yet. Normally, she and her husband would have welcomed him together, but Enzo's disappearance for days had ruined that plan. Iski had waited, then left on a mission, and Ruby herself would be heading out soon as well. Enzo said it was probably for the best. Meeting his brother-in-law still felt awkward. After all, Iski was the man who had reduced Caesar to a complete wreck with just one encounter. Enzo let his imagination run wild, wondering if Iski was still angry and might decide to take it out on him instead. His overthinking face alone was enough to explain why he'd been avoiding the meeting. But Enzo stopped mid-thought when he noticed someone. Nearby stood Freya, staring down at the ground with a heavy, troubled expression. The siblings approached her, though Ruby immediately questioned why Freya was even there. Was she planning to dump tea on Ruby's head again? Freya quickly denied it, explaining that she had come to apologize to Ruby, Iski, and Ellen. Despite her guilty expression, Ruby wasn't convinced, and bluntly pointed out that Freya had always treated everything about her like a competition. A sudden change of heart felt suspicious at best. Before Freya could explain further, Enzo smoothly stepped in and introduced himself as Ruby's older brother, effortlessly complimenting Freya as he did so. Freya awkwardly remarked that he felt completely different from Cardinal Valentino. Enzo happily agreed, declaring himself superior in both looks and personality. Ruby sighed, realizing she'd skipped the introductions. She explained that Freya was connected to Iski and Ellen. Enzo immediately assumed Freya was attending the banquet, and seemed delighted at the idea of sharing a meal with such a beautiful lady, slipping right back into his usual playboy tone. Then, Ruby informed them that Iski was away that day, and that she would be leaving soon as well. Right on cue, Andy appeared with his usual bright smile, announcing that he'd be escorting Ruby. After saying goodbye, Ruby told Freya that Ellen should still be inside before walking off. Enzo watched her go and commented that his sister looked almost radiant, clearly excited to see her husband. Turning back to Freya, Enzo offered to escort her inside. She tried to decline, but his smooth persuasion left her no real room to escape. He insisted it would be a shame to let a beautiful lady walk alone, and promised to accompany her only part of the way. In the end, the two walked side by side. Enzo kept glancing at Freya, quietly wondering what she could have done for Ruby to treat her so coldly. Whatever it was, he decided, it wasn't his problem. Some things were better left alone, especially when family drama was involved. Cut to the forest, where Frosty was resting and Iski stood watch. As soon as Ruby settled beside him, she told him about Freya showing up earlier to apologize. To her, to Iski, and to Ellen. She admitted that after Freya's serious talk with Ellen, she had begun to wonder whether Freya had truly changed. Iski's concern, however, wasn't Freya's sudden regret, but Ruby's feelings. He wanted to know whether Ruby genuinely believed an apology was enough. From his perspective, it absolutely wasn't. Freya had done things that could have gotten Ruby killed, leading her into monster territory and staging the poisoning incident just to shift the blame. Curious, Ruby asked how Iski was so sure Freya was behind all of it. His answer was blunt and icy. No one in the Marquis' household had a conscience to begin with, and magic stone extract gave off a smell the moment it was opened. Anyone with a functioning nose would notice it. That was why he'd kept investigating them ever since Ruby ran away. Ruby had no idea he'd gone that far, and her surprise showed immediately. Iske went on to explain that the temple claimed all the magic stones were accounted for, but that was just the Archbishop's word. Since the monster attacks were also connected to magic stones, there was a good chance they could tie everything back to Caesar as well. The problem was evidence. To get that, they needed access to the temple, and right now it was completely locked down. They were short on people too, and even after asking the king for support, there'd been no response. That was when Ruby realized something unsettling. Even the king was refusing to cooperate when it came to investigating the temple. Iski reassured her that he wasn't giving up. They couldn't hide the truth forever. And when everything finally came out, he planned to punish Freya and the Archbishop properly. He even apologized to Ruby for making her wait through all of this. Ruby reached out and stopped him right there. He had nothing to apologize for. The fact that he was worrying about it together with her was already more than enough. She told him not to rush or push himself so hard. Understanding her meaning, Iski shifted the topic and asked about Enzo. He wondered if Ruby's brother was really fine staying in Omerta. Ruby immediately reassured him. Enzo was nothing like Caesar. He was an idiot, plain and simple, and exactly what he looked like. When Iski asked whether Enzo knew everything Caesar had done to her, Ruby hesitated. She admitted she wasn't sure herself. The last time she spoke with Enzo, she couldn't tell if he knew the truth or just didn't show it. Iski pointed out that Enzo must have known something since they lived together, but Ruby only smiled. Enzo had always been foolish, and besides, he was rarely home. From that, Iski assumed Ruby's relationship with Enzo was similar to his own relationship with Ellen, close enough to care, but nothing like what she had with Caesar. Still, even after hearing that, worry lingered on Iski's face. He admitted that lately, he felt like he'd been wrong all along. He'd always believed his family's power was enough to protect Ruby. But when it mattered most, it meant nothing. Their opponent was the Pope's eldest son. He'd killed Caesar 100 times in his head, yet couldn't touch him in reality. Even relying on his uncle, the king, had led nowhere. The royal family just watched from the sidelines. That was when he realized how powerless he truly was. Ruby understood how deeply this weighed on him. She reminded him that he was the one who gave her a new life. None of this was his fault, and he shouldn't blame himself for it. Iske met her gaze and admitted that he never thought he'd need more power. Being the future duke had always seemed enough. Now he realized it wasn't. He started to say something else, his expression unusually serious, but stopped mid-sentence when he noticed Ruby's face. He didn't want her to worry. Brushing it off, he claimed he'd just gotten sentimental, and joked that she'd been making a silly expression earlier. Then, as if trying to reset the mood, he leaned against her shoulder and apologized for acting out of character. Ruby said she'd already told him it was fine, yet he kept apologizing anyway. While absent-mindedly tracing her fingers over his chest, she warned him to stop, or she'd actually hit him, only she didn't want her hand to hurt. Iski played along, asking if he should take off his armor then. That suggestion made Ruby instantly flustered, and she hurriedly said she was joking. Iski laughed, a real loud laugh, and admitted he was joking too. Their moment didn't last long. Ivan, who had been standing behind them the whole time, awkwardly cleared his throat. Apologizing for interrupting their sweet moment, he explained that the commander had ordered them to dismiss. Since Frosty's fever had gone down significantly, Iski decided to feed the dragon a bit more before returning, and Ruby agreed to head back first before it got dark, just as her husband wanted. Walking back with the two paladins, Camus leaned closer and whispered to Ruby, asking why Papori and Griffin were tagging along too. Ruby simply smiled and said her monster friends just wanted to escort them to the carriage. She even called them sweet and cute, which sounded convincing, at least from her point of view. Camus immediately warned her not to be fooled. The moment Ruby wasn't around, those two were absolute menaces. He pointed out how Papori had been side-eyeing him the entire walk. He said that during one of their visits there, Griffin kept pecking at his head nonstop. On top of that, Papori had stolen most of the snacks. Ivan, however, laughed it off, and said that despite everything, he was starting to grow fond of them too. He joked that hearing such words from a paladin like himself would shock anyone. Ivan admitted that a lot had changed ever since Ruby arrived in the north, and the biggest proof of that was Iski. He had known Iski since childhood, and couldn't remember the last time he'd seen him smile or laugh like that. It had been years. Even though they didn't fully know what Ruby's life had been like before, or what she had endured, Ivan reminded her that she was already one of them now. Not just Iski's wife, but family to everyone in the north. With a gentle smile, he added that Ruby had touched far more hearts than she realized. Ruby answered honestly, saying she hadn't done anything alone. She knew trusting her hadn't been easy, especially with all the rumors, yet they accepted her anyway. If the cold north was changing, it was because everyone had stood beside her. Both of them teared up on the spot, overwhelmed, and loudly declared that Ruby was far too good for Iski, both in personality and looks. Unfortunately for them, Iski happened to be standing right behind Ruby and heard that last part perfectly. Running for their lives wouldn't have helped. Sure enough, they ended up waving goodbye with fresh lumps on their heads to Ruby. Before heading home, Iski told Ruby he had something he wanted to show her. What followed left her speechless. They arrived at a field covered in blue flowers that shimmered white under the night sky. blending so beautifully it looked like the stars had spilled onto the ground. It was the most breathtaking sight Ruby had seen in the north, and her face lit up instantly. Popori and Griffin wasted no time diving in, rolling happily through the flowers. Ruby quickly joined them, flopping down like a child and laughing along. Watching his wife and her friends enjoy themselves so freely, Iski couldn't help but smile. Then, Ruby asked how he'd found this place. He explained that he discovered it while hunting in the forest. Even though the north looked like a frozen wasteland most of the time, there were more places like this than people realized. If Ruby wanted, he promised to show her more someday. With a teasing tone, Ruby accused him of trying to bribe her so she wouldn't go anywhere. Iski's sudden silence answered her better than words. She reminded him that she'd already told him she wasn't going anywhere. He admitted that he knew, and that he'd wanted to show her this place the moment he found it. After all, flowers like these were common in the South. He also confessed that before meeting her, he would have passed by without a second thought. That was enough for Ruby. She pushed him down, kissed him square on the lips, and even Popori and Griffin turned red at the romantic sight. When she pulled back, Ruby smiled and thanked him for showing her such a beautiful side of the world. The two moved closer again, sharing the quiet moment together, as the blue flowers swayed around them and the night wrapped them in peace. After some time, Duke Omerta finally asked how Frosty was doing. Ruby admitted that the growing pains still hadn't stopped, though they were hoping it would ease before Christmas so everyone could finally relax. Unfortunately, things weren't improving. Iski had been sending Ruby home more often lately because Frosty was in so much pain he couldn't even eat properly. Worse, the dragon sometimes failed to recognize her at all. At one point, Frosty nearly bit Ruby's hand, and the only reason that didn't happen was because her husband had been watching like a hawk. Ellen sighed and said that if she were in her brother's place, she would have sent Ruby home too. Ruby understood, but she still pouted. She wanted to help because everyone was working so hard, yet they kept pushing her away. Now they were even telling her not to come at all. She worried endlessly about how Frosty was holding up, and grumbled that after all the times they said they needed her, they were suddenly banning her from the scene. Duke Omerta, fully in doting father-in-law mode, agreed that the paladins were absolutely the bad guys here. Trying to cheer her up, Ellen suggested hosting a tea party that day, so Ruby could spend time with friends like Leah and the princess. Just hearing that made Ruby perk up instantly, her mood flipping like a switch. Sadly, that plan had to wait because Duke Omerta handed her an invitation from Her Majesty the Queen. Ruby didn't waste a second and began getting ready for the palace. She was stopped midway when Ellen came to visit her room. After hesitating for a moment, Ellen admitted she wanted to tell Ruby something before she left. Freya had come to see Ellen during the banquet and said she wanted to apologize publicly. Ellen had invited her to the upcoming tea party, but if Ruby felt uncomfortable, Ellen could arrange a private meeting instead. Ruby smiled and said there was nothing to worry about. She now knew she had a family firmly on her side. Besides, she joked that she deserved that apology anyway. Soon after, Ruby headed to the Imperial Palace. Walking through the grounds, both she and Andy noticed that the reconstruction was nearly finished. The palace looked even more grand than before. When Andy asked why the Queen had summoned her, Ruby guessed it was probably to thank her for spending time with the princess. On the way inside, they ran into a very familiar face, Enzo, stepping out of one of the palace rooms. Given his reputation, Ruby immediately panicked and demanded to know what he was doing there. Instead of answering, Enzo asked why she was there, and Ruby replied that she'd been invited for tea with the Queen. Enzo looked disappointed and muttered that he'd thought she came to pick him up, leaving Andy completely lost between the siblings back and forth. Then Enzo leaned in and whispered that the Queen was incredibly beautiful. Ruby reacted instantly by smacking him, scolding him without mercy. She demanded to know if he'd done anything inappropriate. Enzo denied it while hugging himself in pain, swearing they'd only had tea and nothing else. Ruby glared at him, unconvinced, since this wasn't exactly his first excuse of that kind. Enzo explained that he'd simply responded to an invitation the Queen had sent, which made Ruby wonder why he'd even received one. Still, considering the king's well-known devotion to his wife, there was no way Enzo would do anything that could earn him a death wish. Letting it slide, Ruby asked where he was heading next. Enzo said he was going back to Omerta Manor to attend the tea party, especially since Freya would be there. Then came Enzo's Delulu moment. He confidently claimed that Freya must have feelings for him because she agreed to attend the party, knowing he'd be there. In his mind, that alone was proof. Ruby shut that down immediately by reminding him that Freya was coming because Ellen invited her. His fantasy shattered on the spot. After that, Ruby pushed him to leave already, saying she needed to go in and speak privately with the Queen. Enzo waved goodbye with a huge grin, saying she owed him some time later. Walking inside, Ruby was confused to find the room empty. As she walked further in, she heard a soft sound and discovered the little princess hiding nearby. When Ruby asked what she was doing, the princess whispered that she was playing hide-and-seek with her nanny, and that sneaking into that room was a secret. The scene reminded Ruby of the first time they met, when the princess had given her yellow rudbeckias and Iski had appeared shortly after. The princess whispered again that her mother told her to see Ruby, but she'd definitely get scolded for wandering around on her own. When they noticed the Queen approaching, the two exchanged a quick hush sign, sealing their secret. Then the Queen entered, smiling warmly at Ruby, beautiful as ever. Her Majesty personally brewed the tea and served it to Ruby, handling everything herself as if this were a quiet visit between friends. When she noticed Ruby looking at her, she apologized, saying she hadn't meant to seem rude and had simply gotten carried away with an old hobby. Ruby waved it off and asked what hobby she meant. The Queen admitted it was dancing. She had lost track of time and ended up looking a bit disheveled, which made her feel embarrassed. Ruby laughed and said that if anything, Her Majesty looked far too beautiful to be embarrassed. That earned a warm smile. The Queen said she expected nothing less from someone as kind as Ruby. Ruby then noticed the tea itself, staring at the color like it was a rare jewel and calling it pretty out loud. The Queen explained that the leaves only grew in her homeland and that she had wanted Ruby to try it at least once. After thanking her, Ruby took a sip and immediately praised the flavor, nutty with a soft bitterness that lingered just enough. Her Majesty looked pleased and promised to prepare some for Ruby to take home later. They kept talking, one topic drifting into another, until neither of them realized how much time had passed. By the time they noticed, the sun was already close to setting. The Queen mentioned that since Ruby had talked about hosting a tea party soon, she had already told her daughter to prepare ahead of time. Nearby, the hidden little princess tried her best to hold in her giggles. The Queen said she was always grateful that Ruby looked after her daughter. Ruby gently corrected that, saying she was the one who asked to spend time with the princess because she enjoyed it. During her hardest days, the princess had stayed by her side and kept her company. Ruby thought the girl was far more thoughtful than most children her age, and when she really thought about it, it felt like she was the one being taken care of. Then she asked if Ruby liked children. Ruby answered easily that she did, because just watching them made her heart soften. Her Majesty followed up by asking if Ruby had ever imagined having a child of her own someday, a child born between her and her husband. Ruby turned red instantly. She admitted she hadn't thought about it seriously yet, but the idea alone made her happy. When asked if that kind of happiness felt irreplaceable, Ruby nodded without hesitation. That was when the mood shifted. The Queen's voice lowered, and she said she believed Ruby would understand her as a mother. People only knew her as a dancer who had once been a slave, but that wasn't the full truth. In reality, she had been a shrine maiden, someone who performed rites at a god's altar. In other words, she practiced forbidden rituals. The moment those words left her mouth, glowing red chains appeared out of nowhere and wrapped tightly around Ruby's body. Panic hit instantly. Ruby tried to call out, but no sound came. Her vision blurred, and she quickly realized it had to be the tea she drank earlier. She apologized and said that for her child's safety, there was nothing she wouldn't do. Everyone knew the position the princess was in and how fragile her claim to the throne was. An alliance with the strong wasn't a luxury. It was survival. With Ruby and Iski around, who would ever choose to follow a young princess of low birth with no backing? Even if Iski had no interest in power now, what if his family or allies pushed him forward? What if he wanted something better for his wife? Ruby desperately wanted to believe her husband would never think that way. But then her last conversation with Iski surfaced in her mind, and she couldn't deny that the thought had probably crossed his path before, even briefly. The Queen continued, her voice breaking as she spoke about her daughter's future. If that day ever came, the princess's fate would be obvious. She cried openly, saying the Omerta siblings didn't even spare the girl a glance, even though she was the child of an uncle who cherished them. If they treated her that coldly, how would others treat her? As if to drive the point home, she reminded Ruby of the icy stares Ruby herself had received when she first arrived at Omerta Manor. Ruby admitted, deep down, that it was true. But she also knew that once she grew closer to her new family, she learned they were far kinder than anyone ever expected. Her Majesty went on, explaining that out of gratitude to the king for embracing her despite her past, she had sworn loyalty to the papacy and accepted baptism, sealing away her former life. Because of that vow, even borrowing pagan power once would alert Ruby's family in Romania, the keepers of the Holy Grail. That was why she never thought she'd have a reason to use forbidden chains at all. That changed when Caesar offered her a solution. If Ruby were moved to Romania through the chains, he would overlook the use of the forbidden rite. In exchange, Romania would continue supporting the princess. With the king's acknowledgement, the princess's rise to the throne would be guaranteed. Nearby, the little princess had heard everything. She began to tremble as she looked at Ruby. Ruby, meanwhile, understood all too well that if this ever came to light, both the queen and her daughter would be in terrible danger. But Her Majesty believed that even if everything was exposed, her daughter would still gain the strongest ally she could have. As she adjusted the chains, the queen admitted there was no way she could send Ruby to Romania on her own. Every ritual needed a sacrifice. That part had already been taken care of by Cardinal Valentino. With a pained expression, she confessed that Enzo, who had been there moments earlier, had unknowingly drunk the tea meant for that sacrifice. All she could offer now were endless apologies, while Ruby's memories with her brother replayed one after another. Suddenly the princess ran forward, crying as she clung to her mother. She begged her to stop, asking why she would hurt Ruby, her friend. She said she loved both her mother and Ruby and wanted things to stay the same. The queen sobbed as she apologized, admitting that even she couldn't stop it anymore. Ruby collapsed onto the floor just as a portal opened, formed by the forbidden rite. From it stepped Caesar. No matter how hard Ruby tried to move, escape was impossible. Caesar lifted her into his arms and looked down at her terrified face. Calmly, almost fondly, he said that she had played enough, and that it was time to go home. Those words shattered every piece of the peaceful life Ruby had built. Only a few seconds later, the princess's scream echoed, calling for Ruby to come back. Andy, who had been standing guard outside, rushed to the door. He tried to force it open, pulling, pushing, but the door didn't budge. The noise quickly drew attention. By sheer coincidence, the king happened to be passing by. The moment Andy blurted out that the princess was inside screaming, His Majesty didn't hesitate. He hurried over and pounded on the door, demanding it be opened at once. When the door finally gave way, there was the little princess, crying hard and calling Ruby's name over and over. Before anyone could even process how the princess would explain what she had seen and heard to her father, the scene shifted back to the Omerta Manor. The tea party was already underway, and Leah sat there, clearly unhappy that both of her favorite people were missing. She had waited long enough, and her patience was wearing thin. Ivan and Ellen did their best to calm her, explaining that Ruby's visit to the palace was taking longer than expected. Ellen glanced across the room and watched the two other guests. Ivan leaned closer and asked how often Enzo had been visiting Omerta lately. Ellen answered that, strangely enough, Enzo had come on the day of the last banquet. Then she asked if something was bothering him. Ivan brushed it off, but inside, his thoughts were already spiraling. If it weren't for Ruby, Ellen might have ended up married to Enzo of all people. The idea alone made him shudder. Once again, he decided that he owed Ruby a lifetime of gratitude. Nearby, Enzo and Freya were deep in conversation, speaking as if the world around them didn't exist. Ellen couldn't stop herself from watching them. Her mind drifted back to Freya's earlier confession, the honest reason behind her behavior all this time. The memory barely had time to settle before it was shattered by a scream. Freya cried out, panic clear in her voice. Enzo suddenly went pale, pressing a hand to his mouth. Seconds later, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His life was placed in grave danger, proof that he was a sacrifice to bring Ruby back to Romania. Enzo collapsed onto the floor, completely unconscious. Freya stood frozen, staring at his bloodied body in pure horror. her mind blank with shock. Everyone rushed toward him at once, panic spreading through the room. But no matter how many people checked on him, Enzo didn't move. He stayed down and unresponsive, turning the entire tea party into instant chaos. Far away from the manor, Iski was stuck in his usual dragon duty. He had just finished delivering food to the frost dragon and was already in a bad mood. He snapped at it, telling the huge creature that he didn't care if it starved, but other people would, so it better eat while he was still being nice. It was the kind of threat that sounded tough, but tired, the words of a man who had done this routine way too many times. Popo helped carry the massive monster food over to Frosty. But no matter how much Popo nudged and pushed, the frost dragon didn't react. It just lay there, completely still, like it had shut the world out. Then, Popo noticed something faintly shining on the ground nearby and checked it, while Frosty stayed unmoving. Iski watched the dragon and sighed. He muttered that Frosty was obviously being stubborn on purpose, and told it that if it was going to act like this, it might as well hurry up and shed its skin already. Frosty only let out a low groan, eyes still closed, making it look like it was pretending not to hear a single word. That only annoyed Iski more. He complained that killing a dragon would actually be easier than trying to keep a half-dead one alive. But then he noticed Frosty's body trembling. That small detail made him pause. He walked closer and reached out, touching the dragon carefully, checking its condition. Even if he couldn't understand what was going on in Frosty's head, he still asked if it was acting like this, because the dragon missed its mother. His gaze moved over the huge scales, and suddenly it clicked. There was a strong chance the shedding process was finally about to end. Iski was so focused on Frosty that he didn't even notice Andy rushing in behind him. Andy's voice was panicked, calling his name loudly. Even Popo and Griffin reacted, startled by the sudden tension in his voice. Iski, however, stayed locked on the dragon. That changed instantly when Andy said this wasn't the time for dragon business and that he had news about Ruby. Iski turned around immediately. One look at Andy's face told him everything. The fear was written all over it. His heart dropped, and before Andy could even finish, Iski was already demanding to know what had happened to his wife. The air around him felt heavy, as if he were about to strike down whoever had harmed his dear wife. Before his reaction could unfold, the scene shifted. In Romania, the crazy man had successfully brought Ruby back. She lay unconscious on the bed, pale and still, completely unaware of where she was. Beside her, he was coughing up blood, his body paying the price for what he had done. Even so, his mind drifted back to his past conversation with the Queen. Back then, he had said that even if the teleportation circle opened and Ruby didn't cross in time, he would go and get her himself. The Queen had warned him that the magic chains used to bind Ruby were part of a linked ritual, and one life had to be offered as the price. If the ritual was interrupted halfway, the sacrifice already used couldn't be reused. In that case, all that could be done was open the teleportation circle. If that happened, Caesar wouldn't be able to fully take his brother's life. Instead, Enzo would never wake up, trapped in a state between life and death. And if the broken ritual continued in that incomplete form, part of the pain suffered by Enzo, the sacrifice, would be shared with Caesar when he crossed through the circle. The Queen had asked if he was still willing to go through with it, knowing all of that. His answer back then had been simple and firm. He didn't care, as long as Ruby was brought back safely to his territory. And that was exactly what happened. Now, in the present, his body was breaking down, yet his expression was one of quiet satisfaction. He sat beside Ruby, wearing that unsettlingly crazy smile of his. With a blood-stained hand, he gently touched her face and whispered her name, eyes shining as if he had just reclaimed the one thing he'd been waiting for. To him, Ruby had finally come home. Ruby opened her eyes in a place that felt familiar, but her mind was still foggy, because the last thing she remembered was being dragged away by her crazy brother. As she tried to understand where she was, she noticed a familiar figure nearby and realized it was the original Rudbeckia. That alone made no sense. Her soul was already inside Ruby's body, so seeing the real Rudbeckia walking around like a living person should have been impossible. At first, she wondered if it was some kind of astral projection, but the way Rudbeckia moved felt too real for that. She tried to call out to her, but Rudbeckia didn't react at all. She didn't look her way, respond, or even seem aware of her presence. That was when Ruby understood she couldn't interfere, just like in a dream where you're only a viewer, not a part of the story. Then voices came from inside the room. Ruby moved closer and peeked in, where she saw the Pope talking to Caesar. The Pope spoke casually, telling him that he was worrying over pointless things, that he always overthought everything, and that the real reason Caesar was upset was because he couldn't stand the idea of giving up his sister. He admitted that he pushed the marriage talks forward on purpose, because he knew Caesar would react, and that doing so helped him secure even better conditions. Then Caesar asked if that included support troops from Britannia. At that moment, Ruby realized this was happening around the time the marriage talks with Iski had begun. But something felt off. The mood was different from what she remembered from the novel. Heavier, darker, more calculated. That's when it hit her that this wasn't a memory from before possession. This was part of the real story that existed even without her involvement. The Pope confirmed it, saying that unrest along the Romania border had gone on for too long, and that the only way to settle it was through overwhelming military to stop the enemy's force. Then he dropped the real plan, saying Ruby would be sent in the north and would seize control of Omerta in the future, taking its power, its standing, and everything it had. He also revealed that he didn't just plan to take Omerta's power. He planned to assassinate the entire Omerta family. Not one person, but everyone. In that instant, Ruby realized the story she believed in was wrong. Ellen was never the only target. The Borgia family never planned to spare anyone. The truth was far worse than the novel ever showed, and the shock hit her so hard she couldn't even process it properly. At that, the real Rudbeckia turned and walked away, and a sudden, powerful gust of wind swept our heroine. The scenery shifted in an instant, and when Ruby looked around, she realized she was now in Iski's room. Then, she heard Iski's voice calling her name from behind a thin, see-through curtain. Her heart jumped, and she instinctively reached out. But then she realized the truth. He wasn't calling her. He was calling the real Rudbeckia. Iski asked why she was being so persistent, and Rudbeckia answered that even if he treated her that way, her feelings hadn't changed. Iski grabbed her hand and pinned her to the wall, his voice full of pain as he asked why she kept lying and saying things she didn't mean. Rudbeckia turned her head away and said she never wanted him, not even once. Iski asked if that meant all he had to do was disappear from her life, and when she softly said yes, the hurt on his face was impossible to miss. Ruby stood there, watching everything unfold, realizing that this scene was a hidden part of the novel. And after hearing the Pope's plan to wipe out the entire Omerta family, she finally understood why Rudbeckia had been pushing Iski away so desperately. However, Iski suddenly kissed Rudbeckia. It wasn't gentle or sweet. It was emotional, desperate, full of everything he couldn't say. Rudbeckia responded by slapping him hard across the face. Even then, Iska didn't believe her words. No matter how much she claimed to hate him, her reactions gave her away, her flushed face betraying her true feelings. To him, it was obvious that she loved him too. And the truth was she did. But the real Ruby knew how this marriage would end. She knew what would happen to Iski. She knew what she would be forced to do. So she ran away, choosing distance over love. As the vision began to fade, Ruby stood frozen, unable to move. She couldn't shake the image of that kiss, the pain on Iski's face, or the fear behind Rudbeckia's actions. And even she had to admit it now. Something unfamiliar was creeping into her chest, heavy and tight, as she wondered if she was ever meant to see this part of the story. Ruby turned around again, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself standing in another memory. This time, it was the moment Duke Omerta died. His children were crying beside his bed, their grief filling the room, while his body lay still. In the story Ruby once read, his death was barely explained, just a short line that she passed over without thinking much about it. But now she was seeing the truth. This wasn't a natural death. It was something the Pope and Caesar had carefully planned. Behind them, the real Rudbeckia stood frozen, watching everything with a broken expression. It was clear she had tried to help too late. Wet towels and scattered bottles that looked like possible medicine showed how desperately she had tried to nurse the Duke after it was already impossible to save him. Even then, it was obvious she hadn't fully accepted the assassination plan. She had hesitated, wandered in confusion, and acted only when it was already too late to change anything. Before our Ruby could even catch her breath, another memory surfaced again. One that was even worse. Ellen was dead. Poisoned. Rudbeckia was beside her, crying as she clutched Ellen's lifeless body and blamed herself again and again. She kept saying Ellen was never supposed to die like that this wasn't her fate, and that it was all because of her. In her mind, it didn't matter who planned it or who carried it out. She believed she had killed Ellen herself. She touched Ellen's face and questioned everything. If she had told the truth back then, would the kingdom's anger have destroyed Romania? Would her family have fallen? Would justice finally come for their sins? She already knew the answer. If the truth came out, her family would pay the price, and everything they built would collapse. Then came the letter. Rudbeckia wrote to Iski while crying, confessing everything. She admitted that Ellen's death, Duke Omerta's death, and everything that happened were all part of a plan made long before their marriage ever existed. She told him that it wasn't just her, but her entire family who had driven his father and sister to their deaths. She said he deserved to know the truth, at least that much. And she ended the letter by saying she would wait in Romania and hoped he would come find her. The memory shifted again, pulling Ruby back to Romania. This time, she saw a priest being attacked by holy power. The shocking part wasn't the attack itself. It was who was doing it. It was Rudbeckia. Our girl could barely process it. When she possessed that body, she couldn't use holy power at all. Yet here was Rudbeckia, wielding it with terrifying strength. The vision continued as Rudbeckia knelt before two statues, holding the Holy Grail in her hands. She kissed it, prayed, and began reciting an incantation. Ruby recognized the words immediately. It was the same spell she once saw written in a book and thought was just part of the novel's fantasy setting. But it wasn't fiction. Rudbeckia was really using it. She cried as she made her wish, begging for everything to return to the beginning, begging to save the one person she loved most. Even that meant sacrificing her own self. And that was the moment Ruby understood the truth. The reason she had entered this world, and the reason she became Ruby, was because of Rudbeckia's wish. Then the scene shifted again, but this time Ruby felt a strange sense of déjà vu. The atmosphere felt familiar, heavy, burning. That's when she remembered. This was just like the dream she once had, the one where Iski confronted his wife in her final moments. Everything was on fire. In the flames, a hooded man stood before Rudbeckia and asked if she truly planned to stay there. She answered calmly that she had to see it herself, the breaking of the cursed chain of fate. The man warned her that she would die by her own husband's hand. Rudbeckia only smiled. She said she had already made her wish with the Holy Grail, and since she had used it, she wouldn't live long anyway. And because she had already done everything she wanted, she chose to meet her end in the hands of the man she loved. She turned away, told the man goodbye, and wished him success in destroying that hellish place. Then she stopped. She turned back one last time. And this time she looked straight at Ruby. With a bitter smile, she spoke directly to her and asked her to save the people she cherished. In that instant, everything disappeared. Ruby gasped and opened her eyes. She was back in her body, awake again, tears streaming down her face, her mind overflowing with everything she had just seen. Through her sobs, she called out Rudbeckia's name, her voice breaking, as the weight of the truth finally crashed down on her all at once.